Before speaking, Jiang Wan quietly glanced at Chung Jinyan's expression. His face looked stiff, with tight features, and his lips pressed into a straight line. It seemed like he was in a bad mood. After all, she was about to expose his mother's bad behavior publicly, so it's normal for Chung Jinyan to feel uncomfortable. But Jiang Wan didn't care about that. She was only telling the truth, without exaggeration. There was nothing to be afraid of. My mother-in-law looked down on me for being pregnant and not working, so she kicked me out of the house. Jinyan packed his things and came with me. Unexpectedly, my mother-in-law took her eldest nephew and found us at the local guest house. There were many people at the time. She pushed me, and I fell to the ground, bleeding a lot and going into early labor. Jinyan was quick to take me to the hospital, saving my life. When Jiang Wan told this story, her eyes filled with tears. Everyone was surprised that Wei Mingxiang was secretly playing such a trick. After Jiang Wan left home, Wei Mingxiang scolded her every day outside, calling her ungrateful and accusing her of insulting and hitting elders. Wei Mingxiang cried so sadly, with a heartbreaking look that moved everyone. Some people who were friendly with her believed her words and secretly cursed Jiang Wan as if she were a piece of trash. A few villagers even stood up to defend Jiang Wan, but they cursed so harshly that they got angry and started insulting everyone. Unexpectedly, as soon as Jiang Wan returned to the village, she revealed a new secret. After Jiang Wan finished speaking, everyone looked up at Chung Jinyan. According to Jiang Wan, Chung Jinyan should have been right there with them, witnessing everything firsthand. Now, Jiang Wan was openly speaking badly about Chung Jinyan's mother. At this moment, Chung Jinyan's attitude was very important. Everyone noticed his face was pale and dark, like a black pot. His lips were tightly pressed, and he allowed Jiang Wan to speak badly about Wei Mingxiang without trying to clarify anything. So, was what Jiang Wan saying true? Did Chung Jinyan also agree? Everyone was very surprised and puzzled about Wei Mingxiang's intentions. Since Chung Jinyan was her biological son and Jiang Wan was carrying her grandson, which mother-in-law would cause trouble just before her daughter-in-law was about to give birth? Which grandmother wouldn't love her own grandson? What was Wei Mingxiang's real purpose in doing these things? While everyone was lost in thought, Chung Jinyan stepped forward. Jiang Wan clenched her fists nervously, watching him closely. Could it be that Chung Jinyan was about to ruin her plan? After all, Wei Mingxiang was his real mother, but what she said was also true. If Chung Jinyan really did this, Jiang Wan would be very disappointed. Everyone watched Chung Jinyan, waiting for him to say something. Jiang Wan is telling the truth. When Chung Jinyan spoke, his simple words shocked everyone deeply. Jiang Wan's words are true. Does that mean everything Wei Mingxiang said in the village earlier was false? Wei Mingxiang actually caused Jiang Wan to go into early labor. No wonder Jiang Wan had a baby, but Wei Mingxiang never visited her in the hospital. That's what was really going on. The crowd was excited and almost exploded with chatter. This fact was hard for everyone to accept, but it also made them more curious. While they were discussing eagerly and couldn't convince each other, Aunt Wu suddenly stood up. Jiang Wan is telling the truth. I saw with my own eyes when Wei Mingxiang kicked Jiang Wan out of the house. Aunt Wu had spoken up for Jiang Wan before, but she was not very influential, and no one believed her back then. Now, with Chung Jinyan leading, Aunt Wu only needed to add her voice, which made her more confident and brave. Everyone was surprised. No one expected someone to come forward with solid proof at this moment. I can also testify. I was with Aunt Wu and saw everything myself, including the harsh words Wei Mingxiang said. I heard them clearly. Aunt He also stepped forward. Li Aunt squeezed into the crowd to support her. With 3 aunties helping, the villagers all sided with Jiang Wan. Seeing the situation was almost settled, Jiang Wan quickly made an excuse to leave. I had heavy bleeding before giving birth and almost died on the delivery bed. Now I am lucky to be alive, but I am still weak. Today I felt a headache from the wind outside, so I'll go home first. Jiang Wan coughed a few times in a fake way. No one dared to stop her, and they watched her leave. Everyone's curiosity wasn't satisfied, and the 3 aunties who supported Jiang Wan were immediately surrounded by the crowd. A few days ago, they wanted to speak, but no one listened. Now, they didn't want to say anything, but the crowd kept pressing them to talk. Seeing the lively scene, the three women felt excited. They had held back many words, and now they couldn't hold it in. The villagers kept asking tricky questions, and they honestly shared everything they had seen and heard. Chung Wining took Jiang Wan back to the old house given by Aunt Li. The house had been cleaned. Even the door had been repaired. Chung Wining pushed open the door. Inside, because no one had lived there for a long time, there was a faint smell of decay. Most of the dust had been cleaned away, so anyone who wasn't picky could move in right away. Jiang Wan carried her small bag and entered the room. She saw her old mattress on the bed, the one she had used before. The room was small but very tidy. Besides the bed, there was only a wooden box against the wall. The room has no furniture, and even if there was before, it was probably taken during the move. Although simple, Jiang Wan feels very satisfied. At least here is quiet, and she doesn't have to listen to Wei Mingxiang's constant nagging. In the future, she can peacefully focus on her own things. This house is on the edge of the village, right at the entrance of the mountain. The surroundings are overgrown with weeds, and behind it is a forest. It's winter now, and the weather is very cold. The house is even colder. There are many cracks in the walls, clearly old and poorly maintained. No wonder Aunt Li and her family moved out. Besides the remote location, the backyard layout hardly gets any sunlight. The old condition of the house also makes anyone living here feel uneasy. The house has many flaws, but Jiang Wan knows now is not the time to complain. She had a falling out with Wei Mingxiang and was driven out of that home. Now they have nowhere to stay, and their money is running low. These days seem tough, but Jiang Wan feels very happy. Since her rebirth, she has carefully managed her life and successfully given birth to 2 sons. Although their home is empty now, after dividing the family, they will get some belongings, and life will get better. Ever since Jiang Wan exposed Wei Mingxiang's true nature to the whole village, Chung Wining's face has looked very unhappy. Jiang Wan feels a bit nervous and fears upsetting him, so she hardly dares to speak when she returns. Chung Wining takes the children back to the room and puts them in bed. Jiang Wan quickly unties the children's clothes. They've been wrapped up for so long, they must be uncomfortable. After removing the blanket, Jiang Wan notices that the eldest child's pants are wet. He must have wet himself again. She quickly takes off his pants, throws the wet diaper aside, and takes out clean, dry pants and a new diaper to change him. Chung Wining takes the younger child out, and after a while, Jiang Wan hears the sound of the child urinating. Once both children are clean, Jiang Wan feeds them milk, then puts them into the cold, hard bed. They arrived here with nothing prepared. Everything has to start over. Chung Wining picks up the child's wet pants and soaks them in a bucket. Jiang Wan is still postpartum and can't handle cold water. All the washing and cleaning during this time are handled by Chung Wining. Jiang Wan takes their luggage and begins to organize their belongings. Chung Wining stood at the door for a while, then decided to go up the mountain to gather some firewood. The new home was still very empty. Aside from needing cleaning, there was nothing else to do. There was no firewood, water, food, furniture, or dishes at home. Apart from the bed, the house was basically empty. If there were no children, 2 adults could manage with a little patience. But now, there are 2 newborn babies just a week old. They are so small and fragile, especially the older one, who is just rescued and hasn't fully recovered. There's no axe or other farming tools in the house, so Chung Wining had to bravely go to the village to borrow some. He went to the nearest villager's house and shyly asked to borrow an axe. When they returned today, there was quite a commotion, and most villagers knew what had happened. Chung Wining is a soldier and is generally trusted. The current trouble is largely related to Wei Mingxiang. The villagers didn't mock him and kindly lent him the axe. Chung Wining took the axe and went to the mountain to cut firewood. He is strong and hardworking, and in a short time, he carried back 2 big bundles of wood. He skillfully carried the 2 bundles down the mountain. He put one bundle into his house, split some of the larger wood into smaller pieces, and returned the remaining bundle along with the axe to the villager's house. Next, he went to fetch water. His home has an old clay water jar, which has some cracks but is still usable. Chung Jinyan's eager act of fetching firewood moved the villagers. Knowing that his family had no water, they kindly lent him their water bucket and shoulder pole. He made several trips, filling his water jar and returning a full bucket of water each time. Chung Jinyan always does this. He never likes to owe favors. When others help him, he makes sure to repay twice as much. Although he has been away from the village for many years and the villagers don't remember him well, his recent actions earned him some goodwill. At least one villager's family now has a good impression of him. They say if you borrow, you should return. If you borrow again, it's not difficult. Chung Jinyan not only returns borrowed items quickly but also gives extra as a gift. Who wouldn't want to lend him things? After returning home, Chung Jinyan took the soiled diapers and wet pants from the children and went to wash clothes by the river. Since there are no elders to help and Jiang Wan is postpartum and can't wash in cold water, he has quite a lot to do. After finishing the laundry, Chung Jinyan realized there was no clothes hanger. Looking at the empty house, Chung Jinyan kept thinking about Jiang Wan's words about dividing the family. If they didn't split, with his current financial situation, Jiang Wan would probably have to live a hard life with him. He had dedicated many years to his two brothers' children, and everything in the house was partly his effort. Last time, when he asked Wei Mingxiang for medical expenses, she couldn't produce the money. He guessed he probably wouldn't get any money from the division. Even if they split, he would only get some everyday items. Right now, he urgently needed pots, bowls, buckets, and various tools, as well as bedsheets, quilts, and cushions. Chung Jinyan set the wooden bucket aside and went up the mountain. They hadn't had lunch yet, and going to buy groceries now wasn't convenient. It was better to go hunting in the mountain. That way, he could save money and have a simple meal at noon. Jiang Wan stayed in the room with the children. She could hear Chung Jinyan coming and going, and she understood the situation at home. He was probably very busy right now. She originally wanted to wait until the children were asleep to write some articles, but when she saw there wasn't even a table in the room, she gave up. She kept thinking she couldn't just sit idle. So many things had happened recently. If she organized her thoughts, she could write several articles. Wei Mingxiang had been giving her materials for free, and Jiang Wan didn't want to waste them. Recently, she had been writing about mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships. This topic was quite controversial, but it was easy to attract attention and get published. Jiang Wan based her stories on her own experiences, making some slight edits. Some of the content was about her own life, even shocking her own morals, but she modified it. If she wrote exactly as things happened, many people probably wouldn't accept it. In real life, there are many strange mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships, but relationships like theirs, where the mother-in-law wants her daughter-in-law to have an abortion and even wishes her dead, are rare. Even in their village, most people only hear about such things from others. They rarely see them firsthand. Having written stories for many years, Jiang Wan had a good sense of how to handle people's feelings without offending them. Many say novels are based on real life, but real life is even more brutal than fiction. Writers often dare not write everything truthfully. Jiang Wan leaned against the bed, pretending to rest, but her mind was never at peace. She checked the time. Her last article had been sent out a few days ago, and she was expecting a reply soon. However, to avoid Wei Mingxiang finding out, she didn't dare to include her home address when submitting her work. Jiang Wan wrote the address for the post office, and the requirement was for self-pickup. She is currently at home resting after childbirth, unable to go out in the wind or travel far. It seems she'll have to trouble Chung Jinyan to pick it up for her later. If she can successfully receive the payment this time, their days will be a bit easier. Chung Jinyan will return in 2 hours. The weather is bad and there are few animals on the mountain. He searched for a long time before catching 2 wild rabbits. He originally wanted to catch a wild chicken, but after waiting half an hour with no luck, he thought about Jiang Wan still being hungry at home, so he carried the rabbits back. When Chung Jinyan returned, he quickly cleaned the wild rabbits. There was no pot at home, so he couldn't make soup. The rabbits could only be roasted. He built a fire in the stove, skewered the cleaned rabbits on 2 sticks, and roasted them over the fire. There were no seasonings at home, so he couldn't flavor the rabbits. Chung Wining was skilled at roasting game. The 2 rabbits turned golden on both sides quickly. Even without seasonings, Jiang Wan could smell the delicious aroma from her room. Chung Wining poked the rabbits with a small stick to check if they were done, then called Jiang Wan to eat. Jiang Wan was about to get up when the children, Daba and Xiaobao, woke up one after the other, crying louder than before. Chung Wining also heard the children crying. He quickly took some wood from the stove, turned the fire to the lowest setting. The rabbits continued roasting slowly on the fire so they wouldn't burn and would stay warm when eaten. When he entered the room, he saw Jiang Wan busy changing the diapers of the 2 children. One child can go through a whole bucket of diapers in a day, let alone 2 children. Babies who are breastfeeding often and a lot. They usually go shortly after feeding, then get hungry again, repeating this cycle daily, which tests everyone's patience. Chung Wining didn't hesitate to help. Each of them took care of 1 child, and they finished quickly. Jiang Wan fed the children milk, and Chung Wining took out the dirty diapers. In the first few days after birth, because the babies were small and their organs tiny, their bladders couldn't hold much. They would 7 or 8 times in one night. Sometimes Chung Wining wondered how such tiny babies could produce so much. At first, he was a bit puzzled, but seeing other babies like that and hearing others say all babies are like this, he grew used to it and felt at ease. He also realized that if the children peed, he would just go wash the diapers. Every day, try to be a little busier. Sometimes, helping the children with their bathroom needs can reduce the number of diapers to wash. Jiang Wan helped the 2 children lie down, and Chung Wining took her to eat rabbit meat. The rabbit meat smelled very good, but Jiang Wan looked a bit worried, because she had heard from the neighbor in the hospital that if a mother eats spicy or hot foods while breastfeeding, the baby might get red eyes and have a lot of eye discharge. What's wrong? Do you not like the rabbit meat? Chung Wining was very sensitive and immediately noticed Jiang Wan's unhappiness. No, I want to eat it too, but I can't right now. Jiang Wan briefly explained the reason to Chung Wining. Chung Wining looked down in silence, feeling sorry for not thinking about this earlier, which caused the misunderstanding. It's normal for him to be inexperienced as a first-time father. Wait at home. I'll exchange some food with the neighbors using the rabbit meat. Chung Wining took the roasted rabbit and turned to leave. Chung Wining, Aunt Lu has helped us a lot. If you want exchange, go and trade with her. Aunt Lu was a trustworthy person, and Jiang Wan always wanted to repay her kindness. But given her current situation, she felt helpless. Since Chung Wining had managed to catch 2 rabbits and he couldn't eat them himself, it was better to give them to others. Okay, I'll go now. Chung Wining originally planned to save time by trading with the nearest neighbor. But Wan was right. Wild rabbits are hard to catch, and ordinary people rarely eat them. It was better to take the rabbit to Aunt Lu's house to let them enjoy it. The only thing that made him a bit uneasy was that Aunt Lu's house was very close to theirs. If they were seen, it could be awkward. Chung Wining hurried to Aunt Lu's house with the roasted rabbit. He knocked on the door, and Aunt Lu quickly came to open it. Thank you, Auntie, for letting us stay here. This is a rabbit I caught today. I've roasted it and brought it to share with you. Chung Wining handed the rabbit meat to Aunt Lu. Feeling a bit shy to ask for ingredients, he quickly turned to leave. Hey, Chung Wining, why are you running so fast? I wanted to give you something, too. Before Aunt Lu finished speaking, Chung Wining had already run off, feeling embarrassed. Aunt Lu sighed softly and packed the prepared meals and some daily necessities into a bag. She placed the roasted rabbit on the table, knowing her family would naturally want to eat it. She was also planning to bring food to Jiang Wan. Before going to town, Jiang Wan had left some money with her. She had heard in the village that Jiang Wan had a difficult labor. This time, giving birth caused her a lot of pain. To support Jiang Wan, she argued loudly with the villagers and then went to buy fresh ingredients to cook. At that moment, she thought that Jiang Wan's house was empty and her family with 2 children probably hadn't eaten for days. So she hurried to prepare food, planning to deliver it early. Unexpectedly, Chung Wining arrived so quickly, bringing a large roasted rabbit. It was very thoughtful of him. She carried many packages and chased after him. She thought that if she ran faster, she could catch up with Chung Wining, but by the time she stepped out, he was already gone. She could only take the things to the old house. When Li Shuping arrived, she saw Chung Wining wandering outside someone else's house. He was pacing at the gate of the yard, sometimes stopping to look inside, sometimes thinking of turning back. Li Shuping could tell that Chung Wining was very troubled, but she didn't know what was bothering him. "Wining, Annie brought you some things," she said cheerfully. Chung Wining was so absorbed that he was startled when she spoke. Seeing the insulated box she held, his face lit up immediately. "Auntie, you didn't prepare lunch for Wan, did you?" "Yes, I did. You haven't settled in yet these days, right? I thought your house didn't have any pots, so I made extra food to bring over."
Li Shuping smiled keenly.
Chung Wining stopped hesitating and walked over to her. "That's too much to ask. I really shouldn't accept this," he said. But when Li Shuping offered the things to him, he reached out and took them. "Before you came back, Jiang Wan gave me some money to buy good dishes for her to eat. She went to town with you earlier, but she didn't spend all the money. I'm just continuing my previous work. Isn't that normal?" "You're right, Auntie," he agreed. This was a difficult time for them, and Chung Wining didn't want to refuse her kindness. He took all the things Li Shuping handed him. He thought she would leave now, but she stayed behind him. "Jiang Wan has been discharged from the hospital. I should go see her and the children now." Li Shuping followed Chung Wining home. Jiang Wan heard the noise and opened her eyes. When she saw Li Shuping, she quickly sat up from the bed. Li Shuping took a step forward and gently held her shoulder, helping her lie back into the bed. "Don't get up. It's cold inside. Don't let yourself catch a cold. I'm just here to see you and the children. Seeing you both, well, makes me feel at ease." Chung Wining moved a stool over, and Li Shuping sat down beside the bed. Li Shuping naturally took Jiang Wan's hand, softly massaging the back of it. She looked at the two children lying beside Jiang Wan, her face shining with a bright smile. Yes, these two children look very good, just like you and your husband. Jiang Wan, even though you've gone through many hard times before, you've given birth to such beautiful children. Your luck is still ahead." Li Shuping kept looking at the two children, her smile becoming even kinder. As she watched, she quickly reached into her pocket and took out 2 red envelopes. She then stood up gently and placed them into the children's arms. "Kids, this is Grandma's red envelope for you. Auntie, it's so good to see you. You brought a lot of things and also gave red envelopes. How can I not feel embarrassed?" Jiang Wan hurriedly took the red envelopes and pushed them back. Li Shuping smiled and pushed them back again. "It's just a small red envelope, nothing much. You can open it and see for yourself." Jiang Wan opened one envelope and saw there was only 1 yuan inside. Since the amount wasn't much, Jiang Wan took it as a token of kindness from Auntie Li and didn't insist on returning it. Li Shuping stayed with Jiang Wan for a while, chatting and carefully asking about her life since leaving the village. Auntie Li was very kind to her, and Jiang Wan had nothing to hide. She told her everything that had happened during this time. Li Shuping listened with emotion and gained a clearer understanding of Wei Mingxiang's malice. "Jiang Wan, you haven't spent the money I gave you last time. During this period, I still bring you meals every day, just like before. How do you feel about that?" Li Shuping cared deeply for Jiang Wan and proactively made this offer. Jiang Wan initially wanted to refuse, but thinking she still hadn't had breakfast, she immediately agreed. As a wet nurse, she didn't need to eat if she wasn't breastfeeding, but there were still 2 hungry children at home. If adults don't eat enough, how can they produce enough milk for the children? It's not possible to just drink plain water and expect the milk to become rich and nutritious. In the end, it's best to eat more nutritious food so that the adults' health improves, and then the children can be healthy too. "All right, thank you, Auntie." Although the 2 of them live in the same village, one at the front and the other at the back, it still takes over 20 minutes to walk over. Aunt Li brings food every day, which is quite a hassle for her to deliver back and forth. But she doesn't mind the trouble at all, and even volunteers to bring the food. "Annie, I want to split from Wei Mingxiang. Do you think it's necessary?" Jiang Wan nervously asks, rubbing her fingers. Li Shuping pauses briefly and then thoughtfully considers. Let me give you a simple explanation of the pros and cons of splitting up. Li Shuping doesn't plan to make a final decision right away, but uses this analysis to catch her attention. Okay, Auntie, tell me quickly. I can't wait to hear. The benefit of splitting is that you'll be free and independent, and you can also distance yourself from those nephews and nieces so you can focus on your own life. The downside is that you've already done so much for that family, and now it's like you're being pushed out. Your children will have to be raised by you alone, and don't expect Wei Mingxiang to help. Li Shuping looks a little worried as she speaks, but Jiang Wan smiles gently. Auntie, even if I don't split from the family, Wei Mingxiang won't help me take care of the children. I will have to take care of my own children and deal with my nephews and nieces' problems. Maybe I'll have to do all the housework and farm work too. I'll be doing even more than now. Having lived through this life again, Jiang Wan has thought everything through clearly. She understands Wei Mingxiang's thoughts and future plans better than anyone. If she continues to get involved with her, it will only bring her trouble. Li Shuping didn't expect Jiang Wan to say this. She was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted.
You're right.
You see things more clearly than I do, and your mind is sharper. So, considering your current situation, splitting up really is the best plan. Your mother-in-law's family is a mess. Whoever gets involved will be unlucky. But Wei Mingxiang knows better than anyone that she can't live without you. If you suddenly want to split, she probably won't agree.
Li Shuping feels a bit worried.
If she puts herself in Wei Mingxiang's shoes, she probably wouldn't agree either. After all, Jiang Wan is capable and gentle. To put it bluntly, such a daughter-in-law is easy to handle. If they split, Jiang Wan will live her own life and no longer interfere in their family affairs. Wei Mingxiang has been used to a comfortable life for years. During Jiang Wan's pregnancy, she was probably exhausted. Now, she only wants to hold on tightly to Jiang Wan and won't easily agree to split the family. Jiang Wan knows that splitting the family isn't easy. During her hospital stay, she already planned everything carefully. In fact, she's been working on it all along. First, she let some villagers know about Wei Mingxiang's true nature. Then, at the guest house, the incident was quite serious. Although the travelers may have already left and won't testify, the event happened at the guest house, and many staff members were involved. The situation was chaotic. To protect themselves, the staff didn't dare to step forward, which Jiang Wan understands. She was seriously injured at the time and many people saw it. This is a fact she can't deny. Her condition was bad, so she didn't pursue responsibility from the guest house or Wei Mingxiang. But that doesn't mean they are free of blame. She kept her medical records and payment receipts carefully. If she reports to the police, the guest house is definitely responsible. Normally, only the guest house staff would know their room number. Wei Mingxiang could find it either by bribing staff or sneaking in when they weren't paying attention. Either way, it was their fault. If Jiang Wan reports this, it will cause a big fuss. She uses this as leverage to threaten the guest house staff, who dare not refuse to testify. With witnesses and evidence, Jiang Wan will insist on pursuing this matter. Wei Mingxiang will have to stay at the police station for a few days. After Jiang Wan was discharged from the hospital, she immediately told the villagers what happened. As a result, Wei Mingxiang's reputation in the village dropped sharply. It became much harder for her to smear Jiang Wan again. On the surface, Jiang Wan did nothing, but in reality, she was carefully planning everything. If she insists on splitting the family from Wei Mingxiang, the biggest obstacle might be Chung Wining. Jiang Wan considered the worst-case scenario. The family split would test Chung Wining's resolve and force him to make a decision. Her relationship with Wei Mingxiang is already hostile. She has the upper hand. Chung Wining will have to choose sooner or later. It's better to use this family split as a chance for him to show his stance. If Chung Wining still wants to stand on Wei Mingxiang's side, she will pretend she has no husband and spend the rest of her life raising her children alone. If I want to split the family, no one can stop me. Jiang Wan looked weak but spoke firmly, giving an undeniable feeling. Chung Wining came in carrying food made by Aunt Lu, just overhearing Jiang Wan's words. He set the food aside and prepared to leave with a serious face. Li Shuping saw Chung Jinyan looked upset and quickly stopped him. Chung Jinyan, you heard what Jiang Wan just said, right? What do you think? Jiang Wan didn't expect Li Annie to suddenly ask this. She was startled. Last time, she asked Chung Jinyan if he wanted to split the family, but he didn't give an answer, and his face looked worse. Now Li Shuping brought up the old matter again, and Jiang Wan was eager to hear his answer. She looked up at his face, and Li Shuping also wanted to see his reaction. Chung Jinyan clenched his fists and said one word without hesitation.
Split.
Jiang Wan felt a strange relief and immediately felt more at ease when she saw his dark expression. There's nothing left in this family now. If we don't split, you can't even guarantee basic living. The sooner we split, the better. Li Shuping, true to Jiang Wan's words, spoke her true feelings. They waited for Chung Jinyan's answer again, and luckily, he didn't disappoint them. Split this afternoon. Jiang Wan was startled. She thought they would wait until she finished her confinement. She didn't expect they would split the family right after coming back from the hospital. The speed was a bit shocking, but also a little joyful. Are you serious? Have you really thought this through? Li Shuping excitedly stood up from her stool, looking at Chung Jinyan with enthusiasm, as if she was the one splitting the family. Meanwhile, Jiang Wan's expression was calm, showing no particular emotion. But her eyes sparkled a little, probably also looking forward to it. Of course, I am serious. After so many years of marriage, I finally have my own children. I want to spend the rest of my life happily with my wife and kids. Chung Jinyan's lips pressed into a straight line, but his words sounded bright and hopeful. Jiang Wan happily looked up, eyes wide with disbelief. Li Shuping clapped her hands and said 3 times, "Good, good, good. A good man should be like this. You are already an adult and married, and now you are father. You only help the extended family without caring for your own small family. In the future, you will surely face hard times. You have now realized your mistake, and it's still not too late to change. Don't waste the 8 years Jiang Wan spent with you, suffering and giving birth to your twin sons." When Chung Jinyan, the foolish and dutiful son, finally woke up, Li Shuping was so emotional she was moved to tears. "Yes, Annie, I understand," Chung Jinyan replied, his face softening. Jiang Wan looked at his face repeatedly, then couldn't help but ask, "Chung Jinyan, you've been frowning today. Do you have something against me?" She had kept this question inside for a long time and couldn't hold it anymore. "No." Chung Jinyan was initially stunned, then quickly shook his head. "Wanwan, why do you think that? Is it because your face looks so grim?" "Not only Wanwan thinks so, I do too," Li Shuping said first, sharing her honest feelings. Jiang Wan nodded vigorously, almost giving Li Shuping a thumbs up. Auntie Li is really good at talking. Those who can talk well should say more. In the past, she didn't like listening because she thought she had a problem. Wei Mingxiang brainwashed her so thoroughly that her thoughts were pulled into a bad place, making her lose her ability to think clearly. "Really? I didn't know." Chung Jinyan rubbed his face. Since he returned today, he had been feeling very heavy-hearted, so he unconsciously kept a stern face. Seeing the situation at home and knowing his wife and children were suffering because of him, he felt very upset. But as a man, he couldn't show his emotions easily or let it affect Wanwan's mood. So he kept his feelings inside and didn't even dare to complain. He never expected Wanwan to think he was giving her the cold shoulder because of his serious face. How could he possibly have such an idea? Chung Jinyan felt he was more wronged than Do-yi, and he could only explain with gestures. "You really misunderstood. I don't have that thought, and I have no opinion against you. If I had to say, maybe it's because after all these years of marriage, I still live in such a simple house, and I feel sorry for you. It makes me a little sad," Chung Jinyan said honestly for the first time, touching his heart. After hearing Chung Jinyan's explanation, Jiang Wan and Li Shuping realized they had misunderstood him. Chung Jinyan was just under too much pressure and didn't manage his expressions well, so he kept his face stern. He is not angry at anyone nor complaining about anything. He simply hates his own helplessness. He has been unable to think clearly and keeps fighting with himself, battling internally, which causes his face to look so twisted. Once he understood this, Jiang Wan's only remaining resentment towards him completely disappeared. Moreover, Jiang Wan now feels a little sorry for him. Chung Jinyan is the only person in this world who bears such heavy pressure like him. Normally, she should be the one who understands him best, but unexpectedly, she turns out to be the person who misunderstands him the most. After rubbing his face, Chung Jinyan forced a faint smile. He walked up to Jiang Wan and deliberately smiled at her. "Wan, do you think I can smile like this? Actually, I really feel sorry for you. You risked everything to give me 2 sons. I've worked for so many years, but because of one wrong thought of mine, I can only give you such a simple living environment. You paid for your hospital stay yourself, and the living expenses afterward were also provided by you. Our family is so poor we don't even have a pot, and there's not a grain of rice in the rice jar. As your husband, I've finally realized how much I've failed." Chung Jinyan has always been seen as a quiet and reserved person, but this time he spoke a lot at once. Not only was Jiang Wan stunned, Li Shuping also remained in a dazed state. And the more she listened, the more she felt it was a bit embarrassing. What was going on? When Li Shuping realized she had overheard something she shouldn't have, she already wanted to slip away. This version of Chung Jinyan was unfamiliar, but also lively. The foolish man from before had disappeared, replaced by a smart, capable man who admits mistakes and dares to act. After saying a bunch of words, Jiang Wan still looked at him with a blank expression. Chung Jinyan looked at her smooth forehead and couldn't help but gently tap her on the forehead. Jiang Wan felt the pain immediately and, without hesitation, lightly punched his stomach twice. Chung Jinyan opened the lid of the lunchbox and urged her to eat quickly. "Eat quickly, get full. After this, we have another tough battle to fight." "Okay, I'll eat." Li Shuping saw the young couple being affectionate and quickly looked for an excuse to leave. "Later, you'll be doing something important. If no one is there to take care of the kids, you can bring them to my house first. I have some things to do now, so I'll leave first."
You two take your time.
Chung Jinyan came out of the kitchen holding a roasted rabbit, originally wanting to stay and eat with Aunt Li, but she had already disappeared. Aunt Li prepared a very generous meal, with much more food than before. It was clear to anyone that she had made enough for 2 people. Chung Jinyan quickly finished eating the rabbit. He is big and has a good appetite. Even after eating 1 rabbit, he still wasn't full. Jiang Wan pushed the uneaten food aside. "If you don't mind, please finish it." "My own wife. How could I dislike it?" Chung Jinyan took the lunchbox and ate the food quickly. After eating, they took the children to the bathroom and fed them milk. All the preparations were done, and Jiang Wan carried a small bag with hospital documents behind Chung Jinyan as they left. Chung Jinyan held 1 child in each arm. His arms were strong, and the small children in his arms looked tiny. Splitting the household was a big event. So many people would gather to argue and discuss. Carrying the children made it easier to protect them from being frightened and also to prevent viruses in the air from infecting them. Although it was troublesome to leave Aunt Li with the children, they had no choice but to do so. Aunt Li had no grandchildren of her own and had always wanted a cute child. Now that Jiang Wan was sending the children to her, she was overjoyed and couldn't stop smiling. She carefully took the children, holding them like treasures. "Go ahead and handle your big matters without worry. I will take good care of the children." "Thank you, Auntie.
You are truly a blessing in my life."
Li Shuping had raised several children herself and was experienced. Although caring for twins was a bit difficult, it was nothing for her. Chung Jinyan walked ahead, while Jiang Wan still felt a little reluctant. He held her wrist and led her forward. Jiang Wan looked up at his broad shoulders and straight back, feeling suddenly confident. When Chung Jinyan took Jiang Wan out, Wei Mingxiang was just about to leave. She saw Chung Jinyan walking proudly with Jiang Wan as soon as she reached the door. Her heart sank a little, and she stood still for a long time without moving. "Mom, are you leaving now? If so, please wait a bit. I have something important to talk to you about." Chung Jinyan spoke politely but blocked her way, not letting Wei Mingxiang leave. "Do you have something you can't say directly?" Wei Mingxiang had a bad feeling and looked cautious. "It's a long story, let's go inside and talk. Usually, splitting the household required the family to discuss, make a list, and then notify village officials to witness. Chung Jinyan pulled Jiang Wan and let her into the house first. Wei Mingxiang originally wanted to take the opportunity to run away, but Chung Jinyan spoke coldly. Mom, if you leave today, I promise I won't keep a single thing in the house when you come back. Chung Jinyan's words were confident, and Wei Mingxiang was instantly stunned.
What do you mean by that?
I'm your mother. Do you want a rebel in my house? Realizing the danger, Wei Mingxiang raised her voice. She was like a cat with its tail stepped on, yelping in pain. All the money I sent home over the years, you spent it freely, didn't you? I remember before I joined the army, there wasn't even decent furniture at home. I worked in the army for so many years and sent back thousands of yuan in wages. All the household items have been replaced, probably bought with my money, right? Chung Jinyan sighed lightly and began to recall the past. Wei Mingxiang's face turned pale, her mind racing. She felt that Chung Jinyan's words wouldn't be good news. I gave you thousands of yuan, but my wife and children are lying in the hospital. I asked you for 200 yuan for medical fees, and you couldn't even come up with that. Mom, do you know how desperate I felt at that time? Do you know how I managed to gather that money? Do you know what it feels like to have no money and watch your loved ones' lives slip away right in front of you? Chung Jinyan asked several sharp questions in one breath. His questions were tough, and Wei Mingxiang couldn't even answer. Because she hadn't lacked money for a very long time. Every month, the money Chung Jinyan sent back increased, and her life became better and better. She had become addicted to this life. Someone working, someone paying, and she just enjoying herself while also trying to earn a good reputation. There are so many grandchildren to support at home. Spending a bit more money is normal, isn't it? Wei Mingxiang's words sounded a bit forced, but she couldn't think of anything else to say. Normal? As long as you think it's normal, that's fine. But right now, I want to talk about dividing the family property.
What?
Dividing the family? Why divide? Isn't it good for us to live together? Everyone can take care of each other, and the family bonds will be stronger. Living apart isn't good. Over time, the family ties will weaken. Wei Mingxiang had long thought such a day might come, but she didn't expect it to come so soon. She had thought of many reasons to refuse, and even now, this reason was something she had thought about carefully for several nights before finally coming up with it. That is what you think is good. I was away from home for a long time before, so I didn't really understand this kind of big family setup. But recent events have made me realize that I can't go on like this anymore. You are doing well, but Wanwan hasn't been happy these past years, and I don't want her to suffer anymore because of me. When Chung Jinyan clearly stated his thoughts and position, Wei Mingxiang stubbornly refused to give up. At first, she played the emotional card. Seeing Chung Jinyan remain unmoved, she brought up the most practical issue. If we split the family, who will take care of my grandchildren in the future? I admit that all these years, your income has supported this family, keeping it from falling apart. But now you want to split the family, and if you don't plan to send money back, what are we supposed to do? All the sweet talk was just to deceive others. Only these words were truly in Wei Mingxiang's heart. This has nothing to do with me. Chung Jinyan's simple 6 words shocked Wei Mingxiang like an electric shock. They are your nephews and nieces. How can it not concern you? Wei Mingxiang raised her voice, very excited. They just lost their father, not their mother. If you really can't raise them, just send them back to their mother. Chung Jinyan's words were cold and harsh. It was a truth he had come to understand after enduring a lot recently. Only biological parents have the obligation to raise their children. Wei Mingxiang looked at Chung Jinyan in shock, not expecting him to say such harsh words. Coming back to her senses, she angrily stared at Jiang Wan. She suddenly pointed her finger at Jiang Wan's nose and said fiercely, "Jiang Wan, it must be you, you wicked woman. You must be the one stirring trouble, making Jinyan think this way. Those children are his nephews and nieces. How can he just refuse to raise them? We took care of them well for the past 8 years. Now that you suddenly called him back, I knew something was wrong." Wei Mingxiang, excited, swung her arm and was about to hit Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan had been quietly standing behind Chung Jinyan, silently watching. This time, she came along partly because she had a secret weapon to use at a critical moment, and partly to see Chung Jinyan's attitude. She didn't want to hear from others anymore. She wanted to see for herself and participate directly. Jiang Wan didn't expect Wei Mingxiang to be so good at making excuses. She didn't say anything or do anything, just standing there when she almost got hit. When Wei Mingxiang raised her hand to slap her, Chung Jinyan quickly grabbed her wrist and said sternly, Mom has never done anything to wrong you. She just married me. You didn't give birth to her or raise her, so you have no right to hit her. With a strong push, Chung Jinyan pushed Wei Mingxiang's harmful hand aside. Wei Mingxiang didn't expect Chung Jinyan to hit her. Suddenly pushed back, she took a few steps backward. Her back hit the wall heavily, finally stopping her momentum. If she hadn't been lucky and had a wall behind her, she probably would have fallen to the ground and hurt herself. Chung Jinyan's words hit her like a hammer, deeply hurting her. Wei Mingxiang felt greatly insulted. Chung Jinyan had been a soldier for many years. He was tall and strong, knowing he couldn't beat him. People say you pick on the soft ones, and in Wei Mingxiang's eyes, Jiang Wan was that soft target. Anger burned inside her. Taking advantage of Chung Jinyan not paying attention, she lunged at Jiang Wan again. You wicked woman, doing bad things and still wanting to watch the show. Is it so easy to watch my drama, Wei Mingxiang? Watching my show will cost you something. Wei Mingxiang aimed to grab a handful of Jiang Wan's hair, intending to pull it out fiercely. Chung Jinyan was about to step in, but Jiang Wan signaled him with a look. He was confused but didn't act. In the brief moment Wei Mingxiang rushed over, Jiang Wan suddenly grabbed her hair. Before Wei Mingxiang could react, Jiang Wan pulled her head and slammed it against the wall 3 times. Jiang Wan used just enough force, not too hard, not too soft, enough to hurt Wei Mingxiang's head without leaving scars. Wei Mingxiang's head hit the wall, and she was dazed. She never expected that Jiang Wan, who always seemed gentle and easy to control, would suddenly attack her. After realizing what was happening, Wei Mingxiang tried to fight back, but Jiang Wan held her shoulders tightly and, with a strong push, sat her down in a chair. Wei Mingxiang had lived a pampered life for so many years. She kept herself delicate and soft, and her strength had diminished. Back when she was doing farm work, it was easy for her to handle Jiang Wan. Now everything was different. Jiang Wan, after marrying in, had worked on the farm for 8 years. She had tanned dark from the sun and developed a strong body. Although I just recently left the hospital and haven't fully recovered, I can still easily handle a useless person like Wei Mingxiang. Jiang Wan suddenly made a move and immediately subdued Wei Mingxiang, because she realized she couldn't beat either of these 2 people. She used to think Jiang Wan was soft, but it turns out she only showed respect and never fought back. If she really fought, she, a farmer who has done farm work for 8 years, would still be quite tough. Jiang Wan was already so strong before finishing her confinement period. If she fully recovered, would she still be her opponent? Wei Mingxiang thought this and suddenly felt a bit scared. It turns out some people are not easy to control, but are willing to be controlled. One day, if she no longer wants to be controlled, no one will be able to control her. Wei Mingxiang realized this too late. Mom, sit here peacefully. The decision about dividing the family has already been made by Jin Yan and me. Whether you agree or not doesn't really change anything. Jiang Wan's smile was very gentle, but her actions were somewhat rough. She not only pressed Wei Mingxiang's shoulders, but also secretly pinched them a few times. Unlike before, when Jiang Wan gently massaged her shoulders out of kindness, this time, she used some strength. Wei Mingxiang even screamed in pain. Jiang Wan gently patted her shoulder and still spoke softly. Mom, don't be afraid. We are all family. Let's talk nicely. I've worked hard for this family for the past 8 years. I'm really tired. I didn't expect you not only to exploit me for work, but also to want to get rid of the baby inside me. Since everyone has already torn apart the face, let's be honest. The family division isn't a discussion with you. It's a notice to you. Jiang Wan lowered her voice for the last sentence, speaking only to Wei Mingxiang. Her tone was gentle, but her words were cruel. Wei Mingxiang stared in shock, looking at Jiang Wan, who was smiling and calm, suddenly feeling very unfamiliar. She screamed in fear, raising her voice. "What if I don't agree to the family division? What can you do to me?" Wei Mingxiang's voice was loud, like a child's, thinking whoever talks louder is right. Chung Wining was about to speak when Jiang Wan took out paper and pen from her pocket and handed it to him. "Jiang, go check the family's belongings first. I have something to discuss with Mom alone." Jiang Wan's voice was soft, and her smile on her face was gentle. She seemed easy to talk to, but her deep feelings carried a hint of certainty that couldn't be questioned. Although Chung Wining was a little uneasy, he trusted that she could handle things. He took the paper and pen happily and agreed to her plan. Chung Wining went to check the supplies. As he looked around the messy house, because no one had tidied up, his brows furrowed tightly. At this moment, he no longer thought that Jiang Wan was lazy or unwilling to work, causing the house to be in such a mess. Instead, he realized a frightening truth. As long as Jiang Wan was not at home, no one in the house did any chores. Even the simplest tasks like sweeping, dusting, cleaning the stove, or tidying the cabinets were not being done. This meant that when Jiang Wan was there, she was the one doing all these chores. His heart instantly grew cold, and it clenched tightly. He used to blame himself for being blind and naive. Wei Mingxiang's words were full of holes, but because he trusted her, he never doubted anything or looked into the real situation. Jiang Wan didn't like to talk and didn't want to tell him anything. Wei Mingxiang was talkative and chatty, always saying everything that happened in the village when he returned. Naturally, she also mentioned some things about the house. At that time, Chung Wining trusted her completely, almost believing everything Wei Mingxiang said. Now, once he started to doubt, more and more problems appeared. There had been signs before, but he, trusting his family members, used clumsy excuses to dismiss them. Now, he only trusted his own eyes and followed his feelings to see the truth. Those problems that once seemed hidden behind a fog suddenly became very clear. Wei Mingxiang had been lying to him all along, never telling the truth. He thought carefully while counting various items. Looking at the messy house, he suddenly felt his feelings for this home fading little by little. He didn't know when it started, but now, only Jiang Wan was in his eyes and heart. If he had to add 2 more people, they would be their children. Maybe it was when he saw Jiang Wan being beaten and scolded by Wei Mingxiang, feeling pity in his heart. Or perhaps when Jiang Wan was lying on the sickbed, exhausted, trying to give birth to their child. At that time, his heart was shouting, "Why does one have to suffer like this? Why, as her husband, couldn't he even provide money when she needed him most?" Jingmian once heard a saying, "If a man has no money and no people, why would a woman want to marry such a man?" After Jingmian left, Wei Mingxiang's mood became even more irritable. She looked at Jiang Wan with anger and repeated her previous words. "Jiang Wan, I will never agree to divide the family. I know, but this matter is beyond your control. Jingmian isn't here, so they can speak openly without hiding anything. They can finally be honest and speak plainly."
What do you mean by that?
"Do you think you can force me?" Wei Mingxiang sneered, showing a bit of pride in her eyes. She is the elder, and even though some people in the village have been damaging her reputation recently, it doesn't affect her stance on dividing the family. "No, I won't force you, but I have something to tell you. Jiang Wan is a scholar. She loves reading and has a broad knowledge. In the past, she was blinded and couldn't see the bigger picture, always tricked by Wei Mingxiang, losing her ability to think clearly. Now she has woken up and her mind is sharper than ever. I'm not interested in your affairs." Wei Mingxiang felt Jiang Wan couldn't cause any trouble, so her attitude became very arrogant. She would never agree to dividing the family. No matter how she looked at it, dividing the family brought her no benefit. If they didn't divide, Jingnian's money would still be considered family money. If they didn't divide, Jiang Wan would have to live with them. If they didn't divide, Jiang Wan would have to help care for the grandchildren, and if they caused trouble, they could still push Jiang Wan out to handle the problems. If they didn't divide, they would still be one group, sharing both good and bad times. Even if Jiang Wan's reputation was damaged outside, she would have to consider the family's reputation because everyone in the family is connected. No family member should have their reputation ruined outside without affecting others. If they didn't divide, Wei Mingxiang could use the children as leverage and tightly control Jiang Wan in the future. And if Wei Mingxiang thought of many what-ifs, but unfortunately, there weren't that many. Mom, last time at the guest house, you pushed me to the ground, causing me to bleed heavily and almost die during childbirth. Many people saw it. Even the staff at the guest house are willing to testify. If I report to the police, that counts as intentional harm. As long as I refuse to back down, you'll end up in jail. Jiang Wan tried many ways, but Wei Mingxiang remained unresponsive. Jiang Wan was full of thoughts about her two adorable children. She couldn't wait to go back and see them. She didn't want to waste time arguing with Wei Mingxiang, so she decided to use a strong move. When she heard Jiang Wan was going to report the incident to the police, Wei Mingxiang suddenly felt nervous. Jiang Wan, let's talk nicely. We can discuss this calmly. If you really want to split the family, it's not impossible to negotiate. Wei Mingxiang's voice became much softer, and her face looked anxious. Jiang Wan smiled slightly and agreed quickly. All right, let's discuss the division of the family properly. After a moment of shock, Wei Mingxiang quickly calmed down. With Jiang Wan's courage, she wouldn't dare do anything reckless. She also suspected that Jiang Wan was acting on instructions from Chung Wining, which clearly meant she didn't want him to find out. Chung Wining was her son. How could she allow Jiang Wan to do whatever she wanted? If she really went to jail, it would also hurt Chung Wining's reputation. Even though Jiang Wan seemed to have one on the surface, everyone in the village would still gossip about her behind her back. Having realized this, Wei Mingxiang felt braver. Let Chung Wining send money to me every month for our family, and I will agree to the family split. Once Wei Mingxiang gained confidence, her words became more bold and demanding. Jiang Wan thought she had finally understood, but she was still stubborn. She became angry and snorted coldly. Really? Looks like Mom doesn't plan to talk nicely anymore? What do you mean? Didn't I just make a request? Wei Mingxiang was surprised. Jiang Wan seemed much more assertive than before. She couldn't argue or fight back now. She suddenly felt less confident. I can't agree to your request, and the money Chung Wining earns will definitely be used to support our small family, not for his cousins. Whether you agree or not, the family split will happen, Jiang Wan repeated firmly. Wei Mingxiang was surprised but then said, If I don't agree, what can you do to me? Well, I have plenty of ways. Jiang Wan smiled slightly. Chung Wining came out of the kitchen and saw the two women arguing. He knew things weren't going smoothly. He didn't know what they were talking about, but he still stood unconditionally on Jiang Wan's side. No matter what Wan wants to do, I will support her unconditionally, Chung Wining suddenly declared, making Wei Mingxiang feel a pang of unease. Even if Jiang Wan wants to send me to jail, will you support her? Wei Mingxiang asked angrily. Chung Wining was silent for a moment, recalling Jiang Wan being pushed down at the entrance of the guest house, lying on the ground covered in blood. He felt no hesitation and spoke very firmly.
Yes.
Wei Mingxiang gasped, feeling terrible. Chung Wining, I am your mother. Do you really want to treat me like this? The education I received in the army is that if you make a mistake, you must face the consequences. That's just how it is. The party and the people have always told me that. To stand firm in his stance, Chung Wining mentioned the party and the people. Wei Mingxiang knew there was no room for negotiation. She suddenly felt like a deflated balloon. Meanwhile, Jiang Wan also felt an uncontrollable sense of relief. Being trusted completely and unconditionally standing by her side felt so wonderful. Her heart was warm, and her face blushed. Chung Wining continued to check the items, while Jiang Wan and Wei Mingxiang still faced each other. Mom, you probably don't want things to go this far between us, right? I spent quite a bit on my hospitalization. If it really gets to the police station besides going to jail, you'll also have to compensate me. Even if you disagree with splitting the family, once we shut the door and live our own lives. If Chung Jinyan's earnings aren't given to you, and I don't do chores for this family, you still can't do anything to us. If you refuse, you'll end up in jail and have to pay compensation. That's a big loss. Jiang Wan spoke earnestly to persuade her, and Wei Mingxiang was overwhelmed with thoughts. Suddenly, she realized she had no way out. Jiang Wan was right. The cost of not splitting the family was too high. She didn't want to go to jail or pay compensation, but if she didn't split, Jiang Wan wouldn't let her go. If I agree to split the family, you won't report to the police, right?
Can you write a guarantee?
Wei Mingxiang felt uncertain and looked at Jiang Wan with hope. I can't write a guarantee because I'm not at fault in this matter, but I can swear on my integrity that if you agree quickly to split, I won't bother you again. Jiang Wan said each word clearly, and Wei Mingxiang fell silent again.
She truly had no choice.
After a long internal struggle, she finally agreed. I agree to split the family, but you must keep your promise. Of course. Since that's the case, let's not delay. Mom, go invite the village official to witness this. Jiang Wan immediately spoke, smiling slightly, looking neither anxious nor worried. It seemed like a very ordinary sentence, easily spoken from her mouth. Wei Mingxiang lowered her head silently, her hands twisting together, looking very hesitant. Mom, my patience is limited. Please don't test me further, Jiang Wan said bluntly. Wei Mingxiang had no choice but to turn and walk away. Mom, remember to come back quickly. It's 3 p.m. now. I'll give you half an hour. If you're not back by 3:30, I'll go straight to the police station. Jiang Wan knew Wei Mingxiang hadn't made up her mind yet. Her words were just forcing her to decide. The longer she had, the more likely she was to cause trouble. Half an hour was carefully calculated, enough for Wei Mingxiang to travel back and forth and give a quick notice. There wasn't enough time for her to cause chaos. Wei Mingxiang had already reached the door but accidentally tripped because of Jiang Wan's words, nearly falling flat on her face. She bit her lower lip tightly, feeling angry inside but helpless. Wei Mingxiang left, and Jiang Wan stayed with Chung Jinyan to count the household items. Soon, when they divide the property, all these items will be split up. Now, they need to count everything carefully so that the division favors them more. Wei Mingxiang was dizzy. After leaving the house, she leaned on a tree to catch her breath. She pressed her hand against her chest, feeling a sharp pain in her heart. Why did Jiang Wan become like this? Isn't Chung Jinyan her son? Why is he standing on Jiang Wan's side and ignoring her? Wei Mingxiang felt deep resentment, but she didn't dare to gamble. Jiang Wan's push and the harsh words she said left no room for her to back out. Her mind was a mess, but by the time she reacted, she had already reached the village official's office door. She leaned on the doorframe, gasping for breath, still hesitant. She looked up at the clock inside the office. It showed 3:14 p.m. If she didn't speak now, she definitely wouldn't make it back by 3:30. Wei Mingxiang felt nervous, especially as the village officials looked back at her, making her even more anxious. Dear officials, our family is splitting up. Please find a few people to witness this, she said. As soon as she spoke, everyone was shocked. Over the years, Wei Mingxiang had taken advantage of Chung Jinyan and Jiang Wan many times. Now she was voluntarily asking to divide the family. Everyone thought, maybe the sun rose from the west today? Or perhaps Wei Mingxiang was possessed, which is why she decided to make this trip. A village official approached Wei Mingxiang, looking at her with surprise. Wei Mingxiang, are you okay? Are you really going to split the family?
I'm fine.
I want to split the family. Wei Mingxiang forced herself to say this, despite the pain inside, which no one could understand. Wei Mingxiang, splitting the family is not a joke. Once you invite us over, you must go through with it. Don't play around with us. Director Li said seriously with a stern face. Wei Mingxiang nodded hard, speaking with a heavy conscience.
I know.
I'm not joking. I really want to split the family. Wei Mingxiang was now being held over a fire, helpless and unable to move. Although she felt very unwilling inside, she had no choice because Jiang Wan had caught her mistake. Wei Mingxiang, if you're sure, then Xiao Lu and I will go together. Director Li realized Wei Mingxiang wasn't joking and decided to go see the situation herself. The others looked eager. Such excitement didn't happen often. Xiao Lu, who was chosen, heard he could be at the front line of the gossip and immediately smiled happily.
Great. Let's go right now.
Wei Mingxiang glanced at the wall clock, which showed 3:16. She remembered what Jiang Wan had said and suddenly shouted in alarm. Time is running out. Director Li, hurry and come with me. Wei Mingxiang hurried back in a rush. Director Li and Xiao Lu quickly packed up and curiously followed her. They didn't understand why time was so urgent. Wasn't it still early? They had more than 2 hours before work ended. Even if they weren't fully prepared for the family split, they could still go at the last minute. And Wei Mingxiang looked so anxious. It seemed strange. Their curiosity grew, and they walked even faster than before. When Wei Mingxiang returned, she almost ran all the way, with Director Li and Xiao Lu catching up slowly. At 3:29, Wei Mingxiang finally arrived home just before 3:30. She leaned on the doorframe, panting heavily. The trip had exhausted her. Jiang Wan, I'm back. Wei Mingxiang was worried Jiang Wan hadn't seen her, so she reminded her. Good, you're on time. Jiang Wan smiled slightly and took out a written list of the family split. This is the family division list that Jean Nian and I just prepared. The items with check marks are what we need to divide. Please take a look and see if there are any problems. Jiang Wan handed over a densely written list. She politely invited Director Li and Xiao Lu into the house, acting like a host. Chung Wining silently poured each of them a glass of cold water. Under Jiang Wan's arrangement, both sat down on separate stools. The list had many words, and Wei Mingxiang, who didn't read much, didn't recognize many of them. She didn't ask Jiang Wan for help but took the list to Director Li. Director Li, can you help me see what's written here? Director Li took it and quickly understood. Most of the household items were divided into 2 parts, one for Wei Mingxiang and one for Jiang Wan. Overall, because Wei Mingxiang's family had more people, she received a slightly larger share. Jiang Wan and her group only wanted the basic daily necessities. Director Li had heard that they moved out to live on their own, probably with nothing in the new house, so they urgently needed these tools and supplies. He didn't tell Wei Mingxiang what was written on the list but smiled and said, I think the division of items is quite fair. However, the money and property haven't been listed yet, and those also need to be divided. As an experienced village official, Director Li had overseen several family divisions before. Dividing a family means not only sharing household items, but also splitting money and property. Wei Mingxiang lowered her head, fiddling with her fingers. They didn't have much money left at home. She wanted to keep some for herself and was reluctant to give any away. Seeing her like this, Director Li couldn't help but scold her a little. Money must be divided, that's for sure. Mom, I've sent back several thousand yuan in wages over the years. Surely, I shouldn't get nothing when we divide the family assets? Chung Wining, who had been silent and unnoticeable, finally spoke. I've also earned some money from part-time work and contributed to the family. I buy rice, flour, oil, and daily necessities. Based on this, Mom must have saved several thousand yuan, right? Jiang Wan also spoke at this moment, and everyone looked at her. Wei Mingxiang's face looked even more uncomfortable. There's no money left, she said through clenched teeth. What do you mean, no money left? Where did it all go? Even if it's gone, you should tell us where it went. Director Li was the first to be unhappy with Wei Mingxiang's answer. Chung Wining nodded in agreement with Director Li's statement. All of it has been spent. Wei Mingxiang's face turned red with embarrassment. She had never imagined that someone would stare at her like this, let alone be questioned by a group of people. Spent? On what? Haven't you bought anything for the house? The money can't just disappear, right? Jiang Wan also expressed disbelief. At this moment, she revealed Wei Mingxiang's secrets, wanting everyone to see her true nature. Suddenly, Chung Wining stood up and went to Wei Mingxiang's room. He easily broke the lock on the wardrobe and pulled the door open. Inside, neatly arranged, was a row of new clothes of various styles and types. There were even several pairs of new shoes, all carefully stacked at the bottom of the wardrobe. Moreover, in the corner of the wardrobe, there were many bottles and jars. These contained calming and brain-boosting liquids, nutritional supplements, skincare products, and more. Wei Mingxiang usually hid these items very well. Most people wouldn't see them. As soon as the wardrobe was opened, everyone realized where her money had gone. The new clothes and shoes for the couple, the nutritional supplements they drank, and the skincare products Wei Mingxiang used. Now, everyone finally understood why Wei Mingxiang looked so well-maintained. A woman in her 50s with fair, tender skin and few wrinkles. She always dressed beautifully when going out, changing into new outfits repeatedly. Plus, she spent a lot on various supplements, making her look young and energetic. It turned out that all these things were bought with the hard-earned money of Chung Wining and Jiang Wan. She had enjoyed a comfortable life for so many years, always using the best products. No wonder she looked so young. Looking at Jiang Wan, who was under 30, but looked much older with poor skin condition, the contrast was striking. Jiang Wan was over 20 years younger than Wei Mingxiang, yet standing together, they didn't look like mother and daughter, but more like sisters. Jiang Wan had been overworked all these years, while Wei Mingxiang had been living in luxury. Everyone was shocked, and Wei Mingxiang suddenly snapped. Chung Wining, is it your manners to open someone else's wardrobe at will? You ruin others' hard work. That's your manners? If I didn't open your wardrobe, how would I know where my life-saving money has gone? Honestly, Chung Wining felt shocked when he saw these things. Wei Mingxiang had told him many times over the years that she had no money to spend. That's why he didn't keep any for himself. Every month, he sent his salary back immediately. So, what's the result? Is this what Wei Mingxiang calls having no money to spend? Chung Wining was so angry he trembled all over. Once again, he saw Wei Mingxiang's greed and shamelessness clearly. After realizing what was happening, Wei Mingxiang immediately rushed to the wardrobe. She spread her arms to block the wardrobe, trying to hide everyone's view.
Don't block it.
We've all seen it. Wei Mingxiang, your life seems so comfortable. I'm a little jealous. When Director Li said this, his tone was a bit sarcastic. Xiao Lu was also surprised, wide-eyed, not expecting Wei Mingxiang to be secretly wealthy. Jiang Wan had already guessed the situation, so she stayed calm. She had been thinking about how to expose Wei Mingxiang's behavior publicly. But unexpectedly, Chung Wining acted faster and directly made a move. Because he was so decisive, Jiang Wan had more room to speak. Mom, are all these things in the wardrobe bought with Jinyan's salary?
So what if they are? So what if they aren't?
I spend my son's hard-earned money. That's only right. Wei Mingxiang still wanted to act tough, trying to deceive everyone. Jiang Wan smiled slightly and calmly explained. Mom can't lift or carry things, and Dad is always idling around. He never does farm work. You and Dad haven't contributed any value to this family, so these things must have been bought with Jinyan's salary. Money doesn't just appear out of nowhere, and no one would just give you these things for free. Since these are family assets, they should be divided fairly. Now, you've spent all the family's money on these cheap things. You should compensate us. Jiang Wan's words seemed directed at Wei Mingxiang, but she actually looked at Director Li and Xiao Lu. Director Li nodded in agreement. She had long been annoyed with Wei Mingxiang. Now, seeing her new clothes, skincare products, and supplements even more than hers, she disliked her even more. Xiao Lu was young and inexperienced, but he knew this situation was wrong. Jiang Wan's reasoning was fair and reasonable, and her boss, Director Li, nodded along. There was nothing more to say. Xiao Lu also nodded, and Jiang Wan's smile grew brighter. This dress material, if bought, would cost over 10 yuan. This corduroy one is more than 20. You can't buy this wool coat for less than 40 or 50 yuan. Jiang Wan walked to the wardrobe, estimating the prices of each piece of clothing. The total value of Wei Mingxiang's clothes is about 800 yuan. She also bought health supplements, skincare products, and a few IOUs. It turns out that over the years, besides spending money extravagantly on herself, Wei Mingxiang often used her brother Chung Wining's hard-earned money to help her family. Jiang Wan didn't realize that Wei Mingxiang was still someone who relied heavily on her brother. After valuing all these items, Mom still owes us at least 1,000 yuan in cash. Jiang Wan's calculation of this compensation made Wei Mingxiang's eyes widen in shock. 1,000 yuan in cash? Why don't you just rob someone? You might as well take my life. Wei Mingxiang sat on the ground and started throwing a tantrum. Jiang Wan let her roll around on the floor and quietly watched from the side. After she had enough fussing, Jiang Wan spoke slowly. If Mother can't come up with that much money, she can mortgage the house to us. Such an old house is only worth a few hundred yuan, nowhere near 1,000. Actually, Mom has earned quite a lot. Only Jiang Wan knew that in a few years, a railway would pass through their village. The house Wei Mingxiang currently lives in would be included in the demolition plan. At that time, the government would give a compensation of several thousand yuan. Since she currently owns the house, she could receive a large sum of money when it was demolished. Hearing this, Wei Mingxiang immediately became anxious. Jiang Wan, you heartless girl. If you take the house, where will we live?
I think you just want my life.
You want me to die happily. Wei Mingxiang pointed at Jiang Wan's nose and cursed angrily. Chung Wining pushed her hand aside, not allowing her to bully Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan had already guessed she would say this and had a plan. I only want the ownership of the house. You can still live there. If I do nothing, I can't swallow this anger in my heart. If Mom refuses to give me the house, I will burn all these clothes, smash all these supplements and skincare products. I will also take the IOUs to Mom's family and get back all the money owed. I want everyone in the village to see how Mom squandered the family money to support her brothers. Jiang Wan spoke more fiercely, her smile growing brighter. Her voice was soft, but Wei Mingxiang trembled with fear. If Jiang Wan really did that, she would lose all her good reputation in her family. Her brothers and sisters-in-law would definitely hate her forever. She went back to her parents' house, but no one treated her as an important guest. At that time, she would be criticized and unable to hold her head up in the village. How could she live like that? Wei Mingxiang only thought about the consequences of Jiang Wan causing trouble at her parents' house and didn't consider how her family would view her when she ran out of money. In her past life, Wei Mingxiang tightly controlled Jiang Wan, and in this life, Jiang Wan, knowing Wei Mingxiang well, also kept her under control. After thinking carefully, Wei Mingxiang became a little afraid. She thought that the house was only owned by Jiang Wan, and they could still continue living there. As long as her and her husband's lives continued, they could stay in that house forever, making it theirs forever. If Jiang Wan and Chung Wining died earlier than them, they might not get anything. Once Wei Mingxiang understood this, her worries disappeared. All right, I agree to transfer the house to you, but you must write an agreement. We will keep the right to live there. Yes, and I want to add one condition. If the house collapses or is demolished, you must move out unconditionally. Jiang Wan said casually, but Wei Mingxiang's heart suddenly raced. Then she felt relieved. The house was only built a few years ago, so it wouldn't collapse in just a few decades. By then, maybe she and her husband would be gone. They lived in a remote mountain area, so demolition was impossible. Adding this clause in the agreement didn't affect her at all. In fact, Jiang Wan, by signing this agreement, could live in the house as long as they wanted, and no one could do anything to them. All right, I agree to add this clause. Wei Mingxiang was forced into this decision. Jiang Wan and Chung Wining came suddenly, and her husband was not at home. She could only nervously take charge herself. She couldn't let things escalate to her parents' house, or she would lose face, which would be terrible. But she didn't expect that even worse things were still to come. Since getting married, Chung Wining had never taken care of the household affairs. Even the house was registered in Wei Mingxiang's name. Because he was a hands-off husband, Wei Mingxiang, to cover her own gaps, had to reluctantly transfer the house to Jiang Wan. She signed the transfer agreement in front of the village officials, who also helped process the paperwork. With the village officials witnessing, the house was successfully transferred to Jiang Wan. Next was dividing the family belongings. Chung Wining pushed a cart and packed all the items belonging to their family onto it. Because there was so much to move, along with some furniture, Chung Wining made 6 trips back and forth. Wei Mingxiang originally thought that the items to be divided would not be many. However, she didn't expect that most of the household belongings had already been moved. Jiang Wan's bed from her previous room was taken away, along with the desk, wardrobe, and stool. What surprised her most was that Chung Wining also took many bowls, chopsticks, and farming tools. The family originally had 2 cooking pots, but one was taken and a water boiler was also removed. There were many small, miscellaneous items that Wei Mingxiang rarely used, and most of them had been taken away. After Chung Wining moved half of the household items, the house looked very empty. Jiang Wan stayed close to the village official, and in their presence, Chung Wining finished moving everything listed on the inventory. Thanks to Director Li and Xiao Lu, the division of the household went smoothly this time. Jiang Wan smiled and shook hands with them, and they nodded in return. After the division was complete, they left, as it was already time to go home from work. Jiang Wan looked at the sky outside. It was only 6 p.m., but winter nights come early, and it was already completely dark. When Chung Wining finally pushed the cart out for the last time, he didn't push it back. He suddenly realized that having a cart at home was quite convenient. Since Wei Mingxiang didn't need it, he thought it would be better to leave it for others to use. If Jiang Wan wasn't still waiting for him to return, Chung Wining wouldn't even want to go back now. Over the years, Wei Mingxiang's actions had hurt him deeply. He never expected his parents to treat his wife and children so badly. When he learned the truth, he couldn't deny feeling sad and even harbored some resentment. His parents had hidden and lied to him, deliberately deceiving Jiang Wan, making her afraid to communicate or share anything with him. As a result, they had been married for many years, but hardly spoke to each other. Although he visited home every year, their relationship was far from close. Chung Wining had often wanted to improve things, but Jiang Wan seemed very afraid of him. Whenever he got close, her face would turn pale, and she looked very nervous. When he deliberately brought up topics, she would change the subject and seemed upset. He always thought Jiang Wan didn't like him and didn't want to communicate with him. He didn't want her to dislike him, so he endured everything silently. Until this time, when she returned early, she realized it was her parents who had instilled such ideas in Jiang Wan, making her afraid to ask for help in any situation. Even major events like her pregnancy and childbirth, her parents wanted to hide from her. Chung Wining simply couldn't understand their purpose. Why couldn't Jiang Wan tell him she was pregnant? What impact could it have on him? These are things a husband must know, so why did they hide it from him? They even spread rumors behind her back, calling her a mother hen who doesn't lay eggs. Fortunately, Jiang Wan was very smart this time and called him in advance before giving birth. If she hadn't told him, the chaotic scene at home might have caused even more trouble. Thinking about her difficult labor, if he hadn't been there with her, the consequences would have been terrible. Chung Wining came to pick up Jiang Wan empty-handed. Wei Mingxiang might have been very shocked. After the village officials left, she still sat foolishly in the main room. Chung Wining had already returned from playing outside. Seeing the situation at home, he was curious but didn't dare ask, so he ran to hide in his room. Chung Xiangbei and Chung Yaozu had already come back from school. Chung Yaozu had caused trouble at school last time and hadn't attended for a long time. He caused trouble every day in the village, and Wei Mingxiang couldn't stand it anymore. She had to force him to go to school. She apologized to others with a thick face, even paid over 10 yuan, and spoke kindly to the head teacher, writing a promise letter. She lost face but managed to send him to school. Chung Yaozu knew he had caused trouble. After returning to school, he behaved himself for a while and didn't cause big problems. But when they returned, they saw Chung Wining constantly pulling things outside, which shocked both of them. However, Chung Wining's stern face looked very fierce. They all dared not speak up and could only hide quietly in their rooms. Chung Wining was even more exaggerated. He had been out all afternoon and hadn't come back. Chung Wining came to pick up Jiang Wan and on the way out, took her arm willingly. Wei Mingxiang watched their departing figures, feeling extremely angry. Especially seeing the house noticeably emptier, her heart felt cold. What hurt her even more was that Chung Jinyan was pushing her aside for Jiang Wan, not caring about her at all. The push she received just now still made her back hurt a little. Wei Mingxiang began to doubt whether it was a mistake to let Chung Jinyan join the army from the start. After enlisting, he changed completely, becoming much colder. He constantly talks about the party and the people. Now he speaks logically but also seems very strict. In his mind, he believes she was at fault first. He thinks Jiang Wan suffered, so he refuses to forgive her no matter what. Whenever Wei Mingxiang thinks about a future without income or anyone to do the chores at home, she feels anxious. Jiang Wan had been lazy before, but during her hospital stay, she endured great pressure every day and lived a tough life. She hadn't gone to work in the fields for a few days. The cabbages and radishes, which looked good before, are now covered in weeds. The land hasn't been watered for a long time, so it's cracked and dry. The vegetables can't absorb water and are close to dying. No one has loosened the soil for a long time, so it's hard and clumped. Because of this, the healthy plants Jiang Wan cared for are now wilted and almost dead. Without Jiang Wan working, everything at home has fallen into chaos. Chung Jinyan stood at Aunt Li's door and immediately saw Jiang Wan sitting at the table, drinking soup. Wan, I'm here to pick you and the kids up and take you home, he said with a slight smile. Jiang Wan turned to look at him and smiled back. How did everything go? She asked. All the things are packed, and I've tidied up the house a bit, he replied. I just fed the kids milk. Aunt Li said she made some soup for me, so I sat down and had a little, Jiang Wan explained simply. Suddenly, Chung Jinyan came back, and Jiang Wan realized she wasn't used to communicating with him yet. She had many things she wanted to say, but didn't know how to start.
Let's go after you finish, she said.
Chung Jinyan, you haven't had dinner yet, right? If you don't mind, sit down and eat a bit, Aunt Li said warmly, bringing a big bowl of rice and inviting Chung Jinyan to eat. Chung Jinyan, being shy, felt embarrassed to start eating. It was already troublesome enough for Aunt Li to help with the kids, and now he was just eating for free at someone else's house. Having served in the army for so many years, he'd never been so shy before. Aunt Li saw his awkwardness and explained with a smile, Jiang Wan already paid, so just eat without worry. The cost will be settled with her later. Jiang Wan also nodded and smiled, and Chung Jinyan finally relaxed completely. Okay, I'll eat. Thank you, Auntie. Despite what Aunt Li said, Chung Jinyan still felt grateful in his heart. It's okay. Eat as much as you want. Today, there's plenty of rice. Li Shuping rarely showed generosity, but suddenly a contrary voice came from inside the house. Still enough rice? As if your family is so rich. The voice was cold and harsh, and it sounded very unpleasant to hear. Jiang Wan was attracted by this voice, and her face instantly turned pale. According to her memory, Li Shuping's husband only started speaking coldly after she broke her leg. Why is he standing here calmly now, with such a strange attitude? Could it be that Aunt Li's husband's affair wasn't accidental but planned long ago? Jiang Wan was happily drinking her soup, but now her only little joy after the separation vanished instantly. She looked up lightly at Li Shuping's husband, but she received a fierce glare in return. This man looked honest and simple on the outside, but he was not a good person. An honest man wouldn't have such fierce eyes. It seemed she only saw part of him in her past life and didn't see his true nature. Jiang Wan finished her soup in one breath and lowered her head. Li Shuping's face looked a bit unhappy. She gently nudged her husband, pushing him into the house. Jiang Wan heard a low voice, then the man's angry roar. I think you don't want to live this life anymore. Li Shuping's husband suddenly rushed out of the house and slammed the door behind him. Chung Jinyan, you better follow him and see where he's going, but don't let him see you. Jiang Wan realized something was wrong. She didn't rush to act but gave Chung Jinyan a quick look. Things were not going right. Li Shuping's husband suddenly became irritable and angry, while Li Shuping could only stomp her feet and sigh in frustration as she watched him leave. It seemed this wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. Chung Jinyan nodded, put down his bowl, and hurriedly left. When Li Shuping came over, Jiang Wan also stood up. Auntie, it's getting late. Today has been really troublesome for you. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Jiang Wan sincerely apologized, but Li Shuping only smiled bitterly and shook her head. She patted Jiang Wan's hand and her smile became more bitter. This isn't your fault. He was like this since early last year. I don't know what I did wrong. Every day, he criticizes me, pointing out my nose and eyes. Li Shuping sighed again. She seemed to be doing well on the surface, but only she knew the pain in her heart. Now, she is getting to know Jiang Wan better. Otherwise, with her stubborn personality, she would never have shared these inner thoughts. She can't afford to lose this person. Now, in her eyes, Jiang Wan feels like her own daughter. Jiang Wan has shared many secrets with her. When she speaks to her, she feels less uncomfortable. Madam, sometimes a person's changes are not always because of themselves. You are a good person. You haven't done anything wrong. Your husband's behavior towards you is not right. Maybe you should think carefully since the beginning of last year. Have there been any unusual changes? Jiang Wan doesn't make decisions for her, but encourages her to think and discover the problem herself. Thanks to Jiang Wan's reminder, Li Shuping indeed notices some differences in her husband's behavior. He always looks for chances to argue with me, and he gets very angry over small things. After each fight, he stays out all night, sometimes even several days, and I can't see him. Li Shuping recalls these memories slowly, but at this point, she hasn't noticed anything unusual. Think carefully. Where does he go after each fight? What changes do you notice in him when he returns? With Jiang Wan's prompting, Li Shuping faintly senses something is wrong but can't quite put her finger on what it is. Every time I ask where he has been, he refuses to tell me, but he seems much happier after he comes back. Based on her memories, Li Shuping summarizes the changes in her husband's behavior. Jiang Wan nods gently, realizing that her husband's infidelity has been going on for quite some time. Since the end of last year, it's been over a year. Have you noticed any special smell on him? Jiang Wan's reminder makes Li Shuping suddenly open her eyes in shock. She actually smelled a faint powdery scent on her husband's clothes when she was doing laundry. But she herself never wears makeup or skincare products, so the scent definitely didn't come from her. They don't have a daughter at home. They only have 2 sons. Although the sons are grown, they haven't started looking for partners yet. So, the scent on her husband must have come from outside. Thinking of this possibility, Li Shuping's head shook like a rattle drum. No, it can't be. Chun Daqiang's family has an elderly mother who is paralyzed and bedridden. I've been taking care of her all along. He can't do without me. He definitely wouldn't be fooling around outside. Jiang Wan did not know about this situation before. After hearing Aunt Li's words, she became even more determined in her thoughts. No wonder Chung Daqiang was secretly seeing someone outside and didn't dare tell Aunt Li. He had an elderly mother paralyzed in bed who needed care. Later, when Aunt Li injured her leg and became disabled, she struggled to take care of herself. Chung Daqiang completely turned against her. Jiang Wan sat quietly, without speaking again. Such a situation is hard for anyone to accept. It's normal for Aunt Li to have trouble accepting it at first. Now, Jiang Wan's only task is to remind her gently, say just enough. As long as Aunt Li starts to think about this, Chung Daqiang's secret won't stay hidden for long. Auntie, I should go home now. Jiang Wan stood up, went back to her room, and picked up the 2 children. Carrying 2 children alone is a bit difficult for her, especially since the kids' necks are still weak. She finds it hard to care for both at once. She can only hurry back, trying to get the children home before her arms tire. Jiang Wan had already reached the gate of the yard when Aunt Li, still stunned, came back to her senses. Aunt Li quickly chased after her, taking one of the children from Jiang Wan. Anyway, I'll take you home first. Okay, thank you, Auntie. Auntie, did I say something wrong just now? You seem really angry. Jiang Wan looked at her timidly, but her face was very natural, so most people wouldn't notice anything unusual. No, you didn't say anything wrong. Your reminder was good. I was just careless myself. Aunt Li was in a very bad mental state now, speaking a bit incoherently. She had many things she wanted to say, but didn't know who to tell. She wanted to confide in Jiang Wan, but was afraid she wouldn't understand. Several times, she almost spoke but then held back. Jiang Wan's own life was already a mess, so she didn't want to cause her more trouble. Thinking this, Aunt Lee suppressed her words and silently headed back home. Jiang Wan felt she had already said enough today, some things she couldn't reveal anymore. She also kept quiet, waiting to see what news Chung Wining would bring back before deciding her next move. Jiang Wan had died once before, but she had come back to life and gained many advantages. When they arrived at the old house, Aunt Lee's mood was clearly heavy. Jiang Wan opened the door and saw that the bed had already been made. Her heart warmed instantly, and she quickly placed the children on the bed. The bedding and blankets at home are still the same ones Aunt Lee gave her. After all, she had paid for them, and now they didn't have much money to buy new ones. Li Shuping looked at the pile of things in the main room and finally smiled a little. She gently squeezed Jiang Wan's hand and seriously said to her, "The house looks more lively with all these things around. I didn't expect that after tidying up this old house, it would look quite nice. Jiang Wan, you've suffered a lot before, but Chung Wining is back and seems to be on your side. Your good days are still ahead. Auntie, you are kind-hearted, and your two children are smart and clever. Your life will get better and better." Jiang Wan skipped mentioning Chung Wining directly. People like him, who cheat and abandon their wives, will face more hard times in the future. "Thanks for your good wishes. I will take good care of myself," she replied. Li Shuping was about to leave but thought for a moment, then went back to the kitchen, lit the stove, and found a pot for boiling water from the pile of things. "This house is so cold, and since you're still postpartum, you need hot water for washing your hands and face. It's better for your health. Women, postpartum is like a second life. You must cherish yourself. If you fall ill after childbirth, it will be hard to recover." Li Auntie kept talking as she gave her instructions, then left feeling uneasy. "It's getting late today. I'll come back tomorrow when I have time," she said before leaving. Before she left, she helped Jiang Wan lock the door. "Your in-laws' nephews and nieces aren't good people. When you're alone at home, make sure to lock the door tight. Don't let them take advantage of you." Li Shuping couldn't help but remind her again, making Jiang Wan smile. "Auntie, I know. You're so nagging, even more than my mom," she joked. Li Shuping caught the teasing in her words and smiled even more brightly. She straightened her back as she left, knowing that Jiang Wan's situation was even more difficult, yet she still dared to take the first step forward. Her son was already grown up, smart and sensible. Her good days were still ahead. As for Chung Wining, if he dared to cheat behind her back, she wouldn't be polite anymore. Jiang Wan settled the two children and boiled water on the stove. She found the hot water bags Aunt Lee left her and quickly filled 2 of them. The bed was cold, but as soon as she put the hot water bags inside, it became warm and cozy. 2 little ones, both asleep and curled up together, felt the warmth of the blanket and gradually stretched their bodies. Jiang Wan poured some hot water, washed quickly, then wrung out a hot towel to touch her face. Only then did she feel completely refreshed. Chung Wining returned home. At 10 p.m. Jiang Wan had been leaning against the bedpost, watching over the children and waiting for his return. Now they have separated their households, and both children have been born successfully. Jiang Wan had many things she wanted to ask Chung Wining. She had not dared to speak before because she didn't know how Chung Wining truly felt about Wei Mingxiang's family. Did he firmly stand by their side, supporting her and the children, or was he uncertain, wavering between her and Wei Mingxiang? When Chung Wining came back and saw the light still on in the room, he was surprised. Seeing Jiang Wan still awake and leaning against the bedpost, his face showed even more surprise. "Wan, you've been tired all day. It's so late. Why aren't you asleep?" "I have something on my mind, so I can't sleep," Jiang Wan said, pretending to be mysterious. Chung Wining looked at her with a slight, curious raise of his eyebrow and sat on the edge of the bed, asking gently, "Wan, what's bothering you so much that you can't sleep?" Jiang Wan pursed her lips, thought for a moment, then spoke with difficulty. "Chung Wining, I've been rude to your parents and nephews lately. Do you think I hold a grudge against me?" "No." Chung Wining shook his head without hesitation and continued. they've gone too far. You married me and have suffered so much. Wan, you've been wronged. I will treat you even better in the future and make up for the hurt caused by my parents and nephews over the years. Chung Wining looked into Jiang Wan's eyes sincerely. At first, Jiang Wan didn't dare to look at him, but when their eyes accidentally met, she couldn't hide what was in her heart anymore. Chung Wining, have you ever wondered why your parents treat me like this? Her words made Chung Wining pause, confused about her meaning. As the saying goes, even when beating a dog, you must watch the owner. I am your legally married wife. If they mistreat me like this, what does it say about their regard for you? When he was young, his parents were very lenient with his brothers, but very strict with him. Chung Wining once had doubts about this and asked them directly. His parents explained that he was talented and capable, so he would surely achieve something great in the future, and therefore, he couldn't be relaxed in all aspects. If his brothers made a small mistake, they wouldn't be punished, but if he made a mistake, he would be made to kneel and be spanked. His parents often secretly gave his brothers pocket money, but never gave him a single cent. His brothers never bought anything for the family, and although his parents said they were unfilial, they always gave the best to them. He, on the other hand, saved money by eating frugally and selling scrap metal and copper outside to buy gifts for his mother, but he was accused of being wasteful. It seemed that everything he did as a child was wrong. Until he turned 18, his parents sent him to join the army. His father patted his shoulder with hope, and his mother told him the family was under heavy financial pressure, so when he earned money, he should remember to send some home. Chung Wining had no real concept of money in the army, and since he was used to hard times, he decided to send most of his earnings home to thank his parents for raising him. At that time, he wasn't married yet, and he secretly saved some money, hearing that he needed to save for his future wife. Otherwise, when he married Jiang Wan, his family wouldn't be able to afford a large bride price. His parents also found out about his actual monthly income from that time. Over the years, his brothers had successive problems, and his nieces and nephews had no one to support them, so the family's burden grew heavier. Chung Wining was afraid that if he sent less money, Jiang Wan would also suffer hardship with them. So later, he got his parents' promise and sent all his wages back home. This led to his current situation of having no money at all. Even when his wife was hospitalized for childbirth, the family couldn't spare a penny. He wasn't prepared this time and was caught off guard. In fact, he should have seen the signs earlier. He was never his parents' favorite child. Instead, they were the strictest with him and loved him the least. Now, when Jiang Wan confronted him directly, Chung Wining was speechless. Many things had long been obvious, but he had always wanted parental love, so he chose to blind himself. He thought Jiang Wan was smart and lovely, didn't like to argue, and that her good nature would make his parents and relatives realize the truth and treat her well because of money. But unexpectedly, they became even more cruel, constantly bullying and exploiting her. They even forbade their child from being born. Over the years, whenever her parents called the military, they only said everything was fine at home. Sometimes, he would ask about Jiang Wan's situation, and their words were full of praise for her. The only regret was that Jiang Wan couldn't get pregnant, and he wondered if there was a health problem. However, they also emphasized that whether Jiang Wan could conceive or not, they would always treat her like their own daughter. His mother kept telling him that her biggest regret in life was not having a daughter. Jiang Wan was smart and obedient, the perfect daughter for them. But they had a different face in front of him and behind his back. After a brief silence, Chung Wining suddenly looked directly into Jiang Wan's eyes. "Do you suspect something?" His gaze was intense, as if something was pouring out of his eyes. Jiang Wan blinked, moved her lips, but didn't make a sound. This question had been weighing on her heart for a long time. She wanted to ask, but was afraid it would be too sudden for Chung Wining to accept. When it came to the family separation, Chung Wining was willing to stand by her side, which gave Jiang Wan the courage to ask, "Have you ever suspected that you might not be their real child?" After she finished speaking, she seemed to have drained all her strength. Chung Wining's face instantly darkened, looking terrifying. He had a gloomy expression, surrounded by a heavy atmosphere, like a demon from. Jiang Wan thought he would get angry, so she reflexively shrank back, and the blanket covering her stomach was quietly pulled up. Chung Jinyan's current look was very frightening, and Jiang Wan even regretted asking that question suddenly. Their relationship wasn't very close, and they didn't usually talk much. They were like two strangers who didn't get along well, and suddenly, she asked such a painful question. It was possible that the little dignity they maintained could be torn apart. After all, who could accept a stranger stabbing a knife into their heart? Chung Jinyan kept his original posture without speaking. Jiang Wan was so scared, she didn't dare move. After a long time, Chung Jinyan took a step forward to the bedside. He looked down at Jiang Wan from above. Just when Jiang Wan thought he would get angry, he squatted down again, eye to eye with her. Wan, I don't know what to say. Chung Jinyan held his head with both hands, looking very defeated. Jiang Wan had wondered about this question many times. But if he is not the child of his parents, then whose child is he? Could he be an orphan with no parents? Or perhaps he just appeared out of nowhere, like from between rocks? Or maybe he was abandoned and then taken in by someone. No matter which case it is, Chung Jinyan finds it hard to accept. He has never deeply questioned this issue, not because he doesn't suspect, but because he's afraid to doubt. Now Jiang Wan openly talks about it, which greatly shocks Chung Jinyan, leaving him momentarily overwhelmed. Since you don't know what to say, it's better not to say anything for now. But please think carefully about this question, Jiang Wan says, rubbing her forehead, looking tired. She clearly sees that Chung Jinyan's mind is greatly disturbed. His mental state is unstable, so she can't push him further. However, some words, once spoken, will leave marks in his heart. Maybe he had doubts before, but he just went along without investigating deeply. Now she puts this question in front of him, forcing him to face it. Even if Chung Jinyan temporarily withdraws, he will have to confront it eventually. I will remember everything you say and think about it carefully, he replies. Good, as long as you understand. Jiang Wan yawns and switches the topic. How did the investigation I asked you to do turn out? Where did Chung Daqiang go after leaving in anger? Jiang Wan is clearly very tired but still cares a lot about Aunt Li's situation. Chung Daqiang went around the mountain and finally headed to a house in the east of the neighboring village. Do you know who lives in that house? Jiang Wan realizes something is wrong and keeps asking. I don't know. As you know, I left my hometown at 18, and I hardly come back except during the New Year. I'm not even familiar with the people in my own village, let alone those from other villages. Chung Jinyan's explanation makes sense. Jiang Wan nods, and after clarifying the details about the house, she obediently keeps quiet. At least now she knows where Chung Daqiang went, and later she can check the house's residents to uncover the truth. Did you stay so long because Chung Daqiang took a lot of time on the road, or because he didn't come out of that house after going in? He spent a lot of time on the road, and after he went in, he didn't come out. I waited until they turned off the lights before leaving. The news Chung Jinyan brought back was very detailed. Jiang Wan nodded happily. I understand. Thank you for making the trip. It's getting late, so you should rest early too. As Jiang Wan spoke and was about to get into bed, Chung Jinyan took off his coat and also lay down on the bed. Chung Jinyan, you're too strong. This old wooden bed can't hold our weight. I'm still caring for you during your confinement. I want to stay by your side. Chung Jinyan said confidently, lifting his head. But this bed is too small. It can't fit 4 people. Jiang Wan still wanted to object, but Chung Jinyan held a child and slept at the foot of the bed. This is enough for sleeping. Taking care of twins is hard. At night, one of us can take care of a child, so you can rest better. The children will stay close to their mother and feel safer. Chung Jinyan said in a firm tone. Jiang Wan thought carefully and realized he had a point. There was no fault in what he said, so she had no choice but to accept. The house was old, and the windows let in the wind loudly. Even with 2 hot water bags in the quilt, it only felt slightly warm. With Chung Jinyan's help, the whole quilt soon became warm and cozy. Since her rebirth, this was the first time Jiang Wan had slept in such a warm bed. Maybe because it was so warm, the two children slept very peacefully that night. She only woke up twice during the night, once even feeding the baby with her eyes closed. All diaper changing and other chores like cleaning up the mess were done by Chung Wining. Jiang Wan was too sleepy to care whether he could do it well. As long as someone was doing it, that was enough. She was awakened in the morning by the bright sunlight outside. She sniffed and surprisingly smelled the aroma of porridge. She got dressed quickly, sat up from the bed, and hurried out of the room. She wondered why she kept hearing noises outside and realized Chung Wining was busy tidying up early in the morning. The items they brought back from the split house yesterday were originally scattered on the ground. Now many things had been sorted and arranged neatly. The once messy house was gradually starting to feel like a home. You're awake? The porridge is warmed on the stove. While the children are still asleep, go wash your face and have some to eat. Chung Wining turned around and smiled at her, making Jiang Wan feel warm inside. Okay. Putting aside those stressful matters, at this moment, they seemed like an ordinary married couple. After Jiang Wan finished washing up and came back, Chung Wining had already served the cooked millet porridge on the table. I'm not sure if it's just my imagination, but since the family split, Chung Wining seems to be more caring and attentive to her than before. The rice porridge was cooked soft and sticky, and Jiang Wan only took a little but already thought it tasted good. She slept very deeply last night, so she didn't know what time Chung Wining got up this morning. He cooked the porridge so early and made it so soft. It seems he got up quite early today. Jiang Wan remembers hearing some sounds when it was just dawn. At that time, the two children hummed a few times, and Jiang Wan, feeling a bit sleepy, didn't pay much attention. Later, the children stopped crying, and she drifted back to sleep in a daze. Now she thinks the children weren't just quiet, they were being cared for. After crying, they were comforted and fell asleep again. After finishing her porridge, Jiang Wan rolled up her sleeves to help with chores. Chung Wining happened to come back with water, saw Jiang Wan not taking care of herself, and quickly put down the bucket and held her back. Wan, don't forget you're still postpartum. Hurry and lie down on the bed to rest. I'll take care of everything at home. Chung Wining pressed her shoulder and kept pushing her onto the bed. Jiang Wan sat down on the edge of the bed, almost waking the children. But there are many things at home now, and having one more person would make it faster. Jiang Wan still wanted to insist, but Chung Wining bent down and took off her shoes, then tucked her back into the quilt. It's cold outside, but warm inside the blanket, he said in a firm tone. Jiang Wan had no choice but to sit and rest on the bed. After he left, she took out paper and pen from her pocket. Even during postpartum, she couldn't stop writing. Plus, Chung Daqiang's situation gave her new inspiration, and she had to record it quickly. And Chung Wining's behavior yesterday also seemed strange to Jiang Wan. After she asked that question, what did his silence mean? Was he unable to accept it temporarily, or was he planning to investigate secretly? Jiang Wan wrote a few words on the paper, then irritably scratched her head. She felt this matter wouldn't be so simple. Jiang Wan noticed that Chung Wining worked very methodically. He spent a whole day tidying up the house. Despite being a man, he kept everything very clean inside and out. He changed the children's clothes and diapers, and even took her clothes out to wash. The next day was a sunny day. Chung Wining went to the mountain to cut some bamboo and made a few supports outside. He took all the thick clothes and quilts from his home outside to dry. He also dismantled and washed the moldy bedboard in another room, exposing it to the sun. In the afternoon, he went up the mountain to cut a few bundles of firewood and filled the storage shed. He also brought some cement powder from somewhere and patched up the cracks on the wall simply. This made the house stronger than before, and it's less likely to leak wind during bad weather. On the third or fourth day, he carried back 2 loads of tiles, climbed onto the roof with a ladder, and organized all the crooked tiles while the weather was good. This way, if it rains, there's no need to worry about heavy rain outside and light rain inside. On the 5th day, he went outside and pushed a cart of glass back home. At this point, Jiang Wan couldn't sit still anymore. The family didn't have much money, and with Chung Wining's spending habits, Was there even any savings left? Chung Jinyan, explain where you got the money to buy these things, Jiang Wan asked angrily, standing with her hands on her hips, and she was quite blunt. Chung Jinyan had already guessed that Jiang Wan would ask once she found out, but he didn't expect her to stay so calm. He had been busy for several days, and now she only remembered to ask. No wonder they used to have so many misunderstandings. They were both very patient and unwilling to communicate openly. It's borrowed, Chung Jinyan said with a sheepish smile, scratching his head. Borrowed? From where? Jiang Wan was genuinely surprised. She never thought that Chung Jinyan, who was destined to be a top officer in the army, would end up borrowing money from others. It's from a colleague in the army. He lives in the next village. With the new year coming soon, some soldiers have come back to visit their families. I ran into him, by chance, while hunting in the mountains a few days ago. So, you asked him for money? Jiang Wan's jaw nearly dropped. Chung Jinyan really had no trouble asking for help. When I was in the army, we were from the same village, so we got along pretty well. He asked about my situation and learned I was short on money, so he lent me 200 yuan voluntarily, Chung Jinyan explained, taking out all the remaining money from his pocket. I've spent about 100 yuan on cement, bricks, tiles, glass, and some miscellaneous items over these days.
I've already used it all up.
Chung Jinyan had never bought things before and didn't realize how quickly money could be spent. I plan to use the remaining 100 yuan to buy some New Year goods and clothes for you and the kids. It's the new year and everyone else's things, so you should too, Chung Jinyan said with a serious expression, tightening his fist. Chung Jinyan's explanation was already very clear, but Jiang Wan didn't say anything for a long time after hearing it. That's good. We have no savings at home, and now we owe 200 yuan in debt. Jiang Wan's smile was a bit bitter, but her tone was teasing. These are our hardest times now. Once we get through this, it will be fine. I still have to pay back the money later. I can only send half of my salary home each month. You won't blame me, right? Chung Jinyan's face turned red as he spoke. Looking at what he had done in his first half of life, he knew his parents' character, but still liked to hide in his shell like a turtle. He thought that if he didn't ask, everyone would be fine. But he didn't realize that when he was relaxed, someone else was carrying the burden for him. No, I won't blame you. Jiang Wan knew well in her heart that Chung Jinyan bought these things to give her and the children a better living environment. Otherwise, living in this house during rain would be very hard. She, as an adult, could handle it, but if the children caught a cold, it would be troublesome. Chung Jinyan's vacation was limited, and each day he spent working was one less day. He always thought about making as many preparations as possible in his limited time. In the following days, Chung Jinyan removed the broken newspaper from the windows and replaced the glass. After replacing the glass, the room became much brighter, and closing the windows kept out the cold outside. Jiang Wan immediately felt the room was much warmer. She looked at the newly renovated house with the fresh glass and felt a faint sense of unease. Chung Jinyan, you should stop for now. Find some time to ask about the family that Chung Daqiang visited that day. Chung Jinyan had just finished installing the glass and was about to dismantle the fence outside and rebuild the wall around the house when he heard Jiang Wan calling him. He was so focused on his work that he didn't want to stop at first. He had little time left and wanted to finish the house quickly. His wife's request confused him, but under her urging, he couldn't help but comply. He put down his tools, washed his hands without changing his clothes, and hurriedly went out. Jiang Wan saw Chung Jinyan leave and quickly got up from the bed, put on her coat, and sat down at the desk. In the past few days, she had been pretending to rest in bed, but in fact, her mind was busy thinking. Chung Daqiang had provided her with material, and she managed to write 3 articles in one go. Jiang Wan could write 1,000 words in half an hour, and her writing process was smooth and flowing. Because the entire story is already in her mind, she doesn't need to think when she writes. Jiang Wan originally wanted to submit her work, but since the new year is coming in a few days and the post office is already closed, the editorial office has probably also taken an early holiday. Sending the manuscript now would only cause trouble. Chung Jinyan checked at the post office for her and said that the magazine's office had already closed early for the holiday and her manuscript hadn't been reviewed yet, so there's no news. Jiang Wan is currently short of money, and not receiving her payment makes her anxious. She feels stuck in a limbo, unable to speak or act confidently. Chung Jinyan returned 3 hours later. When he came back, his expression was a bit strange. Chung Jinyan, did you find out any news? What's the situation now? The house is actually occupied by a widow. Is there anyone else living there besides the widow? Jiang Wan felt a bit excited inside, but kept a calm appearance. No. The widow's husband died 2 years ago, and her parents-in-law have also passed away. She can't have children due to health reasons, so she's been alone all this time. She didn't ask Chung Jinyan to look into these details specifically, but he still brought back complete information. Jiang Wan nodded. From what Chung Jinyan brought back, it was clear that Chung Daqiang's affair was confirmed. The only thing uncertain now was whether Aunt Li knew about this. Seeing Jiang Wan suddenly become silent, Chung Jinyan understood the situation. Chung Daqiang is having an affair with the widow. Will you tell Aunt Li about this? Jiang Wan shook her head uncertainly and said, somewhat confused, I don't know. Aunt Li is a good person and has helped her a lot recently. She really didn't want to make herself sick by thinking about these things. What if Aunt Li already knew the truth, but was just pretending to save face? If she asked directly, how awkward would that be for Aunt Li? But if she didn't say anything, Aunt Li would soon face a disaster. Jiang Wan was already in trouble herself, but Aunt Li's situation was urgent too. It felt like she was being roasted over fire, caught in a terrible dilemma. Is anyone home? I brought soup for Jiang Wan. Unexpectedly, Aunt Li appeared at the door with a thermos. She was holding hot soup and suddenly showed up at Jiang Wan's house. Jiang Wan signaled to Chung Jinyan, quick, invite Auntie in. I need to talk to her. Chung Jinyan understood what Jiang Wan wanted to say and looked at her with some difficulty. Auntie is a good person. When you talk to her later, please be careful with your words. Chung Jinyan invited Auntie Li inside. As soon as she arrived, she naturally pulled out a chair and sat beside Jiang Wan's bed. She kindly held Jiang Wan's hand, her eyes full of love. Jiang Wan, how have you been feeling these days? I've been lying in bed for a few days, and I feel much better. Before giving birth, Jiang Wan was very thin, with a small, delicate face that looked especially lovable. After Chung Jinyan returned, he didn't let her do anything. He personally prepared every meal and brought it to her bed. Although it wasn't a feast of fish and meat every time, it was much better than before. Jiang Wan's nutrition had improved during this time, and her face was gradually gaining some flesh. Seeing her improving complexion, Auntie Li's smile was also very pleased. You didn't marry the wrong person. It seems Chung Jinyan treats you well. Auntie Li smiled sincerely, but Jiang Wan noticed her smile looked a bit forced. She looked at her face and saw a red mark on Auntie Li's cheek. Auntie, what happened? Jiang Wan looked down and saw many marks on her wrist as well. Auntie Li seemed to be shocked and quickly retracted her hand. She covered her face with her hand, forcing a smile. I'm fine. Did that animal hit you? Auntie Li was usually bold and fiery, but she had been hit. It showed that the person was very rough. No, it's not true. In the past, women believed that family shame should not be revealed. No matter what happened, they kept it inside and dared not tell anyone. Even if they were abused at home, they hated the abuser in their hearts and wanted to punish them severely, but they still maintained basic dignity outwardly. Jiang Wan suddenly pulled up her sleeve, revealing clear red marks. They were visible to everyone. Auntie, look at your hand. I saw it long ago. Why are you still lying to me? Jiang Wan held her hand tightly and refused to let go. Auntie Li tried to pull away several times but couldn't. Finally, she sighed heavily. Yes, that animal hit me. I cooked him a bowl of noodles this morning. He said I overcooked the noodles and that the eggs weren't soft enough. So he got angry and threw the bowl, then hit me. When she said this, Auntie Li started crying softly. She didn't even know what she had done wrong. The noodles were cooked for the usual amount of time, and the first bite of the egg wasn't runny, but after the second bite it was. She doesn't know when it started, but Chung Wining has become increasingly impatient with her. He often gets angry over small things and frequently insults and hits her. Recently, she has begun to doubt herself and has become very insecure. She feels she can't do anything right and considers herself useless. Jiang Wan listened to Aunt Lee's story, which reminded her of her past helpless self. Although she did nothing wrong, she was still disliked and scolded, which led her to doubt herself and lose confidence over time. Auntie, it's not your fault. You did nothing wrong. You don't need to blame yourself or feel sad. Some people just aren't worth it. Jiang Wan held Aunt Lee's hand tightly, trying to give her strength. Aunt Lee nodded heavily. She also felt she hadn't done anything wrong. But why has our relationship become like this? Aunt Lee finally couldn't hold back, and tears started to flow. Because you haven't changed, but some people have. Annie, let me ask you again. How long has it been since you and Uncle last had a close moment? For rural people, this is a very private question, something deeply personal that even close family members rarely talk about. Jiang Wan knew her question was a bit abrupt, but this was the key point. Aunt Lee was stunned by the question and stopped crying immediately. After a moment, she reacted, sighed, and said, "Honestly, you might laugh, but since I went through menopause, it's been over a year since we last had a close moment." When Li Shuping was very sad, Jiang Wan had already caught the timing precisely. So many things had happened in that year, and once connected, everything became very clear. You and Uncle haven't had a close moment in over a year. During this time, he's been cold and sometimes even violent towards you. Annie, have you thought about the reason? Someone doesn't do these things without a reason. There's always a cause. Especially when he left home. Where could he have gone? Where might he have gone? These are very important clues. Next time something like this happens, don't just feel sad. You could quietly follow him. Maybe you'll discover something different. Jiang Wan didn't make her words too obvious, but let Aunt Lee figure it out herself. Although it might take some time, seeing things with her own eyes is very different from hearing others say it. Are you saying he has someone else outside? Li Shuping is not a fool. She quickly understood what Jiang Wan meant. Jiang Wan looked up to see her reaction, and when she learned the result, her surprise didn't seem fake. So far, Aunt Lee doesn't know about Chung Winingshang's secret affair outside. Auntie, I didn't say anything. Please don't blame me, Jiang Wan said carefully after she had solid evidence. She didn't just talk nonsense or spread rumors. Li Shuping thought for a moment and nodded. After Jiang Wan's reminder, she gradually realized that Chung Wining was acting strangely. She raised her arm and suddenly wiped her tears with her sleeve. Okay, you didn't say anything, but thank you for telling me, Li Shuping said gratefully. If Jiang Wan hadn't treated her like family, she wouldn't have shared this with her. Annie, have you noticed any changes in this house? Li Shuping had been too upset earlier to pay attention to the house. Now she looked up and saw that the house had changed quite a lot. Cracks in the wall had been filled with cement, which could block snakes, bugs, and cold wind. The windows had new glass, making the whole house look bright and clear. The roof was also fixed with no leaks. The house was tidy and well-organized. Compared to the overgrown yard before, the new environment felt peaceful. This house has changed so much, I almost don't recognize it. After Li Shuping's amazement, Jiang Wan continued. If Annie's marriage has problems, will we still have the right to live in this house? Jiang Wan's question made Li Shuping fall into deep thought. At that time, not only this house, but even the one at home might not be safe for them. Li Shuping's face grew darker the more she thought about it. She was old enough to give up on marriage or men, but she couldn't give up her property. She still had 2 unmarried sons. If her husband really cheated and gave all their property to another woman, how would they live afterward? Although she hadn't caught him in the act, her husband's behavior over the past year had been very obvious. Li Shuping felt her heart sink. What should she do? She wasn't the type to cry or be overly sentimental. When she truly realized something was wrong, her first thought was to find a way out. Jiang Wan, what should I do? Li Shuping asked for help in a hoarse voice. Although she was quite old, she had no experience in this area. Before things were settled, she didn't dare tell her two sons. Now she had no one to discuss with, and her heart was full of worry, not knowing what to do. "Auntie, I have an idea. Take a look and see if it works," Jiang Wan said, waving to Li Shuping. Then she whispered softly in her ear. After hearing her, Li Shuping clearly relaxed. She didn't expect that Jiang Wan, who usually seemed gentle and fragile, could be so strong when facing big problems. "All right, let's do as you say." Once everything was decided, Li Shuping felt her worries ease a bit. She opened the thermal container she had brought, which held soybeans and pig's trotters. Both foods are high in protein and good for boosting milk production. Li Shuping was very skilled at cooking. Even simple home dishes looked and smelled delicious. Jiang Wan quickly finished a bowl of soup in front of Auntie Li. "Annie, your soup is really tasty. I especially like the dishes you make. I'm glad you like them. I'll cook for you often from now on." Jiang Wan helped her come up with ideas, and Li Shuping felt deeply grateful. After she carried the thermal container back home, she started planning. Since Chung Daqiang was unkind, she wouldn't hold back her own feelings anymore. But even then, Li Shuping still secretly held some hope. They had been married for over 20 years. Maybe this was just a misunderstanding? Then she noticed the scars on her hand, and her expression turned cold. Before marriage, that old man had promised his parents he would treat her well for life. And after her parents passed away, this was how he treated her? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She began preparing and investigating at the same time. Jiang Wan also told her that she must visit her on the evening of the 4th day of the Lunar New Year because she had something important to tell her. Li Shuping didn't know what was so important. Her mind was in a mess, and she didn't feel like guessing. The New Year was just a few days away, and the 4th day was coming soon. Whatever Jiang Wan wanted to say, she would find out very soon. After sending Auntie Li away, Jiang Wan still couldn't calm her mind. Chung Wining walked in with a serious face, clearly curious about their recent conversation. "What did you just say to Auntie Li?" "I saw her crying and laughing, and she seemed a bit off." "It's nothing, just telling her the facts so she can see the current situation clearly and make the best plans for herself." Jiang Wan casually said this, but Chung Wining took it seriously. "If I don't agree to split the family, are you planning to treat me the same way?" Despite everything, Chung Wining is quite clever when he puts his mind to it. He guessed Jiang Wan's thoughts with just one sentence. "Yes, but I have no choice. I can't go on like this without splitting the family. Everyone wants to harm my children or even see me dead. I can't just sit and wait." Jiang Wan usually is gentle, but when she says this, her eyes become very sharp. This side of Jiang Wan makes Chung Wining feel very strange, yet he also realizes that this is truly who she is. They say when rabbits are cornered, they bite. Even chickens, ducks, cats, and dogs protect their young. Her parents and several nephews and nieces have gone too far this time. Jiang Wan's anger and even hatred towards them are very normal. "You are right," Chung Wining nodded, accepting Jiang Wan's words. "I will look into that matter you mentioned." Suddenly, Chung Wining changed the subject. Jiang Wan was initially slow to react. When she realized, her face immediately lit up with joy. "Are you talking about that thing?" Jiang Wan was so excited she couldn't speak clearly. Before, because Chung Wining didn't respond, she was very sad and upset. Now that he agreed to investigate, does it mean he also doubts that matter? Jiang Wan believes that if Chung Wining is really not Wei Mingxiang's child, no matter how secretly she tries, there will always be clues. As long as Chung Wining is willing to investigate, he will find the truth. She fears he might keep hiding and self-deceiving, knowing there are doubts but refusing to look into them. Jiang Wan also has another matter on her mind. She really wants to tell Chung Wining herself. But seeing his gloomy face, she swallowed her words. The two children Jiang Wan had early, born prematurely, disappeared without a trace, neither alive nor dead. Wei Mingxiang simply buried them after saying so, not even knowing where they were buried. Why should she believe her children are dead? Her questioning of Chung Wining about his identity has already caused him a lot of trouble. If she tells him about that incident from the past, it might just push him further away. It's better to let Chung Jinyan investigate first. If he truly isn't Wei Mingxiang's child, then questioning about the children's whereabouts later will seem more reasonable. Of course, since she started to suspect this matter, she wouldn't just ignore it. Chung Jinyan's energy is limited, so it's better if each of them investigates one thing. Jiang Wan believes that as long as she follows her initial doubts step by step, many things will eventually have an answer. Whether Wei Mingxiang's words are true or not, Jiang Wan must personally verify it. She is no longer the naive girl who believes everything others say. Once she has evidence, regardless of whether Wei Mingxiang is Chung Jinyan's biological mother, she will use the crime of child trafficking to send her to jail at all costs. Yes, it's that matter. Actually, before you brought it up, I also had my doubts. I've seen how they treat their own biological son. On the surface, they are nice to me, but in reality, they always favor the two older brothers. They think I'm too young to notice, but I see it in my heart. I just never dared to think about it before. Until I heard Wei Mingxiang say those things and saw what she and the eldest nephew did to you, that thought took root in my mind. When Chung Jinyan said these words, a faint glimmer of tears appeared in his eyes. His shoulders trembled. He was clearly very sad but tried to act as if he didn't care. Jiang Wan unconsciously held his hand, squeezing it tightly in her palm. Maybe I'm just guessing blindly. Her words of comfort sounded flat. Even she didn't believe them. However, Chung Jinyan's mental state improved greatly. No matter if you're guessing or not, no matter if I am their child, even if they are my biological parents, they have no right to bully you. Or my children. Chung Jinyan held Jiang Wan's hand again. His previously distracted eyes suddenly became firm. In almost an instant, Chung Jinyan seemed to change completely. His whole demeanor shifted. Jiang Wan also held his hand back. Chung Jinyan, having served as a soldier for so many years, has a very upright worldview. He is now just and impartial, helping reason and not family ties. Jiang Wan has suffered many setbacks over the years. She always stands on the side of justice. Chung Jinyan's clear mind makes it unlikely that Wei Mingxiang's rusty, wooden-headed plan to fight her will succeed. Chung Jinyan, I'm so glad you think like this. I knew I didn't choose the wrong person. A bright smile appeared on Jiang Wan's face, her pale face becoming even rosier. All right, I'm going to work now. The couple had an honest talk, and now they both understand each other's thoughts clearly. They feel more open and honest with each other. In the following days, Chung Jinyan remained busy. He tore down the fence outside, bought red bricks to build a wall, and applied cement on top. He also hammered some nails and placed tiles for added protection. He installed an iron gate, making the whole house like a strong fortress. Even if he was away, others wouldn't easily be able to enter. He mixed the remaining cement and spread it on the ground inside the yard. This way, even if it rained, the yard wouldn't be muddy and uneven. He built a chicken coop against the wall and bought a few chicks from the town to raise. As the new year approached, time became more urgent. Chung Jinyan gradually bought many supplies. After more than 10 busy days, the Chinese New Year's Eve finally arrived. Usually, Chung Jinyan would take leave a few days before New Year's Eve, buy tickets, and return to his hometown early. Before they divided the family, he always went straight to his parents' house to celebrate with everyone. This was their first New Year's Eve after the family split. Chung Jinyan rolled up his sleeves, ready to cook some good dishes for a happy new year. He was busy in the kitchen when, unexpectedly, Aunt Lee suddenly came over holding a prepared hen and a large pig's trotter. Aunt Lee stood at the iron gate, and Chung Jinyan could see her from the kitchen. He quickly put down what he was doing and hurried to open the door. "Auntie, why are you here? Come in quickly." Chung Jinyan warmly invited her inside. When he got closer, he noticed Aunt Lee's eyes looked a bit red, and her face seemed a little off. He felt curious, but didn't ask right away. Aunt Lee forced a smile, greeted him, and then placed the things in the kitchen. She washed her hands and went to Jiang Wan's room. On New Year's Eve, Chung Daqiang made an excuse to argue with her, and after the argument, he ran out. Their two sons were working outside and said they would come back soon, but today he hadn't seen them either. Li Shuping was alone at home, feeling very lonely. She had bought chickens and pig's trotters today, planning to forgive past grievances and celebrate a good new year together. But she was still busy in the kitchen, trying to be careful and quiet during the holiday, not making any noise or doing anything to upset him. Yet it still didn't seem to work. He became very angry because there was some dust on the table. First, he kicked her, then slapped her, and finally stormed out of the house. She felt very upset inside, staying alone at home with her mind full of messy thoughts. She really wanted to talk to someone, but didn't know who to share her frustration with. After thinking carefully, she thought of Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan already knew many of her problems and had comforted her several times. She believed she was overthinking. Even though Chung Daqiang's behavior was obvious, she still wanted to give him another chance because they had been married for a few years. But after being slapped and kicked, she finally woke up. This situation was now beyond repair. The good dishes she had prepared were meant for her in-laws. But now, Chung Daqiang treated her like this, and she was completely disappointed in him, let alone his parents. Chung Daqiang didn't even care for his own parents, so why should she care for him? Angrily, she grabbed the freshly slaughtered chicken and prepared pig's trotters and left. Since she hadn't been here for a while, the old house had changed a lot. They built a wall outside and installed an iron gate, making it much safer than before. They also paved the yard with cement, making it look much tidier. Li Shuping knocked on Jiang Wan's door and went in after hearing come in. Jiang Wan was sitting at the table writing and turned around when she heard the noise. Seeing Li Shuping, she showed a hint of surprise on her face. "Auntie, you're here." And Li Shuping reached out and rubbed her face, feeling her expression was very stiff and she couldn't control her emotions. Jiang Wan immediately noticed something was wrong. She stood up and pulled Li Shuping to sit on a chair, looking into her eyes carefully, and asked, "Annie, did you cry when you came here? Did that person hurt you again?" Li Shuping nodded and couldn't hold back her tears. Jiang Wan quickly closed the door of the room and gently patted her back. "Auntie, what was the reason he hit you this time?" Li Shuping briefly explained what had happened. After hearing this, Jiang Wan clenched her fists. She realized that when someone wants to leave, they often find excuses to hit. There was dust on the table which a normal person would just wipe away. How could someone become so furious over such a small thing on New Year's Eve? Even Jiang Wan, as an outsider, could clearly feel that Chung Daqiang was just looking for an excuse. Aunt Li is so smart. How could she not understand? She is now so upset because she has finally realized the truth and feels unworthy inside. Jiang Wan understood the whole story clearly and then carefully looked into her eyes. "Andy, you still feel sad for him because you haven't completely given up." Jiang Wan took out a note from her pocket and gently placed it in Li Shuping's hand. "I still say this, you haven't done anything wrong and you shouldn't blame yourself. That man only used this as an excuse to hurt you and create opportunities to cheat. Follow this address, and you'll be able to make a firm decision." Li Shuping clutched the note and left. Jiang Wan was right. She still held hope for Chung Daqiang, which made it hard for her to let go. The fact that Jiang Wan gave her the address shows she already had solid proof. She hadn't told her directly before because she was afraid she couldn't accept it. Now, giving her the address was to help her finally let go. Li Shuping felt very mixed inside. She wanted to go see for herself, but was a little scared. If she didn't go, she'd always feel uneasy. In the end, driven by curiosity, she found the place using the address. Li Shuping hid behind a nearby tree, quietly watching what was happening inside the house. Soon, she saw Chung Daqiang carrying a water bucket from afar. He poured the water into a large jar outside the yard. A woman in her 30s came out of the house. She was wearing bright clothes and makeup. She took out a handkerchief from her pocket and leaned on Chung Daqiang's shoulder to wipe his sweat. Chung Daqiang smiled happily and worked even harder. All day long, Li Shuping stayed hidden behind the tree, feeling like a fool. She watched as Chung Daqiang fetched water, chopped firewood, cut pig grass, and even washed clothes for that woman. The woman just sat nearby, occasionally wiping her sweat and acting a little spoiled, while he didn't seem tired at all. She kept watching until it was almost dark. Chung Daqiang tied an apron and prepared a fancy meal for the woman. By then, her stomach was growling, and her heart felt completely cold. She usually did all these chores at home, and Chung Daqiang only occasionally worked in the fields. He didn't care about household chores at all. This meant she had to do both housework and farm work, aging quickly as a result. Unexpectedly, in a different place, Chung Daqiang spoiled another woman like a treasure. She stayed at home caring for her paralyzed mother and raised 2 children hard, working day and night for the family. Yet, Chung Daqiang treated her this way. Many things only hurt when compared. Li Shuping used to think Chung Daqiang was just like that, blaming only her bad luck for marrying the wrong person when she was young. But she didn't realize he simply didn't love her. He was unwilling to make even a small sacrifice for her or the family. Li Shuping walked away feeling lost and heartbroken. Jiang Wan's house was wide open. As soon as she entered, she was warmly welcomed. "Auntie, Jin Yan has cooked the meal. Let's eat together for the New Year's reunion." A warm bowl of rice was served, and Li Shuping numbingly nodded. Jin Yan's cooking was average, but Li Shuping, hungry, ate 3 bowls of rice and drank 2 bowls of soup. Until her stomach was full, her sadness seemed to fade away. After eating and drinking well, Li Shuping felt much better. Today she was very down and didn't want to talk at all. When leaving, she patted Jiang Wan's shoulder and took out 2 prepared red envelopes, placing them in the children's arms. "Jiang Wan, I understand what happened today. I will start preparing for the next steps. Chung Daqiang wants the family to be prosperous at home and have celebrations outside, making me serve as mother like an old maid. I won't let him have his way. Auntie, it's good that you've opened your mind. If you're unhappy later, you can come talk to me. Don't keep it all inside. If you hold it in too long, others won't care, but I will care a lot. Okay." A faint smile appeared on Li Shuping's face. She patted Jiang Wan's head and left. In this cold winter, Li Shuping was betrayed by her husband, and her hard-raised son still hadn't returned. When she got home, just as she was about to enter, she found feces poured at the door. It was obvious that this was done by her in-laws. She hadn't brought food to her mother-in-law's family today, so they were angry with her and deliberately poured feces at her door to bring her bad luck. Li Shuping didn't go through the front door, but went around the side. She no longer wanted to care about the house's condition. Anyway, the house no longer felt like a home. It was destined to fall apart sooner or later. Her immediate priority was to quickly find the valuable things inside the house. The old house was in her name, but the new house hadn't been transferred yet. Li Shuping was not a worried person before and didn't pay much attention to these matters. Now she understands that to avoid benefiting that sly woman, the house must be transferred to her son's name. As for which son to choose, it depends on who returns first tomorrow. After returning home, Li Shuping lit a kerosene lamp and spent 3 hours rummaging through the valuable items in the house. She kept the 2 property deeds and hid them in a very secret place. The family was not very wealthy to begin with, and now they couldn't even find a penny. Ultimately, money was more important. She didn't care at all about the well-being of that untrustworthy man. Her heart, once hot and full of hope, had grown cold. From now on, she felt numb and indifferent. On New Year's Eve, Li Shuping was alone at home, unable to sleep peacefully. Meanwhile, Jiang Wan leaned against Chung Jinyan's chest, quietly waiting for the new year to arrive. This was the first New Year they celebrated together in both of their lives. Jiang Wan was feeling good, but also a little heavy-hearted. She clearly remembered that the 6th day of the Lunar New Year in her previous life was when Chung Guoqing first fell ill. Chung Jinyan had limited time off, and he would leave after the 5th day of the New Year each year. So, in her past life, he didn't know about Chung Guoqing's illness. In this life, he was at home. What choices would he make? Thinking of this made her heart race. Would Chung Jinyan, in gratitude for their upbringing, be coerced into donating a liver? In the past, they saw Chung Jinyan as a money tree, but now that he refused to send money home, they had no more use for him. If they couldn't get what they wanted, They might destroy everything. Where would Chung Jinyan go then? With such anxious thoughts, Jiang Wan stayed up with Chung Jinyan until midnight. When the clock struck 12, fireworks crackled from afar. To bid farewell to the old year and welcome the new, people set off firecrackers to dispel bad luck from the past year and start fresh. Chung Jinyan also wanted to buy a string of firecrackers, but their family was in poor condition now. They had to save money, or they might not even have enough to eat later. In the end, he didn't buy any, but he was thinking that next year, when they had more money, they would definitely buy a string. There weren't many wealthy families in the village, and few could afford firecrackers. So, the firecrackers only sounded for a short while before stopping. Jiang Wan was used to going to bed early and waking up early. By this time, she was already sleepy. Chung Jinyan, Happy New Year. I'm tired and going to sleep first. Jiang Wan snuggled into her quilt, and soon her even breathing could be heard. Knowing she was asleep, Chung Jinyan gently leaned down and kissed her on the forehead, then softly whispered in her ear. Good evening, Happy New Year. Jiang Wan heard the sound. Her eyelids struggled to open, but eventually, sleep took over, and she drifted into a sweet, deep dream. However, a slight smile appeared on her lips, showing she was in a fairly good mood. Jiang Wan's home was peaceful and quiet, but Wei Mingxiang's house was far from calm. With the new year coming, the school had already closed for holidays. This meant all the grandchildren who were studying had returned home. These are the people who ask for money. Currently, they cannot take care of themselves. In contrast, a few working family members had not yet come back. Wei Mingxiang was short on money and was hoping they would send some support when they returned. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to get through the year. After the family split, she knew no one would give her money again, nor help with chores. Realizing this made her very sad, but she couldn't change it. That night, when Chung Wining found out about her situation, he scolded her harshly and even beat her up. The next day, Wei Mingxiang, feeling sore and tired, used her last bit of money to buy rice, flour, and essential supplies. Since it was the new year, she also bought some eggs and meat, something she rarely did before. She didn't buy much, but her money was gone completely. She had a little savings left, but she wouldn't use it unless absolutely necessary. As for new clothes every year, that was out of the question now. She also had some health supplements and skincare products she had stockpiled earlier, so she didn't need to worry about those for now. Otherwise, she wouldn't have enough money to buy them. Wei Mingxiang carried the groceries home herself. She was exhausted from the effort. Before she could even catch her breath, her grandchildren kept saying they were hungry. She hurried to cook for them, ignoring her tiredness. Once the food was ready, she served bowl after bowl to feed them. But after taking a bite of her cooked dishes, each of them said it didn't taste good. Even though it wasn't delicious, everyone was hungry and ate quickly without complaints. These grandchildren were at the age to grow strong, and each one could eat a lot. Wei Mingxiang only managed to take care of them for a few days before the food ran out completely. On New Year's Eve, she cooked all the rice and fried all the eggs and meat. Everyone sat together and enjoyed a good meal. On the morning of the first day of the new year, Wei Mingxiang was still asleep when she heard someone knocking on her door. Wei Mingxiang woke up feeling confused. Chung Yaogua held her hand and kept shouting that he was hungry, clutching his stomach. Wei Mingxiang went to the kitchen as usual. She opened the rice jar, but it was completely empty. Her sleep was suddenly interrupted, and she remembered that the rice at home was all gone. Fortunately, there was some flour left. Wei Mingxiang cut a few sweet potatoes, mixed them with the flour, and made a simple sweet potato porridge. She cooked a large pot, which was about the same amount as when she cooked pig feed. She thought, with such a big pot, maybe she wouldn't need to cook again today. But she didn't expect her grandchildren to be so hungry they seemed like starving ghosts. They each ate 3 large bowls of breakfast. By noon, only a little of the food was left in the pot. Wei Mingxiang touched her empty pockets, unsure how she would get through the coming days. She originally had a few hundred yuan, but recently her brother's family needed to repair their house and came to borrow money. She knew their situation and didn't want to lend them money. But her eldest brother was so upset he knelt in front of her and begged. If she didn't lend him money, he said he would kneel and kowtow to her. Seeing her brother already kneeling, she couldn't bear it and lent him 600 yuan. That 600 yuan was all she had. After lending it, her own days would be hard. Wei Mingxiang's simple idea was that even if she lent the money, Chung Wining would send his salary home every month. As long as she saved her money and was careful, she could survive until he got his paycheck. But unexpectedly, Jiang Wan suddenly called Chung Wining back. Chung Wining was very angry when he found out how they had treated Jiang Wan over the years. He refused to hand over his salary and even separated from them, wanting to cut ties completely. Wei Mingxiang looked back at her grandchildren. After they finished eating, they went back to play in their rooms. The dishes were left messy on the table, with no one to clean or wash them. In the past, Jiang Wan always did these chores. She worked tirelessly and without complaint. Now that Jiang Wan was not here, all the chores fell on her. She was worried about lunch and dinner, and seeing the pile of dishes made her even more upset. She hurriedly cleaned the table and washed the dishes. She didn't really want to wash them, but there weren't many dishes at home, and too many people were eating. If she didn't wash today's dishes, there wouldn't be any for the next meal. Wei Mingxiang was already very tired and sore from finishing her work. She sighed, took out 5 yuan from under her pillow, and went to the village market to buy some things. When she returned with 2 bags of items, she couldn't feel happy at all. Her money was running out, and she was spending more and more each day. After school started, she still had to pay tuition for many grandchildren. She suddenly felt the burden on her shoulders was too heavy to bear. Having been a grandmother for many years, she was experiencing the hardships of having many children and grandchildren for the first time. Her family did not do any work or contribute money. They relied on her to support them. She couldn't understand why, after finally raising her son well, she was supposed to live a good life, yet she was making herself so exhausted. Wei Mingxiang put down the rice and vegetables she just bought, took a small stool, and sat down to rest. For some reason since this afternoon, her head had been feeling a bit dizzy. She used to say she had low blood pressure to avoid working hard, but now she was afraid she really did have low blood pressure. Her head hurt badly, and she felt even more irritable. Thinking about it, she lay back on the bed. Wei Mingxiang stayed up late cleaning last night and got up very early this morning, so she hadn't slept enough. She quickly fell asleep and slept through the day. It wasn't until she heard loud knocking on the door outside. "Grandma, Grandma, why is the door locked while you're sleeping? Grandma, Grandma, what time is it now? Why aren't you cooking? Grandma, Grandma, please open the door quickly. I'm starving." The knocking grew louder, and then someone started kicking the door. Wei Mingxiang was sleeping peacefully, but was suddenly awakened. She looked at the clock on the wall. It was 1 p.m. She had slept for 3 hours, so no wonder her head didn't hurt as much anymore. But her grandchildren outside were so noisy. They were all grown up. Couldn't they do something themselves? Wei Mingxiang struggled to get out of bed. After several days of exhaustion, her whole body ached. She was not a patient person, and before, with Jiang Wan helping her, she only needed to stay in the background and pretend to be nice. Now that Jiang Wan was gone, she had to be on the front line, dealing with their noise and selfishness. She had forced Chung Wining to get married initially, just to have him bring a wife home to lessen her burden. Otherwise, she wouldn't waste her time and energy on this. When she first noticed Jiang Wan, she thought she was easy to control. Over the past few years, Jiang Wan has done well, working on the farm, doing housework, and helping take care of her grandchildren. Since Chung Wining married her, Wei Mingxiang realized what true ease felt like. After Jiang Wan moved in, her life became very comfortable. She didn't have to worry about anything. She could eat ready-made food every day, and her clothes were washed, dried, and placed in her room. But how did such an honest person suddenly become disobedient? Jiang Wan suddenly became assertive, catching Wei Mingxiang off guard. She didn't expect Jiang Wan to team up with Chung Wining to force her to leave the family. Thinking back, Wei Mingxiang still feels frustrated. Why didn't she stand her ground more firmly back then? If she had refused to give in, would things have turned out differently? After putting on her coat, Wei Mingxiang suddenly opened the door. Chung Xiangbei stepped forward and held her hand, smiling, but his words made her very uncomfortable. Grandma, it's so late. Everyone is starving. Hurry up and go cook. Grandma, go quickly. Everyone is growing and needs to eat. Going hungry is no fun. Chung Xiangxi, who is 17 and a high school senior, was about to take the college entrance exam. He usually stayed at school and only came home when he needed money. Every time he got money, he would eat at home and take everything he could find, then disappear the next day. Jiang Wan would call him, asking for help with chores, but he was never around. She would always shake her head and sigh, saying he was old enough to help out. Wei Mingxiang would always defend him. Whenever Jiang Wan asked, she would step in to help. Xiangnan is just a kid. High school is tough, and he's exhausted every day. When he finally comes home to rest, he has no time or energy for chores. You're just a sister-in-law, and you don't understand him. Instead, you always want him to work. How can your heart be so black? Jiang Wan never argued back when she was scolded. Chung Xiangxi's smile was full of provocation. Wei Mingxiang felt proud then, thinking she loved her grandson very much. She believed that once her grandson succeeded, he would surely repay her. Now that Jiang Wan has left the family, Chung Xiangxi still refuses to do any chores, just like before. They say you only realize how painful something is when it happens to you. Now the whole family, old and young, are all standing around, arms crossed, waiting for her to do the work. Even when she was exhausted and resting in her room, she couldn't find peace. When Wei Mingxiang was healthy, she could suppress her temper and endure her fatigue to do various chores. When she was unwell, she had to support herself on the wall while walking, feeling dizzy and weak. Yet, they still relied on her. Wei Mingxiang had endured for several days before finally losing her patience. She looked around the crowd and chose the only girl, Chung Wenley. Chung Wenley is 15 years old, already in her first year of high school. Her grades are average, and she barely made it into the town's second high school. She is Chung Xiangxi's younger sister, so she naturally looks up to her brother. Her brother, Chung Xiangxi, comes home once a month, and she does the same. It seems like they made a pact. When Chung Xiangxi returns, she follows shortly after. When Chung Xiangxi takes the money and leaves, she can't wait half an hour before leaving herself. Chung Xiangxi is a boy, and not working isn't a big deal. Chung Wenley, a girl of 15, is often lazy and careless, relying on her family for everything. She doesn't dare to scold others, but she's long grown tired of Chung Wenley. Wei Mingxiang, as soon as she appeared, pointed at Chung Wenley's nose and scolded her. Chung Wenley, you'll be 16 after the new year. Such a big girl. Don't you know how to cook at home? I'm not feeling well today, so you go make lunch. Wei Mingxiang's tone was cold and commanding. Chung Wining, who had been sitting far away on a chair, trying to stay unnoticed, was surprised and looked up. She hadn't rushed or tried to attract attention. Why did Wei Mingxiang want to pick on her? Though she was unhappy inside, she didn't dare show it. She angrily went to the kitchen, then heard a series of banging sounds. All right, someone's cooking now. I have a terrible headache, so I'll rest first. Call me when the food is ready. And from now on, don't rely on me for chores. If you're hungry, go find Chung Wenley or cook for yourself. Finally finding someone to boss around, Wei Mingxiang felt very happy to be lazy. But her grandchildren weren't so pleased. Chung Wenley didn't speak out loud, but she was very mean-spirited inside. When they were very young, Chung Wenley had secretly pinched their thighs and buttocks. She was very rough and didn't hold back. Whenever they cried from pain, she would slap them hard and even force them to kneel and eat dirt. If anyone dared to tell on her, she would be beaten even worse next time. Chung Wenley was almost like a nightmare from their childhood. Besides Chung Xiangxi, who was older than her, no one dared to boss her around. Wei Mingxiang continued to lie in bed and soon smelled a burnt smell. She moved her nose, but because she had a headache and a stuffy nose, she couldn't really smell it clearly. She got up, opened the window, and sniffed again. The smell seemed to come from somewhere far away. Wei Mingxiang frowned and looked at it with a hint of mockery. Rice has become very precious now. Who burns the pot while cooking? Looks like we'll have to eat crispy rice today. Wei Mingxiang lay back in bed. After about 10 minutes, she smelled a stronger burnt smell. The smell was very strong, almost hitting her forehead, making it hard to ignore. While she was still wondering where the smell was coming from, she heard someone shouting outside. Fire! Fire!
Whose house is on fire?
Such thick smoke and such a bad smell. The kitchen must be burning down, right? Oh no! It's Wei Mingxiang's house. At first, Wei Mingxiang didn't care and just kept lying there. But as soon as she heard her house was on fire, her eyes widened with shock. She didn't bother to put on shoes and pushed open the door, rushing out quickly. She saw thick smoke billowing from the kitchen, and the burnt smell she had smelled earlier was coming from her own house. Wei Mingxiang was startled and nearly popped her eyes out. She saw Chung Wenley come out of the kitchen, covered in soot and dirt. Chung Wenley was about to run outside, but Wei Mingxiang suddenly grabbed her arm. Chung Wenley, what exactly is going on in the kitchen? Cough, 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 I don't know how to cook. I almost set the kitchen on fire. Wei Mingxiang was furious and stomped her foot, shouting sharply. What's happening to the kitchen now? Has it caught fire? No, I don't know. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Chung Wenley coughed heavily, spitting saliva all over Wei Mingxiang's face. Wei Mingxiang was so angry she almost exploded. She pushed Chung Wenley's back. Chung Wenley was pushed off balance and almost fell to the ground. She stormed into the kitchen and saw that the smoke was coming out from inside. Chung Wenley had stuffed too much wetwood into the stove. The stove was tightly blocked, and the fire inside had completely gone out, but smoke kept billowing out. Wei Mingxiang endured the heat and took all the wood out of the stove. Even after removing the wood, white smoke was still rising from the ground, but the situation in the kitchen was better than before. Wei Mingxiang stood up and saw the cooked rice on one side. She found the rice pot was burned black and curious. She lifted the lid. The white rice was partly burned black around the edges, and the middle was yellow and hard. Most importantly, this big pot of rice was cooked by Chung Wenley for a whole batch. Wei Mingxiang opened the rice jar and nearly went crazy. All the rice she paid a lot for had been poured out completely. It looked like the entire pot of rice was ruined and couldn't even be eaten. Wei Mingxiang felt heartbroken and her chest hurt badly. She covered her pounding heart, feeling like she might faint at any moment. Chung Wenley, come out and face me. Wei Mingxiang was very angry, her voice loud enough to shake the roof. Chung Wenley knew she had caused trouble and understood Wei Mingxiang's temper, so she didn't dare stay at home. After just being scolded, she quickly ran away without a trace. Even the few grandchildren waiting to eat saw the situation and hurried out too. Only Wei Mingxiang was left alone in the smoky kitchen. She looked at the burnt rice in the big pot, feeling her heart ache like it was bleeding. While Wei Mingxiang was still sad and upset, a bucket of water suddenly poured in from outside the kitchen window. Wei Mingxiang sat by the window and was soaked from top to bottom, feeling freezing cold.
Ah!
She screamed and then wiped the water off her face, shouting loudly and cursing. Who the heck poured water into my house? I'm so mad. If I find out who did it, I'll definitely punish you. Wei Mingxiang stood up angrily, looked out the window, but the person was already gone. She stomped her feet in anger, and the water on the ground splashed everywhere. Her already hurting heart felt even worse now. She knelt on the ground, clenched her fists, and kept hitting the floor. Looking at the messy kitchen, her stomach was churning from hunger, and her head was dizzy. She never thought that Jiang Wan was so important to this family. Without her, everything fell apart. She couldn't even take care of the basic needs of life. After losing her temper, Wei Mingxiang finally calmed down. She was soaked all over and freezing cold. She trembled as she went back to her room to change clothes. Her stomach was twisting painfully, and her head was spinning. Lying in bed this morning was tiring, but now she was truly sick. The emotional ups and downs had caused serious harm to her body. The cold water just now soaked her completely, soaking her through and making her underwear wet. Wei Mingxiang weakly lay on the bed, her head feeling fuzzy from the fever. At around 2 p.m., Chung Wining returned home, looking pale. He came back so late because he was very hungry and also felt stomach pain. Chung Wining's face looked yellow, and he was unsteady when walking. He was holding a stick as a crutch. He thought he was just very hungry, causing his stomach to hurt, and that eating a little would make him feel better quickly. But instead, his stomach pain grew worse, so bad that even a strong man like him could hardly bear it. Finally, he bit his lip and staggered home through the pain. When he pushed open the door, he saw the house in chaos. There was faint smoke coming from the kitchen. Chung Wining endured the pain and went to the kitchen. He saw some wet firewood and a large puddle of water on the ground. The rice cooker was thrown on the floor, looking dark and black from a distance. He went closer and saw the rice inside was burnt and giving off a bad smell. He was so hungry that he tried to pick out some rice from the side, but it was so hard it almost chipped his teeth. Yuck! Yuck! This rice cooked in water? Only a genius could make it like this. He kicked over the rice cooker angrily. He was hungry and in pain, full of anger that needed to be released. As usual, he went to his room and saw Wei Mingxiang resting on the bed. He was already furious, and now he was so angry he wanted to hurt someone. He looked around the room and finally saw the stick in his hand. His anger made his mind go blank, and he swung the stick toward Wei Mingxiang. He was so mad that he hit her while shouting curses. Wei Mingxiang, you useless waste. You have no ability, but still dare to split the family. What will you do without Jiang Wan? Every day, you can't cook rice properly, wash clothes poorly, and you don't help the grandchildren with their homework. All you do is eat and sleep, sleep and eat. During the new year, you don't even get slaughtered and eaten. Even pigs are more comfortable than you. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're so lucky? Without Jiang Wan and Chung Wining, I see you just drinking northwest wind in the future. The more Chung Wining thought about it, the angrier he got, and his hits became harder. At first, Wei Mingxiang, with a headache, didn't react much to the hits. Later, Chung Wining delivered a deadly. She was hit so hard that she couldn't take it anymore and woke up screaming nonstop. Chung Wining, you deadbeat. You never come home, and you never do anything around the house. What right do you have to hit me? I was just sick with a bad headache. Can't I rest in bed for a while? Wei Mingxiang curled up, holding her head and constantly dodging. Chung Wining raised his stick and kept hitting her. Wei Mingxiang couldn't take it anymore and, exhausted, finally fought back. Li Shuping was holding a big basin and was about to leave. When she saw Chung Wining staggering back with a stick, she decided to stand at the door and watch the scene. The yard and main hall door of Wei Mingxiang's house were wide open. Wei Mingxiang's room faced the main hall door, and after Chung Wining rushed in, the door was still not closed. Li Shuping had good eyesight and could see everything clearly from a distance. Not only her, but nearby neighbors also poked their heads out to see what was happening. Li Shuping waved to everyone, and in a moment, a crowd gathered around. Everyone stood on either side of the door, slightly tilting their heads to peek inside. Some silently thought, Chung Wining really doesn't hold back when hitting women. Others wondered, wasn't Wei Mingxiang usually pretty fierce? Why is she so timid now? Then they saw the fight between the two, and for them, that was the most exciting part. Wei Mingxiang looked sickly and was very exhausted when she got out of bed. But she stood on the bed, in a very good position. Suddenly, she lunged forward and grabbed Chung Wining's neck. Chung Wining, seeing her tall and strong, was immediately pushed to the ground by her. Then Wei Mingxiang sat on top of Chung Wining, her hands turning into claws, scratching his face, body, and neck. Chung Wining twisted wildly, trying to resist. But Wei Mingxiang, though not tall, was quite fat. From afar, everyone could see her face flushed, and her eyes seemed red. She was probably truly angry and didn't hold back when attacking Chung Wining. Despite Chung Wining's desperate efforts, he was no match for Wei Mingxiang's attacks. After a few failed attempts to fight back, he finally lay flat on the ground. Everyone saw him lying stiffly on the ground, not moving at all. Initially, the crowd just wanted to watch the show, but seeing this, someone shouted in surprise and rushed inside. Wei Mingxiang, you have killed someone. Chung Wining was murdered by you. Wei Mingxiang, you wicked woman. It's one thing to be harsh to your daughter-in-law before, but I didn't expect you to hurt your own husband too. This treacherous woman with a heart like a snake, she used to bully Jiang Wan like this. She's really no good. A group of women rushed in to support Wei Mingxiang's actions. Some grabbed her hair, some pinched her neck, and others punched and kicked her. Wei Mingxiang was caught off guard and was beaten badly. Several people beating one person. Wei Mingxiang wanted to fight back, but didn't know how. Finally, she was pushed to the ground, and Li Shuping covered her head with a basin. Wei Mingxiang saw black before her eyes, and then she heard a loud, excited voice.
Quick.
Wei Mingxiang can't see now. Everyone can do whatever they want to her. Don't worry about responsibility. Wei Mingxiang is a wicked person everyone should punish. We're not hurting her. We're doing what's right. Li Shuping exaggerated her voice, deliberately changing her tone. She knew very well about Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan was such a good person, yet Wei Mingxiang had bullied her for so many years. Li Shuping had been holding back her anger and wanted to take revenge herself. Now she finally saw her chance and planned to make good use of it. Jiang Wan helped her solve problems and gave her advice. She was just an ordinary farmer, not very capable, but she could still help beat Wei Mingxiang badly. Let me go, let me go. Wei Mingxiang kept struggling. Li Shuping stepped on the basin, covering her head tightly. A woman who had a grudge with Wei Mingxiang sat down heavily on her, following Li Shuping's signal. 2 others held her arms, and 2 more pressed down on her legs. Wei Mingxiang's limbs were all restrained, so she couldn't fight back. The woman sitting on her took the chance and started hitting and grabbing her. Soon, Wei Mingxiang was beaten until she lay on the ground, unable to resist. Seeing the situation was under control, Li Shuping quickly told everyone to leave. She waved to the 2 women stepping on her feet, and they hurried out. Then the 2 women holding her hands also tiptoed away quietly. The woman sitting on her didn't forget to pinch her chest twice before leaving. Wei Mingxiang was in so much pain she sweat all over and let out a loud, pig-like squeal. Finally, Li Shuping lifted the basin and ran out holding her. She slammed the door shut behind her. Wei Mingxiang was badly beaten and felt sore all over, lying on the ground unable to move. She struggled to turn her head, wanting to see who had hurt her. But because of the pain, her movement was slow. When she finally turned her head, she only saw a closed door. Chung Wining was lying on the ground groaning, and Wei Mingxiang was in no better shape. Li Shuping had been in a bad mood these days. Today, after beating Wei Mingxiang, even the dirt at the door looked more tolerable. She hadn't cleaned up the mess and stayed at home every day, pretending she wasn't there. She was waiting for Chung Daqiang and his 2 sons to come back so they could see for themselves what kind of people her husband's family was. She also wanted the villagers to see how they treated her. In the past, she would have quickly cleaned up if anyone saw her, trying to protect her family's reputation. After cleaning, she would rush to bring food to her family. Now, she didn't even want Chung Daqiang anymore, and she was curious about what her 2 sons had to say. She suspected they might be ungrateful. On the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, no one came home. Li Shuping remembered what Jiang Wan had said and went to see her early in the morning. She arrived at Jiang Wan's house and saw Chung Wining cooking in the kitchen, while Jiang Wan was in her room with the children. Jiang Wan was busy taking care of both children alone. Li Shuping naturally went to help. She changed the children's clothes and diapers and washed the dirty ones. Chung Wining finished preparing breakfast, but didn't ask if she had eaten. Instead, he served her a big bowl and warmly invited her to eat together. Auntie, you don't look very well these days. Have you not rested enough? Jiang Wan asked softly as she sipped her porridge. After finishing, she couldn't help but ask. Li Shuping was very hungry. She drank the entire bowl of porridge in one go and then wiped her mouth. She looked disappointed but then became excited again. Jiang Wan, you finished breakfast, right? I have a funny story to tell you that will definitely make you happy. Li Shuping eagerly linked her arm with Jiang Wan's and pushed her toward the room. Jiang Wan was a bit puzzled. Why couldn't she share something funny in front of Chung Jinyan? Li Shuping hadn't even spoken after closing the door, and she was already laughing so hard she almost fell over. Jiang Wan, I tell you, Wei Mingxiang has really had a tough time lately. Wei Mingxiang first told her about the fight with Chung Wining on the first day of the new year. Then she continued speaking. Wei Mingxiang fought hard with Chung Wining this time and ended up with many injuries. Chung Wining didn't get the better of her either, so now she doesn't go out anymore. She just stays in bed all day, crying out in pain. Li Shuping also talked about Wei Mingxiang catching a bad cold and how they had beaten her up. Now, 3 days have passed, and Wei Mingxiang's family is still lying in bed. Since Wenley burned the rice and Wei Mingxiang beat her up, she hasn't come back yet. As for the boys at home, they keep stealing things. They even broke into Wei Mingxiang's cabinet and took some valuables to sell. Wei Mingxiang wants to stop them every day, but she can't move because of the pain. She just lies in bed like a dead fish. She and Chung Wining haven't eaten for 3 days. They only drink some water to keep going. I wonder how long they can hold on. Now, everyone in the village is watching their story. Some people even bet on when Wei Mingxiang will get up. Li Shuping lives next to Wei Mingxiang. Every day, she opens her window and can enjoy the freshest melons. Jiang Wan quietly listened to Li Shuping talk animatedly. As she spoke, the worry on her face disappeared. Annie, you just said Wei Mingxiang was soaked with water and caught a bad cold. You also said you poured water on her head with a basin. I just want to ask, was that basin of water poured by you? Jiang Wan's thoughts are always so curious. Li Shuping paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Yes, I poured it. At first, I saw smoke coming from Wei Mingxiang's kitchen and thought there was a fire. You know, our houses are very close. If her house caught fire, it wouldn't be a big deal, but I didn't want my house to burn down. I happened to be carrying a basin of water and saw Wei Mingxiang sitting on the ground crying. She was sitting right under the window, so I couldn't help but pour water on her. Wei Mingxiang is seriously ill now. This incident is quite related to me. Jiang Wan, you shouldn't blame me, right? Li Shuping's voice grew softer, clearly feeling a bit nervous. No, I won't blame you. Auntie, don't forget how Wei Mingxiang used to treat me. She not only wanted me to do chores, but also wanted my child's life. Could I tolerate that? After she said those words and did those things, she was no longer my mother-in-law in my heart. Our relationship is worse than that of strangers. Calling her an enemy is not an exaggeration. I am still confined after giving birth, and my aunt stepped in to teach her a lesson. I am very grateful, and can't blame you at all. Jiang Wan spoke sincerely, and Li Shuping finally relaxed. I'm glad you don't blame me, but please don't tell Chung Jinyan. Li Shuping secretly looked toward the door. Jiang Wan is easy to get along with and doesn't mind, but Chung Jinyan is harder to deal with. It's okay to tell him. Chung Jinyan isn't unreasonable. By the way, Aunt, you've been married to the Chung family village for many years. Have you heard anything about Chung Jinyan's childhood? Jiang Wan suddenly thought that she didn't necessarily need Chung Jinyan to investigate his background or her first child situation. She could start by talking to the people around her. There were many doubts weighing on Jiang Wan's mind. She wanted to peel away each layer of mystery until she found the truth. Chung Jinyan's childhood. Li Shuping looked somewhat uncomfortable at this point, and Jiang Wan kept asking her. Li Shuping sighed and decided to tell her the truth. Chung Jinyan's childhood was difficult. His parents favored his 2 older brothers and always made him do chores. At that time, his status at home was not much better than yours was before. Later, he joined the army and started earning money. Only then did Wei Mingxiang treat him differently. Jiang Wan fell silent for a moment before asking again. Do you think Chung Jinyan is more outstanding than his 2 brothers? Before Jiang Wan married in, her 2 uncles had already passed away. She had never interacted with them and didn't know what they looked like or their personalities, so she didn't dare to guess. Of course, Chung Jinyan is better. His 2 brothers are lazy and unambitious, both ungrateful. And they don't look good either, short and stocky, quite like your father-in-law. Following Jiang Wan's reminder, Li Shuping suddenly realized a problem. If you really think about it, Chung Jinyan doesn't even know who he looks like. Tall, handsome, and a real gentleman, he's very good-looking. It's true what they say. A good bamboo produces a good shoot. They really don't seem like family. Li Shuping's words once again confirmed Jiang Wan's suspicions. Based on what she heard from her nephews and nieces before her rebirth, Jiang Wan is now 90% sure. Chung Jinyan is definitely not Wei Mingxiang's biological son. Not only was there a cold attitude, but also a big difference in appearance. There are too many doubts about the whole matter, and it can't stand close examination. After she said those words to Chung Jinyan, his face looked very unpleasant. Jiang Wan thought he didn't like hearing those words, but now it seems he might also have some doubts in his heart. However, this suspicion was suddenly brought to light by someone else, and he couldn't accept it easily. Is it possible that Chung Jinyan is not Wei Mingxiang's child? Jiang Wan hesitated for a long time before finally speaking her true thoughts. Li Shuping was surprised and widened her eyes. She had also considered this possibility, but felt a bit shy to say it because of Jiang Wan's status. Unexpectedly, Jiang Wan shared her suspicion, and they both had the same guess in their minds. After hearing you say that, I think it might really be true. Previously, Jiang Wan only guessed this idea, but now even Aunt Li agreed with her, which made Jiang Wan very happy. Auntie, since you live close to Wei Mingxiang's family and the neighbors are familiar, could you help me ask the elders around about the details of Chung Jinyan's birth? Jiang Wan believed that if Chung Jinyan was not Wei Mingxiang's son, there would definitely be some clues from his birth. As long as she could find these subtle hints, she would surely find evidence. Li Shuping patted her chest to promise. Even though she was busy with her own affairs now, she took on this task willingly. Don't worry, I will handle this matter. Annie, I also want to ask you to keep an eye on one more thing. Go ahead. Li Shuping cared deeply for Jiang Wan and paid extra attention to her matters. Just then, the children started crying. Jiang Wan picked up one of the children to feed him. Another child also cried, and Li Shuping quickly took him to the toilet, then gently held him in her arms and comforted him softly. Jiang Wan gently stroked the child's little head, looking at them with endless love. Annie should know, besides these two children, I actually had another pregnancy before. The incident Jiang Wan mentioned happened 6 years ago. She silently calculated in her mind that if those two children were still alive, they would now be over 6 years old. Yes, I remember seeing your belly get bigger at that time, but I don't know why the baby was gone later. Jiang Wan suddenly brought up her past, and Li Shuping took a moment to react. I was naive back then, working in the fields before giving birth, and then I fainted from exhaustion. Kind-hearted villagers sent me back, and it seems Auntie was among that group. Gradually, my memories became clearer. I was surprised to realize that Auntie Li was the person who quietly stayed by my side when I needed her most. These events are so long ago that Li Shuping's memory is starting to fade. Thanks to Jiang Wan's reminder, I finally remembered that I had indeed helped her once before. After my child was born, the midwife said the situation was not good. Later, Wei Mingxiang took the baby to the town hospital for treatment and never brought him back. Does Annie know who delivered my baby last time? Jiang Wan thought back on the past and sensed something was strange. If she could find the previous midwife and ask about the two children, she might learn more clues. She also needed to find time to confront Wei Mingxiang face-to-face. This time, Jiang Wan was determined to ask clearly, which hospital was her child taken to? Which doctor treated him? Why did he pass away? And where was he buried? Jiang Wan decided that when she questions her, she must do it unexpectedly, giving Wei Mingxiang no time to react. She wanted to control her, make her feel threatened, and when she was completely helpless, she could not resist. If she simply asked normally, Wei Mingxiang would probably dodge the questions, make a joke, and brush it off. Jiang Wan had suffered too many losses before. After dying once, she learned to be smarter. Li Shuping thought carefully and quickly remembered. Jiang Wan was brought back by her. Although the midwife wasn't hired by her, she had a few casual chats with her when she came out. She knew the midwife's name and that she wasn't from their village. Li Shuping found this strange at the time, so she talked more with her. She didn't expect it would be useful now. I know the midwife was from out of town. During the New Year, she was visiting relatives in Liujia village, and somehow Wei Mingxiang asked her to come and deliver your baby. Hearing Auntie Li's words, Jiang Wan frowned. There were already 2 midwives in their village. They only worked during festivals or special occasions, so it was unlikely they couldn't find anyone. Even if they needed to hire someone, they would choose someone trustworthy. That midwife was just visiting her family. Most people wouldn't even know her profession. Lijia village and Chengjia village were far apart. Given the urgent situation back then, how did Wei Mingxiang manage to find a midwife from so far away who was visiting relatives? Everything seemed too coincidental, to the point that Jiang Wan thought it was a conspiracy. Li Shuping looked at Jiang Wan for a long time without speaking, then raised her head to check her expression, which was grim and a little frightening. Li Shuping also fell into deep thought. On the surface, this matter seemed fine, but upon closer look, the problems were much bigger. Some things are terrifying when thought about carefully. The more you think, the more scared you become. Does Annie know if the midwife is related to anyone in Lu's village? You're asking the right person. If you asked others, probably no one would know. I just like chatting, so I asked a few more questions. The midwife is a relative of Lu Shurong's family in Lu's village. Jiang Wan was so excited after learning this important news from Auntie Li that she sat up quickly on the bed. Li Shuping held her hand and gently told her to sit back on the bed. Don't be in such a hurry. You're still in your postpartum period. No matter what, you should finish your month of confinement first. Women need proper care during this time. If you don't take care of yourself now, you'll get sick more easily when you're older. You used to neglect your health, but now you must listen to advice. Auntie Li was firm, and Jiang Wan couldn't refuse her. I'll help you find out more. I have distant relatives in Lu's village, and I can find an excuse to go. As a young girl, you wouldn't even be able to get past the door. Who would want to tell you anything? But that might be too much trouble for Auntie. Jiang Wan hesitated, knowing Auntie Li was already caught up in her own troubles. Her family still had a lot of messy issues to deal with, and she felt embarrassed to ask her for help. How could that be trouble? Our family is really in chaos right now, but those things can't be sorted out quickly. It's better to help you handle this first. Auntie Li was kind-hearted. Jiang Wan saw her as family, and she wanted to help her more. As the saying goes, 2 good things make 1 better. Jiang Wan was kind and honest, and she was genuinely pitiful. She knew how to repay kindness, and people like her deserved help. Thank you so much, Auntie. Jiang Wan was so grateful she didn't know what to say. She only planned to ask Auntie for some information, but she didn't expect her to go out of her way to help. Don't mention it. Don't mention it. If it weren't for you, I'd still be suffering from domestic abuse every day and doubting myself. I'd think I wasn't doing enough, which led to this. I only helped a little, but you pulled me out of the mud. Without your reminder, I might have been beaten to death someday, and not even known it. After finishing their serious talk, Jiang Wan took Li Auntie's hand again. Auntie, there's something you must remember. No matter what, don't go up the mountain to gather firewood tomorrow.
Why?
Li Shuping asked in surprise. The firewood at home was running low, and if she wanted to cook tomorrow, she had to go up the mountain to collect wood. She had already made up her mind to go, but she hadn't told anyone. Why did Jiang Wan suddenly bring this up? Jiang Wan wanted to tell Li the truth, but she hesitated and couldn't speak. It seemed some things that change people's lives shouldn't be said so plainly. In any case, she urged, just don't go. Something bad might happen if you do. Jiang Wan was very anxious, but could only say this much. Li Shuping nodded seriously and kept her words in mind. Okay, Auntie will listen to you. I know you're a good person. Whatever you say or decide, it won't hurt me. I trust you. Li Auntie left in a hurry before lunch, without eating anything. Since it was still early, she planned to go to Lu's village. But just as she left the village entrance, she saw her 2 sons coming back together. You 2 ungrateful kids. The New Year has already passed a few days ago, and you're only just coming back? Li Shuping went to meet them. took the luggage from their hands, and temporarily put aside her plan to go to Lu's village. Mom, the construction site is too busy. We've been working overtime these days, and can't leave. Actually, most workers had gone home for the new year, but some accidents happened, and her two sons had to stay behind to handle things. Yeah, they haven't even changed clothes. They look dusty and dirty and just came back. Li Shuping finally noticed that both sons were wearing work uniforms. Their blue uniforms were stained with cement, showing they had just come from the construction site. Thinking this, she felt much better inside. Even if her husband was unreliable, at least her sons cared about her. Come on, let's go home. Li Shuping stood next to her eldest son, grabbed his arm, and led her brothers back home. The mother and sons happily returned home. When they reached the door, they saw it was splattered with manure, and their faces immediately darkened. Mom, what is going on? Who threw this manure? The eldest son was very angry when he saw the manure because such things often happened in their family when he was very young. Could it be Grandma again? What did you do this time to make her upset? The second son's words carried a hint of blame, which made Li Shuping feel unhappy. What did I do?
I didn't do anything.
Li Shuping kicked open the yard gate and stormed inside. The eldest son quickly followed her, while the second son, realizing his mother was angry, touched his nose, pouted, and muttered. All you do is get angry all day. No wonder you're getting old. Although the second son spoke softly, Li Shuping's sharp ears caught every word. She turned around and gave him a fierce glare. The eldest son hurriedly put his arm around her shoulder. Mom, he's still young.
Don't argue with him.
Li Shuping withdrew her gaze and went into the house with her eldest son. As soon as they returned, the eldest son started helping to clean. The second son looked around the rooms and asked, Mom, where's Dad? I didn't see him around. Your dad? On New Year's Eve, he used dust on the table as an excuse to argue with me, then kicked me twice and stormed out. Li Shuping felt hopeless, already thinking about divorce, so she no longer hid what Chung Daqiang had done. No way. You're really something. Can't you just clean the house properly? You're always at home with nothing to do. If you can't even handle small chores, no wonder Dad got so angry. The second son looked at the dust on the table with a disgusted face. Li Shuping's chest rose and fell with anger, finally seeing her son's true face. Without any reason, he stood on his father's side and kept criticizing her. She had sacrificed so much for the son, and after raising him, he only listened to gossip. Enough. Just say less. Mom has to work in the fields every day and then come home to do housework. It's exhausting. Dad hasn't done anything all these years and always fusses over trivial things. Mom's life isn't easy either. You should understand her. The eldest son was good at talking and willing to stand with Li Shuping. Li Shuping was already thinking about divorce and was considering which son should get the house. Seeing her two sons' behavior, she felt the eldest was more suitable. Her words made the second son angry. He snorted coldly, ran back to his room, slammed the door, and didn't want to talk to them anymore. Li Shuping didn't say a word. She went to her room and took the property deed and other documents. At that moment, the eldest son was still bending over, carefully sweeping the floor. Li Shuping grabbed his arm and pulled him to leave. Mom, where are you taking me? The eldest child put down the broom. Although he was confused inside, he took the initiative to follow out. Li Shuping didn't speak at first because the outside smell was too strong, so she held her breath. After leaving the yard, she sighed. Mom thinks you're a sensible person. I don't plan to hide things from you anymore. Your dad has someone outside. I saw it with my own eyes. Our family is about to change.
What?
Mom, are you really sure? The eldest child was shocked and stared wide-eyed, unable to believe this fact. Why would I lie about such a thing? To prevent unnecessary trouble later, I want to transfer the house to your name. Your younger brother is still young and not steady. He always follows your dad's lead. I'm afraid if I transfer the house to him, your dad might easily deceive him, and he will soften again. You are a person with your own opinions. I trust you can tell right from wrong. I'm comfortable with the house in your name. Li Shuping spoke a lot quickly. The eldest child looked down and was silent for a moment before speaking. Mom, is what you said true? Are you sure? Of course. I stood at that woman's door all day and watched. Your dad did all the chores for her, spoiling her like a treasure. Look at our family. Your dad wouldn't even help when the oil bottle fell. Even if I don't say anything, do you believe he will divorce me when he comes back?
Li Shuping spoke firmly.
The mother and son were almost at the village committee's gate. Suddenly, the eldest child grabbed her hand and said very firmly, Mom, take me to see it. I won't be satisfied until I see it with my own eyes. Under his insistence, Li Shuping took him straight to the widow's house. All right, I'll take you to see for yourself. Let you see what kind of person your dad really is. Li Shuping decisively took her son's hand and headed to Zhangjia village. They arrived at the tree where Li Shuping had hidden last time. She pointed to the house nearby and said, Last time, I saw your dad with that woman being very close. Li Shuping's expression was calm, and her voice steady. This was the second time she came, and she had already seen everything clearly. The mother and son waited behind the tree for a while, then saw Chung Daqiang dragging 2 bundles of firewood back from the mountain. The eldest child's eyes immediately widened when he saw Chung Daqiang. He was excited and wanted to go out, but Li Shuping quickly held him back. Why rush? This is just the beginning. The real show is still to come. Under Li Shuping's persuasion, the older son finally calmed down. Mother and son hid behind a tree and watched all afternoon. The older son went from hopeful at first to completely hopeless later. Mom, let's go home. There's nothing interesting to see here. On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, even though there was no firewood left at home, Li Shuping refused to go up the mountain. In the morning, she took her older son to secretly transfer the house ownership to a village official. The old house, originally under her name, was also transferred to Jiang Wan this time. They had a simple lunch of noodles. Then in the afternoon, she went to Jiang Wan's house to ask for help. Li Shuping handed Jiang Wan the newly signed property transfer agreement. Chung Daqiang already knows about my son's affair. Li Shuping went straight to the point as soon as she entered. She had been efficient these days and didn't want to delay the divorce. But she couldn't be too aggressive. Chung Daqiang had to be the one to suggest it. She couldn't think of a good plan. Her eldest son was honest and couldn't come up with ideas when faced with problems. What's his attitude? My older son supports me, but it seems my younger son still sides with his dad. That's good to hear. Things will be easier to handle then. Jiang Wan, what should I do now? How can I make Chung Daqiang suggest divorce first? Jiang Wan looked at the new property transfer agreement in her hand and suddenly felt confident. She had been worried about Li Shuping's marriage falling apart and all the money she invested might be lost. Now that the house was transferred to her name, she didn't have to worry anymore. Of course, she didn't get the house for free. Jiang Wan wrote a 200 yuan IOU to Li Shuping. It was like she bought the house for 200 yuan and protected Li Shuping's property rights. Even if she divorced later, she wouldn't lose out in the property division. Andy, after you go back, pretend you broke your leg. Have your older son take you to the town hospital and try to get a fake medical certificate. Ask the doctor to write that you have a shattered leg with a chance of lifelong disability. To make it more convincing, you can put a cast on your leg. After returning from the hospital, lie in bed and do nothing. Tell your older son not to work for a month and take good care of you at home. After doing all this, have your son spread the news. Make sure everyone in the family knows. Find a way to let the villagers hear about it and get your son to pass the message around. When the time comes, as long as you lie on the bed, it will be clear quickly whether the family members are real people or ghosts. Chung Daqiang saw your medical diagnosis and will, as you wish, voluntarily suggest divorce. Jiang Wan has been giving advice to Li Shuping based on her memories from the past life. The only difference is that in the previous life, Aunt Li really did break her leg. Although she could walk later, she truly became disabled. She was divorced, betrayed by her younger son, and the only son who was kind to her had to leave early due to urgent work at the construction site. Unfortunately, an accident happened there, and her son was lost forever. You say your idea is good, but my eldest son is a workaholic. He stays at home for a few days and then leaves. I'm not confident I can keep him. Auntie, no matter what method you use, you must keep him. Even if you have to threaten him with your life, do it. This isn't just about helping you, it's about changing his fate. If possible, tell him to stop working at the construction site, at least not at the original site. Otherwise, Jiang Wan wanted to continue, but suddenly found herself speechless. What if what she wanted to say was that he would die? Instead, it came out as regret for a lifetime. Li Shuping was shocked. She took a step back and fell hard to the ground, unable to stand for a long time. What does that mean? Auntie, I can only tell you this much. If you believe me, do as I say. I won't harm you. Li Shuping sat up from the ground. Although she was confused, she nodded. All right, I'll trust you one more time. After taking Jiang Wan's advice, Li Shuping felt much calmer. She had hurried here, stumbling and even falling once. On her way back, she straightened her back and immediately started planning. That night, Li Shuping poured a bucket of water to take a bath. After washing and dressing, she suddenly shouted loudly and then fell heavily to the ground. She called out loudly through the door for her eldest son. Soon, her eldest and second sons came rushing over after hearing the noise. Mom, what's wrong? The eldest son pressed his ear against the door to listen inside.
Oh.
My leg hurts so much. It hurts so badly. Mom, have you dressed properly? Can you get up and open the door? To make her act more convincingly, Li Shuping hadn't told her eldest son the truth. He thought she really fell and was very anxious, pressing against the door.
Have I dressed properly?
My leg just hurts too much to get up. Maybe you should kick the door open. Li Shuping didn't say a word before crying out in pain several times. Even taking a shower, I can still fall and get hurt. I'm completely useless. No wonder I can't keep Dad. I really deserve it. Hearing the noise from the bathroom, the second son snorted coldly. But the eldest son didn't care about that and kicked open the bathroom door. Li Shuping sat on the ground, clutching her right leg. She was sweating from the pain, tears streaming down her face. The eldest son immediately picked her up in a princess carry. My leg hurts so much. I think I might have broken it by accident. Luckily, you're all here. Take me to the hospital quickly. If we wait too long, I might become disabled. Li Shuping tightly held onto her older brother's arm. She looked up at him with a pleading expression. Okay, I'll push you to the hospital in a wheelchair. Our family doesn't have much money. Why go to a hospital? It's better to just visit the village health clinic. Didn't I fall often when I was young? I never broke my leg. It's unlikely I'd be so unlucky now, right? The second son always avoided problems. Not only did he refuse to take her to the hospital, but he also secretly mocked her. Li Shuping felt uncomfortable after he had scolded her a few times before. Now that her leg was broken, her younger son still acted so carefree, showing he didn't really see her as a mother. In the village, the Annie said he was like a wolf with no loyalty. She raised him with great care, but when trouble came, he ran away. He was completely useless. Shut up. Children can't be the same as elders. Mom is grown up. Do you think I don't know if I've hurt my leg or not? Do you need to mock me here? The eldest son's words made the second son obediently shut his mouth. Li Shuping's originally bitter heart suddenly felt warm, like spring breeze. Having two obedient sons, she felt her life was worth it. The eldest son pushed the wheelchair and, without hesitation, placed her inside. Little brother, do you want to come with me to take Mom to the hospital? The second son didn't want to go at all, but he didn't dare oppose the eldest. He could only hold back his anger and reluctantly follow. He went, but as soon as they arrived at the hospital, he claimed he needed to and quickly disappeared. After the second son left, Li Shuping held her eldest brother's hand and confided in him. Son, Mom's leg is actually fine. I just pretended to break it. On one hand, I wanted to see how sincere your younger brother really is. On the other hand, I wanted to see if Dad, when I was hurt, would feel guilty and come back early to take care of me. Li Shuping's excuses are just that, excuses. She's actually afraid her son will get angry when he finds out she's been lying. Mom, how can I help you? The eldest son was both surprised and happy. It was great that his mom didn't break her leg, but he was a little upset about being deceived. Li Shuping lowered her voice and explained her plan to her son. The eldest nodded, thinking it was a good idea. Okay, then do as I say. I'll go arrange everything now. The eldest son didn't immediately take Li Shuping to the hospital. First, he wanted to find a good doctor in the orthopedics department. He had worked at a construction site for a year last year and had saved some money. But that money was originally saved to get married. Now that his mother was in trouble, he couldn't just ignore it. He asked the nurses at the hospital where the orthopedics department was and then visited different offices to inquire. To his disappointment, no doctor was willing to help him by issuing a fake certificate. Seeing her son come out empty-handed after a long time, Li Shuping knew things weren't going smoothly. She found the orthopedics department and saw her son looking dejected after being turned away. Li Shuping asked about the specific doctors there and finally chose the doctor on the far right. She took her son and strode inside confidently. Doctor, I am Li Shuping. I have something important to discuss with you. Li Shuping first greeted the doctor politely, then got straight to the point. She briefly explained her reasons for doing this and then started to beg. Doctor, my husband is with another woman, but he still doesn't want to give up on me, his old wife. She explained her current relationship with Chung Wining and what she did daily. No matter how hard I work or how tired I am, my husband has never understood me. She does so much for other women, but he's never been so kind to me. Without comparison, there's no pain. I am completely hopeless now. I just want to escape this marriage and live freely. They say sincerity is the best weapon. Li Shuping chose a female doctor because she knew women are more empathetic. After hearing her story, the woman immediately assured her. Okay, do you really think you've hurt your leg? Do you want me to check it first? I did fall when I was looking for someone, but it wasn't serious. Li Shuping's injury was bleeding, and the wound was stuck to her pants. She struggled hard to pull her pants up. She has a circle of blood marks on her knee. Although it has been cleaned up, it still looks a bit scary. You have a good wound, a large area, but the injury isn't serious. Okay, I will give you a medical certificate for your illness. The doctor sympathized with Li Shuping's situation and agreed quickly. Li Shuping was indeed hurt, but not badly. She could still run around. Let me treat your wound again. Make it look more frightening, so if someone removes your bandages and plaster later, they will only believe your injury. Li Shuping kept thanking the female doctor. 2 hours later, her wound was treated and the medical certificate was issued. The female doctor gave Li Shuping some medicine to take home. Her older brother helped her onto a cart and pushed her back home. Li Shuping's leg was in an exaggerated cast, her face pale, looking very sick. Li Shuping lay weakly on the cart, and someone who didn't know might think she was very ill. The cart was pushed back to the village, and quite a few people saw it. Li Shuping deliberately asked her eldest son to take her around her father-in-law and mother-in-law's house. Fortunately, her father-in-law was outside smoking a pipe. He saw his grandson pushing the cart and called out, Chung Wining, when did you come back? Why haven't you gone to see Grandma? The old man picked up his pipe and chased after him. Li Shuping's eldest son is named Chung Wining. He pretended not to hear. When the old man got close enough and saw Li Shuping lying in the cart, he suddenly turned around. Grandpa, you called me? Well, my mom broke her leg. She might be disabled now. I was in a bad mood and didn't hear you. Grandpa, you won't blame me, will you? The manure at Li Shuping's house was spilled by the old man. The old man was unreasonable and domineering. When Li Shuping first married in, he didn't like her. He even disliked her 2 sons she gave birth to. If Li Shuping hadn't been capable, he would have already made his son divorce her. But now, Li Shuping had broken her leg and might become disabled. Does that mean she can't help the family anymore?
What use is she then?
The old man's mood was heavy, and he didn't bother to listen to Chung Weihua's words. He put his pipe in his mouth and took a few puffs. Chung Weihua looked back and saw the old man's face was grim enough to drip water. Seeing the old man silent, Chung Weihua greeted him and pushed the cart away. This time, I pushed the cart directly back home. Elder son Chung Weiping heard the noise and came out of his room. Chung Weihua hurriedly called him over to help. Mom broke her leg. I can't move her alone. Please come and give me a hand.
What?
She just fell lightly, and she broke her leg? Chung Weiping opened his mouth in disbelief. Will Mom be able to recover in the future? Chung Weiping asked cautiously, his voice trembling and looking very nervous. No, she probably won't get better. The doctor said she might be disabled for life and will need bed rest. Chung Weihua looked grim and spoke in a low voice.
What?
How could this happen? What about the household chores? Who will take care of Mom in the future? Chung Weiping staggered back a few steps. Just then there was a knock at the door, and someone was calling outside. Chung Weihua, there's an urgent matter at the construction site. You need to answer the phone quickly. Li Shuping's eyes widened in fear. She never expected that what Jiang Wan told her would come true so soon. Jiang Wan told her that if the eldest son left, something regretful would happen. Since the eldest son was so filial, Li Shuping couldn't bear for him to get into trouble. He was her strongest support. Chung Weihua was about to leave when Li Shuping immediately grabbed his hand. Son, my leg hurts so much.
Don't go. Stay here with me, okay?
But I have work at the construction site, he replied. Li Shuping looked at her younger son and saw his eyes filled with dislike. Her heart ached, and she made a firm decision. Let your brother go. Yes, let me go. Big brother, you stay at home to take care of Mom. I can handle these things. Hearing Li Shuping's words, Chung Weiping felt like he caught a life-saving straw and quickly agreed. He turned and ran outside, afraid that staying longer would mean having to take care of the patient. After Chung Weiping ran far away, Li Shuping let out a heavy sigh. Why didn't I see before that your brother is just a selfish person? Mom, my brother is still young. He's not really selfish. Chung Weihua tried to defend him, but Li Shuping waved her hand, indicating she didn't want to hear it. Whether I can divorce your dad smoothly depends on you. You must stay and help me. Chung Weihua nodded, a bitter smile on his face. Mom, if Dad knew you broke your leg and didn't dislike you, but was willing to take care of you? Chung Weihua is still young, so he has these wild ideas in his mind. Li Shuping's smile is cold, and her words are also icy. It won't happen. He doesn't even want to take care of your grandmother, so how could he take care of me? I'm healthy and able to do farm work and household chores, but he doesn't care about me anymore now that I am disabled. Li Shuping's feelings for Chung Daqiang are already dead, and her words are calm and rational. Chung Weihua opens his mouth to explain, but can't say a word. Mom's words make sense. He can't argue back. After finishing his phone call, Chung Weiping returns, smiling brightly, with his mouth turned up happily, looking very pleased. He starts packing his things immediately. Chung Weihua calls out to him in confusion. Little brother, are you leaving just after you come back? With the way things are at home now, it's not really a home. If I don't leave, won't I just be unhappy here? Chung Weiping says casually, with a pout. Chung Weihua knows he has made up his mind, but still can't help asking. But Mom is hurt now and needs care. She raised you all these years, which wasn't easy. Now it's our turn to repay her. Are you really going to leave her here alone? The words Chung Weihua asks are actually suggested by their mother. Isn't there also you? Mom liked you the most when you were little. Having you around is better than anything. It doesn't matter if I'm home or not. Chung Weing quickly packs his belongings, slings his bag on his back, and prepares to leave. But Mom still needs surgery on her leg, and will cost a lot of money. I don't have enough money myself. I can stay here to take care of Mom. Can you give her some money for the surgery? Chung Weihua's face already looks grim when he says this. Chung Weing snorts coldly, takes out a 1 yuan coin from his pocket, and slaps it on the table. This is all I have. If you don't mind, take it. Seeing the crumpled 1 yuan coin, Chung Weihua's face darkens completely. Chung Weiping, don't forget you're also Mom's son. Mom treated you well when you were little. If you won't take care of her, fine, but you can't even spare a little for her surgery? This is just a yuan. That's all I have. What else do you want? Chung Weiping shakes off his hand and turns to leave. You've been saving money from working the construction site for a year, and it can't be just this little? Chung Weihua exposes his true nature, and Chung Weiping's smile on his face turns even colder. That money is for me to marry my wife. You're foolish to risk the rest of your life on a disabled person. I'm not that naive. I won't be coming back to this home anymore. Brother, please tell Mom for me. Just pretend I was never born. You. How can you say such rebellious words? Although it was just a test, the result shocked Li Shuping. Chung Weihua, as the older brother, was also furious. He knew his younger brother was irresponsible before, but he always thought he was just young and naive, taking care of him in life and work. Now it's clear he's not naive. He's too smart. He's completely selfish, only interested in people who benefit him, flattering and pleasing them. When they no longer serve his interests, he kicks them away. Even his own mother and brother are treated the same way. So, what if I say it? Anyway, I don't need to come back to this home. I'm not afraid of you anymore. Chung Weiping completely lost his temper and spoke more harshly. Fine, I won't bother you anymore. But I won't pass on your message. If you really want to leave, say that last sentence to Mom yourself. Chung Weihua had given up completely on his younger brother. Chung Weiping snorted again and turned to walk into Li Shuping's room.
Say what you want.
Do you think that will scare me? Do you really think I don't dare to speak? I'll go say it right now. Li Shuping's door wasn't fully closed. The brother's words were loud and clear. Although she had prepared herself mentally, hearing her son speak like that still made her feel cold inside. Chung Weiying kicked open the door, looking at Li Shuping with a cold face. Li Shuping looked up and carefully studied her son's expression. She realized that Chung Weiping's cold and selfish attitude still hurt her. Mom, this is the last time I'll call you Mom. I'm leaving and won't come back. Just pretend I was never your son. Chung Weiping stared coldly into Li Shuping's eyes. After saying this, he turned to leave. Come back. Li Shuping called sharply, stopping him. She took out a pre-written letter of severance from under her pillow. What's wrong with you? Chung Weihua reached out and blocked the door. Chung Weiping, impatient, turned around and looked at Li Shuping with displeasure. If you really want to leave, sign this letter. From now on, whether you live or die, it has nothing to do with me. You are no longer my son, Li Shuping. Li Shuping handed the agreement forward. Chung Weiping became curious. He stepped forward, picked up the agreement, and quickly glanced at it. Chung Weiying only finished middle school, but could read simple characters. After reading the agreement, a smile appeared on his face. He had been worried about how to completely get rid of Li Shuping, but unexpectedly, help came just in time. He took a black pen from the table, signed his name on both copies of the agreement, and pressed his fingerprint. All right, I've met your demands. Li Shuping, Aunt Li, can I leave now? Go away. Once you leave, don't come back ever again. Li Shuping put away the agreement, turned her head, tears falling from the corner of her eye, and coldly told him to get lost. Chung Weiying snorted coldly, pushed Chung Weihua the shoulder, and slammed the door loudly as he left. Leave the house key before you go. Chung Weihua ordered coldly. Chung Weiping took the key from his pocket, threw it behind him, and left without looking back. Li Shuping wiped away tears from her eyes, expressionless as she watched Chung Weiping walk away. Mom, your brother has left. What do you plan to do next? Remember, Chung Weiping is no longer your brother. Remember his heartless attitude today. No matter how he turns out in the future, don't feel sorry for him. Chung Weihua's eyes flickered, and after a moment of difficulty, he nodded. Mom, I understand. Although Chung Weihua saw his brother's true nature with his own eyes, he still felt upset. His voice was a little hoarse. That night, he lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep out of sadness. The next morning, he saw his father, who had been missing for several days, return. Chung Weihua forced himself to be cheerful and went forward enthusiastically to greet him. Dad, you're finally back. Where's Mom? I heard she broke her leg and might be disabled? Chung Daqiang pushed open the door and saw Li Shuping with a cast on her leg, lying weakly on the bed. Seeing her like that, Chung Daqiang didn't feel sad. Instead, A faint smile appeared on his face. Li Shuping, how could you be so useless? You take a shower and end up injuring yourself so badly. I always said you were foolish, but you didn't believe me. It's because your IQ isn't high, and your son isn't smart either. Zhen Weihuang's eyes widened in shock. He never expected that his father not only disapproved of his mother, but also looked down on him so much. His heart, which was already cold, felt even colder now. While he was still feeling sad, Chung Daqiang had already walked to Li Shuping's bedside. He roughly pulled Li Shuping up from the bed. Come on, now go with me to the village committee. Go to the village committee for what? Li Shuping had a vague guess in her heart, but she still wanted to hear Chung Daqiang say it himself. Of course, to get a divorce. You've become useless. Do you still expect me to support you in the future? If it weren't for the fact that you still had some use, I would have divorced you long ago. You're useless and still meddling in others' affairs. You can't even manage your own, yet you're always worried about other people's business. Li Shuping, I've never liked you. Now that you're disabled, don't waste my time chasing my own happiness in the rest of my life. Chung Daqiang cursed Li Shuping loudly, saying words that were harsh and unpleasant. Zhen Weihuang had never seen his father like this before. To him, his father was usually quiet and reserved. Although he sometimes lost his temper, he was tall and noble. Now, hearing these words with his own ears, his first reaction was disbelief. But these words were so cruel and real that, whether he believed it or not, they had truly happened. It was only at this moment that Chung Weihuang fully understood the suffering his mother had endured all these years. He also understood the real reason she pretended to break her leg this time. Fortunately, she only pretended to break her leg, not really. Otherwise, her life in the future would have been truly tragic. Chung Daqiang was very strong. He roughly pulled Li Shuping, ignoring her injured leg, and forcibly pulled her off the bed.
Oh.
My leg hurts so much. My leg hurts. It's going to break. Chung Daqiang, let me go. Li Shuping deliberately kept screaming in pain, just to make Chung Daqiang believe her leg was really broken and that she was permanently disabled. Not only did Chung Daqiang not loosen his grip, but he became even rougher. Li Shuping fell off the bed, but she was prepared. She used her hands to support herself on the ground, so her injured leg didn't suffer further damage. Zhen Weihuang snapped out of his shock and rushed forward, spreading his arms to protect Li Shuping. Dad, whatever decision you make, can't you see how much Mom has sacrificed for this family? Please talk to her nicely. What's there to say? If she hadn't been so stubborn and insisted on marrying me back then, who would want her with that look? Chung Daqiang shouted loudly and cursed loudly. He pointed at Li Shuping's nose and kept yelling, insulting her harshly. Li Shuping looked at Chung Daqiang with a cold eye, seeing how he twisted facts and was shameless. It was clearly him who had been pestering her back then. She only married him reluctantly. Now, he was even blaming her in front of their son. Some people are either human or ghostly. You only find out after trying. Li Shuping saw Chung Daqiang's true nature clearly and felt her heart grow colder. Her heart, which was already broken, felt completely frozen. There was no hope of revival in this life. She lifted her head and coldly looked at Chung Daqiang's ugly face. Only after he finished cursing did she respond in a cold voice. Chung Daqiang, do you have no shame? Who is bothering whom? You know the truth better than anyone. I don't want to discuss these meaningless things now. If you've decided on divorce, just go ahead and do it. Do you really think I, Li Shuping, am afraid of you? Even if I become disabled and can never walk again, I won't live under someone like you. It's just a divorce. I'm making it clear today, whoever refuses is a scoundrel. Li Shuping's voice grew louder and angrier. Chung Weihu helped her up from the ground, then stood quietly beside her, showing his support through his actions. Li Shuping, I see you've got some nerve, daring to talk to me like this.
Go.
Let's go to the village to get a certificate now. We'll divorce immediately and go our separate ways. Anyone who refuses is a bad person. I want to see if you're really tough, or if you're just all talk. Without me, you're nothing. Provoked by Li Shuping, Chung Daqiang's head buzzed with anger. He ignored the family property division and grabbed Li Shuping's arm, ready to go for the divorce. "Son, put me on the cart and push me there." Li Shuping bit Chung Daqiang's arm hard and then shook Chung Weihu's arm. Chung Weihu wanted to say more but was discouraged by a look from Li Shuping. He carried Li Shuping sideways and placed her on the outside cart. Chung Daqiang stormed ahead angrily, while Chung Weihu pushed the cart slowly behind him. Chung Daqiang walked very fast, almost running. Chung Weihu, pushing the cart alone, found it a bit tiring but followed closely at his mother's signal. Seeing his father's attitude toward his mother, Chung Weihu completely lost the desire to persuade them. He had a new idea in his mind. A kind woman like his mother shouldn't be mistreated or worn out by such a man. Leaving her husband would give her a fresh, new life. Li Shuping married Chung Daqiang early, but they never officially registered their marriage. They were in a common law marriage, so to divorce, they just needed to get a certificate from the village. They went to the village committee, and Chung Daqiang took the initiative to explain his purpose. The village officials saw the cast on Li Shuping's leg and scolded Chung Daqiang for having no conscience. But Chung Daqiang was very impatient and kept urging everyone to hurry up. Come on. We're here to divorce, not to listen to your gossip. All you old women are so nagging. Just looking at you makes me sick." After the divorce, Chung Daqiang planned to move his belongings to Zhangjia village. He no longer wanted to live in Qingjia village, so he wouldn't have to act humble anymore. Li Shuping is such a capable wife. You'll regret divorcing her someday. Li Shuping married into your family for just 3 years and had 3 children. Since your mother became paralyzed, she's been taking care of her. She also does all the farm work. Now that she's broken her leg, you want a divorce? That's really unkind. If you're a real man, you should stay and take good care of her now. If her leg heals, maybe you two can have a good life together then. The village officials all tried to persuade him, hoping he would reconsider and remember Li Shuping's good qualities. Enough. Just get it done already. All this chatter is unnecessary. Don't you fear going for your endless nagging? Chung Daqiang not only ignored their advice but also scolded them loudly. Li Shuping used to speak highly of Chung Daqiang in the village, so everyone thought he was a good man. Now, as he hurried to divorce, he revealed his true nature in front of the village officials. Everyone looked at Li Shuping with sympathetic eyes, waiting for her to speak. Let him go if he wants. I can't stand this life anymore. You don't know, Chung Daqiang has been very hot-tempered lately. He often beats me. If I refuse to divorce, I might get beaten to death someday and not even know how. When Li Shuping spoke, everyone's eyes were filled with contempt for Chung Daqiang. Both of them had decided to divorce, and with Chung Weihua's support, the process went very smoothly. Li Shuping made her decision, and the village officials, fearing she might be harmed, quickly approved their divorce. Li Shuping held the divorce certificate from the village, finally feeling relieved. Chung Daqiang carefully folded his part of the certificate and put it in his pocket. A small smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he couldn't stop laughing. He took his certificate and turned to leave, heading straight home to pack his things. The village officials gathered around Li Shuping, offering comfort, which took some time. When Chung Weihua pushed Li Shuping back home, Chung Daqiang had already left first, having packed his belongings. The cabinet at home was turned upside down. Chung Daqiang had taken all his clothes and daily items. Li Shuping was glad she had planned ahead before the divorce, hiding valuable items in advance. This way, Chung Daqiang couldn't get the household assets, effectively leaving the marriage with nothing. However, Chung Daqiang was blinded by love and didn't realize this issue at all. He knew the household situation and, in fact, there wasn't much money, so he didn't even think about property. Chung Daqiang left feeling carefree, but Chung Weihua was a bit worried. Mom, just let Dad leave like this. Will you never see him again? Right, you saw it too. He wanted a divorce. He looked down on me. I was just helping him fulfill his wish. I didn't do anything wrong. No one can blame me. Even if you're my own son, that doesn't matter. Now go to the town and buy some locks. Change all the locks on the doors. Without my permission, no one can come in from now on. The parents divorced, and neither of them felt much. But Chung Weihua felt very sad.
Mom, I understand, he said.
Since his mother had spoken, Chung Weihua didn't dare to disobey. He helped his mother back onto the bed, locked the door, and then left. Li Shuping sat on the bed and forcefully removed her cast. She threw the cast under the bed and sat comfortably, crossing her legs. This time, she listened to Jiang Wan's advice, pretended to fall, and with her son's cooperation, successfully divorced and protected her property. On the surface, she seemed to have won, but inside, she still felt uneasy. After all, she was separated from her own son and her husband of over 20 years. She sat listlessly by the bed when suddenly she heard chaos outside. Li Shuping stood up in confusion and went to the window. She was surprised when she looked outside. She could see everything clearly despite the distance. A few days ago, Chung Wining, who had fought fiercely with Wei Mingxiang, looked pale and was carried out by people. Chung Wining lay motionless on the stretcher, looking like a dead person. Li Shuping pressed her face against the window, trying to stretch her head outside as much as possible. Wei Mingxiang sobbed as she supported the edge of the stretcher, while her grandchildren helped push it. Everyone looked worried, and some of the older grandchildren started scolding loudly. Li Shuping perked up her ears to listen, finally understanding what they were saying. "Who told you to argue with Grandpa? How dare you hit him? Look at him now, you're going to have to pay for his treatment yourself. If anything happens to Grandpa, what will you do then? Grandpa is so unlucky. He married someone like you, a troublemaker." Wei Mingxiang kept her head down, enduring their scolding without daring to argue back. Li Shuping slightly pursed her lips, feeling even more disdain for Wei Mingxiang. Wei Mingxiang was good at playing the victim and avoiding trouble. Seeing Jiang Wan behaving honestly, she would jump around, causing trouble and bullying her every day. These grandchildren were hard to talk to, and she dared not speak up when scolded, only accepting it quietly. Jiang Wan's life used to be very hard. Being bullied so badly, she almost lost her children, yet she dared not fight back. If she had stood up for herself earlier and separated the family, maybe her first child wouldn't have gone missing. They could have been a happy mother and child, but because she was too weak back then, they ended up like this. Li Shuping felt sorry for those children and for Jiang Wan. But she wasn't doing well either. She had been weak for over 20 years, controlled by Chung Daqiang's family for so long. If it weren't for Jiang Wan helping her escape the mess, she wouldn't know how hard her life had been. Jiang Wan helped her break free from the trouble, and although she separated from the family, she still couldn't completely get rid of those bad influences. No matter what, Li Shuping still wanted to help Jiang Wan. Chung Wining was pushed into the hospital, and after a series of tests, the final diagnosis was a liver tumor. Wei Mingxiang sat on the ground, stunned and speechless. By this time, Chung Wining on the hospital bed had regained consciousness. Because of his serious liver illness, his face was pale and yellow. Chung Wining was very weak, clutching Wei Mingxiang's hand tightly. "Save me, save me. You must save me." Wei Mingxiang nodded with tears in her eyes. Although they had argued recently, they had been married for many years and still had feelings for each other. Chung Wining fell seriously ill, and Wei Mingxiang didn't want to give up on him. She gathered her strength and went to see the main doctor, asking about the treatment options. The doctor told her that only a liver transplant could save his life. Wei Mingxiang sat down heavily on the ground, looking like a wilted eggplant. After a while, she got up from the floor and then asked about the cost. The liver transplant is moderately difficult. As long as there is a suitable liver source, it will cost around 2,000 yuan. Wei Mingxiang numbly nodded, touching her pocket. Actually, she had only 500 yuan left, which was far from the 2,000 yuan needed for the surgery. She had borrowed a lot of money from her brothers before, and they had written IOUs. Wei Mingxiang thought that if she was a little braver, she could get that money back. If she could gather enough money for the surgery, where could she find a liver source? Wei Mingxiang sat on a bench outside the ward, lost in thought. After a long while, a name finally came to her mind. Jiang Wan was the most suitable person. She was their daughter-in-law, but not part of their family. Besides doing housework and caring for children, she didn't contribute much to the family. As a woman, she didn't need to do heavy physical work, so losing a little liver wouldn't matter much. Wei Mingxiang made up her mind to go back and try to persuade Jiang Wan. Chung Wining was her husband. She couldn't let anything happen to him. He was only in his 50s and she didn't want to become a widow so early. Chung Wining wasn't bad in bed, which made Wei Mingxiang feel even more reluctant to see him die. After sitting for a while, Wei Mingxiang returned to the ward. As soon as she entered, Chung Wining grabbed her hand tightly. "Ah, Xiang, what did the doctor say? Is there any hope for my illness? Don't be afraid." The doctor said that as long as there is a suitable liver source and 2,000 yuan for the surgery, your illness can be cured. Hearing this, Chung Wining sighed in relief, but still looked worried. Will there be enough money at home for the surgery? Can we find a suitable liver source? Because it concerned his life and death, Chung Wining saw Wei Mingxiang as his lifeline. He spoke softly and often touched her hand, trying to make some physical contact. Wei Mingxiang kept a serious face without speaking, which immediately frightened Chung Wining half to death. "Ah, Xiang, after all these years of marriage, you have to save me, please. As long as you save me this time, I will listen to you forever.
I won't hit you again.
If you ask me to go east, I won't dare go west." Chung Wining tightly held Wei Mingxiang's hand, looking surprisingly scared for his age. "I will find a way to handle this." Wei Mingxiang patted Chung Wining's back to comfort him. "I will do all the housework and take care of the farm work. As long as I survive, I will work hard for you for the rest of my life," Chung Wining said, still worried. Wei Mingxiang could only comfort him again. "Don't worry, I am here. I won't let you die," she assured him. Hearing her promise, Chung Wining finally relaxed and felt at ease. That night, Wei Mingxiang didn't go home and stayed at the hospital with Chung Wining. Chung Weiwa bought locks and, under Li Shuping's urging, changed all the locks at home. Li Shuping also sent him to gather firewood in the mountains. After taking a nap in the afternoon, Chung Weiwa had already collected the firewood. He also cooked dinner. After eating well, Li Shuping saw that it was getting dark outside and became eager to leave. She hurried out in the dark and rushed to Jiang Wan's house. When she arrived, Jiang Wan had just put down her bowl and chopsticks. She was about to get up and tidy up when she heard knocking at the door. She looked up and saw it was Aunt Li, so she quickly got up to open the door. After Li Shuping entered, she immediately took Jiang Wan's hand and hurriedly took her to the room. Li Shuping locked the door and then anxiously said, "Jiang Wan, I got a divorce." She took out the divorce agreement from her pocket and proudly placed it in front of Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan took it and immediately smiled. "Auntie, congratulations. Today was the 6th day of the Lunar New Year." Li Shuping was still standing in front of her normally, with no problems in her legs. Seeing that she was fine, Jiang Wan felt relieved. "Thanks to your idea, otherwise this divorce might not have gone so smoothly," she said. "By the way, Jiang Wan, how did you know I was in such danger?" This question had been on Li Shuping's mind for a long time. She wanted to ask but didn't know how to start. "Auntie, I had a terrible dream that mentioned these things," Jiang Wan replied. Rebirth was unbelievable for anyone. Jiang Wan couldn't tell her directly, so she just said she had a dream. Are there really such strange dreams in this world? Dreams that can predict the future? Apart from these things, have you dreamed of anything else? "Auntie, your disaster has already passed, and I don't know what will happen next. But Jiang Wan, your own trouble has just begun. However, now your leg is fine, and you've successfully divorced. Your days will only get better. Still, you should be careful not to be soft-hearted toward your ex-husband and your young son, or else more uncontrollable problems might happen to you." Jiang Wan tightly held Li Shuping's hand and patted the back of it. Li Shuping nodded heavily, looking serious. "You're right. My trouble is over. If you hadn't reminded me on the 4th day, I might have gone to the mountain to chop wood on the 5th day. I don't know if I would have fallen and broken my leg that day, but I do know that after I broke my leg, Chung Daqiang really divorced me. He heard about my leg and came back the next day. When we divorced, He was so decisive, and he packed his things and left faster than anyone. Jiang Wan, do you think all men in the world, once they fall in love with someone else, become so heartless? That's probably true. I don't really understand either. Jiang Wan looked outside the door. Although it was closed and she couldn't see anything, during her month of confinement, Chung Wining had been very caring toward her. She used to think that couples always respected each other politely. Now she realized they could also be as close as glue, relying on and caring for each other. In her past life, she had lived blindly and aimlessly. She and Chung Wining had been married for over 20 years, but they hardly ever spoke. This life, she had already decided to cut ties with Chung Wining. But unexpectedly, he suddenly came back and firmly stood on her side. He was willing to break ties with his own parents for her and the children. Later, because of her words, he even doubted his parents. When she told him those things, she thought he might get very angry. But he remained so calm and even wanted to investigate further. Because of her obedient attitude, Jiang Wan couldn't bring herself to say the divorce. By the way, something big happened in your in-laws' family. What big thing? Jiang Wan's heart twitched. She calculated the time and guessed what it was. Your father-in-law was pushed down the mountain in a cart this morning. Wei Mingxiang kept crying, and your nephews and nieces looked upset. Your father-in-law's face looks pale and yellow. He is lying in the car without making a sound. I don't know what illness he has. I think the Wei Mingxiang family is causing trouble at home. Maybe they will come to bother you again. I'm telling you this so you're prepared. Don't just soften your heart when Wei Mingxiang comes to cry and complain. Think about the hardships you've endured before. You finally cut ties with them cleanly. Don't let yourself get entangled again. When Li Shuping talks about Jiang Wan's family, she suddenly stops feeling sad and her face becomes serious.
Don't worry, Andy.
I'm not that foolish. They want my life and my child's life. I hope they get into big trouble and all die. Do they think I will be soft-hearted? I'm glad you think that way, then I feel at ease. Li Shuping pats Jiang Wan's hand and finally relaxes. As long as they come to bother me, I will make sure they regret it. Right now, I am still resting after giving birth, so I can't go out. Once I recover, I will get back everything they took from me. Jiang Wan never thought she would give up on this matter so easily. It's just that her body is not well now and Chung Wining is still at home, so she can't do much. Otherwise, she would have taken action long ago. How could she endure until now? She's not stupid. Her and her child's lives were almost ruined by them. How could she just let it go? There's an old saying, it's not that revenge isn't coming, just that the time isn't right. Ancients also said that a gentleman takes 10 years to revenge. Since Jiang Wan has the idea of revenge, after living her life well, all that's left is to get back at them. Jiang Wan, I knew I didn't misjudge you. You seem honest, but you're actually quite brave. I've finished dealing with my own matters now. If you need help later, just tell me. Li Shuping now hopes Wei Mingxiang's family will get into trouble. Jiang Wan is determined to take revenge on them, and she wants to join in. Annie, if you have free time later, please help me find someone in this village or nearby villages who can help take care of the children. Chung Wining's holiday is almost over. Jiang Wan will have to take care of 2 children alone, which will be very hard. She also needs to keep writing articles. She doesn't want to give up her dreams, so she needs someone to help. Chung Wining's holiday isn't long left, right? Li Shuping quickly realizes, and Jiang Wan nods with a bitter smile. Yes, Chung Wining has been back for a while now. In about 10 days or so, he will leave. When I take care of 2 children alone, I often can't manage everything. If someone takes advantage of me, I might regret it too late. Jiang Wan hasn't received any results from her writing yet, so she doesn't want to announce it widely. Once she gets paid or signs a long-term contract with the magazine, she will tell Aunt Lee immediately. Unknowingly, they've built a strong friendship. Now, they want to share everything with each other as soon as possible. They are both fighting against fate. With Jiang Wan's help, Li Shuping has already succeeded. On the surface, Jiang Wan seems to have moved on, but she is still stuck in trouble. Li Shuping has limited ability, but still wants to do her best to help her. From my point of view, you shouldn't look for others. They might not share your goals. If you want to get revenge on Wei Mingxiang's family, it's better to have someone capable helping you. I'm free now, so if you don't mind, I can help take care of the children later. This was Li Shuping's carefully thought-out decision. To truly help Jiang Wan, she needs to stay by her side and offer help whenever needed. Auntie, you're so kind. You're willing to help me, which is the best thing ever. I'm so happy. I can't even express it. I would never dislike you. Jiang Wan held Li Shuping's hands tightly, trembling with excitement. In the future, if I face trouble, you can't just stand by and watch. Li Shuping knew her own days weren't easy either. She seemed to have solved 2 big problems, but she wasn't sure if others would come knocking later. She was indecisive herself. Without Jiang Wan's advice, she couldn't do anything. What are you saying, Auntie? Even if you don't help me take care of the children, just because of our past friendship, I will definitely help you if you're in trouble. Jiang Wan hugged Li Shuping around the waist, holding her tightly. She felt closer than a mother. She helped her out of gratitude first, and unexpectedly gained her appreciation and respect. All right, I'll go back and rest for a few days, just to keep up appearances. When Chung Wining returns to the army, tell someone to let me know. I'll pack my things and come over. From now on, Jiang Wan is the person I trust most, Li Shuping. Auntie, from now on, you're like my real mother. Jiang Wan was so happy her eyes nearly filled with tears. Li Shuping held her tightly again and patted her back a few times. Poor child, if anyone else doesn't love you, I will. I have only 2 sons, and one of them, a rebellious one, has cut ties with me. My biggest regret in life is not having a daughter. With you, my caring and sensible daughter, I feel no more regrets for the rest of my life. After saying these heartfelt words, Li Shuping shifted to more practical matters. It's getting late. I'll go back to rest now. I'll keep an eye on Wei Mingxiang for you. If there's any news, I'll tell you in advance. The next morning, Jiang Wan was still feeding the baby when there was loud knocking on the iron gate outside her house. Chung Wining had cooked porridge and gone up the mountain early to chop firewood. Chung Wining knew he wouldn't be gone for long, as he was about to return to the army. After the family split, it wasn't easy for Jiang Wan to take care of 2 children alone. So whenever he had free time, he went up the mountain to gather wood. The wood pile in the back was already full. Chung Wining had a slight obsessive-compulsive tendency. All the wood was chopped to the same length and neatly stacked. Even the yard outside was packed full of firewood. Jiang Wan initially didn't want to pay attention, but the persistent knocking on the door woke the sleeping children. She gently soothed the children back to sleep, then stood up angrily. Jiang Wan strode out, and during her postpartum period, she had been taking care of her health in her space during naps. The white mist in her space had thinned considerably from her daily absorption. Whenever she had free time, she would chat with the little monkey. She told the little monkey her new address, and it took the opportunity while Chung Wining was up the mountain to sneak back and visit her a few times. Jiang Wan originally wanted it to stay and not go work on the mountain, but the little monkey wouldn't listen. It said it was afraid of Chung Wining and would only come back after he left. Jiang Wan had already told it that Chung Wining was not a bad person and treated her well. However, the little monkey thought Chung Wining was a soldier, and the smell of blood on him was too strong. No matter how Jiang Wan explained, the little monkey remained stubborn. Jiang Wan couldn't do anything about it, so she just let it be. When Jiang Wan reached the door of the main hall, she saw Chung Xiangxi standing there. When Jiang Wan married Chung Wining, Chung Xiangxi was already 9 years old. Back then, he was quite shy, often sweetly calling her auntie and coaxing her to buy him snacks and stationery. When he entered middle school, due to his busy studies, their relationship grew distant. They often didn't greet each other on the road, but if he needed to buy something, he would still come to find her. Later, when he went to high school and stayed at boarding school, he became even more distant from Jiang Wan. Sometimes, when he returned from his holiday, the 2 of them would meet in the same room, and Chung Xiangxi would pretend not to see her. Jiang Wan sometimes took the initiative to talk to him, but he would ignore her and act indifferent. Jiang Wan realized long ago that Chung Xiangxi no longer considered her as his aunt. He hadn't spoken to her voluntarily for many years. When he suddenly came to visit this time, Jiang Wan felt sure it was not a good sign. Chung Xiangxi, why are you here? What do you want? Jiang Wan's voice was cold, without the warmth she used to have. Chung Xiangxi is now 17 years old. He is about 1.7 meters tall, a bit stocky, with slightly dark skin, which is said to resemble his father. He noticed Jiang Wan's coldness and just gave her a cold glance before speaking to himself. Grandpa is seriously ill and in the hospital now. His medical bills are unpaid. How much money do you have?
Just take it all out now.
Chung Xiangxi's voice was cold and commanding. He spoke with a tone that sounded like an order. Jiang Wan frowned in displeasure. This was the first time she saw someone act like this about money. She said nothing, and Chung Xiangxi didn't care. He continued speaking. Also, Grandpa's illness needs a compatible, healthy liver. Come with me now. Finally, Chung Xiangxi finished speaking. He lazily looked up and saw Jiang Wan glaring at him fiercely. Her face had lost its previous kindness and seemed covered with a cold frost. Chung Xiangxi had known Jiang Wan for 8 years, and this was the first time he saw such an expression on her face. He suddenly felt nervous and hesitated. He comforted himself, thinking Jiang Wan was just a softie who usually had no temper. She was only pretending now, so there was nothing to be afraid of. He straightened his back and spoke with a threatening tone. Jiang Wan, I am talking to you. Did you hear me? Stop pretending you're deaf. Come out here and go with me. He knocked loudly on the door, impatience clear in his eyes. It was as if he would start hitting her if she didn't come out soon. Jiang Wan looked at him coldly for a moment, then snorted. Chung Xiangxi, is my name something you can call casually?
How old are you?
Who do you think you are to call me by my name? And if I need to give you money or donate a liver, I will. Who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you? Suddenly, Jiang Wan got angry and cursed harshly. Chung Xiangxi did not expect Jiang Wan to suddenly lose her temper and was immediately startled. This is Grandma's order. I'm just stating it. You have to go, whether you want to or not. When Chung Jinyan left, although the iron door was closed, it was not fully locked to allow easy access. Chung Xiangxi first pushed the door a few times, then noticed it was locked. He pulled open one side of the latch and walked in without hesitation. Chung Xiangxi strode over to Jiang Wan and, relying on his tall and strong build, grabbed her arm directly. Let's go. Time is urgent. You must come with me right now. He roughly pulled her, trying to drag her outside. Jiang Wan couldn't bear it anymore and slapped him across the face. Chung Xiangxi, are you going to let go? Caught off guard, Chung Xiangxi was slapped and was stunned. He clenched Jiang Wan's arm and refused to let go no matter what. Jiang Wan was finally furious and slapped him again. Only after receiving 2 slaps did Chung Xiangxi finally come to his senses. He turned around, surprised, and looked at Jiang Wan, then pointed at his swollen face and asked incredulously, You dare to hit me? Do you believe I can make you regret it? Chung Xiangxi, furious, showed a fierce expression. He took a step forward, ready to make a move on Jiang Wan. Although Jiang Wan appeared delicate, she had worked on farms for many years and was stronger than most men. Her body had been strengthened by space mist, making her much stronger than before. Although she had no formal fighting skills, her brute strength alone was enough to overpower Chung Xiangxi. When Chung Xiangxi grabbed her shoulders, Jiang Wan kicked him directly in the stomach. He didn't expect her to suddenly attack and was caught off guard, stumbling backwards several steps. Once he stabilized himself, he realized his stomach was hurting badly. Jiang Wan moved forward again and punched him in the shoulder. Chung Xiangxi's arrogant attitude completely angered Jiang Wan, and she fought without holding back. She circled behind him, grabbed his wrist, and kicked him in the knee. He felt a powerful force, and his legs buckled, causing him to kneel on the ground. Chung Xiangxi's legs knelt heavily on the ground, and he felt a sharp pain in his knees. Even though he was already on the ground after being hit, Chung Xiangxi thought it was just his mistake that led to her attack. Until now, Chung Xiangxi still underestimated Jiang Wan and didn't realize how powerful she was. He endured the pain in his leg and tried to crawl up from the ground. After getting up, instead of running away, he turned around and lunged at Jiang Wan again. "Jiang Wan, you wicked girl. How dare you treat me like this? It was just an accident earlier. I won't let you get away with it this time." Chung Xiangxi's face was twisted with anger. He had never been humiliated like this before and now wished he could tear Jiang Wan apart. When Chung Xiangxi charged at her, Jiang Wan had already grabbed a stick from the corner. His arrogant attitude and constant insults made her furious. She swung the stick and hit him in the waist. He cried out in pain but didn't back down. In fact, he became even more aggressive. He viciously lunged at Jiang Wan, showing no intention of giving up. Jiang Wan didn't hold back either. She struck his leg again with the stick. He jumped in pain and almost lost his balance. Without hesitation, Jiang Wan swung the stick at his other leg. His legs were hit hard, and he struggled to stand steadily. She then struck his other side waist with the stick. At first, Chung Xiangxi tried to endure the pain silently, feeling ashamed. But after several hits, the pain became overwhelming. He couldn't hold back anymore and let out a loud, agonizing scream. Even then, Jiang Wan didn't stop. She struck his abdomen again. He clutched his stomach, feeling like his insides were churning, and bent over, nauseous and retching. Taking this chance, Jiang Wan moved behind him and kicked him directly in the buttocks. His body involuntarily leaned forward, and he immediately knelt down. The first time Chung Xiangxi knelt, he was still sitting on the ground, but this time he collapsed forward completely. His buttocks stuck up high, and Jiang Wan couldn't help but kick him a few more times. He was thoroughly hurt this time, and his fierce aura was noticeably weaker. "Uncle, please don't hit me anymore. I'm in so much pain. If you hit me again, someone might get seriously hurt," Chung Xiangxi weakly said, half lying on the ground. Jiang Wan pressed one end of the stick on his shoulder and looked down at him from above. "Chung Xiangxi, now you're begging for mercy. Weren't you so tough just now? You're good at insulting people, right? Now I'm giving you a chance. Continue to curse. I thought you were so formidable, but it turns out you're just a coward." Jiang Wan kicked him the head again. Chung Xiangxi screamed in pain and finally collapsed to the ground. He curled up, clutching himself with his arms and legs, and tightly hugged himself. He struggled to turn over, moving his head away from Jiang Wan's foot. After being beaten so badly, Chung Xiangxi finally felt afraid of Jiang Wan. He saw how fierce she could be for the first time and realized she was not someone to mess with. "Madam, you are generous and forgiving. I am young and naive. Please forgive me this time. Forgiveness is possible, but you need to tell me what you did wrong. If you explain clearly, I'll let you go. If not, you'll have to keep kneeling." Jiang Wan turned and stepped on Chung Xiangxi's head with one foot. His face pressed against the ground. He ate a mouthful of dust. This made him feel very humiliated, but he still carefully thought about what he had done wrong. He had studied for many years and was not stupid. After thinking for a while, he quickly found an answer. "Madam, I didn't mean to be rude to you. I shouldn't have entered without saying hello. I don't have much ability, but I still thought about hitting you. I deserve to be beaten." Chung Xiangxi's words hit the mark, but Jiang Wan was still not satisfied. "Besides these, do you know what else you did wrong?" Chung Xiangxi held his head with both hands and thought seriously, but he couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. "I don't know. I really don't know. Is there anything else I did wrong besides these?" He felt a headache coming on but still couldn't figure it out. "Since you can't figure it out, I'll tell you. You're so foolish that you don't realize how you upset others. It's really pitiful. When you were very young, I treated you well, right? I gave you whatever you wanted and was willing to spend money on you. But look at how you treated me. After using me up, you kicked me away. You didn't say a word to me after starting middle school, and in high school, you ignored me completely. I just want to know what I did wrong, how I upset you. Or are you naturally ungrateful, like a white-eyed wolf who never appreciates kindness? You are so cold and unfaithful to me. I didn't want to argue with you at first, but I didn't expect you to start insulting me and making unreasonable demands. Do you think I'm a fool, or Do you think you're fool? Have you ever thought about what it means if I agree to those demands? It would be insulting my intelligence. I just separated from Wei Mingxiang. When we split, I only took a few things and didn't get a single cent recently. I couldn't even afford to have my baby in the hospital. Now you suddenly ask me to pay Chung Wiching's medical bills just because you opened your mouth. Tell me, why should I pay this? And who is Chung Wiching to me? Has he ever given me anything or taken care of me? Why should I donate my liver to him? Do you, as grandchildren, not have a liver? You're his direct relatives. Honestly, it would be more appropriate for you to donate your liver. Why is it always me? Jiang Wan stepped on Chung Xiangxi's head and spoke into his ear, word by word. Her voice was usually gentle, but now it was sharp and thin with anger. Each word hurt deeply, and Chung Xiangxi quickly felt ashamed and humiliated. He buried his face in the cement ground and didn't dare to look up at Jiang Wan. Yes, Grandma told me to come, Chung Xiangxi admitted, overwhelmed by the scolding. Jiang Wan snorted coldly and continued, if she told you to come, you came. If she told you to eat, would you do it? You're almost an adult, but you have no opinions at all.
Why don't you just die?
And why doesn't she come herself? She knew it wouldn't end well, so she deliberately let you take the blame. You're so stupid, not even knowing how to turn around in your head. You just became someone else's scapegoat, and if you get beaten to death, it's your own fault. Jiang Wan scolded Chung Xiangxi harshly, hitting him where it hurt most. At first, Chung Xiangxi only felt pain on his body, but now his heart also started to ache. Chung Xiangxi was lying on the ground like a dog, with no intention of running away. Jiang Wan kicked his disdainfully and said, hurry up and get out of here. If I have to call you again, I won't mind breaking your legs. After receiving Jiang Wan's permission, Chung Xiangxi clumsily crawled away. He was so frightened that he couldn't walk steadily. He left Jiang Wan's yard by crawling out. He was so arrogant when he arrived, but now he looked so pathetic leaving. This time, Chung Xiangxi saw how fierce Jiang Wan could be. From now on, no matter how Wei Mingxiang tries to coax or plead, he doesn't want to come back. Jiang Wan usually looks gentle and kind, but now she's like a mother tiger. Chung Xiangxi was really afraid that Jiang Wan would open her mouth wide and swallow him whole. After crawling out of the yard, he leaned on the wall and finally ran away in a panic. Soon after Chung Xiangxi left, Chung Jinyan came back dragging 2 bundles of firewood. When he arrived, he felt that something was wrong at home. Jiang Wan's clothes were slightly messy, and she had a cold face, looking very unhappy. Wan, what's wrong? You look like you're in a bad mood. Chung Jinyan dragged the firewood into the yard and threw it on the ground, then went to Jiang Wan's side. Jiang Wan snorted coldly. She had just scolded Chung Xiangxi and felt her hand still hurt from hitting him. She had planned to let it go, but Chung Jinyan came over to ask about her, so she decided to take her anger out on him. It's all because of your good nephew's bad deeds. Today, Chung Xiangxi suddenly came over and yelled at me, then asked me to pay money for your dad's surgery, and even wanted me to donate part of my liver. Jiang Wan paused here, and Chung Jinyan's face turned very grim. What kind of person is Chung Xiangxi? How dare he make such demands? He's shameless. Even Jiang Wan and Chung Jinyan felt angry hearing these words. Chung Xiangxi, a kid who hasn't even fully grown, dared to yell at his wife and make such outrageous requests. He clearly deserved a good lesson. Is Chung Xiangxi gone? Did he leave already? I really want to give him a good beating now, Chung Jinyan said as he headed outside, looking furious. It seemed he was serious about fighting him. Don't go. I already hit him hard just now with a stick and knocked him to the ground. His nose is swollen and his face is bruised. He looks pitiful, and I worry that if you go, he might complain to you. Then you'll feel soft and come back to trouble me. That would be a big loss for me. Jiang Wan pointed to the stick resting against the wall. Chung Jinyan turned to look, and the stick was as thick as Jiang Wan's arm. If it hit him, it would probably really hurt. Seeing the stick, his anger cooled down a bit.
Good job.
Next time, hit him even harder. Wan, I'll be returning to the army in a few days, but I can't bear to leave you and the kids. As long as I'm here, They dare to bully you. If I leave, what will they do? Thinking about this, Chung Jinyan felt headache and worry for Jiang Wan. If possible, he really wanted to take Jiang Wan and the kids to the army base, keep them under his watch, so no one could bully them. Chung Jinyan has been married to Jiang Wan for 8 years. The couple spends little time together because of their busy lives. Honestly, their relationship wasn't very deep before. This month, they are living together, caring for each other and raising their baby, and their feelings are growing stronger. Chung Jinyan just wants to keep living like this, enjoying a warm family life with his wife and child. If you're really worried, why not learn a few self-defense moves from me? If anyone causes trouble, I can handle them easily. Jiang Wan isn't too worried. She feels she can fully relax and deal with any problems once Chung Jinyan is gone. Although Chung Jinyan is reliable, he is still the child of Wei Mingxiang, who raised him since he was young. She fears Chung Jinyan might develop sympathy for them. Sure, I learned many moves in the army. If you want, I can teach you all of them. Chung Jinyan's eyes light up, thinking this is a good idea. He demonstrates a grappling move, and Jiang Wan tries to imitate him, but her form isn't very correct. Chung Jinyan holds her hand and adjusts her movements. Jiang Wan is smart and genuinely wants to learn, so she quickly picks up the techniques. In a short time, she learns to perform the moves properly. Besides that, Chung Jinyan teaches her several other simple fighting techniques. He teaches her a total of 12 basic moves, which are straightforward but very effective. These are classic techniques with no fancy tricks, making them very practical. The moves include strikes to vital points like the groin, neck, and abdomen, as well as choking, throwing, and kicking. These target key areas of the body and can disable an opponent instantly. Jiang Wan is not very tall, but she is quick and agile. These moves are challenging for her, but if used well, they can produce surprising results. Chung Jinyan teaches with enthusiasm. Jiang Wan finds it difficult but stays very focused and learns very seriously. He initially only planned to teach her casually, but Jiang Wan's dedication made him put in more effort, using all his skills. The training session passes quickly. The whole morning is gone. At noon, Chung Jinyan cooks, and after a tiring morning, they both have a good appetite. After lunch and taking care of the baby, they continue training in the afternoon. Jiang Wan knows training is tough, but she didn't expect it to be so hard. She feels sore all over, and Chung Jinyan also makes her practice demonstrations, which accidentally injures her arm. Angrily, Jiang Wan kicks him twice. Chung Jinyan just laughs foolishly and shows no temper at all. Under Chung Jinyan's patient teaching, Jiang Wan gained a lot throughout the day. However, she also experienced obvious aftereffects. Her back ached, her legs cramped, and her whole body hurt. Chung Jinyan prepared hot water in advance and gave Jiang Wan a relaxing hot bath. That night, Chung Jinyan had Jiang Wan lie flat on the bed and carefully massaged her body. His massage technique was very good, and Jiang Wan lay on the bed, feeling so comfortable, she kept humming. She also noticed that the areas Chung Jinyan massaged felt less sore. After the massage, Jiang Wan sat up on the bed, stretched comfortably, and all her tiredness disappeared. She thought that since learning martial arts was so tiring, she would rest for a day if her body still felt sore tomorrow. After Chung Jinyan's massage, Jiang Wan suddenly felt refreshed and ready to go again. The next morning, Chung Jinyan woke up early to work. After breakfast, he practiced with Jiang Wan. Their days were peaceful and quiet, but Wei Mingxiang's family was not so calm. She waited at the hospital all day yesterday, but didn't see Chung Xiangxi come back. Chung Wiching's condition was worsening, and the medical bills were becoming hard to afford. If Jiang Wan didn't come to help, Wei Mingxiang would break down at any moment. Right now, she had no money and no energy left. On the second morning, she couldn't sit still anymore. She asked Chung Wenley, who was also guarding the hospital, to go check the situation. Chung Wenley didn't want to go at first, but Wei Mingxiang kept urging her, so she had no choice but to go. She walked for over an hour on a mountain trail before finally returning home. She thought Chung Xiangxi wasn't at home, so she could rest when she got back. But when she pushed open the door, she saw Chung Xiangxi lying on the bed, sleeping. Chung Wenley was startled and quickly took a few steps back. After closing the door, she knocked.
Come in.
Chung Xiangxi spoke in a hoarse voice. He had been beaten by Jiang Wan yesterday, and now his whole body hurt everywhere. He thought resting for a day would help, but it turned out to be worse. He was in a very bad mood now. Anyone who dared to bother him was like walking into a gunfire. Chung Wenley pushed the door open and saw Chung Xiangxi's cold face, which made her a bit scared. But thinking of her grandmother's threats, she had to steel herself and stay firm. Brother, you went to Jiang Wan's house yesterday. What did she say? Chung Xiangxi glared at her fiercely, then turned his head to the side. Chung Xiangxi thought to himself that his sister probably came to see him laugh at him. Otherwise, why would she bring up issues that made him uncomfortable? Brother, can you just say something? Chung Wenley asked carefully, her voice filled with pleading. Chung Xiangxi snorted coldly, not wanting to pay attention to her. Brother, what's really going on? Chung Wenley felt nervous seeing Chung Xiangxi's attitude, but she still asked again bravely. The more Chung Wenley caused trouble here, the more annoyed Chung Xiangxi became. He suddenly jumped out of bed and got angry. If you really want to know, go ask Jiang Wan yourself. Knowing it's not a good thing, but still asking me, are you trying to get me into trouble? Chung Xiangxi sat up straight, his fists clenched with a cracking sound, looking ready to fight. Terrified, Chung Wenley hurriedly backed away. Brother, I didn't mean anything bad. Grandma is waiting at the hospital for your news, and she's worried. I have nothing more to say. Jiang Wan doesn't agree, and I can't persuade her. That's just how it is. Chung Xiangxi stretched his arms and clenched his fists tightly, showing he was ready to hit. Frightened, Chung Wenley ran away in a panic. Before she could catch her breath, she hurried back to the hospital. As soon as Chung Wenley pushed open the door to the ward, Wei Mingxiang immediately sat up excitedly from her chair. Xiangxi, what did he say? Did Jiang Wan agree? Wei Mingxiang held Chung Wenley's hand affectionately, asking eagerly about the situation. Brother said Jiang Wan doesn't agree. He was very angry. It seems they're having a big fight. Chung Wenley shrank her neck, feeling a bit scared. Wei Mingxiang's face immediately changed when she heard this. If your brother can't persuade Jiang Wan, then you go instead. Wei Mingxiang spoke firmly, her words leaving no room for doubt. But my brother is older than me. If he can't solve the problem, I definitely can't either. Chung Wenley knew this wasn't good, so she immediately refused. If you can't handle this, don't come to school next semester. Find a job outside to help with the family expenses. Grandma, I want to keep going to school. Hearing this, Chung Wenley became anxious. Wei Mingxiang knew her weakness and always used these words to threaten her. Girls will marry sooner or later. Studying so much is useless. I already didn't agree with you going to high school. If Jiang Wan hadn't paid your tuition, I would have made you work part-time long ago. Wei Mingxiang's face was grim, and her words were very harsh. Chung Wenley's face was pale as she said in disbelief, Did Jiang Wan pay my tuition before? Yes. Your grades aren't very good, and after high school, you probably can't get into college. I think there's no need for you to continue studying. Jiang Wan insisted on using her private money to pay your tuition. But now she doesn't want to pay anymore, so there's no need for you to go to school. Every word Wei Mingxiang said was like a sharp knife to the heart. She was naturally biased towards boys and especially valued her grandsons. As for granddaughters, they would marry someone else anyway, so she didn't care about their lives. Why doesn't she want to pay anymore? Chung Wenley bit her lip, looking resentful as she said, From my point of view, Jiang Wan paying for a semester and then refusing to pay again is unkind and unfaithful.
I don't know why.
You can ask her yourself if you have time. Also, if you can get her to pay your grandfather's medical bills, your tuition, and donate a liver, I might agree to let you continue studying. If you can't do that, then just wait to get married. By the way, after the new year, you'll be 16. Many girls your age are already married and have children. You know the family situation now. There's no extra money for your schooling, and your grandfather's medical bills are unpaid. Only marriage can solve this problem. Wei Mingxiang sneered coldly. She had long disliked her granddaughter and was eager for her to marry early. It would lighten the family's burden and bring in a bride price. two birds with one stone. Wei Mingxiang's smile was icy, but Chung Wenley's heart felt cold. She stood there stunned, motionless. Wei Mingxiang pushed her on the shoulder. Your grandfather's condition is getting worse, and there isn't much time left for you. If you don't want to marry and still want to continue studying, go find Jiang Wan now. Otherwise, once I find someone for you, you'll regret it. Chung Wenley was still in a daze. Wei Mingxiang forcefully pushed her again. She was roughly pushed out of the ward. Only after the door was closed did Chung Wining seem to wake up from her dream. She stared at the closed door for a while, then made up her mind. The book says if I don't go to, who will? But for Chung Wining, if Jiang Wan doesn't go to, who will? Since she chose to support her, there was no reason to give up halfway. Even now, even if her family has divided, she must pay this tuition fee. Otherwise, her family would be in chaos. Chung Wining angrily returned to the village. She inquired about Jiang Wan's residence and, confidently, went to find her. When she stood in front of a small house surrounded by a fence, she looked at the dilapidated house from her memory. Now, it had been repaired and looked brand new. First, she was shocked, then she felt intense jealousy. Jiang Wan was clearly wealthy, so why wouldn't she continue to support her? Chung Wining clenched her fists and knocked loudly on the iron gate. Jiang Wan was sleeping with her child in the afternoon, and Chung Jinyan was inside cleaning. When he heard the sudden knocking, he quickly stepped outside. Seeing Chung Wining, his face turned cold. Chung Wining, what are you doing here? Chung Jinyan's tone was very cold, which made Chung Wining feel a bit scared. But thinking about her own situation, she gathered her courage again. I'm here to see my aunt. Why do you want to see her? After learning from the previous experience with Qing Xiangxi, Chung Jinyan instinctively felt that anyone coming from Wei Mingxiang's house might have bad intentions. Because of this, he didn't look kindly on anyone who came.
I just want to talk to my aunt myself.
Chung Wining looked nervously into the house, wanting to rush in but afraid Chung Jinyan would stop her. Your aunt is sleeping now. If you have something to say, just tell me. Chung Jinyan remained unmoved and looked at her coldly. Then I'll wait until she wakes up to talk to her. Chung Wining persisted, but Chung Jinyan ignored her and turned to go back inside. He casually closed the iron gate outside, cutting her off completely. Chung Wining was anxious and stomped her feet, but dared not leave. She could only stand foolishly at the door, waiting. She waited for 2 hours. After Jiang Wan woke up, she fed the children and changed their diapers. The bed sheets were also wet with, so she had to change them again. After finishing everything, she came out of the room to use the bathroom. From across the yard, she saw Chung Wining pacing anxiously. When she came out, Chung Wining immediately waved excitedly through the iron gate. Jiang Wan gave her a cold glance, with little expression on her face. In her previous life, she supported Chung Wining through high school. Although Wenley wasn't a good student, with her high school diploma and Jiang Wan's help, she found a decent job. She never expected that after earning money, her first act would be to distance herself from Jiang Wan. She moved out of the village and settled in the town. Later, she married a good man through a happy relationship. Chung Wining lived a smooth life with Jiang Wan's help, but she never thought of repaying her. Jiang Wan only felt disappointed at the time, but tried to comfort herself, thinking everyone has their own life. As long as Chung Wining was doing well with her help, it didn't matter whether she repaid her or not. Later, she had a child, but her mother-in-law didn't want to help take care of him, only pretending to buy some gifts to bring back. The gifts were given to Wei Mingxiang, but the child was still brought to her to care for. Chung Wining returned the child without giving any money, only occasionally sending some things for him. Jiang Wan also had to take care of the child and work hard to earn money to support her own children. Because she helped raise the child, Jiang Wan's health worsened. All her savings from writing articles and doing temporary work were spent on this. She thought about how she had many nieces and nephews, and she had raised them with great effort. When she grew old, she believed they wouldn't abandon her. But she never expected that after she fell ill, they didn't even notify Chung Jinyan. Their first reaction was to disconnect her life support. Even though the doctor said her illness could still be treated and the cost was not high, They insisted on giving up treatment completely. They even personally removed her life support, hoping she would die sooner so they could inherit Chung Jinyan's estate. Chung Wenley, who came from a good family background and could afford medical expenses, still stood with her brothers and brothers-in-law, coldly watching her die. Thinking about her past life, Jiang Wan felt her heart ache. The children she painstakingly raised turned out to be ungrateful wolves. They had already been led astray when they were young, and later, under Wei Mingxiang's influence, none of them respected her. Because they genuinely looked down on her, they showed no respect. They only wanted her to pay and to use her, avoiding her whenever she needed help. If that wasn't enough, they even targeted her children to ensure Chung Jinyan had no heirs. This was Jiang Wan's bottom line, something she could never forgive. Now that Chung Wenley came to her door, Jiang Wan guessed her purpose, without her saying a word. "Auntie, you're awake? I've been waiting for you outside the door for 2 hours." Chung Wenley shook the iron door forcefully, looking at Jiang Wan with excitement, eager to come in. "What do you want to talk to me about?" Jiang Wan looked at her coldly, determined never to be soft-hearted or be manipulated by her again. "Auntie, please open the door and let me in first. I have to say, Chung Wenley is much smarter than Chung Xiangxi. She knows she needs help from others, and even though she's upset, she has to hide it and put on a smile to flatter her." Jiang Wan has always felt sorry for her and was tricked by her sweet words, which is why she spent so much money and effort on her. "No, just tell me directly if there's something. I have to take care of the kids soon and don't have much free time to chat with you." Jiang Wan didn't even let her enter the house, showing a very cold attitude. Anyone with a bit of shame would be unable to stay and would leave at this point. But Chung Wenley, because her goal wasn't achieved, could only pretend not to notice. She blushed and endured Jiang Wan's cold words. "Auntie, Grandpa has a serious liver illness and is still in the hospital waiting for treatment. Grandma said the family is in a bad situation and can't pay for medicine, not to mention my tuition next semester. School is about to start, and I really love studying and want to continue. I heard from Grandma that you helped pay my tuition before. I was just wondering if you could help me again?" Chung Wenley's eyes were already red as she spoke, feeling wronged after standing at the door for over 2 hours. Now, she let her emotions flow and tears fell. Jiang Wan looked at her coldly, without speaking. After a moment, Chung Wenley had to continue. "Auntie, if you help me pay my tuition, I promise to be filial when I finish school and come back. Since I was very young, you came to our house and have been caring for me kindly. You're knowledgeable and often help me with my homework. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to get into high school or keep going until now. You're like a guiding light on my life path. No matter if you and Grandma have separated the family, in my heart, you're the closest auntie, more like a mother than my real mom." Chung Wenley spoke sincerely, and if Jiang Wan hadn't been reborn, she might not have seen her true face. Now that Jiang Wan saw through her, no matter what Chung Wenley said, she remained unmoved. "Sorry, when the family split, your grandma didn't give us a penny. My life isn't easy now, and I really can't continue to support you." Jiang Wan refused completely, giving her no hope at all. But your grandma also never gave you money before, and you still paid my tuition, didn't you? Now, if you are willing, you can definitely pay my tuition fee." Jiang Wan is already Chung Wenley's last hope. If she cannot get the money from Jiang Wan, her situation will be very bad. "Chung Wenley, you are already 16 years old. It's time for you to learn how to earn your own money. You don't do housework, you can't farm, and your grades are not good either. How can someone like you, who is completely useless, have the nerve to ask me to support your education? I have my own children to take care of, and my daily expenses are high. I don't have time to bother with your matters. If you really love studying so much, you should take temporary jobs during the holidays. You are healthier and stronger than I am. Can't you do these things? Or is your dream just to stand on other shoulders? To let others suffer while you only enjoy?
I've done so much for you.
What have you given me in return? I've been very patient with you. If you had any shame, you would try to raise the tuition yourself instead of leeching off me." Jiang Wan's words were very harsh, and Chung Wenley immediately blushed with shame from her scolding. She truly couldn't bear any hardship or do any heavy work. The part-time jobs she took were in small workshops or construction sites, where people treated her like a beast of burden. She worked herself to exhaustion just to earn $1 or a few cents. Thinking about it, she felt it wasn't worth it. She was a student and should focus on studying. After finishing high school, she would get a stable job. How could she lower herself to do such degrading work? "Auntie, please, I beg you to help me." Chung Wenley bit her lip and suddenly knelt on the ground. Until now, Jiang Wan finally saw how shameless Chung Wenley was. She didn't want to earn money, and just knelt down. Jiang Wan took a broken bowl from home and threw it in front of Chung Wenley. "If you like kneeling so much, why don't you take this bowl and beg on the street? Maybe someone will pity you and give you a few yuan. Then your tuition and living expenses will be covered." The broken porcelain bowl shattered on the ground with a loud bang. It flew directly to the iron gate, and Chung Wenley's face turned pale instantly. Jiang Wan's action was not very hurtful, but very insulting. Tears streamed down Chung Wenley's face. If she was pretending before, now she was truly heartbroken. "Auntie, even if you don't want to pay my tuition, you can't insult me like this. I may be young and can't earn money yet, but I have dignity." Wenley raised her voice and stubbornly looked at Jiang Wan. A truly dignified person would never kneel and beg others. A person with real dignity knows that if there's no money for school, they're already working to earn it. Someone with experience can take care of themselves and be financially independent. You have nothing, can't do anything, and still dare to talk about dignity? You're not even worthy. Jiang Wan's words grew more serious with each sentence. Although she didn't hit her this time, she still crushed Wenley and made her feel small. Wenley bit her lip tightly to stop herself from crying out loud. She looked up at Jiang Wan with a sad, pleading face, but was met with a harsh glare. Wenley is a girl and has a sensitive skin. She shamefully lowered her head, afraid to look at her again. But Grandma said if you don't pay my school fees, she will marry me off. School is about to start, and it's too late to earn money now. I really have no other way, so I came to ask for your help." Wenley finally told the truth, and Jiang Wan was just waiting for her. "That's only your grandma's fault for being so cruel. Do you know how many new clothes and treats are in her wardrobe? How much are those things worth? Your grandma is very rich. She just doesn't want to spend on you because you're a girl." Yesterday, Jiang Wan had deeply hurt Qing Xiangxi, and today she hurt Wenley even more. "No way. That's impossible. Grandma said there's no money at home, and they can't even cover Grandpa's medical bills. She also said if there was money, she would definitely let me go to school. She's just doing what she can." Wenley didn't even believe her own words when she said this. Jiang Wan smiled and shook her head, then revealed the truth. "I'm telling the truth. When the family divided, your uncle opened your grandma's wardrobe. Not only I saw those things, but 2 village officials saw them clearly too. If you don't believe us, go open your grandma's wardrobe yourself. After seeing those things, you'll understand. Your grandma only sees you as a girl and has never liked you. She always thinks about how to make you create value and contribute to the family. It's a pity you still see her as your real grandma and hope to be filial when you grow up and have money. You're really naive and adorable." Jiang Wan shook her head with a sympathetic smile. This time, Wenley was truly shocked. She kept shaking her head and saying it was impossible, then finally got up from the ground and stumbled back. Chung Wenley ran home quickly, but Chung Xiangxi was already gone, and she was alone at home. She locked the front door carefully and tiptoed to Wei Mingxiang's room. Sure enough, there was a wardrobe in Grandma's room, but it was locked. If she wanted to see inside, she would have to pick the lock. In the past, Chung Wenley would never have dared to do something so rebellious. She knew her grandma would be very angry if she found out it was her. But now, driven by curiosity, she couldn't care less. She searched around the house and finally took out an axe from behind the door. Holding the heavy axe, she forcefully struck the lock on the wardrobe. With a loud bang, the lock shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. She threw away the axe and nervously opened the wardrobe door. As soon as the door opened, she saw rows of high-quality coats hanging inside. There were also various health supplements placed beside the wardrobe, constantly reminding her that Jiang Wan was telling the truth. Grandma really is rich. She just doesn't want to spend her money on her. Looking at the luxurious clothes inside the wardrobe, Chung Wenley grew angrier the more she thought about it. Finally, she had a wicked idea. Since Grandma has money but doesn't spend it on her, she might as well sell her favorite clothes. Selling these clothes at a low price, even just 1 or 2 pieces, could make a good amount of money. Once she had this idea, she couldn't control herself. Her eyes flickered as she took 5 pieces of clothing from the pile. She estimated their value and decided that selling them would be enough to cover her school fees. She grabbed the clothes and ran, leaving the house door wide open. It was her first time doing something like this, and she felt very nervous. She ran quickly, hiding behind bushes whenever she saw someone she knew. She carefully left the house but didn't expect to run into Chung Xiangxi near the town. "Chung Wenley, what are you holding in your hands?" Chung Xiangxi approached with a cold face, making Chung Wenley almost faint with fear. She turned and ran with the clothes, quickly slipping into a quiet alley to hide. Chung Xiangxi wanted to chase her, but there were too many people in town, and Chung Wenley ran so fast she disappeared from sight. Unbeknownst to her, her actions today would cause big trouble. Not long after she left home, a fluffy little monkey entered through the slightly open door. It is exactly Jiang Wan's little obedient one, who just came down from the mountain today. After a quick meeting with her mother, she was assigned a task. Originally, she was just here to watch Chung Wenley, but unexpectedly, Chung Wenley discovered something very important. Chung Wenley stole something from home and left. The little monkey quickly used her space to inform her mother about this. "Little obedient one, go to Wei Mingxiang's room and see if the locked cabinet has been opened." Jiang Wan suddenly thought of a clever plan. Following the instructions, the little monkey went to Wei Mingxiang's room and indeed saw the cabinet was open. "Mom, the cabinet is open and the lock is broken into pieces on the floor." "Good. Help me put everything inside the cabinet into the space. Also, the farm tools, dishes, and bedding at home. Don't leave anything behind." When Jiang Wan first gained her space, she wanted to take all the household items. After all, these things were bought with Chung Jinyan's money. They belonged to her family, so it was only right for her to take them. But at that time, they hadn't separated yet, and she stayed at home every day. If she really did that, she would be the main suspect if anything went missing. Jiang Wan was pregnant then, and her only thought was to protect her unborn child, avoiding too many entanglements. So she suppressed her feelings and didn't do it. This time, Chung Wenley, provoked by her, stole from Wei Mingxiang's house. She then asked the little monkey to put everything into her space. When the household items are missing later, the first person to be blamed will be Chung Wenley. Although she didn't steal much, others wouldn't know. Once she made her move, she would be the main suspect. All the items the little monkey put into the space turned out to be Chung Wenley's stolen goods. This also made up for Chung Wenley's previous misdeeds in Jiang Wan's past life, where she took advantage but didn't share anything. In this life, she owed Jiang Wan everything. She must repay. "Mom, I understand." The little monkey received the order and immediately started grabbing various items into the space. It moved quickly because it had stayed in the house before and knew the situation very well. It jumped onto the wardrobe and started stuffing clothes into the space one by one. The wardrobe was soon emptied of all its clothes. Next, it took the supplements and skincare products from the corner of the cabinet. Its movements were swift, and it emptied the entire wardrobe quickly. Then it went to the kitchen, opened the dish cabinet, and took away many pots, bowls, and utensils. Next, there were tools stacked in the corner. The tools were a bit heavy and old, but it didn't bother him at all. After collecting these items, the little monkey looked around the house and finally took 2 small stools and a chair. Since the family split up, there weren't many valuable things left in the house. When he took these, the house looked very empty, almost like it had been robbed. The little monkey stood in the middle of the main hall, looked around, scratched his head, and thought about what else he could take. Just then, Jiang Wan called him in the space, and he suddenly woke up from his daze. "Little one, you've taken enough stuff, so hurry and leave. Be careful when you go, and don't get caught." Following Jiang Wan's warning, the little monkey stopped searching and turned to leave. To avoid being seen, he took the mountain path directly. He jumped on the trees and quickly disappeared into the forest. Not long after he left, Chung Xiangxi returned from the town. He found the door slightly open when he got home. Since the family split, there weren't many things left in the house, and now it looked even emptier, with fewer chairs and stools. He looked into the corner and saw all the tools were gone. He frowned and went to his grandmother's room, where he saw the wardrobe door open and all the clothes inside had been taken out. Moreover, even the pillows and blankets on his grandmother's bed were gone. Apart from the bed frame, wardrobe, and desk, which were hard to move, all other things were missing. On the floor of the wardrobe, there was an axe, and the lock hanging on the door had been pried open. Chung Xiangxi stared in shock at what he saw. Even if he was slow to understand, he knew the house had been robbed. Thinking of seeing Chung Wenley earlier in town, he remembered that she ran away with a bag of things just after he called out to her. He was very sure she saw him. The reason she ran so quickly must have been because she felt guilty. Chung Xiangxi thought this and left the grandmother's room. He checked the house again and found that all the more valuable items were gone. Seeing the situation was serious, he immediately backed out of the house. He kept the door slightly ajar and took a different route around the back mountain to leave. No one saw him when he returned, and he left quietly without making a sound. Chung Xiangxi knew very well that the house had suffered a heavy loss this time. If he stayed, he would definitely take the blame. So he could only leave quietly, pretending he had never been there and he didn't know anything about these events. When Grandma returns from the hospital, she will see this scene with her own eyes. Chung Xiangxi can't imagine how angry his impatient grandmother will be. He only knows that the people staying there will definitely become her punching bags. The coming days will probably be very difficult. Wei Mingxiang waited at the hospital all day. Chung Wiching's condition worsened further. After Chung Wenley left, she didn't come back, and Chung Xiangxi also disappeared. Now, only a few young children are left with her. They do nothing all day and keep arguing in the hospital room. Wei Mingxiang still has to buy food for them and help them bathe. During these 3 days at the hospital, she spent money everywhere and paid bills constantly, like water flowing out. Wei Mingxiang didn't have much money to begin with, and if she keeps spending like this, she won't be able to hold on much longer. For many years, she didn't worry about money, but now she truly realizes how hard life can be without it. Besides money problems, her main concern is the current situation. She has to take care of her sick relative and several young grandchildren. She called her older grandchildren and grandchildren, but they didn't say much on the phone. Wei Mingxiang asked them to come back quickly, but after waiting several days, not a single one returned. She feels empty inside, exhausted and overwhelmed. In this chaotic situation, she really doesn't know where to put her strength. She feels weak and unmotivated to do anything. Whenever this happens, Wei Mingxiang naturally thinks of Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan works hard without complaints, honest and easy to manage. She would lend money or help out whenever needed, and she would do the work herself. Jiang Wan is the most obedient and the most useful person she can rely on. If she were here now, Wei Mingxiang could ask her to stay in the hospital to take care of her, or leave her at home to look after her nieces and nephews. When money runs out, she would find ways to manage. If a liver transplant was needed, she would help find a match. Most of the time, she only needs to speak, and Jiang Wan would quickly handle everything. But unfortunately, Jiang Wan suddenly lost her temper and refused to listen anymore. Thinking of this, Wei Mingxiang felt like her heart was being squeezed tight, and she couldn't help but stomp her feet and sigh. Why did Jiang Wan suddenly change? She really can't do without her. While Wei Mingxiang sat on a bench, feeling sad and helpless, Chung Wining had another attack. He was in severe abdominal pain and kept rolling on the hospital bed. His face was turning more yellow, and he was sweating profusely from the pain. Wei Mingxiang was terrified and immediately called the doctor. Chung Wining was hurriedly taken into the emergency room. Wei Mingxiang stood at the door of the operating room with a complicated feeling. In the past, she would have cried and begged the doctors to save him. Now, she suddenly felt uncertain and powerless. Currently, there was no money, no liver source. The only person she could rely on had completely distanced himself from her. There was no one trustworthy around her. Did she still think she could get help from others? Wei Mingxiang felt very lost. What should she do next? Wei Mingxiang sat heavily on the bench outside the operating room. She hugged her head with her hands, thinking painfully. Her mind was chaotic and tangled. Wei Mingxiang had never felt so hopeless in her life. She sat for several hours until the door of the operating room opened again. Chung Wining, who had been in terrible pain just now, was now unconscious. He lay stiffly on the hospital bed, looking silent and still. Wei Mingxiang's heart clenched again. She couldn't help but grab the doctor's hand and ask eagerly, "Doctor, how's my husband?" The patient's condition is not optimistic. As time passes, his illness is getting worse. If you plan to do surgery, you need to prepare the money and liver source within 3 days. If you delay any longer, it's likely that after 1 or 2 more rescue attempts, he might not make it onto the operating table again. The doctor's words were serious but truthful. Wei Mingxiang's face turned pale, and she took a few steps back in disbelief. Do we need to prepare everything in 3 days? Yes, 3 days is the best time for surgery. After that, the risks increase greatly. Wei Mingxiang staggered back a few steps until her back hit the wall, finally stopping. Her face was pale, and her confusion deepened. She realized she couldn't delay any longer. After a moment of daze, she quickly came to her senses. Since her grandchildren were unreliable and she couldn't entrust her affairs to them, she had to find her own way. In this situation, she couldn't afford to wait. To save Chung Wining, she could only grit her teeth and push forward. Wei Mingxiang saw Chung Wining being taken into the ward with her own eyes. Although she wanted to stay by his side, she could only turn and leave. She hurried back to the village in a rush. Her face was dark as she thought repeatedly along the way. Jiang Wan had changed a lot recently and didn't seem easy to talk to. If she went alone, she would likely be turned away. She had been managing her relationships in the village for many years and still had a few good friends. In the past, they often gathered together to criticize each other, building a rebellious friendship. Now, during her hardest times, she hopes they can be useful. Wei Mingxiang went door to door to visit people to achieve her goal. Fortunately, the people she knew were all curious and eager for some entertainment. When they learned Wei Mingxiang's purpose, they immediately agreed happily, eager to see some fun. Wei Mingxiang spent over an hour gathering more than 10 people. With these companions, her originally nervous heart finally calmed down, and she felt much more confident. She didn't believe that with so many people helping, Jiang Wan could refuse her request. At that time, they would spit and drown her with their saliva. Thinking this made Wei Mingxiang quite happy. A slight smile appeared on her face, brighter than ever. Wei Mingxiang and her group proudly arrived at Jiang Wan's house. When she saw that the once dilapidated house was now tidy and cozy, her mood became complicated. Since splitting from Jiang Wan, her life had gotten worse, while Jiang Wan's life improved more and more. Compared to each other, Wei Mingxiang's original happy mood suddenly turned terrible. Jiang Wan was just an unlucky person who was supposed to work hard for her and the family. But unexpectedly, because she lacked strong willpower, she loosened her grip, and she was separated from her. The more Wei Mingxiang thought about it, the more she regretted. She kicked the iron door hard several times. The door made loud banging sounds. Jiang Wan, who was inside sleeping with her child, was awakened by the sudden noise and started crying loudly. Jiang Wan could only hold her child gently, comforting her tenderly. Jiang Wan frowned in displeasure, about to get up and check what was happening. Chung Wining, who had just repaired the pig pen in the toilet, heard the noise and came out first. "Mom, why are you here? Just come in. Why bring so many people? People who don't know might think you're here to cause trouble." Chung Wining spoke 3 sentences in a row, each making Wei Mingxiang unsure how to answer. Her face kept changing colors, finally deciding to act stubborn. Chung Wining, open the door first. I have something important to tell you. When it comes to fighting, women like these Chung Wining can handle 1 or 2 dozen. Even though Wei Mingxiang brought many people here, Chung Wining didn't feel scared at all. They should be here to reason, and if anyone dares to start trouble first, he won't hold back. Chung Wining coldly opened the iron door and quietly invited them inside. He was glad that he was at home when this happened. If he wasn't home, Jiang Wan would have to face these problems alone. Thinking about it made Chung Wining feel heavy-hearted. He looked at the crowd entering, and his face looked worse than before. Just come in, but if anyone dares to shout about finding my children, don't blame me for being rude. Chung Wining moved his wrist and looked as cold as a poisonous snake. Everyone felt nervous under his gaze, and the noise from earlier suddenly stopped. Wei Mingxiang wanted to go into the main room, but Chung Wining stepped in front of the door to stop her. Jiang Wan is sleeping inside with the kids. If so many of you go in, you'll wake them up. And my house is too small for so many people. The yard is big enough, so let's talk here. While speaking, Chung Wining went inside and brought out some small stools. The stools were close enough for 2 or 3 people to sit on, and even with many people, everyone quickly found a seat. Wei Mingxiang arrived looking confident. She had already prepared her words, ready to stand on the moral high ground as soon as she arrived. But she didn't expect Chung Wining to act unexpectedly. He came over and put her in her place, embarrassing her in front of everyone. Wei Mingxiang clasped her hands together, looking a bit embarrassed. Chung Wining took a chair and sat near the door. This made the others, who had been sitting casually, suddenly feel inferior. Mom, why did you bring so many people?
What do you want to talk about?
I'm about to return to the army in a few days. There are many things waiting for me at home. Since I have some free time now, if you have anything to say it quickly. After that, I need to work. Chung Wining spoke calmly, but without much respect for Wei Mingxiang. If you looked carefully, you'd see a hint of impatience in his expression. Wei Mingxiang felt a bad premonition as she saw this. She exchanged glances with the others, signaling them to help say a few words. Under Wei Mingxiang's request, the women following her felt nervous. They faced great pressure, but forced themselves to speak up. Chung Wining, please show some respect. Your mother is here, and she must have important matters to discuss with you. Exactly, Wei Mingxiang is your mother.
How can you speak to her like that?
That's just impolite. Although you've served in the army for over 10 years and are physically strong, a normal person wouldn't dare to provoke you. But your mother is your mother. You should show her respect. Someone took the lead and started speaking, and others chimed in eagerly. They spoke more and more confidently, becoming more animated. Their words and spit almost drowned Chung Wining. Suddenly, Chung Wining, who had been silent, spoke up. He first let out a cold snort, startling everyone and making their voices quieter. What he said next shocked them even more. What if Wei Mingxiang isn't my real mother? Do I still need to be polite to her? Hearing this, Wei Mingxiang was taken aback. Her face turned pale instantly, and she trembled slightly. Chung Wining's sharp gaze fixed on her, watching her every move. At first, he only suspected this might be true, without solid proof. But now, seeing Wei Mingxiang's reaction, he was about 60% sure. Where could he find the remaining 40% evidence? While Chung Wining was still thinking, Wei Mingxiang couldn't hold back and spoke first. Wining, what are you saying? I carried you for 10 months and gave birth to you. How could I not be your real mother? All right, I know you're upset with me. You're just angry and speaking harshly. Your mother isn't that petty. I wouldn't get mad over such a small matter. I came here today because I have something important to tell you. Your father has liver cancer. His condition is very serious. The doctor said he needs surgery within 3 days. Otherwise, there's no point in operating. He can only be taken home to wait for death. Wei Mingxiang paused deliberately, hoping Chung Wining would speak up. But he kept his head down and said nothing, showing no intention to respond. Unable to wait any longer, Wei Mingxiang pressed on. But now, we don't have enough money or a suitable liver donor. I was thinking you are my most promising son. Your father is in such a serious condition. No matter what, as my only son, shouldn't you help? After speaking, Wei Mingxiang looked up and met Chung Jinyan's eyes, quietly waiting for his answer. Chung Jinyan lowered his head, a slight cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He remained silent for a while before Wei Mingxiang, anxious and unable to sit still, suddenly looked up. He stared directly into Wei Mingxiang's eyes and asked coldly, "How do you want me to help?" His tone was teasing and a bit disdainful. Wei Mingxiang's face instantly turned red. Seeing this, others began to criticize Chung Jinyan. Chung Jinyan, Wei Mingxiang is your mother. How can you talk to her like that? How can you be so rude? Your mother will be upset if she hears this. Everyone says soldiers have no future. I didn't believe it before, but now I see the truth. Their words grew more and more harsh, and Chung Jinyan became increasingly annoyed. He wondered if Jiang Wan, when facing these people, was also being criticized like this. He looked at their ugly faces and suddenly grew very impatient. Everyone, shut up for me. This is our family matter. None of your business. And if you don't like me, get out now. Chung Jinyan slammed his fist to the ground, making a loud bang. Everyone could see he was very angry. The women who had been speaking passionately just now quickly shut up. The noisy yard suddenly became quiet. Wei Mingxiang didn't expect Chung Jinyan's authority to be so strong. He alone made so many people behave and not dare to speak or act against him. Once the scene was quiet, Wei Mingxiang felt even more awkward. The other women looked up at her. Wei Mingxiang had to steel herself and continue speaking. I was thinking you're the most capable, so you should find a way to cover your father's medical expenses. Also, about donating part of your liver to your father, I checked with the doctor. The doctor said the liver can regenerate, so removing some won't be a problem. You've been a soldier for so many years and are so healthy. Losing a part of your liver to save your father is okay. Right now, only you can save him. If you refuse, he will die. Considering how much your father has loved you since you were young, you must save him this time. Wei Mingxiang first stated her request, then, worried Chung Jinyan might refuse, she started to emotionally pressure him. Chung Jinyan looked at Wei Mingxiang coldly, and she felt overwhelmed by his intense gaze. It took Chung Jinyan a long time before he managed to say a word. Mom, you know I am in the army, and I will be returning to the unit soon. Do you know how tough the training is? Even when I am healthy, I can't handle it. If I lose part of my liver, when will I recover? Also, the army has clear rules. If you suffer serious injuries, you can't stay in the army. I might even be discharged. Dad is already quite old. Do you think it's worth sacrificing a young person's health to save an old man? Chung Jinyan's words left Wei Mingxiang stunned. She blinked for a long time before realizing that Chung Jinyan would never donate his liver. She immediately thought of Jiang Wan. Why not ask Jiang Wan to donate? She is young and healthy. Giving a bit of her liver could save your dad's life. Her body would recover quickly. Once Wei Mingxiang said this, Chung Jinyan finally understood. Wei Mingxiang was just treating their family as easy targets. When Chung Wining had a liver tumor, Wei Mingxiang immediately wanted to save him, but she lacked the ability. Although they had separated, she still wanted them to pay and work for her. She only cared about Chung Wining's health and never thought about how much harm she was causing them. When Jiang Wan was giving birth, she lost a lot of blood and almost died. She was very weak and hasn't fully recovered even now. In such a situation, you want her to donate her liver? I think what you really want isn't her liver, but her life. I've always known Jiang Wan is honest. When I wasn't home before, you often bullied her. Even during her pregnancy and childbirth, you never called to tell me. You not only ignore Jiang Wan's health, but also don't respect me at all. Chung Jinyan's words were very harsh, and Wei Mingxiang was left speechless. In her desperation, she suddenly knelt on the ground. Jinyan, what happened in the past was my fault. I was young and naive, and I made mistakes. I now realize my mistakes and will change in the future. Now, I really have no other choice but to come to you. Please, for the sake of the kindness our family has shown you, help us. Seeing that she couldn't argue her way out, Wei Mingxiang resorted to moral pressure. First, she knelt, then she admitted her mistakes, and finally, she begged pitifully. With this combination, a normal person simply couldn't resist. If Chung Wining didn't know about the recent events at home, he might still be moved by her pleas. Now that he has seen their true faces, he is completely disappointed in them. Chung Wining just wants to keep his distance and stop caring about their affairs. He has already decided to cut ties, but he underestimated Wei Mingxiang's shamelessness. She brought so many people here just to put on a show in front of him. If he refuses, she will say he is unfilial and others will spread the story, making him look bad. Wei Mingxiang is very clever, putting him in a difficult spot. What if I refuse? He asked. Jian, you're the best. You will definitely agree. Mom really has no other way. I only have you now. Can I kneel and kowtow to you? Mom loves your dad very much. I absolutely can't lose him. Please help us, she said as she was about to kneel. Chung Wining was so angry that he pushed her the shoulder. Before she could react, she fell backward. She landed on the ground but then struggled to get up again. She was about to kneel again, but Chung Wining stood up and held her shoulders. Wei Mingxiang, I tell you, I can't help with your plans. I've been in the army for over 10 years, and I sent all my salary and bonuses home. I don't have a penny now, and I can't even take care of myself. I can't give you any money. Even if I had some, I wouldn't give it to you. Wan needs this income more than you do. Chung Wining quietly added in his mind, then continued. The army doesn't allow donations, and I can't donate my liver. Jiang Wan is in poor health and won't donate her liver, nor can she. I've made myself very clear. I hope you won't force me. Also, if you really want to save Dad, you can donate your own liver. I believe no one will stop you. If that doesn't work, you have many grandchildren. They are young and strong. You've raised them for so many years, and they haven't repaid you yet. You can kneel and ask them to donate their liver. I believe, as Dad's grandchildren, they won't refuse such a small request. After all, as you said, the liver can regenerate. Even if you cut a little, it won't harm the body. They've studied so much and are very educated. I believe they will understand what you're saying. They are all grateful people. As long as their mother speaks, they won't refuse. If it's really urgent, their mother will kneel and beg, and they definitely won't refuse then. Chung Wining first clearly states his position with a firm attitude, then offers a suggestion to Wei Mingxiang. He repeats exactly what Wei Mingxiang just said and blocks all her attempts to speak. Wei Mingxiang looks at him with a pale face. She tries to open her mouth but can't say a word. Wei Mingxiang is completely defeated. Others want to speak up to help. Chung Wining raises his head and glares fiercely at everyone. Everyone who is about to speak swallows their words again. Their faces look unhappy, but no one dares to offend Chung Wining. Chung Wining is tall and strong, and he speaks clearly. Whether fighting or arguing, they are no match for him. He stands up, opens the iron door, and commands without courtesy. Your visit has disturbed my normal life. Once you finish talking, please leave. Also, I want to emphasize that we have children at home, and we don't like noisy environments. If I didn't invite you personally, I hope you won't come to our house again. If anyone ignores this advice, don't blame my fists for being ruthless. Even if I later join the army, only Jiang Wan and the children will be left at home. If I find out anyone sneaks into my house, I will take leave from the army and come back to deal with them. Anyone who dares to provoke me, I will handle her. Chung Wining picks up a thick wooden stick from the corner and, in front of everyone, breaks it in half with brute force. If anyone dares to anger me, this stick will be her fate. I will count to 3. After I finish counting, if you haven't left, don't blame me for being rude. 3, 2, 1. Chung Wining counts very quickly. The women who were just stunned react immediately. They leave faster than he counts. Chung Wining has just counted to 1 when everyone rushes out in a swarm. Wei Mingxiang is the slowest, but she still walks to the gate after he finishes counting. She stands at the iron gate, opens her mouth to speak, still trying to persuade him. But Chung Jinyan has already locked the gate. He doesn't even look at Wei Mingxiang, turns around and walks straight into the house. Wei Mingxiang wants to call after him, but others pull her away. Chung Jinyan was very angry, so you should not provoke him now. I also think Chung Jinyan is right. He wouldn't ruin his career just for his father. Jiang Wan's health isn't good, and she isn't suitable for surgery. You have many grandchildren, and now it's time for them to help. Under everyone's persuasion, Wei Mingxiang reluctantly left. She hit a dead end with Chung Jinyan. Even though she brought many people and knelt on the ground to save face, he didn't care at all. This clearly shows that Chung Jinyan would not help her no matter what. Now it seems this way won't work anymore. Wei Mingxiang remembered the IOUs in the cabinet. There are also the money stored in the house's ceiling beams. It's probably time to take it out. The boys will need to do heavy work in the future, so their health must be protected. Wei Mingxiang immediately ruled out 6 of her grandchildren. As for suitable liver donors, she could only consider her sisters, Chung Wining and Chung Wenley. She is already quite old and not in good health. If she undergoes surgery to remove part of her liver, her body will become very weak. Her family now depends on her to hold everything together. If she falls, it will be the end. Wei Mingxiang kept making excuses for herself, but deep down she knew the truth. She was afraid of pain and worried about harming her health. She asked the doctor detailed questions and learned that although the liver can regenerate, after surgery it's easy to get infections, and the body becomes very weak. She plans to live to 100, so how could she take such risks with her health? With the help of her aunts, Wei Mingxiang returned home. She forced a small smile and thanked everyone. After seeing everyone off, she finally relaxed. She pushed open the yard door and went inside, but she found the main hall door slightly ajar. Frowning, Wei Mingxiang sensed something was wrong. As she pushed the door open, she saw that the entire house was empty. She broke out in a cold sweat and quickly ran to her room. She saw that the lock on the cabinet filled with valuables had been broken, and everything inside was gone. My clothes, my supplements, my skincare products. Where did they all go? Wei Mingxiang hurriedly rushed to the cabinet, searching inside. It was almost empty except for a few torn clothes. The only thing she was relieved about was that the IOUs from her brothers, who borrowed money from her, were still there. Wei Mingxiang quickly put away these notes and kept them close. She climbed up a ladder onto the ceiling beam, but the small plastic bag where she kept the money was gone. That bag held 600 yuan, her last savings. Now even that 600 yuan was gone. When Wei Mingxiang came down the ladder, her hands and legs felt weak. She looked around the house and realized everything valuable had been stolen. Not just the tools and dishes, but also the chairs and small stools. Almost everything in the house was gone, except for some furniture that couldn't be moved. Wei Mingxiang sat heavily on the ground, feeling very cold inside. At first, she thought about saving money for Chung Wiching's surgery. Now, she had no hope left. Not only that, but eating at home would become a problem. She touched her pocket and found only about 100 yuan left. With so many people to feed, how long could that money last? Wei Mingxiang didn't want to think about this problem and felt her future was very dark. When Chung Wiching had liver disease, she was never this hopeless. Back then, she still believed he could be treated. Now, everything was gone, and she saw no hope for the future. She couldn't gather enough money for medicine, and she couldn't find a liver donor. She couldn't rely on anyone, not even herself. Wei Mingxiang struggled to stand up from the ground, her limbs weak and useless. Her heart felt empty, as if all hope was gone. After sitting on the ground for a while, she made a firm decision. It was obvious that her home had been robbed. The loss was too big. She had to report it to the police. But it was uncertain when they would catch the thief or recover the loss. In 3 days, she couldn't do anything else. It seemed Chung Wiching's illness was incurable. Wei Mingxiang supported herself against the wall and finally stood up. She sat for a long time before feeling fully better. Not long after returning to the village, She was hit by a series of setbacks and couldn't take it anymore. Wei Mingxiang went back down the mountain and gathered her courage to go to the police station. She stood trembling at the door, her whole body shaking like leaves in the wind. After a long wait, she finally had the courage to go inside. "Police officer, my house was robbed. I'm here to report it." The police officers received her, and as soon as she spoke, tears started to fall. Police officer, my house was robbed. All the valuable things were stolen. My husband has a liver tumor and is still in the hospital waiting for financial help. That little thief actually stole everything from my home. There is nothing left in the house. I don't know how to go on with life anymore." Wei Mingxiang cried as she loudly complained. The more she spoke, the more upset she became, tears falling non-stop. Wei Mingxiang felt hopeless about life. She couldn't stop crying. The police officers comforted her a few words, and then she slowly explained what had happened. "I was at the hospital taking care of my husband these past few days. When I came back, I found everything was gone. All right, we understand your situation. Our team will help investigate. But thefts like this happen often in villages, and it's unlikely we'll find the stolen items. You need to be mentally prepared." The police filed a report and promised to investigate. Hearing this, Wei Mingxiang felt even colder inside. She had hoped that reporting the theft would bring her belongings back, but now she was disappointed. "Comrade, this matter is very important to my family. Please, you must help us." Wei Mingxiang begged desperately, almost kneeling and crying. With the police officer's reassurance, her emotions gradually calmed down. Finally, 2 officers accompanied her to the village. They rode a motorcycle, with Wei Mingxiang sitting behind. The motorcycle sped quickly, the wind blowing fiercely, and her mind, which had been buzzing, started to clear. Following Wei Mingxiang's directions, the police car smoothly entered the village and stopped at her house. "Here, this is my home." When I returned, the front door was wide open. I went inside and saw everything was gone. Wei Mingxiang jumped off the motorcycle and led the police inside. Their arrival caused quite a stir in the village. Many villagers gathered to watch. At first, people thought someone had committed a crime at her house. But they didn't see Wei Mingxiang being restrained. Instead, she was crying and accusing, clearly feeling deeply wronged. Wei Mingxiang invited the officers inside and explained everything in detail, including what was missing. She was very worried about not recovering her belongings, so she described everything carefully. The police nodded, indicating they understood the situation. After counting the stolen items, they began inspecting the house thoroughly. Wei Mingxiang was crying and following behind the crowd. After a while, she was stopped by the police officers. "Comrade, please stop making noise. Your shouting is disturbing our work. Please rest aside and do not follow us anymore." Wei Mingxiang was scolded and only then realized her mistake. She sat anxiously on the side, waiting for the police to continue their investigation. Outside, many villagers gathered, curious about what was happening inside the house, and they were talking loudly. Usually, if Wei Mingxiang saw so many people watching, she would go out to explain the situation herself. She liked lively scenes, and the more people interested in her family's affairs, the happier she felt. Now, she only felt that everything was going wrong and lost interest in everything. Wei Mingxiang sat foolishly on a chair, indifferent to others pointing and whispering. She felt so hopeless that she even thought about giving up on life altogether. After checking her house thoroughly, the police came out and asked her a few questions. Wei Mingxiang had no expression and answered lazily. After investigating her home, they went door to door to visit neighbors. Her house had been robbed, causing heavy losses. Some neighbors might be suspects, while others might have witnessed the incident. 2 police officers came out of her house and started their investigation. The theft happened at Wei Mingxiang's house. "We're looking for witnesses. Are any of you neighbors living nearby?" The police began their inquiries, and everyone looked uneasy, fearing they might be involved. Many people quietly stepped back and left without daring to stay. Some neighbors who lived nearby couldn't leave and had to honestly cooperate with the investigation. Everyone was confused. They had only come to watch the scene, and now they almost got caught up in it. They felt uncomfortable but dared not say anything. To clear their names quickly, they had to cooperate quietly. Most people were working in the fields when the theft happened. Some were gathering firewood in the mountains. They were witnesses to each other, so the suspicion was quickly dismissed. A few others couldn't clear their names so easily, but they all had reasonable explanations. After the police searched their homes, they found nothing suspicious. Most people were cleared of suspicion, but the police couldn't find any clear evidence after a long investigation. This was a very difficult problem for them, because no one in the village was suspicious, and no one saw what happened at the time. This meant there were no clues, and they had reached a dead end. After the situation became stuck, someone quietly came forward with a lead. A villager secretly told them some information about Wei Mingxiang's family. The police then realized that Wei Mingxiang's household was quite complicated. So, the stolen items might not have been taken by outsiders. Family members could also be suspects. Among these people, the most suspicious were Wei Mingxiang's older grandchildren. Once they found a new direction, they immediately started investigating. First, they visited Jiang Wan's house and asked questions. The conclusion was that Jiang Wan had been resting at home for a long time and hadn't gone out. Chung Wining was working in the yard that afternoon. He showed some finished products and explained his alibi. Since he and his wife could both testify for each other, they were cleared of suspicion. Next, the police found Chung Xiangxi, initially just to ask about the situation. But unexpectedly, Chung Xiangxi gave them an important clue. I saw Chung Wenley sneaking down the mountain with a bag of things. I called out to her, but she ignored me and ran away quickly, looking guilty. Chung Xiangxi's clue was very valuable. First, on the day of the incident, Chung Wining had just come out of the village. Second, she was carrying a bag of items and when called, she ran away, clearly feeling guilty. All signs pointed to Chung Wining being a major suspect in the theft. With a lead in hand, they immediately followed this trail. First, they learned about Chung Wenley's background, then identified several places she often visited. Through careful investigation, they quickly found important clues. Yesterday, Chung Wining had indeed taken some clothes to sell at the entrance of the residential area. They found the buyers of these clothes based on the clues. The clothes Chung Wining sold were soon recovered. These clothes were brought before Wei Mingxiang for confirmation. They are mine. These clothes are mine. Wei Mingxiang thought the case was solved and spoke excitedly, rambling. The police explained what had happened. Some of the items you lost might have been stolen by your granddaughter, Chung Wining. No way. Chung Wining is timid and afraid of trouble. She definitely wouldn't have the courage to do these things. Even in the face of solid evidence, Wei Mingxiang still denied the results. The investigation shows that the person stealing is Chung Wining. Chung Wining is your granddaughter. Do you want to settle this privately or report it publicly? The police gave Wei Mingxiang the choice. She was momentarily at a loss and asked foolishly, "What do you mean by settling privately or publicly?" Private resolution means you handle it yourselves without involving the police, and they won't file a case or get involved. Public resolution means regardless of your relationship, the case will be handled officially according to the law. The police explained very clearly and Wei Mingxiang was stunned. She nodded but didn't decide immediately. I need to think about this carefully. Wei Mingxiang never expected that the thief was actually Chung Wining. She wanted to send her to the police right away, but what would happen then? Chung Wining had no money and no one to turn to. Even if she was imprisoned, it wouldn't make up for her losses. This was a very difficult problem, and Wei Mingxiang didn't know how to handle it for a moment. Finally, she decided to find Chung Wining first and understand the situation. She needed to see how much she had stolen and how she planned to make up for it. If Chung Wining had really spent all the family's money and belongings, she wouldn't hold back anymore. Comrade, where did you find Chung Wining? I want to go see her and find out what's going on. Wei Mingxiang was furious inside, but didn't show it. She deliberately acted calm and successfully asked about Chung Wenley's whereabouts. She hurried to Chung Wenley's school, ignoring her own father Chung Wiching's care. It turned out she had been hiding in the school dormitory all those days. Although she hadn't paid her tuition for next semester, she was still officially a student, so she could stay there for now. Chung Wenley still didn't realize her actions had been exposed. Her future was bleak, entirely in Wei Mingxiang's hands. But she was unaware and proud of having sold a few clothes to raise money for next semester's tuition. She thought she could change her fate and live a completely different life. But she never expected Wei Mingxiang to suddenly rush to the school dormitory. When she arrived, she was silent. Chung Wenley was caught completely unaware by her. Chung Wenley was startled and nearly jumped up. Wei Mingxiang pushed open her dorm door and immediately stepped forward quickly. Before Chung Wenley could react, she was grabbed. Wei Mingxiang roughly pulled Chung Wenley off the bed, cursing as she did so. "Chung Wenley, how bold you are! How dare you steal from the house and sell it? How do you know I took it?" In her panic, Chung Wenley accidentally revealed herself. After speaking, she was shocked. She quickly covered her mouth, but Wei Mingxiang had already heard. "You admit it yourself. But the police have already investigated, and whether you admit it or not, it's no use. You are a thief and a suspect." "What do you mean?" Chung Wenley was a bit stunned. Wei Mingxiang snorted coldly and explained happily. "It means I've already reported the theft, and the police have found evidence against you. Yesterday, you sold a few pieces of clothing at the gate of the residential area. Now, those clothes have been recovered. The police said if I take legal action, you will have to go to jail." Wei Mingxiang paused deliberately here, and Chung Wenley was immediately frightened at the thought of going to jail. "I don't want to go to jail. I don't want to. It's all because you said you wouldn't pay my tuition. I was really desperate and only took 5 of your clothes. You have so many clothes in your closet, each one expensive. I can't pay my tuition, so what's wrong with exchanging a few clothes for it? We are family. Is it necessary to involve the police over such a small matter? Do you really want me to go to jail? Are you really my grandmother? Why are you so heartless?" Until this moment, Chung Wenley still didn't understand what she had done wrong. To her, she only took 5 of Wei Mingxiang's clothes and sold them for 80 yuan. This small amount of money is less than 100 yuan, yet Wei Mingxiang wants to send her to the police. What kind of logic is that? Although Chung Wenley felt guilty for doing wrong, she was very upset that Wei Mingxiang was so extreme over such a small matter. She was the first to feel unfair. "My entire closet is empty now. Clothes, skincare products, household tools, bowls, chopsticks, and all kinds of things. The whole house is almost empty. There's nothing valuable left. And you tell me it's a small problem? This concerns whether we can eat properly in the future and whether your grandfather's illness can be treated. Do you still think this is a small matter?" Wei Mingxiang's anger grew the more she thought about it, and her voice became louder. She was holding back a lot of frustration, and seeing Chung Wenley's careless attitude made her even angrier. "No way. I only took 5 pieces of clothing. I didn't take anything else. If I took something, I would recognize it. If it wasn't me, don't try to blame me." Chung Wenley looked like a cat that had been provoked, becoming very agitated. "Chung Wenley, I came personally to give you a chance. I didn't expect you to be so rude to me. You stole something, and you still refuse to admit it? I came to talk to you privately, not to cause trouble. But if you don't listen, don't blame me for being harsh." Wei Mingxiang was already fierce, and now she kept mentioning the police station. At first, Chung Wenley was also very tough, but she gradually lost her confidence. She knew Wei Mingxiang's personality, and if she really angered her, she might do anything. Chung Wenley looked down and stayed silent, but she was clearly upset and not willing to accept it. Wei Mingxiang didn't bother explaining further and directly pulled her to leave. "Go back now and clarify this matter." "I won't go back. I won't go back, even if I die." Chung Wenley grabbed the bedrail and refused to leave. "Chung Wenley, if you don't come with me today, I will have the police come and take you away. Are you going to obediently listen, or do you want me to take extreme measures?" Wei Mingxiang let go and left the matter there. Chung Wenley lowered her head, afraid to speak. After a while, she gave in. "Fine, I'll go back with you." Chung Wenley really had no choice but to grit her teeth and follow Wei Mingxiang. Wei Mingxiang took Chung Wenley back to the village and made her see the situation at home firsthand. You kept saying you didn't believe me, but now look at the situation at home. Just see for yourself. If you really stole something from the house, please return it quickly, or our family will really struggle to get by. Wei Mingxiang tried to reason with her and appealed to her feelings, hoping she would voluntarily hand over the remaining unsold items. Chung Wenley looked in shock at the empty house. She could tell at a glance that many things were missing. She opened her mouth but finally closed it again. But Grandma, I only took 5 pieces of clothing. I don't know why the others are missing. Chung Wenley tried to explain, but Wei Mingxiang wouldn't listen.
I've already said enough.
Are you still hiding something? Chung Wenley, are you ungrateful? Is your heart really so cold? Our home is already struggling, and you stole things and got caught. Are you not ashamed? Do you really want to ruin everyone? Make the whole family suffer or even starve outside? Wei Mingxiang was so angry, she almost exploded. She grabbed a bamboo stick from the corner and started hitting Chung Wenley before she could react. Grandma, it's not me. I really didn't take anything from the house.
Please believe me.
Chung Wenley jumped and dodged to avoid the blows, trying to protect herself and lessen the hits. Her furious grandma was terrifying. Chung Wenley was afraid she might be hit so hard she could be seriously hurt. She kept dodging several times but finally had nowhere to run and was forced into the corner. She hugged her head with her hands, curled up, and crouched on the ground. Wei Mingxiang kept hitting her with the bamboo stick without mercy. Soon, Chung Wenley couldn't take it anymore. She lowered her head and cried nonstop, her pitiful appearance touching to see. But Wei Mingxiang was not a man, and she certainly wouldn't feel sorry for her. The more Chung Wenley cried, the harder Wei Mingxiang hit her. This involved all her property, and if she couldn't make her obedient and calm, how could she recover her money? If she couldn't get the money back, could they still live in the house? Unless... Wei Mingxiang had another idea in mind. She kept hitting Chung Wenley while smiling at her. If she refused to return the money or if the money earned from selling things was already spent, she only had 2 options. First, send her to the police station to experience what it's like to be in jail, so she wouldn't dare steal again. Second, find her a husband and marry her off, which could bring some bride price money to help solve the family's current problems. Wei Mingxiang's hitting was heavy and increasingly harsh. Chung Wenley quickly couldn't bear it. She squatted on the ground, crying loudly with tears and snot, begging repeatedly. Grandma, I only took 5 pieces of clothing to sell. I really didn't steal those things. Grandma, please stop hitting me. I beg you, spare me. If you hit me again, I might really die. Grandma, I didn't take those things. What do you want me to do to make you let me go? Chung Wenley's crying grew louder, and her words became more humble. Wei Mingxiang paused for a moment, then looked at her coldly. If you stole something, you'll go to jail. The family lost so much money. Together, it should be enough for you to stay inside for a long time. But I really didn't steal those things. Chung Wenley wanted to explain, but Wei Mingxiang's cold words cut off all her escape routes. Now, even the police have counted those losses against you. I lost several thousand yuan worth of things. If you have to pay for it, you'll probably be in jail for 3 or 5 years. Wei Mingxiang didn't really understand the law. She just said this to scare Chung Wenley. Hearing about 3 or 5 years in jail, Chung Wenley was truly frightened. Just consider these money as what I owe you. When I get a job and earn money, I will pay you back everything. Chung Wenley didn't dare to argue anymore. She could only honestly start paying back. How much can you earn in a day at work? When will you be able to pay off what you owe me? Don't you know the family urgently needs money now? After you finish working, your grandfather's grave will be overgrown with grass 3 feet high. If you really don't want to go to jail, then just obediently get married. Wei Mingxiang expressed her true thoughts, making Chung Wenley tremble with fear. She was only 16 after the new year. Although many people in the village married at such a young age, she had studied for many years. How could she accept such a fate? If she wanted to marry so early, she wouldn't have to work so hard studying. She didn't like studying, and her grades were only average. The only reason she kept going was because she wanted to change her destiny through education. Now, before finishing her studies, she was forced to marry, which completely blocked her future path and left her with no prospects. Thinking of this terrible outcome, Chung Wenley shook her head and refused. If you don't want to marry, then go to jail. Anyway, those are your only two choices. You decide for yourself. Wei Mingxiang directly handed the choice to Chung Wenley, letting her decide inside. Are these the only two options? Is there no third choice? Chung Wenley's voice wavered with tears, still unwilling to give up. No, there are only these two options. You need to choose quickly. Chung Wenley felt very conflicted inside, but she knew her grandmother was determined. Today, she had to give an answer. If she went to jail, her future would be completely ruined, maybe even worse. After all, someone with a criminal record can't really find a place in society. If she chose to marry, maybe she could marry a good person, even ask her future husband to let her continue studying. That way, she would have tuition and living expenses, and she wouldn't have to worry about the future. Most importantly, Chung Wenley knew she was only 16 years old and not legally an adult. Even if she got married, she wouldn't be able to get a marriage certificate. After finishing school, she could go anywhere she wanted, and no one could stop her. After weighing the pros and cons, Chung Wenley finally decided to marry. Then I will get married. That's what you said yourself. Once you agree, you can't change your mind. Chung Wenley nodded numbly. At this point, what other choice did she have? Wei Mingxiang was very happy when she heard the news and immediately went out to find someone suitable. Wei Mingxiang had this idea before, but for various reasons, she had put it aside. Now, with the current family situation, this matter was urgent and unavoidable. Wei Mingxiang went to Zhang village and found the family she had contacted earlier. Their son had contracted polio as a child, which caused his legs to be somewhat atrophied. He could walk normally but couldn't walk very fast. He couldn't do heavy physical work, but his parents were very capable. His father was a carpenter in the village, earning good money with his craft. His mother was a hairdresser, often cutting hair in the village and earning a few cents each time. He also knew some masonry work, and if he worked hard, he could earn quite a bit. Basically, their whole family was skilled workers and their income was quite good. If it weren't for his condition, many people would be eager to marry into their family. Apart from his health issue, the son was also not very handsome, which somewhat affected his chances. Wei Mingxiang chose this family because they could afford the bride price. As for Chung Wenley herself, Wei Mingxiang didn't pay much attention to her thoughts. It didn't matter to her. She had already agreed to marry, and she would decide who to marry. Wei Mingxiang arrived empty-handed. After sitting down, she explained her purpose. The man's family immediately brought tea and water, showing great enthusiasm. Zhang Gang is already 30 years old this year. Due to health reasons, he has never had a partner. He has long wanted to get married and sometimes gets angry at home over these matters. His parents are often his punching bags, frequently getting hit and kicked. Now Wei Mingxiang has come to talk about marrying her granddaughter to him. Zhang Gang happened to be at home today and immediately became so happy he couldn't speak properly. This was a huge good thing for him, meaning he would soon have a wife. And she was a beautiful girl just 16 years old, as lovely as a flower. If he married such a wife, how proud would he be? And when he went out, who would dare to mock him? Does Chung Wenley herself want to marry me? Although Zhang Gang was excited, he stayed clear-headed and asked these questions. Don't worry. When I came, I already got her consent. She said her marriage was arranged by me. If she didn't agree, I wouldn't be here now. Don't you think so? Wei Mingxiang quickly made Zhang Gang happy with her words. He nodded happily and immediately agreed with what Wei Mingxiang said. The basic details were settled. Now, it was time for the main event. Zhang Gang, I'm not criticizing you, but you should know your own situation better than I do. You are a good kid, but you hurt your leg when you were young. That's why, at over 30, you still haven't married. Our Wenley went to high school. If not for family troubles and not being able to pay her tuition, she's a sensible girl who wants to help her family. That's why she agreed to marry. Wenley is only 16, as beautiful as a flower, and healthier than most. She will definitely be a good mother. So, as for the bride price, Wei Mingxiang paused intentionally here, knowing it was now Zhang Gang's turn to speak about his family. The bride price is easy to discuss. That's not a problem. Our family only has one child. All the money will go to him in the future. We are artisans, and our family earns quite a bit. We are not short of money. As long as Wenley genuinely wants to marry us, everything else can be negotiated. Zhang was very good at talking, and Wei Mingxiang was very pleased to hear this. She smiled and nodded, then sighed before starting to complain. Our family's Guqing is also very unfortunate. He was diagnosed with a liver tumor at a young age and is still in the hospital. The doctors say he needs surgery in the next few days, or he might not survive. Since everything has been agreed upon, if you are sincere, could you please give the bride price first? I need the money quickly to save his life. Wei Mingxiang was straightforward to get the money quickly. Usually, a normal family wouldn't agree, especially since she only mentioned it briefly and didn't bring anyone along. What if Chung Wenley disagreed, or they were being tricked? What should they do then? But their family was different. Zhang just wanted to marry soon because of his health. Chung Wenley's conditions were very attractive to them. Although they knew it might not be right, they still agreed. How much bride price do you plan to ask for? Zhang held his mother's hand eagerly, clearly wanting to marry Chung Wenley. It was obvious he liked her and wanted to marry her. It was 1981, and in the village, bride prices weren't usually high. Most families paid around 200 yuan at most. Some poor families couldn't even afford 100 yuan, only 68 or 88 yuan. But Zhang's health and age made him eager to marry quickly. Their family had money and wanted a daughter-in-law badly. They also liked that Chung Wenley was young, beautiful, and healthy, so they could have more children in the future. Zhang's mother held up 5 fingers. Wei Mingxiang's heart pounded with excitement after seeing this. This bride price was higher than usual, which was very tempting for her. But it still wasn't enough to cover Guqing's surgery. She had 2 granddaughters. If she couldn't find good families for them and get good bride prices, her life would become very hard later. Wei Mingxiang quietly extended 1 finger. 1,000 yuan bride price. No marriage without it. 1,000 yuan is too much. How about 800 yuan? We really can't come up with 1,000 yuan. If you're sincere about marrying my granddaughter, then 800 yuan is fine. Mother Zhang was still bargaining, and Wei Mingxiang immediately changed her expression. She stood up directly and said with a firm tone, 1,000 yuan is already the lowest. If you can't pay, I will have to look elsewhere. Actually, I already made arrangements with people from Li village. I'll go check now. Anyway, my granddaughter's condition makes her easy to marry. Wei Mingxiang stood up and headed to the door. Mother Zhang still managed to stay calm, but Zhang couldn't hold back any longer. It's just 1,000 yuan in bride price. If needed, I can take all the money I've earned over the years to make up the amount. Just now. Mother Zhang quickly grabbed his arm, as if to cover his mouth. Zhang pushed her away firmly, determined to marry Chung Wenley no matter what. He remembered seeing Chung Wenley on the street. She was only average in looks but young. Her skin was slightly dark but very firm. Touching her skin, it must feel very nice. Most importantly, Chung Wenley's figure was different from the thin girls in the village. She had a big chest and hips, clearly a healthy girl. He had previously looked at her chest, which was quite full, and couldn't help but glance a few more times. If he touched her, one hand probably wouldn't be enough to cover her. The more Zhang thought about it, the more excited he became. He couldn't wait to press Chung Wenley down and enjoy her. He suddenly felt dry and hoarse, speaking with a husky voice. Mother Zhang wanted to persuade him, but when she saw her son's expression, she knew he was definitely thinking about women. A man in his 30s, still inexperienced with women. He would rather spend all the family's money on a high bride price than not marry Chung Wenley. All right then. Mother Zhang finally compromised, and a faint smile appeared on Zhang's face. Wei Mingxiang was called back in, her lips slightly curved, clearly very happy inside. Wenley is only 16 now and can't get a marriage certificate yet. If you trust me, give me the bride price first, and then you can take her away. When she reaches the right age, you can get the certificate and hold the wedding. Wei Mingxiang's meaning was very clear. She wanted the money first and the person later. At this moment, Chung Wenley was no longer her granddaughter, but a money-making tool. All right, that's the best way. Zhang Gang happily agreed, feeling excited inside. After everything was settled, Wei Mingxiang left first. Zhang Gang's family started collecting the bride price. Before leaving, Wei Mingxiang said that whenever they brought the money, she would send the person over. After Wei Mingxiang left, Zhang Gang immediately urged his family to go down the mountain to get the money. Most of their money was in the bank, so they couldn't get 1,000 yuan all at once. But if they withdrew all the money from the bank and pooled it together, it should be enough. Just 1,000 yuan to marry a wife, that's a lot. Are you really sure about this? Yes. I want Chung Wenley. You guys go get the money now. I want to bring her home tonight. I want to be with her. Zhang Gang spoke very plainly, his eyes red with excitement, unable to hide his desire. His mother sighed and had to go down the mountain with her husband to get the money. While waiting, Zhang Gang kept walking nervously at home. He was anxious and irritable, sometimes making animal-like noises in his throat. After more than 2 hours, his parents finally returned with the money. Zhang Gang held a bundle of cash, grabbed his parents' hands, and forced them to leave. Zhang Gang has polio, so he usually walks very slowly, but now he was so excited that he almost jogged all the way. Soon, they arrived from Zhang's village to Cheng's village. Wei Mingxiang was cooking at home, and Chung Wining sat silently in a chair. She was feeling very upset because she was about to get married. But she couldn't refuse, so she just kept her feelings inside and stayed angry. Zhang Gang came with the money and his parents, and Wei Mingxiang greeted them warmly. Chung Wining saw the short, unattractive man, who also limped when he walked, and immediately looked very unhappy. When she saw her grandmother taking the money from Zhang Gang, her face turned pale. Chung Wining wanted to speak up and refuse, but Wei Mingxiang gave her a sharp look. She swallowed her words and didn't say anything. Her heart felt bitter, and tears almost came out. Here's 1,000 yuan. Write a receipt, and we'll take him away. Zhang's mother was careful. She knew she couldn't just give the money freely. Wei Mingxiang needed to show some respect. Wei Mingxiang was so happy to see the money that she couldn't stop smiling. After taking the money, she quickly wrote a receipt. To keep it safe, Wei Mingxiang put the money in her pocket close to her body. After collecting the money, Zhang Gang started to act inappropriately. He smiled happily and put his arm around Chung Wenley's shoulders. In his eyes, Chung Wenley was already his wife. Chung Wenley was wearing clothes with buttons, and Zhang Gang just looked down at her chest. He didn't see the important parts but noticed a small, soft hill. He swallowed hard, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Chung Wenley shifted uncomfortably twice, and Wei Mingxiang quickly stepped forward and grabbed her arm. Wenley, I already took the bride price, so from now on, you are Zhang Gang's wife. It's natural for a husband to touch his wife. Don't be rude and struggle on purpose. I'm telling you, you agreed to get married. I already took the money, so it's too late to regret now. If you know it's good, just go with him quietly. Don't make me hurt you. Wei Mingxiang pushed Chung Wenley hard from behind, her face looking fierce, not giving her a chance to react. Chung Wenley was pushed to stand up from her chair. Zhang Ying opened his arms and tightly hugged Chung Wenley. Her body was soft and fragrant, with a youthful scent. Zhang Gang buried his face in her neck and took a deep breath. He was intoxicated by her scent and wished he could press her down immediately. Chung Wenley's eyes filled with tears of sadness, but Wei Mingxiang threw her packed belongings out roughly, harshly pushing her away. When Chung Wenley left, she was still trying to keep her emotions in check, but once outside the house, she couldn't hold back her tears. Wei Mingxiang didn't care about anything. She slammed the door shut loudly, blocking out all sounds. After closing the door, Wei Mingxiang quickly took out the money. She spat a little on her hand and eagerly counted the money. After counting, she found exactly 1,000 yuan, no more, no less. Wei Mingxiang clenched the money tightly, a bright smile on her face. This was the first time she enjoyed the benefits of marrying off her granddaughter. It was worth all the years she raised Chung Wenley. Now she finally saw some reward. Wei Mingxiang hummed happily, thinking about marrying off her eldest granddaughter, Chung Wenxiao. She was a doer, and once she had an idea, she acted immediately. Chung Wenxiao liked the village bully, who, in Wei Mingxiang's view, was poorly dressed with dyed blonde hair and bright clothes, looking very out of place. Chung Yohing's family is not very wealthy. He doesn't work properly, and his mother is paralyzed in bed. His father does some temporary work outside, earning not much each month. Such a family is considered unlucky to marry into. The normal villagers avoid them as much as possible. Only Chung Wenxiao, foolishly, keeps pushing herself closer, and she still lives in their house, refusing to leave. Although they haven't crossed the final line, Chung Wenxiao's actions have already ruined her reputation in the village. She doesn't seem to regret it, and is still deeply infatuated with Chung Yoheng. If things continue like this, her granddaughter will become completely worthless. Wei Mingxiang gets angrier the more she thinks about it. The next morning, she grabs a stick and storms to Chung Yoheng's house. When she arrives, she sees Chung Wenxiao helping Chung Yoheng's mother with her bathroom needs, and the smell is very strong even from afar. Wei Mingxiang pinches her nose, feeling furious at the scene. Her own grandfather is in the hospital, and no one is taking care of him. Chung Wenxiao not only refuses to visit, but also spends her time caring for others for free. Thinking about this, Wei Mingxiang's emotions break down. She kicks open the yard gate, holding a stick, and rushes out fiercely. Without hesitation, she swings the stick and hits Chung Wenxiao. She is caught off guard, falls down, and the basin of waste falls to the ground, spilling everywhere. The foul smell quickly spreads. Chung Wenxiao hasn't reacted yet, and Wei Mingxiang feels nauseous and dizzy. "Grandma, what are you doing?" Chung Wenxiao shouts in protest, then picks up the basin from the ground. Wei Mingxiang, seeing her like this, feels even more disappointed and hits her again on the shoulder with the stick. "Ah!" Chung Wenxiao screams in pain, immediately falling to the ground from the hit. Despite this, Wei Mingxiang doesn't stop. She keeps hitting her all over, causing Chung Wenxiao to cry out in pain. Wei Mingxiang finally knocks her down completely, drops the stick, and roughly pulls her up. "Come on, let's go home with me," Wei Mingxiang says. "Grandma, Yuheng's mother is paralyzed and needs care. I can't just leave." Chung Wenxiao keeps crying but refuses to leave. Wei Mingxiang hits her a few more times until she can't speak from the pain, then finally speaks. "Are you coming with me or not? If you don't come today, I swear I'll beat you to death." Wei Mingxiang became very fierce, so she spoke and acted very harshly. But what will happen to my persistent mother if I leave? What is your relationship with Chung Yoheng? Why should you worry about his family matters? She has her own son, and naturally her son will take care of her. You, as an outsider, don't need to worry. Wei Mingxiang roughly grabbed Chung Wenxiao's collar and forcefully pulled her outside. This time, Wei Mingxiang was serious, and Chung Wenxiao couldn't resist at all. Although she tightly held the ground, she was eventually dragged outside. Chung Wenxiao was pulled a long way, and her bottom hurt too much, so she finally gave in. "Grandma, let go. I can walk by myself." Chung Wenxiao pushed Wei Mingxiang away and struggled to stand up from the ground. "Why didn't you do that earlier? Instead, you forced me to get rough. You're really ungrateful." Wei Mingxiang crossed her arms and looked at her coldly. "Grandma, why do you insist on making me go back?" Seeing Wei Mingxiang's mood improve a little, Chung Wenxiao gathered her courage and asked, "Don't worry about it. When I tell you to go back, you go back." Wei Mingxiang reached out and pushed Chung Wenxiao on her shoulder. She was pushed off balance and almost fell flat on her face. She didn't say a word all the way home and was finally forced back. Once home, Chung Wenxiao immediately sensed something was wrong. The house seemed much emptier, and Aunt Jiang Wan, who always worked hard, was also gone. "Grandma, where did Jiang Wan go? Didn't she say she was pregnant? Why isn't she home?" Curious, Chung Wenxiao asked after returning home. Wei Mingxiang snorted coldly and then took out a rope from inside the house. I think you've been staying too long at Chung Yohing's house, so you don't even know what's happening at your own home. Look at you. I've raised you for so many years. You've been eating free here all this time. What have you contributed to this family? Finally, you've grown up and can earn money, but you go to someone else's house to work like a beast. Have you thought about how I feel? Wei Mingxiang became angrier the more she spoke. She wrapped the rope around Chung Wenxiao's back. Grandma, what are you doing? Chung Wenxiao was startled, and her voice even trembled. What am I doing? Of course, I'm tying you up. If I don't tie your hands and feet, you'll run away as soon as you get inside. I don't have time to play hide and seek with you. Wei Mingxiang's voice was very cold, and her movements were quick and skillful. Chung Wenxiao was truly terrified. She kept struggling, trying to escape. Wei Mingxiang had already closed the front door of her house. Since she brought the person back, she wouldn't let her escape. She picked up a bamboo stick from the corner of the wall and decided to hit her first. Chung Wenxiao quickly couldn't bear the beating, crying out loudly and curling up into a ball. Taking advantage of this moment, Wei Mingxiang quickly tied her up with a rope. Amid her tears and sobs, Chung Wenxiao was finally bound tightly. Wei Mingxiang dragged her to the firewood shed and tied her to a pillar inside the house. Grandma, please let me go. Why are you tying me up like this? Chung Wenxiao cried desperately, struggling and shouting angrily. Wei Mingxiang roughly shoved a cloth into her mouth. Quiet. I raised you all these years, and now I need you. Just stay still and wait to get married. When Chung Wenxiao heard about getting married, she froze in shock. Is Grandma forcing Chung Yoheng to marry her? If that's the case, she would be willing to marry. But Grandma looked very fierce now, seeming very angry and not wanting her to marry. Plus, Chung Yoheng's family might not have enough bride price to satisfy Grandma. What if Grandma gets angry and marries her off to someone else? Chung Wenxiao's mind was a mess, but she was completely controlled and couldn't resist. Even if she wanted to fight back, she couldn't think of any way now. Her mind was full of thoughts about Jiang Wan. Auntie is a kind-hearted person. If she were at home, she would definitely want to help her. But for some reason, despite all the chaos at home, Annie hadn't reacted at all. Chung Wenxiao didn't know what was happening, only feeling her mind in a jumble. Wei Mingxiang hurried out and slammed the door shut, locking it on her way out. The already dark house became even more gloomy and black. When Chung Wenxiao heard the knocking at the door, her heart clenched tightly. Until the door was fully closed, the room fell into complete darkness. After Wei Mingxiang left, she went straight to Li's village next door. There was a simple-minded person in Li's village who liked to hit people and was well known in their village. His mother was injured during his birth, so she only had him. Although they only had one simple-minded child, it didn't mean this kind of condition was hereditary. Because Wei Mingxiang heard that a fool is not born stupid, but becomes like that because of severe birth complications that damage the brain during difficult labor. The fool's parents have been working outside for years to marry a wife for him. They work very hard and have saved about 1,000 or 2,000 yuan through frugal living. Wei Mingxiang came to the door this time intending to sell Chung Wenxiao for a good price. At first, Wei Mingxiang couldn't make up her mind, but now her family is in big trouble and all their money has been stolen. If she doesn't do this, she will have to watch Chung Guoqing die. Wei Mingxiang may lack strong conscience, but she has a loving heart. Although Chung Guoqing doesn't treat her well and sometimes even hits her in domestic violence, he is still her husband. They have been married for many years and have several children. Wei Mingxiang can't just watch him get into trouble, nor can she ignore him. After arriving in Li's village, Wei Mingxiang quickly became familiar with the fool's house. She was about to knock on the door when she suddenly heard things being thrown inside. The sound was sharp and loud, hard not to notice. Moreover, there were also shouting and scolding sounds mixed in. Wei Mingxiang paused her hand on the door, her expression suddenly becoming more intense. After a while, everything inside the house went completely quiet. Wei Mingxiang gathered her courage and knocked on the door. The fool heard the noise outside and happily came out of the house. From a distance, Wei Mingxiang saw that he was holding a stick. What does this mean? Wei Mingxiang felt a bit nervous and instinctively took 2 steps back. Seeing her fear, the fool's smile became even brighter. He waved the stick in front of Wei Mingxiang while laughing and moving around. Wei Mingxiang frowned slightly, thinking to herself that the fool is just a fool. While dodging, she secretly observed him and noticed that he had a crooked mouth, squinting eyes, and was drooling a little. Wei Mingxiang secretly disliked him, thinking she couldn't stand such a man. But Chung Wining was just an insignificant granddaughter, so it wasn't a big deal. She ate, drank, and used her, expecting to repay her kindness. If she didn't marry early and exchange bride price, she probably would have stayed with Chung Yohung without any status or recognition. Anyway, whether she was there or not, it made no difference. She might as well use the money to treat her grandfather's illness. The fool kept moving and reaching out, almost hitting her with the stick several times. She was in a mess, her face almost losing its smile. Even so, she did not forget her purpose for coming here. Wei Mingxiang found a moment and suddenly spoke. "Young man, do you want to get married?" Wei Mingxiang originally just said this to try, but it turned out to be very effective. The fool stopped hitting after hearing this. His eyes lit up, and he looked at Wei Mingxiang with hope. The fool threw away his stick and clapped excitedly. "Get married. I want to get married. Where is my wife? Where did she go? You can't lie to me, or I'll hit you." The fool raised his fist, pretending to be ready to fight. Wei Mingxiang was scared to death inside, but kept up a brave front. "How could I lie to you? Call your parents out, and I'll talk to them. If they agree, you can get married very soon." She spoke carefully and quietly. Usually, she was used to being bossy, but in front of the fool, she had to be more careful. Otherwise, she might get hit by him if she was careless. She wasn't stupid. She wouldn't do anything that hurt herself. "Okay, I'll go call them now." The fool jumped and ran into the house, quickly bringing out his parents. When a man and a woman came out, Wei Mingxiang saw that both of them had bruises and cuts. The man had 2 red marks on his arm and was limping, probably injured his leg. The woman's eyes were dark and swollen, with bruises all over her exposed skin. At first, Wei Mingxiang didn't understand, until the fool started hitting people again. "I want to get married. I want to get married. If you don't let me marry her, I'll beat you to death." The fool bent down to pick up the stick on the ground, and both the man and woman were terrified. They quickly grabbed his arms, and the woman hugged his waist. They stammered as they spoke, and the woman hurriedly agreed. "Marry. Marry the girl." The man rubbed his forehead, looking very troubled. He didn't know what to do. His son liked to fight and was violent, and he couldn't even take care of himself. Could he really get married? But given the current situation, if he didn't let him marry, there would definitely be big trouble. The man was very conflicted. The woman took his hand and pulled him aside. They whispered to each other for a few moments, and Wei Mingxiang anxiously waited, her hands clasped together. After a while, they finally reached an agreement. "Is there a girl in your family who wants to get married? My son has some issues. Can your family really accept that?" The man was more clear-headed. Even though he had accepted the reality, he clearly pointed out his son's problem. He pointed to his head, and Wei Mingxiang nodded knowingly. "That's exactly why I came here today." Wei Mingxiang's words made her purpose clear, and Li Fu's expression darkened. He looked at Wei Mingxiang again, feeling that this woman might have bad intentions. In a normal family, who would marry off their daughter or granddaughter knowing the groom is mentally challenged? Could this person be a human trafficker? Wei Mingxiang noticed the man's cold expression and quickly spoke. "Honestly, I am from the neighboring Qingjia village. The girl I want to marry is my own granddaughter. Our family has recently encountered some trouble. The old man has a liver tumor and is hospitalized. He urgently needs surgery. If the surgery fee isn't paid by tomorrow, even if we gather the money later, it will be useless. My granddaughter's name is Chung Wining. She looks very pretty and has a good figure, just as her name suggests. I'm in a hurry now, so I just want to ask you, do you want this daughter-in-law?" Wei Mingxiang became impatient after a few words because her time was running out. Jiang Wan refused to listen to her. Suddenly, Everything in her house was stolen, and she was helpless. She came up with this idea. She already married off one granddaughter, and if she could marry off this one too, she could gather enough money for the surgery. Wei Mingxiang asked a few questions, but got no response, so she turned to leave. The couple hesitated, but the fool was the first to refuse. Come back.
Come back.
Why are you leaving? My wife hasn't given me to you yet. The fool ran forward and grabbed Wei Mingxiang's arm. She was pulled back suddenly and almost fell to the ground. Her face looked a bit embarrassed, and her tone became very harsh. It's not that I don't want to give you. It's because your parents are not sincere. You should be talking to your parents, not me. Wei Mingxiang, angry and anxious, pushed the fool. The fool ran forward to hit her. His parents quickly rushed over and grabbed his arms, trying to hold him back. Is that Wei Mingxiang? Come in first. We can talk slowly. The fool was very strong, and his parents soon found it hard to control him. All right, I don't have much time to waste. I hope you all show genuine sincerity this time. Wei Mingxiang hesitated for a moment before going in because she had no better options besides this family. Her time was very tight now. If she looked for someone else, the old man probably wouldn't wait. Wei Mingxiang sighed heavily, feeling uncomfortable inside, but unable to show it. She led the way into the house. The foolish man's parents held him down and made him sit on a stool. The fool struggled desperately, even trying to hit people during the process. Don't you want to get married? Why are you causing trouble here? The fool's mother said this, and the fool immediately quieted down. Fatherly was initially doubtful about his son getting married. Now, seeing that he could quiet down after hearing the word bride, his doubts wavered again. Could it be that his son's bad temper was because he was over 30 and had no woman to keep him company? Their couple was getting older, and there wasn't much time left to be with him. If they could really find a wife for him and have 2 children of their own, wouldn't that mean he would be cared for in old age? And maybe marrying a wife could help improve his bad temper? Fatherly started to hope, and his face softened naturally. Even Fatherly was hopeful, and Motherly was even more full of expectation. She personally brewed tea for Wei Mingxiang and brought her some fruit, showing great respect. Seeing how they behaved, Wei Mingxiang knew that this matter was almost certain to succeed. She felt secretly happy, but didn't dare to show it. Wei Mingxiang took a sip of tea and then coughed lightly a few times. What do you think about this? She put down her teacup and got straight to the point. Your granddaughter is so excellent. If she is willing, that would be perfect. Fatherly was not a fool either and spoke carefully. Wei Mingxiang smiled slightly and decided to be direct. My granddaughter definitely wouldn't agree. Who would want to marry into this situation? She looked at the fool, then shifted her gaze to the couple. They had just been hopeful, but now their faces looked very unhappy. Dear relatives, what do you mean by that? I mean very simply, it's because your family needs money that you want to marry off a granddaughter. My granddaughter wouldn't agree to marry a fool, but I have a way to make her come. How to win her over after that is your family's problem. Wei Mingxiang openly called the fool a fool. The fool looked confused, and his parents were so angry they wanted to hit someone. How can you say that about my son? Yes, my son just doesn't understand, and I won't argue with you. If you try someone else, maybe he won't get so mad. The couple spoke one after the other, and Wei Mingxiang sneered. Even at this age, he can't find a wife. His mind is fine, so I won't call him a fool. Your family situation is what it is. Don't be ashamed to admit it, and don't try to give me any big reasons. Wei Mingxiang became more aggressive. Her clear goal was to belittle the fool and ask for more bride price. The couple was very angry. Their chests rose and fell, especially Motherly, who pointed her finger at Wei Mingxiang's nose. My son isn't born stupid.
His children won't inherit that.
Plus, our children were born early, so we can help take care of them. In the future, your granddaughter won't have to do chores. Just take good care of my son. Although my son doesn't look much, he's very kind-hearted. Your granddaughter will be happy to marry into our family. After saying this, Motherly finally felt relieved. Fatherly nodded repeatedly and agreed. My son isn't bad. Compared to nearby villages, Our family has a simple relationship, and our conditions are decent. You're eager to marry off your granddaughter, partly because of money, and partly because her reputation isn't good. Otherwise, why do so many families choose not to, but insist on our family? Father Li's words were very clear. Wei Mingxiang thought of Chung Wenxiao's reputation in Qingjia village, and suddenly felt less confident. Her attitude softened a little, and she continued speaking. No one should look down on anyone in this matter. It's just two people wanting to marry. Doesn't that make sense? Wei Mingxiang's words were reasonable, and everyone couldn't argue. Since that's the case, let's get to the main point and stop talking about other things. Let's discuss the bride price, because this money is needed to save lives. As long as you pay the bride price properly, everything else can be negotiated. If you can't pay the bride price, then there's nothing to discuss. Given your son's situation, no one would want to send a good girl over. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. Do you want to marry this girl? Yes, of course I do. The fool has little sense and is easily led by Wei Mingxiang with just a few words. If your parents don't agree later, you'll need to convince them well. Wei Mingxiang continues to persuade, and the fool nods repeatedly while holding the photo. Okay, I want to marry her. I definitely want to marry her. Suddenly, Wei Mingxiang lets go, and the fool grabs the photo of Chung Wenxiao. He laughs foolishly and hugs the photo. Wei Mingxiang turns her head and sees the fool's saliva has dripped onto Chung Wenxiao's mouth in the photo. She feels disgusted and quickly looks away, stomach churning. Luckily, she's not marrying this terrible man, otherwise, she would be vomiting every day. Li's parents have been discussing for over 10 minutes, but haven't come out yet. Seeing the situation is not good, Wei Mingxiang immediately encourages the fool to go and urge them. Young man, go and hurry your parents. If you keep delaying, I might leave. When that happens, don't blame me if you don't have a bride. It's your parents' lack of enthusiasm. I have nothing to do with it. Wei Mingxiang is terrible at everything but excels at shifting blame. Hearing this, the fool gets anxious immediately. He stands up suddenly and knocks loudly on his parents' door. Thanks to his persistent efforts, Li's parents finally open the door. How's your discussion? I've been waiting here for over 10 minutes. I'm in a hurry now. Please give me an answer quickly. Things should be done decisively, not dragged out. Such a good opportunity, if missed, won't come again. Wei Mingxiang excitedly speaks passionately. Li steps forward, affectionately holding her hand.
Come.
You go ahead and do it. Before giving the bride price, I have a few questions to ask you. Li's mother pulls the angry Wei Mingxiang to sit down and asks the first question directly. You mentioned this granddaughter, Chung Wenxiao. Are you her only senior relative? Can you make decisions for her yourself? Wei Mingxiang immediately snorts and raises her voice. Chung Wenxiao's father has passed away, and her mother is planning to remarry. I've raised her since she was young. If I can't take full responsibility for her, no one else can. Li's mother relaxes, feeling reassured. That's good. That's good. Has Chung Wenxiao dated other young men before? Does she have any hidden illnesses? Even though her own son was a fool, Mother Li was still very careful. No, he hasn't been with anyone before, and he's always been healthy, Chung Wenxiao said vaguely. She hadn't dated the village bully, only staying at his house as a free nanny. Sometimes they held hands or hugged, but because Jiang Wan advised against it, they never crossed the final line. Wei Mingxiang used to think Jiang Wan was meddling, but now she realized she had done a good thing. If it weren't for her help, Chung Wenxiao would have already slept with Chung Yoheng, and now they couldn't even get a high price for the bride price. Mother Li asked a few more questions, and Wei Mingxiang answered perfectly each time. Mother Li felt she had asked everything she needed to and gradually stopped talking. Father Li added a few comments, which Wei Mingxiang also answered skillfully. Seeing no problems, their foolish son was still causing trouble over there. Are you done talking? I want to sleep cuddled with my wife tonight. When the fool spoke up, Father Li and Mother Li didn't dare delay anymore and directly got to the main point. We're quite satisfied with this daughter-in-law, but we don't know how much bride price you want, Mother Li asked carefully, already prepared for a big demand. But she didn't expect Wei Mingxiang to really think they were easy to take advantage of. She held up one finger on one hand and 5 on the other. Given your son's situation, I need at least 1,500 in bride price. Marrying a fool is definitely different from marrying someone with polio. Zhang's son, though he had trouble walking, was quite clear-headed and had skills as a bricklayer, so he could earn money and support a family after marriage. This fool was different. He not only lacked self-care, but also had a tendency for violence. His parents were already in their 60s, no longer young. They could help a little with the household, but soon they would grow old and need care. If Chung Wining married him, she would likely suffer a lot in the future. So, while she still had some use, Wei Mingxiang decided to ask for a hefty bride price. She only had 2 granddaughters, and once this one was married out, she would have no more granddaughters. The remaining 6 grandsons would be even more like bloodsuckers than leeches. Wei Mingxiang shuddered at the thought. Naturally, she wouldn't be polite about the bride price now. 1,500? Are you trying to rob us? Go look at nearby villages. The highest bride price is no more than 500 yuan. Often just a few dozen or 100 yuan is enough. Even if you want a higher bride price, you can't ask for more than this all at once. Li's mother suddenly became very angry, stomping her feet as she spoke. Li's father looked grim, clearly very unhappy. They had just discussed for a long time and agreed that their bottom line was 1,000 yuan. They knew their son's situation better than anyone. 1,000 yuan is a lot of money. Even with savings, they couldn't afford to spend it all at once. They are older now, earning less money, and with their son's situation, if he gets married and they have to support grandchildren, life will be hard. 1,000 yuan is their limit. But Wei Mingxiang was not satisfied and immediately asked for 1,500 yuan. That was too much for them. You say that's for ordinary families, but your son is not an ordinary person, so it's different. I've already set the price. Whether you can pay it or not is your problem.
If you can't, someone else will.
But I have other things to do now, so I'll leave first. If you decide today, you can come to my house to find me. Wei Mingxiang gave her address, and then stood up to leave. The fool who had been waiting for the outcome was panicked when he saw Wei Mingxiang was leaving. He suddenly jumped onto her back and tightly grabbed her neck with both hands. Don't go. Don't go. If you don't bring your wife, you can't leave. Young man, you're mistaken. It's your parents who don't want to pay the bride price, not me refusing your wife. If you have a problem, go talk to your parents. Don't block my way and refuse to leave. Wei Mingxiang suddenly squatted down, and before the fool could react, she fell to the ground. She staggered and sat down hard. The fool looked skinny but was surprisingly fleshy. They tumbled together, and Li's parents quickly came over to help their son. Wei Mingxiang struggled to get up from the ground, feeling severe pain in her buttocks. As she stood, she kept rubbing her. What's wrong with you? You can't come up with 1,500 yuan for the bride price, and now you're dragging me down and falling on the ground. I'm old and have many health issues. If I get hurt badly, you'll have to pay for it with everything you have.
Oh, ouch.
My hurts so much. You troublemakers, you've really caused me to suffer so much. Wei Mingxiang's actions were very rude and even a bit rough. The fool was holding his parents' hands tightly, crying loudly and desperately. I want a wife. I want a wife. I really want a wife. No matter how much bride price you give, you must pay. If you ruin my chances of having a wife, I will make your family chaos. You don't let me have a good life, no one will. The fool not only lost his temper but also tried to bite people. He forcefully grabbed Mother Li's arm and bit her hand hard. This time, the fool used all his strength, and Mother Li cried out in pain. Let go. Hurry, and let go of me. Mother Li tried to pull him away, but the fool bit her arm tightly and refused to loosen his grip. He made muffled sounds in his mouth and kept shouting loudly. I want a wife. I want a wife. I really want a wife. Anyone who doesn't give me a wife, I will hurt them. The fool was punching and kicking his parents. Wei Mingxiang tried to leave, but was caught in the chaos. Before the matter was settled, the fool refused to let go of anyone. If you really called him foolish, actually he was quite clever in some ways. Because of his stubbornness, Wei Mingxiang couldn't leave in the end. The fool kept causing trouble, wanting to fight everyone he saw. Wei Mingxiang had heard that the fool wouldn't get into trouble for hurting someone, so she was now anxious and desperate. Time was tight and the task was heavy. Now she was stuck here, and leaving seemed impossible. Li's father and mother also couldn't stand their son's behavior and finally loosened a little. When everyone was exhausted from the situation, Li's father suddenly spoke. "Dear family, my son is very straightforward. If you give your granddaughter to him as a wife, he will be thinking about it all the time. Even if you let you go now, with his temper, he will come looking for you later, and he will definitely cause trouble in your life. I think my son really likes your granddaughter, but we truly can't afford 1,500 yuan. How about 1,200 yuan as a compromise? This is all the money we have, and it shows our sincerity. We hope you can also show sincerity." Li's father spoke earnestly, but Wei Mingxiang didn't listen at all. However, this fool was really too persistent. If she didn't agree, there would be many problems later. And as he kept arguing stubbornly, Wei Mingxiang had already wasted quite a bit of time. Currently, she hadn't found a better option, so she naturally had no other choice. Wei Mingxiang pretended to look very distressed and finally reluctantly nodded. "All right, 1,200 yuan is 1,200 yuan, but I must see the cash. When I get the money, I give the person the money. That shouldn't be a problem, right?" Wei Mingxiang relaxed, and Li's parents also let out a breath of relief. Fortunately, they insisted until the end. Otherwise, they would have had to pay an extra 300 yuan. Their son's stubbornness played a big role at a critical moment. After the deal was settled, Wei Mingxiang was about to leave, but Li's parents immediately stopped her. "We just withdrew the money recently, so we have cash at home. We'll give you the money now."
Can you write a receipt?
Wei Mingxiang realized that families with some background tend to be very cautious. She had already written a receipt before, so it wasn't a big deal for her. Following her usual template, Wei Mingxiang quickly wrote a receipt. "Please check if everything looks fine. If it's okay, sign your names quickly. I want to take the money back early so I can get my husband to do surgery." Wei Mingxiang spoke casually, while Li's parents carefully looked at the content on the paper. After confirming there were no issues, they signed their names. Li's mother went into the room to get the money, while Wei Mingxiang anxiously waited. Before receiving the money, her heart was hanging in the air. She even foolishly signed the receipt early, clearly a bit overconfident. Wei Mingxiang nervously grabbed her hair, pulling out a large clump. Until Li's mother came out with a big bundle of money, Wei Mingxiang couldn't wait and quickly stood up, grabbing the money tightly in her hands. Once she secured the money, she finally relaxed. Wei Mingxiang licked her fingers, then quickly counted the money. After counting, she felt a bit uneasy and counted it again in front of everyone. After 2 checks confirmed the amount was correct, Wei Mingxiang's face lit up with a smile. "Your family really is honest, not a penny less. I'm very happy to have such in-laws. I believe it's also a blessing for my granddaughter. Later, when she marries into your family, you will definitely treat her well." Wei Mingxiang put the money into her pocket, her smile growing brighter. She was about to leave, but not only the fool refused to let her go, and Li's parents also stepped in to stop her. "Dear, since you've already taken the money, hurry up and send the person over, or we can go with you to pick them up." Before Wei Mingxiang could respond, Li Fu quickly added, "Let's go together to pick them up, so we feel at ease." Li's father gave Li's mother a look, and she immediately understood. Yes. We gave so much bride price last year, and the future daughter-in-law hasn't even been seen in person. No matter where you say it, it doesn't sound right. We'll go with you now. My son is eager too, just to make his dream come true." The Li family was very good at talking, and Wei Mingxiang couldn't refuse. She kept thinking that since they were going to send the person over later, why not just have them bring the person now? It would save her a big trouble. "Fine, if you're ready, come with me." Wei Mingxiang waved to the Li family, and the fool eagerly followed first. Li's parents, worried about their son's safety and afraid their money would be wasted, immediately followed. On the way back, Wei Mingxiang walked proudly at the front. The fool kept circling around her, looking very excited. When they reached the door, Wei Mingxiang told them to wait outside. I'll let my granddaughter tidy up first. She'll bring the person out soon. Wei Mingxiang opened the door and went in first, then quickly shut it behind her. Chung Wining looked too disheveled now. It wouldn't be good for them to see her like this. When Wei Mingxiang returned, Chung Wining was hanging her head and resting her eyes. When she heard the noise, she quickly looked up. Her eyes lit up when she saw Wei Mingxiang, but immediately she looked exhausted again. Wei Mingxiang stepped forward and roughly grabbed her hair, speaking harshly. Chung Wining, I found you a good family. Now you just marry them honestly, and good days will follow. If you dare cry and cause trouble, I will cut off your head today. Wei Mingxiang picked up a sickle from the ground and gestured toward Chung Wining's neck. Chung Wining turned pale with fear, unable to speak. Wei Mingxiang brought a basin of water, roughly washed her face, and clumsily tied her hair again. The cloth that was once in her mouth had already been removed. Chung Wining grimaced in pain but dared not make a sound. She could only bite her lower lip and silently endure. After Wei Mingxiang quickly tidied her up and dressed her, she finally untied the ropes that bound her. Chung Wining felt her chance had come and immediately ran outside. As she opened the door, she bumped straight into an old man's arms. The fool had been waiting impatiently. Seeing a woman come out, he not only hugged her but held her very tightly. Chung Wining screamed desperately and tried to break free, but it was no use. Not only did the fool hold her, but he also lowered his head and sniffed her all over. His saliva dripped from her collar onto her chest, making Chung Wining feel sick and furrow her brows.
Pervert. Pervert.
Let me go. Hurry, and let me go. Chung Wining hit him hard, but he seemed not to feel the pain. He kept giggling and even increased his grip. He held her tightly, then suddenly lowered his head and buried it in her chest, biting wildly at her skin. Chung Wining felt pain and itching all over her body and couldn't help but feel sick. Tears streamed down her face in her panic. Just then, Wei Mingxiang came out of the house. Chung Wining looked up, crying, and begged her for help. Grandma, Grandma, this bad man is trying to me. Please help me. Please, you have to save me.
Chung Wining was desperate.
Wei Mingxiang initially wanted to speak, but then hesitated and said, Wining, if I help you, are you willing to listen to me and marry someone? Chung Wining still didn't know who she was supposed to marry. She only knew that this bad man was terrifying. She was so scared that tears kept falling as she nodded repeatedly. Grandma, as long as you save me, I will listen to you from now on. I will get married. Isn't that enough? Her thoughts were very simple at this moment. Anyone would be better than the fool in front of her. She was panicked and lost her ability to think clearly, which is why she fell for Wei Mingxiang's plan. Since that's the case, then go with them, Wei Mingxiang said. The handsome young man in front is my chosen new husband for you. What? Chung Wining was completely unprepared for this situation. She stared in shock, her eyes wide, and was utterly stunned. Grandma, this is a fool and a pervert. I am your granddaughter. How can you let me marry someone like this? Chung Wining screamed in terror, then struggled fiercely. Although the fool was very strong, he was starting to have trouble holding her. Wei Mingxiang's small eyes darted around wildly, then she saw a stone by the door. Chung Wining was still shouting and screaming, and if she kept going, others would definitely become suspicious. Wei Mingxiang picked up the stone and, without hesitation, hit her on the back of the head. Shut your mouth and go with your husband quietly. Before Chung Wining could react, her body went limp and she fainted. Li's father and mother were startled by Wei Mingxiang's sudden action. Wei Mingxiang brushed the dust off her hands and looked slightly proud. I've knocked her out. Hurry and take her away. Oh, and there are a few of Chung Wining's clothes at home. You might as well take those too. After returning home, Chung Wining threw out a small bundle. Li's mother quickly caught it with a smile. At this moment, the fool was holding Chung Wining tightly, and his hands were restlessly slipping into her clothes. Let's go. Don't be so impatient. After we get back, you can do whatever you want. Li's mother looked at her son, realizing for the first time that the son they had always thought was foolish actually had desires too. It seemed that paying a high price to marry him was definitely the right choice. With the help of Li's parents, the fool carried Chung Wining and hurried home. After sending the fool's family away, Wei Mingxiang let out a long sigh. Now, the husband's surgery expenses had been fully covered, even exceeding the original estimate by 200 yuan. The biggest concern now was the source of the liver. Wei Mingxiang's first thought was to ask Jiang Wan, but Chung Jinyan's attitude was very fierce, and he scolded her harshly. Wei Mingxiang changed her mind and decided to visit Chung Jinyan to ask his opinion. What if he changed his mind this time? If he absolutely refused, the only option was to gather the remaining 6 grandchildren. They had so many people in the family. As long as they worked together, the liver could definitely be donated. So, all along, Wei Mingxiang only cared about making money. She didn't care about anything else. That was her main reason. Wei Mingxiang put the money into her pocket, even feeling uneasy about the cabinet at home this time. In a hurry, Wei Mingxiang rushed to Jiang Wan's house. It was evening now. The sun was slowly setting, and Jiang Wan was sitting at the door holding her child, basking in the sunset.
Jiang Wan.
Our family is in deep trouble. You actually have time to bask in the sun here. Do you have a heart? Are you even a person? Jiang Wanyan had just gone out to fetch water. Because he kept going back and forth, the iron gate at home wasn't closed properly. Unexpectedly, Wei Mingxiang suddenly arrived at this moment and directly pushed open the iron gate, rushing in front of Jiang Wan. Wei Mingxiang came in with a fierce attitude, and Jiang Wan was afraid she might get too angry and hurt her children. From a distance, Wei Mingxiang saw the 2 children in her arms and immediately started yelling and insulting. Look at how you're raising your children. They're so thin like monkeys. You're getting more and more like your mother. Wei Mingxiang not only scolded Jiang Wan but also insulted her 2 children. Jiang Wan looked at Wei Mingxiang coldly as she approached, secretly gathering strength. When Wei Mingxiang reached her, Jiang Wan suddenly kicked out her foot and directly kicked her in the stomach. Wei Mingxiang didn't take Jiang Wan seriously and didn't expect her to suddenly kick. Her body was uncontrollably pushed backward, and she fell heavily onto the ground. Jiang Wan used about 80% of her strength for that kick. As Wei Mingxiang fell, she not only felt pain in her buttocks, but also felt her stomach churning violently. She hadn't even had time to scream before clutching her stomach and gagging repeatedly. Wei Mingxiang vomited for a long time but couldn't bring anything up, and her stomach still felt terrible. When Wei Mingxiang looked up again, her eyes were filled with tears. She looked at Jiang Wan with anger, and then extended her right index finger, pointing fiercely at her nose from afar. Jiang Wan, you're so cruel. I was just looking at my grandson, and you used such force on me. You're not even human. Wei Mingxiang couldn't help but curse loudly, and Jiang Wan sneered as she watched her. While Wei Mingxiang was cursing happily, Jiang Wan suddenly said, "Compared to you, old witch, I've already been kind." Wei Mingxiang, tell the truth. What happened to my 2 children that I gave birth to before? Jiang Wan made a surprise attack, and Wei Mingxiang, who was just cursing vigorously, immediately stopped talking. Jiang Wan kept staring into her eyes and saw her eyes flicker. She had only suspected before, but now she was sure. Wei Mingxiang really did something shameful. Her 2 children might still be alive. Dead, and buried, Wei Mingxiang stammered nervously. Jiang Wan sneered coldly and continued to press her. How did my children die? Where are they buried? You should not know about this matter, or you will definitely cry secretly again. Wei Mingxiang's face looked a little panicked. She continued to use her usual excuse to try to deceive her. Jiang Wan didn't listen at all and insisted that she give an answer. I don't want to be a fool anymore.
I must know about this. Tell me.
Where is my child buried? Jiang Wan raised her voice immediately, startling Wei Mingxiang. It's just on the way back. I randomly found a small hill and buried him. Wei Mingxiang's voice became more stammering due to nervousness. Jiang Wan kept asking, "What small hill? Where is this small hill? Speak clearly to me." Jiang Wan's life was full of vague words from her, and she was just casually deceived. She asked Wei Mingxiang 3 times, and each time she gave the same answer. Finally, she gave up and never asked again. Actually, she had been thinking about this matter all along, and was secretly investigating. But at that time, she was too weak and had no ability, so she couldn't find any useful information after so many years. She only died of illness, and no one continued the investigation. Jiang Wan's voice grew louder, and her expression became very serious. Wei Mingxiang couldn't take it anymore. It's just these small hills all look the same. After so many years, who still remembers? People who die can't come back to life. Even if you pressure me, it's useless. Besides, it's your own fault for being weak and causing the child to be born early. Otherwise, they wouldn't have died. If it had been the old Jiang Wan, she might have really blamed herself. She thought she didn't take good care of her body, which caused her to lose the child. After living again, Jiang Wan became clear-minded. If Wei Mingxiang hadn't been constantly complaining and bossing her around to work in the fields, Jiang Wan wouldn't have lost the child. Of course, she also had her own big problems at that time. She was too soft and weak in character. She believed everything Wei Mingxiang said and never thought for herself, always being led by her nose. In her previous life, she was so naive and adorable, which led to such a tragic ending. Jiang Wan didn't want to blame anyone. If she had to blame, it was herself. Weak and incapable, trusting others blindly. Who else could Wei Mingxiang manipulate, if not her? Really? On the day I had an accident, I originally said I was uncomfortable and wanted to rest at home, but you insisted I go out to work. You said doing more farm work was good for my health and would make it easier to have children in the future. If it weren't for your forceful pushing, how could I have gone out that day? How could I have had the accident? Wei Mingxiang, you must have forgotten, right? You personally pushed me out and handed me the... You caused me harm, and now you're blaming me for being useless. You've played both the good and bad roles, and it seems I am just a tool used by you. Jiang Wan spoke very bluntly, directly exposing all of Wei Mingxiang's disguises, which made her face look very ugly. Clearly, it was you who wanted to go there. Wei Mingxiang knew she was in the wrong, and spoke with a weaker voice. Are you brave enough to do something but not admit it? The incident happened between us. Now, it's just the two of us here. Why are you so afraid? Are you feeling guilty? Or did they never really die? Jiang Wan stood up with her 2 children and moved closer to Wei Mingxiang step by step. Her smile looked a bit sinister, and her whole person seemed cold and dangerous, making her seem very intimidating. Wei Mingxiang had just crawled up from the ground, her body weak, and she was involuntarily retreating backward. Jiang Wan, what do you want to do? Wei Mingxiang's voice trembled with fear, unable to speak clearly. Tell me, where are my 2 children buried? Jiang Wan had run out of patience and raised her voice even more than before. Wei Mingxiang kept retreating until she reached the wall and then steadied herself there. Tell me or not. Jiang Wan continued to threaten, and Wei Mingxiang finally couldn't hold on anymore. If you're willing to donate your liver to your father-in-law, I will tell you the address where your children are buried. Wei Mingxiang's eyes flickered, and Jiang Wan knew she was planning something sneaky. Jiang Wan had donated her liver to Chung Wining before and knew his condition well. If she went, her blood type would definitely match, and after the surgery, rejection wouldn't be too serious. In other words, if Jiang Wan donated her liver, she was truly donating her liver. But Chung Wining was different. He might not be the biological son of Wei Mingxiang and Chung Wining. Chung Wining also had doubts about this. However, in today's world, information is mostly in paper form, and many pieces of evidence are hard to find. But now that Wei Mingxiang has come to find her voluntarily, there is a quick way to investigate. They could have Wei Mingxiang and Chung Wining both do blood type tests, and also Chung Wining. If their blood types don't match, it would prove everything. However, doing this is not entirely correct. If their blood types happen to match, there will be more questions to investigate later. But for now, this is the fastest and best way. Jiang Wan had already discussed this with Chung Wining, and he was not opposed to this method. However, Wei Mingxiang must come forward herself, If they find out anything, they could turn the tables on her. I had heavy bleeding during childbirth and suffered serious injuries. I can't undergo major surgery in the short term, so donating a liver is not suitable for me. Jiang Wan explained her situation clearly, blocking this option to prevent Wei Mingxiang from using her as an excuse. Wei Mingxiang looked down, feeling a bit discouraged. But she didn't come here just to hear these excuses. Then let Chung Jinyan do it. It's fine if he goes. Wei Mingxiang, who was less educated and unaware that if children have different blood types from their parents, they can't be considered biological relatives, hesitated. If she had a middle school education, she wouldn't dare say such a thing. Wei Mingxiang, you're always asking us to do things. I just want to ask, have you had your blood tested? Is it that your blood type doesn't match, or that you simply don't want to? I'm old now, and even if I had a blood test, it wouldn't help. Wei Mingxiang stammered, clearly feeling guilty. Jiang Wan saw through her. Wei Mingxiang never intended to donate her liver from the start. She wanted to save Chung Wining but only talked about it. She couldn't afford medical expenses, nor did she want to donate her liver. All she needed was to manipulate others into paying and working for her. Wei Mingxiang's scheming was so obvious it was almost visible on Jiang Wan's face. Jiang Wan wasn't stupid. How could she let her deceive her? You can ask Chung Jinyan to donate his liver, but you must agree to 2 conditions. Jiang Wan's lips curled into a bright smile. Seeing her like this, Wei Mingxiang suddenly felt nervous. What are the conditions? Just tell me. The first condition is that once Chung Jinyan agrees to go, whether or not he matches, you must tell me where those 2 children are. Jiang Wan paused here, then quietly observed Wei Mingxiang's reaction. Wei Mingxiang hesitated. This condition wasn't too difficult, and she could do it easily. All right, I agree to this condition. Now, tell me the second condition quickly. After that, we'll go to the hospital. Wei Mingxiang was already feeling a bit impatient. Jiang Wan smiled slightly and continued to speak. The second condition is that you also need to go for a blood test. If Chung Jinyan doesn't match, but you do, then you will donate your liver. How does that sound? Jiang Wan knew that Wei Mingxiang had no intention of donating her liver. Her purpose was simply to make her understand what it feels like to have something you dislike imposed on others. Wei Mingxiang agreed quickly to the first condition, but when it came to the second, which involved herself, she hesitated. Wei Mingxiang always thought about herself first. Even when doing good, she was mainly looking out for her own interests, truly a selfish and calculating person. This condition made her feel conflicted inside, but she was reluctant to refuse. If Chung Jinyan agreed to go, there would be one more person to choose from. If he refused, only one day remained, and Wei Mingxiang didn't know what to do. She knew she hadn't given up on Chung Wining yet, which showed her true love for him. But Chung Wining wasn't a good person. In her past life, after she received Jiang Wan's liver and recovered, the first thing he did was go to the village to flirt with a widow. Coincidentally, the widow he pursued was the one Chung Daqiang liked. It was said that this widow had some influence. Her desires were so strong that she demanded constantly, day and night. Her husband died during intimate moments with her. This incident caused a big fuss, and people from nearby villages knew about it. Despite this, Chung Daqiang and Chung Wining both got involved in her affairs. Chung Daqiang was now lost in the tenderness of the widow, unaware that he was already on an irreversible path. Wei Mingxiang hesitated for a long time, unable to make a firm decision. Didn't you say before that the hospital had already issued a final warning? Now, time is money, and time is life. If you don't decide quickly, it might be too late. And my patience is limited. I can only promise for Chung Jinyan this once, and then I'll persuade him to go. If you keep delaying, and I change my mind later, there won't be such a good chance. Jiang Wan kept urging and distracting her with words, which made Wei Mingxiang become increasingly restless. That was exactly the effect Jiang Wan wanted. The more confused Wei Mingxiang was, the easier it was for her to manipulate her. Perhaps Wei Mingxiang didn't realize that the tactics Jiang Wan was using on her now were the same ones she had recently used to find suitors for her 2 granddaughters. As Jiang Wan was holding the child and about to go inside or see the guest off, Wei Mingxiang's heart was completely anxious. Fine, I will go with Qing Jinyan to get the blood test later. Wei Mingxiang blocked Jiang Wan and bit her lower lip as she spoke. You always go back on your word. Unless I write down 2 conditions clearly on paper and you sign and stamp them, I will take back what I just said. Jiang Wan saw that her first goal was achieved and now made a second request. At this point, after Wei Mingxiang's first concession, she was fully led by Jiang Wan. Now, no matter what Jiang Wan asked for, as long as it wasn't too much, she would agree. Okay, I agree. Isn't that enough? Wei Mingxiang's mind was thinking that writing these things down would be good, so Jiang Wan wouldn't change her mind later. The surgery fund had already been raised. If they could find a free liver source, Chung Wining could have the surgery tomorrow. Thinking of this, Wei Mingxiang felt happy, but she forgot an important thing. What if, when matching livers, she herself turned out to be the suitable person? Even if Qing Jinyan was a match, Jiang Wan hadn't agreed to donate her liver. Jiang Wan quickly took out paper and pen from inside the house and wrote everything down. Wei Mingxiang knew some characters and struggled to read the content. After confirming there were no problems, she signed her name and pressed her thumbprint. Wei Mingxiang didn't realize that Jiang Wan had actually set a big trap for her. Her mind was now full of thoughts about taking Qing Jinyan to the hospital for the blood test as soon as possible. After they signed the agreement, Chung Jinyan happened to come back, carrying water from outside. Wei Mingxiang came out of the house happily, her eyes shining even more when she saw Qing Jinyan. Jiang Wan had already put the 2 children back on the bed and followed her out. When Jiang Wan saw Qing Jinyan, her gaze flickered briefly, but she quickly sensed something was wrong. The water-fetching spot was very close to their house. Normally, Qing Jinyan should have returned 15 minutes ago. Why was he only now coming back? Jiang Wan silently walked to the gate of the wall and indeed saw 2 deep water bucket marks near the wall. Usually, when water buckets are just placed down because they are taken off from the shoulders, they sway slightly. If the buckets are filled very full, some water might spill out when they are set down. Jiang Wan saw that the 2 circles near the wall were slowly drying, indicating that Qing Jinyan had been there for a while. This means that the words Jiang Wan just spoke to Wei Mingxiang might have been heard by Qing Jinyan. As for how much he heard, he could have listened from start to finish. Jiang Wan has always wanted to tell Qing Jinyan about this matter. She didn't know how to start because the issue hadn't been confirmed yet, so she planned to investigate herself. Now that Chung Jinyan has learned about it early due to this accident, it's actually an opportunity. Jiang Wan doesn't need to speak or explain much. Chung Jinyan can understand everything just by listening to her conversation with Wei Mingxiang, using his intelligence. This saves her the trouble of opening up, and it also gives her help in finding the child. 2 birds with 1 stone. However, Jiang Wan deliberately brought up this topic. She had already timed it so that shortly after Wei Mingxiang arrived, Qing Jinyan would come back soon. Now Qing Jinyan not only knows what happened but also saw Wei Mingxiang looking guilty. She even stammered when speaking, appearing very unsure. Jiang Wan quickly looked outside and then went inside. Qing Jinyan was adding water to a bucket, with Wei Mingxiang following him like a puppy. She nervously rubbed her hands, afraid to speak the words she had previously said. Until Qing Jinyan finished his work, Wei Mingxiang still followed eagerly. Qing Jinyan heavily placed the water bucket on the ground, then looked up at her with an impatient expression. Since the family is divided, why are you still following me? His face was dark, and his words sounded very impatient. It's about donating a liver to your father. Jiang Wan already agreed on your behalf. Can you come with me to the hospital now? Chung Jinyan squinted his eyes, without speaking for a long time. Wei Mingxiang quietly stepped back, nervously rubbing her hands. She had already imagined Qing Jinyan refusing her, and was even more afraid he might hit her. Chung Jinyan turned to look at Jiang Wan standing at the door, and asked coldly, "Such an important matter. You didn't ask for my opinion and just agreed? Do you even consider me?" He slammed his fist heavily on the wood, causing a loud bang. Wei Mingxiang was so scared she took a few steps back, nearly falling to the ground. Jiang Wan quickly covered her chest, pretending to be still shaken. I must say, Qing Jinyan's acting is quite good. If Jiang Wan had known the truth earlier, she might have been fooled by him by now. Worried that Jiang Wan might misunderstand, Chung Jinyan deliberately gave her a subtle signal when Wei Mingxiang wasn't paying attention. Jiang Wan nodded lightly to show she understood. She pretended to be scared, lowered her head, and curled her neck, not daring to make a sound for a long time. Fearing the situation might change, Wei Mingxiang quickly took out the signed agreement before signing. "Look, I have signed the agreement with Jiang Wan too." Chung Jinyan roughly snatched the agreement from Wei Mingxiang's hand and looked at it with a cold face. Wei Mingxiang carefully guarded it, afraid Chung Jinyan might tear it up in anger. After Chung Jinyan finished reading, she immediately took back the agreement, folded it, and put it into her pocket. "See, Jiang Wan signed the agreement voluntarily. I didn't force her. Since Jiang Wan agreed to donate her liver for you, you must go through with it." Wei Mingxiang straightened her chest and said angrily. Chung Jinyan looked up and met Jiang Wan's eyes. Her gaze was cold and bloodthirsty, as if she wanted to kill. But Chung Jinyan was just pretending. After reading the agreement, she sighed in relief. Jiang Wan only agreed to let him get a blood test. Whether he donates his liver is still up to him. But it was clear that Wei Mingxiang didn't think so. She jumped around excitedly like a flea, trying to force Chung Jinyan to go with her. "Chung Jinyan, since I've already agreed, you should come too." Jiang Wan lowered her head, feeling guilty, and Chung Jinyan glared at her fiercely before turning to leave. Fearing Chung Jinyan might run away, Wei Mingxiang quickly dropped Jiang Wan and followed outside. Jiang Wan saw them leave and immediately locked the iron door. When she returned home, she leisurely prepared dinner. After eating, she focused on taking care of the children. As for Chung Jinyan, he quickly caught up with Wei Mingxiang after running out. "Chung Jinyan, what do you have to say about this?" Wei Mingxiang panted heavily, clearly very anxious as she spoke. Chung Jinyan kept running forward without turning back and didn't answer her question, seeming to want to avoid responsibility. Wei Mingxiang finally managed to persuade Jiang Wan to sign the agreement, and now she was unwilling to give up. She ran in front of Chung Jinyan and blocked his way. "Chung Jinyan, are you going to give me an answer?" Chung Jinyan was silent for a long time, and the one sentence she finally managed to say made Wei Mingxiang almost explode with anger. The agreement was signed by Jiang Wan. "If you want to donate your liver, go ask her. Why are you always stopping me and not letting me do anything?" Jiang Wan said that as long as I agree to her conditions, she can make the decision for you. Wei Mingxiang said excitedly. Chung Jinyan squinted at her and asked coldly, "Did Jiang Wan get pregnant again? Was it just after I married her?" Chung Jinyan suddenly asked about this, and Wei Mingxiang immediately became nervous. She quickly took a few steps back. Although she didn't admit it directly, she also didn't deny it. Based on Chung Jinyan's understanding of Wei Mingxiang, he suspected this was true. His heart was pounding wildly, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Actually, when he first heard this news, he felt very excited. Now, hearing about it again, his heart was racing even faster. Why didn't she tell me about such a big thing? Why did I never know? Chung Jinyan stared fiercely into Wei Mingxiang's eyes, demanding a clear answer. Wei Mingxiang, who had been clinging to him just now, felt guilty and dared not get close. "Are you going to tell me or not? If you don't honestly explain, I won't go for the blood test." But Jiang Wan signed an agreement. Wei Mingxiang still wanted to argue, but Chung Jinyan suddenly shouted angrily, "I told you. She signed it, so you can go ask her." "What's the matter with you coming to me?" Jiang Wan said she was bleeding heavily and couldn't have surgery. "Only you could donate your liver." Wei Mingxiang was quite bold. Knowing Chung Jinyan was furious, she still dared to act recklessly. "Forget it, if you're not going to tell, I'll leave." "Can I just leave?" Chung Jinyan, with red eyes, turned and walked away. Wei Mingxiang quickly caught up after realizing. "Chung Jinyan, wait a moment. Can't we talk nicely?" Chung Jinyan was actually walking quite slowly, and Wei Mingxiang caught up easily. This time, Wei Mingxiang seemed much more honest and willing to speak properly. "Because Jiang Wan knew she was in the wrong and was afraid you would blame her once you found out, she asked me not to tell anyone about this." "Jiang Wan told you not to say anything?" Don't you have your own thoughts and opinions at your age? Chung Jinyan immediately scolded her harshly. Wei Mingxiang didn't dare speak up until he finished. I just felt sorry for Jiang Wan crying so sadly, so I was moved to help her. If Chung Jinyan hadn't known the truth, he might have been deceived again by Wei Mingxiang. He pretended to believe her and deliberately asked, "And what about those 2 children? Where are they now?" When those 2 children were born, it was a difficult delivery, and their condition was very bad. Later, I took them to the hospital for emergency treatment, but unfortunately, I couldn't save them. I initially wanted to take their bodies back home, but I was afraid Jiang Wan wouldn't accept it, so I randomly buried them on a small hill by the roadside. Wei Mingxiang has mentioned this excuse many times. The more she talks, the more she believes it herself. At this moment, Wei Mingxiang lifts her head, her eyes showing rare confidence. Chung Jinyan looks at her with suspicion and then asks the same question Jiang Wan did. Take me to find that small hill. Even if those 2 children are no longer alive, as their father, I want to see their remains. When Chung Jinyan says this, his emotions are much calmer. Only he knows how turbulent his heart is inside. I already said that the situation was urgent at the time. I just found a small hill to bury them. The hill is now overgrown with grass, so I can't find that place. Wei Mingxiang speaks firmly, and Chung Jinyan immediately responds. If that's the case, why did you dare to sign such an agreement with Jiang Wan? If you can't find the graves of those 2 children, yet you made her a promise, isn't that a kind of deception? Chung Jinyan's question leaves Wei Mingxiang speechless. Then Chung Jinyan asks another direct question. Which hospital did you go to when you took the 2 children for emergency treatment? Was it the village health clinic, the town's public hospital, or a local town hospital? Their town isn't big, but it has 3 hospitals. The town hospital and the village hospital are about the same size, while the people's hospital is the largest and sees the most patients. Currently, Chung Guoqing is staying at the people's hospital, which is the only place capable of performing such a surgery. I heard a liver and gallbladder specialist was brought in. Otherwise, ordinary doctors couldn't handle this operation. Wei Mingxiang's mouth opens and closes repeatedly, but she ultimately can't say a word. Some things are just too fragile to question. If you keep pressing, you'll definitely reveal a flaw. Jiang Wan had asked her several times before, but she always evaded the questions. This time, with Jiang Wan and Chung Jinyan questioning her back-to-back, Wei Mingxiang quickly couldn't hold on. She sat down on the ground, flailing her hands and feet, crying and wailing. Chung Jinyan looked closely into her eyes. She didn't shed a single tear, yet she was acting as if she had. My life is so bitter. My daughter-in-law doubts me, and even my son doubts me. I am just following what my daughter-in-law told me to do. What exactly did I do wrong? I am old, and my mind doesn't work well. I forget many things. Do I really have to be questioned about everything all the time? The old man is no longer able, and you still want to push my wife to the limit. That's really unfilial. Wei Mingxiang used to cry, make a fuss, and threaten to hang herself to make Jiang Wan compromise again and again. Clearly, Chung Jinyan's questions are very practical. But Wei Mingxiang refuses to say a word, which shows she's guilty. It doesn't matter. There are only 3 big hospitals in town. Chung Jinyan can check one by one. Although that incident happened a few years ago, it's only been a few years. Chung Jinyan heard that hospital records are kept for 10 to 20 years. If his 2 children really received emergency treatment at the hospital, an investigation should find some clues. Chung Jinyan has made up his mind, so he looks at Wei Mingxiang with a cold face, showing no emotion. The more Wei Mingxiang acts like this, the more Chung Jinyan believes they are not her biological mother and son. He is truly ashamed to have such a mother. If she had been kind, she wouldn't have spoken like that. Instead, she rolls around and throws tantrums, just like a quarrelsome woman. She still likes to pretend to be virtuous and kind in front of him. Chung Jinyan has seen Wei Mingxiang's fake face many times. Now that he finally sees her true face, he feels an uncontrollable anger inside. Wei Mingxiang is good at pretending and causing trouble. She is unreasonable but still insists on her way. How could Jiang Wan possibly be her match? Thinking about it, when he was in the army, how many grievances did Jiang Wan suffer in this family? Otherwise, with her gentle nature, how could she be forced to leave and cut ties with them? Wei Mingxiang closed her eyes and finished crying. When she opened her eyes again, she saw Chung Jinyan looking at her with a cold expression. His eyes were sharp, like a knife that could cut through her flesh and blood. Wei Mingxiang stopped crying and suddenly felt guilty. This version of Chung Jinyan was so unfamiliar that it made her feel scared. He stared at her for a long time, trying to remember her ridiculous appearance. Wei Mingxiang still wanted to cause trouble, but Chung Jinyan spoke first. Can we still do a blood test at the hospital now? Wei Mingxiang was stunned for a moment, then her face lit up with joy. She didn't bother to pretend anymore, and quickly stood up from the ground. Yes, of course. There are people on duty at the hospital at night.
We can go now and do the test.
Wei Mingxiang thought her crying had worked, and happily pulled his arm to lead him forward. Chung Jinyan calmly shook off her hand and took a big step ahead. Chung Jinyan is tall with long legs, walking quickly. He moved fast and Wei Mingxiang jogged behind, struggling to keep up. At the hospital entrance, Chung Jinyan stopped. Wei Mingxiang, panting, stood behind him with a happy face and said, "Here we are. Your dad is in the hospital here now. You really are something. You finally have a holiday at home, but when something big happens at home, I don't see you coming to help. Your dad is so sick he can't even get out of bed. I really can't handle him alone. Now you have time. Before you go back to the army, you should come and take care of your dad more. Don't just stay at home every day. If you keep this up, the villagers will gossip about you, saying you're ungrateful and heartless." Wei Mingxiang was good at emotional guilt-tripping. She used these tricks on Jiang Wan before very effectively. She kept talking on, but Chung Jinyan didn't want to listen. He turned and walked inside, quickly pushing Wei Mingxiang aside. "I'm here for a blood test, not to listen to your nagging. If you want to talk, go ahead and go back." Chung Jinyan spoke very bluntly. Wei Mingxiang was stunned for a moment, then shut her mouth and hurried to follow. Come on, go for the blood test. Nothing's more important than that." Wei Mingxiang smiled brightly and then took Chung Jinyan to the hospital's lab. Chung Jinyan had already sat on the blood draw stool and looked up to ask, "What blood type is my dad?" Trying to hide his disgust, Chung Jinyan deliberately tried to get close to Wei Mingxiang. At this moment, Wei Mingxiang was a bit overconfident and kept talking. Of course, she didn't realize these words shouldn't be said. "Your dad is type A blood." Chung Jinyan nodded, then pointed to another chair nearby. "Sit here. Let's both get our blood drawn and tested together. Can I just skip it?" Wei Mingxiang had agreed happily when she arrived, but now she was hesitating. The nurse was already tying the tube on Chung Jinyan's arm. Chung Jinyan suddenly stood up. "If you don't want to test, I'll leave too." Okay, I'll test. Isn't that fine?" The bird was about to fly away from her mouth, and Wei Mingxiang was anxious. Even if she had 1,000 reasons not to, she still obediently nodded in agreement. Chung Jinyan directly pressed her onto the blood collection chair. "To prevent you from running away, I will draw your blood first, then yours." Wei Mingxiang initially just wanted to trick Chung Jinyan, thinking she could find an excuse to run after he finished drawing blood. But unexpectedly, Chung Jinyan pushed her onto the stool and forced her to extend her arm. Wei Mingxiang refused to cooperate, unwilling to roll up her clothes. Chung Jinyan quickly rolled her sleeve up to the top and firmly held her arm with about 60% strength. Wei Mingxiang watched helplessly as the needle was inserted into her vein. She tried to struggle, but her arm hurt even more. "Don't move, or you'll puncture your blood vessel," the nurse warned, and Wei Mingxiang immediately sat up straight, not daring to move at all. After drawing one tube of blood, Wei Mingxiang shivered from the pain. The doctor pressed a cotton ball soaked in iodine onto her puncture site. Wei Mingxiang was actually a bit faint at the sight of blood. Her whole body trembled from the pain, but she still stood beside Chung Jinyan, determined to see him finish the blood draw before leaving. This time, Chung Jinyan did not avoid it. He simply extended his arm and let the nurse draw his blood. He had had his blood drawn when he joined the army, but he had never checked his blood type. He had always been unaware of his blood type because he never doubted his identity. Since Jiang Wan raised doubts, Chung Wining looked more carefully and realized that Jiang Wan's suspicion might be correct. Because he had doubts in his heart, Chung Wining decided to take this chance to find out the truth. Otherwise, this unresolved matter would hang over him, making him feel uneasy. Some things are hard to investigate after a long time. The simplest way was to test his blood type, which could likely give him an answer right away. Wei Mingxiang endured the pain, watching Chung Wining finish drawing blood, and finally felt relieved. "Nurse, please hurry with the test. We are waiting for the results because the old man needs surgery. His health is getting worse, and the hospital has issued a final notice. Please, I beg you to speed up the process." Wei Mingxiang urged impatiently right after the blood draw. Chung Wining sat quietly on the side, closing his eyes slightly, waiting calmly for the test results. Now, not only was Wei Mingxiang anxious, but he himself was also very nervous. But Chung Wining remained calm and did not show any signs of worry. He knew that getting anxious was useless and might only increase the nurse's stress.
Got it, got it.
"You can wait over there, no need to keep asking." The nurse's voice was clearly impatient. After all, it was late at night, she still had to work and she was being urged constantly. Who could be in a good mood? Wei Mingxiang didn't care about the nurse's sour face. Before the results came out, she kept circling around like a restless flea. After about 10 minutes, the test results finally arrived. Because Wei Mingxiang had been anxious the whole time, her mental state was a bit off now. When she heard the results were in, she jumped 3 feet high in excitement. Wei Mingxiang wanted to go get the results herself, but Chung Wining had already stepped forward to receive them. The test showed Wei Mingxiang had type O blood and Chung Wining had type A blood. This meant his blood type was exactly the same as Chung Wicheng's. Chung Wining frowned tightly, unsure if this was just a coincidence or if he really was Wei Mingxiang's son. If he truly was her son, how could Wei Mingxiang not accept his child? Clearly, her brother's children were all loved dearly by Wei Mingxiang. Why, then, did she treat her own child as if he had no chance to survive? There must be a reason. Otherwise, Wei Mingxiang wouldn't treat his wife and children so harshly. But this blood test didn't give a clear answer, which made him feel uneasy. Especially after Wei Mingxiang found out the result, she excitedly grabbed his arm. "That's great. That's great. You're type A and your father is also type A.
You share the same blood type."
The doctor said in this case, you could donate a liver to him. Wei Mingxiang was so forceful that she left several finger-shaped bruises on Chung Wining's arm. Annoyed, Chung Wining pushed her away and turned to leave. He had only agreed to take the test, never to donate a liver. Things didn't go as he hoped, and he felt a bit upset. Wei Mingxiang kept talking nonstop, which only made him more annoyed, to the point of wanting to hit someone. As he moved forward, Wei Mingxiang tightly held onto his leg, refusing to let him go. Chung Wining's eyes flicked, and he quickly reacted. "Honestly, O-type blood can donate to anyone. You should ask the nurse." He smiled slightly, and Wei Mingxiang suddenly felt a chill.
Impossible.
The doctor said only matching blood types can donate. Whether I'm telling the truth or not, just ask the nurse. "No, if I let go, you'll definitely leave." Wei Mingxiang refused to let go, so Chung Wining directly dragged her to the nurse. "Nurse, I want to ask, can people with blood type O donate blood to anyone? And can they also donate a liver for transplantation?" Yes, type O blood is universal blood, meaning it can be given to any blood type and used for liver transplants. The nurse was about to continue, but Chung Wining gave her a look. Having just witnessed this farce, she naturally understood Wei Mingxiang's purpose. She quietly observed Chung Wining, noting his tall, strong appearance and the muscles visible when he was drawing blood. His commanding presence suggested he was either in the military or in law enforcement, definitely not an ordinary person. I don't care. You promised to donate your liver to your dad. You must donate." Wei Mingxiang couldn't care less about anything else and started throwing a tantrum. Chung Wining noticed that the nurse was quite perceptive. He then came up with a plan to use the nurse's words to completely refuse Wei Mingxiang. "Nurse, I want to ask, if a soldier cuts half of their liver, will it harm their health? Can they still do intense training afterward?" The nurse hesitated. She was just a nurse, not a real doctor, so she didn't understand these things well. But since organs exist in the body, they are not redundant. If there is one liver, having a complete liver would be better. "I'm not sure," she said cautiously. She didn't dare to speak recklessly, and Chung Jinyan didn't want to pressure her. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "Of course not. After losing part of the liver, it takes a long time to recover. It might be very weak for 1 or 2 years. During that time, bed rest is best, and frequent injections are needed for recovery. In such cases, high-intensity exercise is definitely not possible, or it could be very dangerous. You are a soldier, right? If you plan to return to the army, don't do anything stupid. Otherwise, you'll only have a dead end." Chung Jinyan turned around and saw a young doctor in a white coat speaking earnestly. This was exactly the answer he wanted. He nodded repeatedly and quickly thanked him. "Doctor, you really know a lot. Thank you for your reminder. Otherwise, I might have ruined my career and even risked my life." After saying this, Chung Jinyan turned to look coldly at Wei Mingxiang. He didn't say anything, but his gaze was very sharp. Wei Mingxiang was about to persuade Chung Jinyan, but unexpectedly, someone suddenly appeared and completely ruined her plan. Wei Mingxiang gritted her teeth in frustration and couldn't help but ask, "Can a person with blood type O donate a liver to someone with blood type A?" "Yes," the doctor replied simply. Wei Mingxiang immediately let out a loud cry and sat down heavily on the ground. The doctor wanted to explain further, but Chung Jinyan quickly pulled him away. "Doctor, thank you for your honesty earlier, but this woman might have some issues. It's best not to get too close, or she might try to hurt you." Following Chung Jinyan's warning, the doctor nodded gratefully.
"Thank you so much, comrade."
"Thank you too." Chung Jinyan shook hands with the doctor and then disappeared into the night. After this tiring trip, Chung Jinyan already felt a bit exhausted. On the way back, he couldn't help but look around at the small hills. Are his children still alive? Are they buried under one of these small hills? Thinking of this, Chung Jinyan's mood became very heavy. He didn't remember how he made his way home. His mind felt light and unfocused, and his heart was heavy. Under the cover of night, Chung Jinyan returned to the village and stood at his door. A light was on inside, and he could clearly hear a baby's cry. His heart trembled slightly. He silently clenched his fists and made a quiet vow. This matter would not be left unresolved. If those 2 children were still alive, they would now be 6 or 7 years old. Thinking of this, Chung Jinyan felt a sharp pain in his heart again. During his years in the army, how much hardship had Jiang Wan endured? Marrying him seemed to mean endless suffering and pain. Chung Jinyan pushed open the door and quickly went to the room. The 2 children were crying loudly, and Jiang Wan was overwhelmed trying to manage them. Chung Jinyan hurriedly picked up one of the children, letting him lean diagonally on his lap, then skillfully used his foot to pull out the bedpan from under the bed. He took off the child's diaper and the little boy's twitched, and sure enough, he started to urinate. Jiang Wan held the other child nearby, curling in the corner, covering the child's face with her clothes to block his view and keep him from seeing. Thinking carefully, Chung Jinyan remembered that Jiang Wan never allowed him to see when she was feeding the children. Jinyan touched Xiaobao's pants and noticed they were a bit wet. He went under the eaves to get a dry pair of pants, skillfully changed the child's clothes, and re-diapered him. During this time, he had learned many parenting skills. Previously, Jinyan thought taking care of children was easy, but now he realized it was really hard. It even drained more of his strength and willpower than his daily military training. If he had to choose between taking care of the children or returning to the army, Jinyan would definitely choose to go back. But if avoiding the issue meant leaving Jiang Wan to handle everything alone, Jinyan would rather stay and help her. They are his children, and he can't just shift all the responsibility onto Jiang Wan. After finishing all this, Jinyan saw that Jiang Wan had already fed Debao. Because Jinyan doubted his own background, although the 2 children had names, they hadn't been registered officially yet. Usually they called the older brother Debao and the younger brother Xiaobao. Since the children are still young, they mostly don't use their full names. Jiang Wan put down Debao, picked up Xiaobao, and sat in the corner to feed him. Jin Yan carefully covered Debao with a blanket. Although he hadn't eaten dinner and was very hungry, he refused to go out. After Jiang Wan finished feeding and soothing both children to sleep, he finally asked, Wan, before these two children, did you ever get pregnant again? Did you have another child? Jin Yan already knew the answer, but he wanted to hear Jiang Wan say it herself. Yes, the children just fell asleep. Let's not disturb them. If you have something to say, let's go outside. Jiang Wan stood up voluntarily, closed the door of the room, and sat on a chair in the main hall. Jin Yan sat on another chair, looking at her seriously. Wan, what exactly happened back then? Why wouldn't you tell me such an important thing? Do we really not trust each other at all? Jin Yan, you've already heard my conversation with Wei Mingxiang, haven't you? Don't pretend here, and don't ask questions you already know the answer to. The situation was just as you heard. I had just married you not long ago and was pregnant. At that time, I was inexperienced and told Wei Mingxiang I was pregnant. She said it wasn't necessary to tell you, and told me not to disturb your work. You know my personality before, whatever Wei Mingxiang said, I just followed. Plus, I had just married into the family and didn't dare to oppose her. I just endured it. Even when I was pregnant, Wei Mingxiang always found excuses, either making me do chores at home or work in the fields. In the early stages of my pregnancy, I had strong reactions, unable to eat or sleep well, often vomiting severely, but I still had to do all kinds of work. The food at home was not good. We mostly ate coarse grains and vegetables. My baby's development was really poor. When I was over 8 months pregnant, I was feeling very uncomfortable that day, but Wei Mingxiang insisted I go out and work in the fields. She first tried to persuade me with kind words, but when I refused, she got very angry and even tried to hit me. I couldn't argue with her, so I had to go. That day in the field, I felt terrible all over. Soon after, I started to leak fluid. I didn't know at the time that my water had broken. Later, I was in so much pain that I fainted. When I woke up, the baby was gone. I was in pain all over, and since there was no one strong around me, I didn't fully understand what was happening, even though I was the one involved. Jiang Wan spoke about these painful memories, feeling deeply sad inside. Even though she had died once and was reborn, these problems hadn't been solved. Until she could find peace in her heart, she would never be truly calm. Before, Chung Wining only heard a few brief words between Jiang Wan and Wei Mingxiang. Although they spoke about the main points, he could piece together the whole story from those snippets. But when he actually heard these harsh truths directly from Jiang Wan, he found he couldn't accept them. Chung Wining clenched his fists, trembling slightly. He opened his mouth to speak, but found he couldn't say anything. After several attempts, a slightly hoarse voice finally came out. Is it all over now? What happened afterward? Later, I tried to find those two children and wanted to learn about them, but Wei Mingxiang kept everything secret, so I couldn't find out anything, Jiang Wan replied. Jiang Wan finished speaking all she wanted to say. Now, she had to admit a problem. She was really weak and helpless before, unable to protect her children or find out where they were. She had been deceived by Wei Mingxiang her whole life, suffering so much, yet she still wanted to care for her in old age. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She raised her hand and slapped her own face. Jiang Wan originally planned to slap herself to wake up and promise never to do such foolish things again. But before her hand could land on her face, Chung Wining had already grabbed her wrist. Jiang Wan, don't hit yourself. It hurts. But I feel so useless. I feel uncomfortable inside. What should I do? Jiang Wan just wanted to vent her feelings. She didn't expect Chung Wining to say, if you really want to hit someone, then slap me in the face. This whole thing is entirely my fault. You're also a victim. I won't allow you to hurt yourself anymore. Chung Wining held her wrist tightly, refusing to let her hit him. Are you serious? You're asking me to hit you? Are you joking? I'm serious. If you feel upset about the baby, even if you punch me twice, I won't complain. Chung Jinyan grabbed Jiang Wan's hand and moved it toward his face. Jiang Wan didn't expect him to do this. She was caught off guard and accidentally slapped his face. Are you crazy? This isn't your fault. Neither of us is to blame. The real culprit is Wei Mingxiang. If she hadn't caused trouble, we wouldn't have so many misunderstandings. I used to hate you too, but this time, your behavior made me realize you're also a victim. You're innocent just like me. I shouldn't take out my anger on you. We should unite and take revenge on Wei Mingxiang. By the way, you went to the hospital for a blood test earlier. How did it go? Jiang Wan suddenly changed the subject. Chung Jinyan was caught off guard but still followed her lead. I had the blood test. Chung Wining and I are both type A blood. How is that possible? Could you really be Chung Wiching's son? Jiang Wan furrowed her brows tightly. In her previous life, near her death, she clearly heard her nephews and nieces say that Chung Jinyan was not Wei Mingxiang's biological son, nor was he their real uncle. At that time, she was close to death. They even thought she had already passed away, so they wouldn't hide anything. Back then, they only spoke half the truth, but after thinking about it, Jiang Wan realized her suspicions were correct. This might be a coincidence, or maybe there's more to this. We need to investigate further. Just as Jiang Wan was starting to relax her doubts, Chung Jinyan firmly believed in their original idea.
But.
Jiang Wan was still afraid she might be mistaken, but Chung Jinyan spoke very firmly. No matter if this is true or not, based on what Wei Mingxiang and her husband did to you and our children, they don't deserve to be my parents. I can understand if they want to raise grandchildren. I used to support them wholeheartedly, but I never expected they would secretly betray me behind my back. If I hadn't come home early and heard the truth myself, I wouldn't believe it even if others told me directly. Jiang Wan spoke a lot today, and Chung Jinyan openly shared his inner thoughts with her. He didn't want any misunderstandings between them. He believed they could talk openly about any issues and resolve doubts on the spot. Chung Jinyan's words made Jiang Wan feel very happy inside. She took a deep breath, and all her worries and frustrations seemed to disappear in that moment. Long ago, Jiang Wan had thought that if Chung Jinyan was willing to stand by her side, she would never give up on him. If he sided with Wei Mingxiang, she would have to be firm and cut him off. What surprised her most was that Chung Jinyan's return was much more than she expected. He not only believed her but also fully supported her and kept defending her. Moreover, Chung Jinyan showed through his actions that he was sincere and not just talking. His actions made her feel very safe. Chung Jinyan, I have a feeling. I've always thought those two children are still alive. Otherwise, why wouldn't Wei Mingxiang even tell me where their graves are? I notice she stammers when she talks, which makes me think she's guilty. Jiang Wan boldly shared her thoughts, and Chung Jinyan nodded in agreement. When I was at the hospital, I asked her the same question. Wei Mingxiang really was hesitant and unwilling to answer, just as you said. I remember Wei Mingxiang has a good memory. She remembers small things from a long time ago clearly. It's unlikely she's mistaken about this. Wei Mingxiang's hesitant way of speaking made Chung Jinyan suspicious as well. Can I ask you to look into this? If possible, I hope you can find those two children. I don't want them to continue wandering outside or suffer anymore. I have been separated from my child for so many years because of Wei Mingxiang. Now I truly hate her with all my heart. This is the first time Jiang Wan has expressed her anger openly in front of Chung Jinyan. Thinking about the two premature babies, I don't know how they are now. Jiang Wan feels a deep pain in her heart. Don't worry, those two children are also my children. No matter what, I will find them. Chung Jinyan clenched his fists so tightly that they made a cracking sound. His expression was quite grim. He looked very fierce right now, but suddenly his stomach growled unexpectedly. Gurgle, gurgle. In the quiet night, this sound was especially loud. Jiang Wan looked up in confusion and saw Chung Jinyan blushing shyly. Honey, I haven't had dinner yet.
I'm hungry.
What should I do? Jiang Wan never knew a person could have such a big change in mood. One moment fierce enough to kill. The next moment she was holding her stomach and acting cute. There are noodles at home. I'll go make you a bowl. Since the children were asleep now, Jiang Wan had some free time. Chung Jinyan's words today touched her deeply, and Jiang Wan was willing to make a small effort for him. Let me help you. Making a bowl of noodles isn't that hard, right? Of course, of course. I can at least help you light the fire, right? When Jiang Wan said she would cook noodles, she actually went to the kitchen. Chung Jinyan first lit the fire, then took a small stool and easily pressed Jiang Wan onto it to sit. Didn't you say you're hungry and want me to cook noodles for you? Wan, you just had your confinement period. I can't let you do the work. Just sit there and rest. It's already good enough that you're here with me. Jiang Wan was about to speak when Chung Jinyan smiled again and said, if you're really free later, you can add a few more pieces of wood to the stove. Chung Jinyan didn't give Jiang Wan a chance to respond. He skillfully washed the pot and boiled water. He finally cooked 2 bowls of fragrant egg noodles, 1 large and 1 small. Chung Jinyan was not afraid of the heat at all. He directly carried out the 2 steaming bowls of noodles. Are you going to eat 2 bowls by yourself? Jiang Wan came out of the kitchen, surprised, and asked. Of course not. The big bowl is mine, and the small bowl is yours. You've been busy all this time. You probably finished your meal long ago, right? And you need to feed the baby at night. Eating a little more will ensure enough milk for breastfeeding. After saying this, Chung Jinyan looked up carefully at Jiang Wan and gently clicked his tongue a few times. Other women gain weight during their confinement, but you actually lost quite a bit. When you go out after your confinement, people in the village might think I mistreated you. They might start gossiping behind my back. Chung Jinyan spoke in a relaxed and cheerful way. Jiang Wan had never seen this kind of Chung Jinyan before. He seemed so unfamiliar, yet very approachable. Jiang Wan realized she was starting to like this side of him. My body is just like this. I'm naturally not easy to gain weight. During pregnancy, it was because I lacked proper nutrition, so I had some swelling, but I wasn't really fat. Before giving birth, Jiang Wan ate poorly and couldn't sleep well. Her 2 slim legs swelled up like elephant legs. Although she felt terrible, she still worked in the fields under Wei Mingxiang's nagging and did all the household chores. At that time, Jiang Wan often felt a heavy sensation in her lower abdomen. She had no experience and didn't realize she was showing signs of a miscarriage. Fortunately, she was reborn just in time, or she would have definitely lost her 2 babies. Wan, you've really suffered a lot before. As your husband, I feel I've failed you. From now on, let's keep to ourselves and enjoy our little life. We should talk openly about anything, and don't let arguments last overnight, okay? Chung Jinyan took Jiang Wan's hand and led her to sit on a bench. He handed her a pair of chopsticks. After she took them, he pushed a bowl of noodles toward her. Eat, have some with me. I don't know if it will help you gain weight, but I want to try. While speaking, Chung Jinyan started eating the noodles eagerly. He was probably very hungry. In less than 5 minutes, the full bowl was finished. Not only that, he also picked up the bowl and drank all the soup in one gulp. Jiang Wan took a few bites of noodles and ate an egg, feeling a bit full. Once she was full, she ate more slowly. Seeing Chung Jinyan finish, she handed her bowl over. I'm full. You still seem very hungry. If you don't mind, you can have these noodles. Jiang Wan asked out of curiosity, not expecting Chung Jinyan to simply pick up her used bowl without a word. He held the bowl with both hands and finished all the noodles and broth in less than a minute. Yes. Chung Jinyan was really drinking the noodles. He poured the soup and noodles straight into his mouth. Jiang Wan didn't even see him chew, only heard the gulping sounds of swallowing. She was surprised and widened her eyes, while Chung Jinyan put down his bowl and smiled brightly at her. Did I scare you? I was really hungry today, so I was a bit impatient, but I usually am not like this. Please don't laugh at me or dislike me because of it. Chung Jinyan put away the 2 bowls, washing them along with the ones on the stove. After washing the dishes and wiping the stove, he took a broom and started sweeping the floor. Just when Jiang Wan thought he was finally done and about to go to bed, Chung Jinyan carried a bucket of clothes and went out again. It's rare for people to do laundry late at night, but Chung Jinyan liked to do it with a flashlight. He would wash a whole bucket of clothes each time, sometimes even 2 buckets. After all, the 2 kids' diapers alone added up over the day. Not to mention their wet pants and bed sheets. Jiang Wan used to think she could raise the two children without Chung Jinyan. Now she realized she still needed him. Because besides the children's biological father, others probably wouldn't want to do these things. Jiang Wan sat for a while, then quickly got up to wash up. When Chung Jinyan returned, Jiang Wan was already getting ready to sleep. She yawned and voluntarily went over to help hang the clothes. Look at you, you're so tired.
Go to your room and rest.
Maybe tomorrow there will be a tough fight. Chung Jinyan went to the hospital to check on Chung Wining and confirmed what Wei Mingxiang said. Tomorrow is the last day for the surgery. Chung Jinyan only got his blood tested today. His blood type matches Chung Wining's exactly. Wei Mingxiang probably won't let him go easily. There will be arguments, but Chung Jinyan isn't afraid. He has plenty of time, but Chung Wining's illness can't wait. If they can get through tomorrow, Wei Mingxiang probably won't come again, and even if she does, it won't be because of this matter. Jiang Wan thought about it and felt he had a point. Then after you finish hanging these clothes, hurry and get ready for bed. No more work, okay? Recently, Chung Jinyan has been chopping firewood, fetching water, or washing clothes for the kids every day. With 2 more children, there's always something to do. Besides these chores, Chung Jinyan hasn't given up on investigating. He has too many doubts in his heart. If he can't find answers soon, he might get sick from the stress over time. All right, I'll listen to my wife. Jiang Wan felt relieved and went to rest in her room, but children are never that obedient. Jiang Wan was just about to lie down when she suddenly felt hungry again. She had no choice but to pick up the 2 children and feed them milk. After feeding the children, Jiang Wan was completely exhausted. She heavily sank into a pillow and closed her eyes, falling asleep immediately. Jiang Wan slept deeply, and strangely, the children did not cry or make any noise during the night. When she was drowsily asleep, she seemed to see someone standing by the bed. So, during her deep sleep, was it actually Chung Jinyan carrying the burden for her? Early the next morning, while Jiang Wan was still feeding the children, the house was bustling outside. After feeding the children, Jiang Wan went to the door and saw Wei Mingxiang bringing a group of people, trying to guilt-trip her. Chung Jinyan, come out here. Your dad is about to have surgery. Your blood type matches his. You must donate your liver. Chung Jinyan, if you don't come out now, your dad will be harmed because of you. Wei Mingxiang was shouting outside with the crowd. Chung Jinyan sat calmly in a chair in the main hall, watching the scene outside. From where he sat, Wei Mingxiang couldn't see him, but he could clearly see what was happening outside. Looking at Wei Mingxiang's ugly, selfish face, Chung Jinyan became more convinced that she could not be his real mother. Wei Mingxiang was only in her 50s, still quite young. If she wanted, she was actually the most suitable person to donate her liver. Her blood type was also compatible, yet she kept forcing others. In the past, Chung Jinyan might have compromised out of filial piety. But now, after discovering he might not be their son, and nearly causing his wife and children to be harmed, he had completely lost hope in them. He had no family, or if he did, it was not like this. Chung Jinyan sat quietly at the door for a while, hoping to see when they would leave. But unexpectedly, Wei Mingxiang kept knocking and banging at the door, refusing to let go of this matter. At that moment, Chung Jinyan fully understood her intentions. She didn't want to sacrifice herself and kept joking about using someone else's body. Ignoring his health and future, even if he donated his liver and could no longer serve in the military, she still insisted on her decision. Chung Jinyan kept sneering, but when he saw Jiang Wan come out of the room, he stopped smiling. Wan, do you think I am especially heartless? Chung Jinyan didn't care about others' opinions. In his eyes and heart, only Jiang Wan mattered. No, I think you're doing the right thing, he said. Chung Wining is already quite old. After his liver disease, even if he recovers, he won't have many good years left. Using a young person's healthy body to prolong an older person's life is the least worthwhile choice. In the past, Chung Wining lived 5 years after a liver transplant before his illness returned. This time, his condition was very severe, and he passed away before he could be treated. Jiang Wan realized this painful truth through her suffering. After Chung Wiching's death, Jiang Wan, with her damaged liver, endured constant pain and barely lived to 48 when she finally fell seriously ill in the hospital.
She didn't want to go through such tragedy a second time.
Wei Mingxiang, if she truly valued this man who would soon betray her, should use her own health to exchange for his. You're right, and Wei Mingxiang can also donate her liver, he said. She refuses to do something herself, but wants to force us to do it. We don't need to meet her demands. Plus, if I donate my liver, I might have to retire. I won't be able to do heavy work for a long time and would almost become useless. I'm still young. I have a wife and children to support. I won't do such foolish things. Chung Wining was very clear-headed. Jiang Wan felt a bit relieved after hearing him. At least, this man wasn't completely lost. He was still salvageable. But they keep hanging around the door and won't leave. What do you plan to do? They're really noisy, even disturbing the kids.
I'm going to settle them now.
Chung Wining stood up and soon carried a basin of water from the kitchen. What are you going to do? Jiang Wan asked, surprised with wide eyes. Chung Wining smiled slightly. Just watch and enjoy the show. He approached the door with the basin. Wei Mingxiang was already sitting on the ground, throwing a tantrum. Chung Wining quickly stepped forward and poured the water out. Before Wei Mingxiang could react, she was soaked through by the water from the doorway. There was a water barrel under the eaves, and Chung Wining didn't hesitate to scoop more water. Chung Wining, what are you doing? Chung Wining, are you crazy? Chung Wining, you refuse to donate your liver but dare to splash us? Wei Mingxiang was startled and jumped up from the ground. She stomped her feet angrily and started cursing loudly. The others, soaked through, also began to scold him. Chung Wining didn't hesitate and poured another scoop of water over them.
Get lost. Who do you think you are to criticize me? What right do you have to moralize me?
My 2 children just born. If I donate my liver, I'll be fired from the army.
Who will support my family then?
Are you supporting or not? Who will support me? Chung Wining held a water scoop and stepped forward, glaring fiercely at the people at the door. He pointed at them one by one, and those who recognized him felt guilty and stepped back. They couldn't even feed their own families. How could they support others? Besides, if Wei Mingxiang hadn't called them over to help, they wouldn't have come to join the fun. They thought it was just a bit of entertainment, but unexpectedly, they almost got themselves involved. Not only were they soaked through, but they also had to endure Chung Wining's sharp gaze, as if he wanted to swallow them whole. Those whose names were called quickly stepped back a few paces. Some couldn't handle the pressure and ran away immediately. They were just here for fun, to watch the show and have a snack, never intending to get involved. Seeing them run so fast, Chung Wining couldn't help but laugh. These people were really funny. Once it didn't happen to them, they didn't know pain. He opened his mouth wide and started talking loudly, acting without considering others' feelings.
What?
You run faster than a rabbit when it's time to support your family? Why don't you listen when I tell you to shut up? I'm a man, the main pillar of the family. If no one can take on the responsibility of supporting us, then it's better if you don't make decisions for me. Otherwise, I won't be able to live my days. I might just pack a few clothes and stay at your house, eating and drinking every day. You won't let me have a good life, so I won't let you have one either. Is dying so hard? Let's all die together. Chung Wining's words were firm and powerful, and those listening were so scared they didn't even dare to breathe. Chung Wining rarely came back, and he had never been so bold and commanding before. I'll count to 3 now. Those who leave immediately, I won't hold you responsible. Anyone who stays here tonight, I might just visit your house. I'm starting to count now. Are you ready? Chung Wining smiled mischievously at everyone, his lips curling up. 1, 2. Before he finished counting to 3, the people who had been supporting Wei Mingxiang suddenly disappeared without a trace. Wei Mingxiang initially held onto 2 people's hands, afraid they would run away. The 2 people immediately ran away faster than rabbits, leaving her behind. Wei Mingxiang was soaked with water and was still sitting on the ground. Earlier, a group of people surrounded her, looking confident and proud. Now that everyone had left, she sat in the mud like a pig rolling in the dirt. Wei Mingxiang was completely wet, looking pale and exhausted. There had been many people helping her before, and she didn't look so helpless then. Everyone's gone. Are you leaving or not? Chung Wining was holding a bucket of water and was standing at the iron gate, looking down at Wei Mingxiang. Wei Mingxiang shivered slightly. She already felt cold, and now she was even colder. But she never expected Chung Wining to switch sides so quickly and fully support Jiang Wan. Before, Chung Wining only spoke a few words, and when she was being unreasonable, she pushed her twice. Pouring water on her like this was the first time in many years. I know you're in a hurry, so don't waste your time on me. If you're willing to donate your liver, I won't stop you. But if you try to force me or Wan, don't blame me for being rude to you. Chung Wining looked cold and stern, and Wei Mingxiang shrank back, afraid to speak. Chung Wining had grown up now, and was no longer the obedient child she used to be. Wei Mingxiang suddenly felt much older. She struggled to get up from the ground, looking weak, and said, I'm leaving. Isn't that okay? Wei Mingxiang was always wise and knew when to act wisely. If she hadn't been forced into a corner earlier, she wouldn't have dared to bother Chung Wining. This time, she clearly came just to seek trouble. She had already wasted several hours, and there wasn't much time left. Wei Mingxiang wiped away tears from her eyes and decided to gather all her grandchildren. Actually, she had prepared for this a few days ago. 2 of her grandchildren who worked outside had been called back by her, claiming she was sick and missing them. The remaining grandchildren were still young and staying in the hospital with her. They weren't really helping. They just ate, played, and spent a lot of her money staying in the hospital. Wei Mingxiang carefully calculated. The older grandchildren were old enough. Especially the older ones, she believed they could donate their liver. She wiped her tears, took a quick shower, changed her clothes, and hurried to the hospital. When Wei Mingxiang arrived, Chung Xiangdong and Chung Xiangnan, who had been working outside, had already returned. Wei Mingxiang only told them over the phone to wait at the hospital after arriving, and didn't say anything else. After the 2 rushed back, they stood at the hospital entrance, thinking something terrible had happened. When Wei Mingxiang hurried over in a rush, they saw she was fine, and their anger immediately flared up. Grandma, there's really nothing wrong? Why do you insist on bringing us to the hospital? Yes, do you know how hard it is to find a job now? I finally got stable, and you want to make me lose my job, right? Chung Xiangdong and Chung Xiangnan complained together, but Wei Mingxiang, with a grim face, pulled them inside. Stop talking, just come with me. Without saying a word, Wei Mingxiang dragged them to the hospital's lab entrance. Nurse, please draw blood from them to check their blood types. Wei Mingxiang didn't explain what it was for or want to clarify. She simply made the decision herself. Grandma, why do we need to check our blood types just for no reason? Chung Xiangdong asked confused, and Chung Xiangnan looked at her with suspicion. Wei Mingxiang felt guilty and dared not look at them, so she coldly said, just go when I tell you. No more questions. Suddenly, Wei Mingxiang raised her voice and got very angry. The brothers didn't understand where her anger came from and felt confused by her scolding. They were used to being scolded by Grandma when they were young, so they were used to obeying. Most importantly, they thought that blood type testing wasn't a big deal. Under Wei Mingxiang's pressure, the brothers reluctantly extended their arms. After drawing blood, Wei Mingxiang told them to sit on a nearby chair. She then sent the other grandchildren out. Except for the 2 youngest who didn't need blood tests, everyone else was tested. Chung Xiangdong and Chung Xiangnan had just returned from outside and didn't know what was happening at home. But the others, who had been with the hospital all along, sensed something was wrong when Wei Mingxiang asked them to test their blood. Especially when they looked at their older brothers who had been outside for a long time, they felt uneasy. They had a rough idea of what was going on and felt very resistant to it. While at the hospital for so long, they heard the doctors and nurses say that only compatible blood types could donate a liver. So, although they had their blood tested now, it didn't necessarily mean they would be the unlucky ones. But they felt very frustrated inside. Why was it only their 4 brothers who were unlucky? Why didn't Cheng Yaozu and Cheng Yagua get involved in anything? After about 10 minutes, the blood test results came out and Wei Mingxiang eagerly grabbed the report. She looked at the names listed on it one by one. At the top was Chung Xiangdong's report. Surprisingly, he has type B blood. Wei Mingxiang, still not satisfied, kept flipping through the pages. To her surprise, Chung Xiangnan and Chung Xiangxi also have type B blood. The last one was Chung Xiangbei, the youngest and actually the least suitable. But he also shares her blood type. Oh. A look of joy appeared on Wei Mingxiang's face, but she didn't show it immediately. She calmly walked over to Chung Xiangbei with the report in hand. Before Chung Xiangbei could react, she suddenly grabbed his shoulder. Xiangbei, you have type O blood. You can donate your liver to your grandfather. Wei Mingxiang forced a smile, but when Chung Xiangbei looked up, he only saw a mouthful of yellow teeth. He had already heard the doctor say that liver donation isn't a good thing. After removing the liver, the body becomes very weak. He was so young, how could his body handle that? Thinking about the surgical knife cutting into his body and removing his liver, Chung Xiangbei shivered with fear. I won't go. I'll never go. He struggled wildly. Wei Mingxiang threw away the report and tightly grabbed Chung Xiangbei's arm. Your grandfather is at his last moment. If you don't save him, he will die. Your grandfather loves you so much. If you don't donate your liver, he will come back as a vengeful ghost to find you after he dies. Wei Mingxiang tried to threaten and scare Chung Xiangbei, taking advantage of his young age and ignorance to force him to agree. Chung Xiangbei was already a mischievous kid. How could he be fooled by just a few words? He decided in his heart that donating his liver was not a good thing. Now, with his grandmother forcing him, he felt even more scared. His grandmother had told them long ago that good things everyone would fight for. Only bad things that no one wanted to do would come knocking on their door willingly. He struggled desperately, and Wei Mingxiang momentarily lost control. Why are you all just standing there? Hurry up and hold him down. Wei Mingxiang shouted at the other grandchildren. At first, they were startled, then hurried over to help. Wei Mingxiang had already made it difficult for Chung Xiangbei, and seeing the other brothers rushing over, Chung Xiangbei's eyes widened in fear. He opened his mouth and bit down Wei Mingxiang's arm, then lowered his head and forcefully hit her stomach. Wei Mingxiang originally couldn't control him. Now, after being hit with a series of blows, she let go in pain. Chung Xiangbei ly stomped on her foot and spat on her face before running away. Bah! Vicious old woman, I'm so young and you want me to donate my liver? Are you even human? Don't think I don't know. You're also type O blood. You won't donate, so you want me to? What kind of person are you? Before running away, Chung Xiangbei turned back and shouted angrily. Wei Mingxiang didn't expect Chung Xiangbei already knew the truth. Her face suddenly turned very pale. She heard her three brothers walking over slowly, all looking surprised at her. Grandma, you're also type A blood. If you want to save Grandpa, why don't you donate your liver? Yeah, we're all so young. How can we handle this? You tricked us here just to cut us? That's so cruel. Chung Xiangdong was the first to react, staring at Wei Mingxiang with disbelief. Such a selfish grandma made them feel very unfamiliar. Chung Xiangdong suddenly felt this place was full of right and wrong, so he turned around and left. I have something to do, I'll go first, he said before leaving. He also told Chung Xiangnan, I'm leaving now. You all decide for yourselves. Chung Xiangnan didn't want to come back at first. If not for his grandma calling and forcing him, he wouldn't be here now. But now, he faced such bad things right after returning. His heart felt cold and empty. His older brothers had already left, so he saw no reason to stay. After the two older brothers left, only Chung Xiangxi was left, looking confused. Wei Mingxiang turned to look at him, and Chung Xiangxi immediately ran away. This place was full of right and wrong. He decided to go back and hide for a few days. But once he went back, no one was there to do laundry, cook, or give him money. Compared to his liver, none of that mattered. The four brothers who just had their blood tested ran away instantly. Wei Mingxiang looked at the empty lab and suddenly sat down heavily on the ground. None of her four grandsons could be trusted. None of them wanted to donate their liver. Wei Mingxiang sat there for a while, then got up and headed to her husband's ward. When she entered, she saw Chung Yaozu and Chung Yaogua squatting on the ground playing. They were both young, so it wasn't suitable for them to donate their livers. But if no one was willing to donate, did it mean she had to do it herself? But cutting away more than half of the liver sounds very painful to think about. Wei Mingxiang couldn't help but shiver. Then she turned her head and looked at her two young grandsons with a sinister gaze. It would be great if they could donate their livers. Wei Mingxiang thought this, and she was suddenly frightened by her own idea. Wei Mingxiang, with a pale face, entered the room, and Chung Wining sensed something was wrong. He reached out his weak, withered hand and quickly grabbed Wei Mingxiang's arm. "Old wife, today the doctor came to give me a final warning. If I can't have the surgery today, I won't have any more life left. We've been together for so many years through thick and thin. My favorite person is you. You absolutely can't give up on me. If you don't want me anymore, I might as well just die." As Chung Wining spoke, his voice choked with emotion. But the surgery costs a huge amount of money, and I really can't afford it. Most importantly, there has been no suitable liver source. Even if we had the money, it wouldn't save your life. Wei Mingxiang's mind was torn back and forth. She hesitated between saving Chung Wining by removing her own liver or letting him die. Her heart silently leaned toward letting him die. "Ah, Xiang, please, I beg you to save me. I can't live without you. You're all I have. If you save me this time, I will do anything you ask in the future. I'm still young. I really don't want to die. I haven't had enough good days with you. I can't bear to leave you. Besides, when we just got married, you said we would share life and death together, right? I'm not even 60 yet, and there are still treatments available. Are you really going to give up on me?" Recently, Chung Wining had been very weak due to illness. He looked much thinner, with a frightening pale face. His lips were dry and cracked, and tears streamed from his cloudy eyes. He held Wei Mingxiang's hand gently, softly stroking it. Wei Mingxiang was moved by Chung Wining's words. Chung Wining knew that if he wanted to live, he had to get Wei Mingxiang to save him. He endured the discomfort in his throat and kept talking, haltingly. He talked about how they met, knew each other, and eventually stayed together. "Ah, Xiang, I was really a fool before, and I wasn't good enough to you. If I can get through this difficult time and get better, I will do your laundry and cook for you and give you shoulder massages every night. From now on, I won't go out wandering. I will dedicate myself to being good to you. Please believe me and give me another chance, okay?" Qing Cheng's voice choked with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Mingxiang Wei also had red eyes, constantly wiping away her tears. Both of them were crying heavily, but Mingxiang Wei refused to speak. She argued firmly when advising others, using one reason after another, but she knew that donating a liver wasn't a good thing for herself. Qing Cheng saw that Mingxiang Wei hadn't spoken for a while and realized this matter was still uncertain. This was a life-and-death issue for him, and he didn't want to give in or let anything go wrong halfway. Since gentle persuasion didn't work, he decided to be firm. "Ah, Xiang, will you save me or not?" Qing Cheng asked sadly, but Mingxiang Wei still didn't answer. "Do you remember Jiang Wan's 2 children?" Qing Cheng suddenly brought up this matter, causing Mingxiang Wei's heart to tremble sharply. He lowered his voice and whispered a few words in her ear. Finally, Mingxiang Wei, with a pale face, nodded her head. Qing Cheng was now backed into a corner and was willing to risk everything to survive. If Mingxiang Wei refused to help him, he wouldn't let her have an easy time either. Out of loyalty and her own secret worries, Mingxiang Wei could only agree to save him. She sighed heavily, feeling uneasy inside, and didn't expect that she would be the one to donate her liver in the end. Mingxiang Wei felt uncomfortable and even felt weak while working. Eventually, at Mingxiang Wei's urging, she paid the fee. She didn't eat lunch that day and was taken into the operating room in the afternoon. Mingxiang Wei looked sad and worried, while Qing Cheng had a smile on his face. Their expressions showed a stark contrast. When Mingxiang Wei was pushed into the operating room, she wasn't that scared yet. But after the anesthesia was administered and her body gradually numbed, losing sensation, she became terrified. The cold surgical knife pierced her body, and Mingxiang Wei heard a faint sizzling sound. She couldn't feel pain, but her mind was fully awake. She knew what they were doing. She tried to lift her arm but couldn't move it. After her body was cut open, it seemed like something had flowed out. Mingxiang Wei could hear a faint bubbling sound. Her mind felt heavy, and her thoughts became muddled. She gently closed her eyes, feeling that the sensation of being a helpless victim in someone else's hands was really unpleasant. She started to regret her soft-heartedness. Originally, she was a very healthy person, but now her body was about to be cut open, and a large part of her healthy liver was to be removed. She always spoke so lightly and casually when persuading Jiang Wan and Chung Wining, acting as if it didn't concern her. Only when these things happened to her did she realize her regret. But now, she could do nothing but lie flat on the operating table, letting others do as they pleased. She didn't know how much time had passed before Wei Mingxiang unconsciously fell asleep. When she woke up again, she heard the doctor saying they needed to sew her body. At this moment, Wei Mingxiang's mind was foggy, and her body felt numb. Half an hour later, the stitching was finished, and Wei Mingxiang was pushed out of the operating room. She tried hard to open her eyes and looked out the window, only to find that it had already darkened outside. She opened her mouth to speak but couldn't make any sound. Wei Mingxiang was soon taken to the ward, and after a while, Chung Wining was also brought in. Not long after Wei Mingxiang returned to the ward, she remained in a dazed state. It felt like she was sleeping, but also not sleeping. She could feel the needle piercing her skin, cold liquid flowing in. Wei Mingxiang closed her eyes and fell asleep again. She was awakened in the middle of the night by pain. The anesthesia had worn off, and a sharp, persistent pain spread through her. Suddenly, Wei Mingxiang opened her eyes wide from the sleep, her forehead covered in cold sweat. She bit her lower lip silently, enduring the pain, thinking it would soon pass. But she didn't expect this was only the beginning. After enduring that pain, her body grew increasingly sore. Ah! Wei Mingxiang screamed in pain, never imagining that post-surgery pain could be so intense. After shouting out, she felt a little relief but was still in pain. Her forehead kept sweating, then her back started to sweat too, and soon her whole body was drenched in cold sweat. The pain came in waves, and Wei Mingxiang gently curled up inside the blanket. She clenched her thighs tightly, trying to use this pain to drown out the pain from her wound. "Nurse, nurse, nurse." Wei Mingxiang called out hoarsely in the ward. She hadn't had water for a whole day and night, and her throat was extremely dry and hoarse. She shouted for a long time but couldn't make much sound, and soon the pain overwhelmed her again. Wei Mingxiang kept screaming in agony, tears welling up in her eyes. She already regretted having the surgery, and now her regret was even worse. She turned her head and saw Chung Wining still sleeping. He had gone into surgery later than her, and the anesthesia was still working, so he could sleep peacefully. Wei Mingxiang suffered intense pain all night and cried until she was exhausted. The next morning, the nurse came to check on her and found that her bedding was stained with fresh blood. "Doctor, the patient in bed 13's wound has burst open." Wei Mingxiang looked up at the number on the wall and realized she was bed 13. She lowered her head to see her bloody wound on her upper right abdomen and fainted from fear. Compared to Wei Mingxiang's experience, Chung Wining was much luckier. He woke up the next morning feeling very sore. By then, it was already work hours, and doctors and nurses were busy passing by. When Chung Wining couldn't bear the pain and his condition worsened, a nurse quickly gave him painkillers. The painkillers didn't last long, but helped him manage the pain. Chung Wining was a man and not very afraid of pain. After taking the painkillers, he quickly fell asleep again. Wei Mingxiang was taken to the operating room to have her wound cleaned and bandaged again. When she woke up, her body still hurt a lot, and her mind was fuzzy. While Chung Wining was hospitalized, Wei Mingxiang stayed by his side. Now that she was hospitalized with Chung Wining, she had no one to accompany her. Her bag was full, but no one changed it for her. She was hungry, but no one bought her food. If the hospital nurses hadn't felt sorry for them and kept helping with these things, Wei Mingxiang probably wouldn't have survived until discharge. The first few days were the hardest, but once she could get out of bed, she felt a little better. However, her wound still caused dull pain. Wei Mingxiang touched her upper right abdomen, feeling like there was a missing piece. She was still sad and emotional, mourning her loss. After Chung Wining finished his surgery, he recovered quite a bit. He hadn't kept any of the promises he made before and instead liked to order Wei Mingxiang around. Wei Mingxiang, my bag is full. Go help me empty it.
Wei Mingxiang, I'm hungry.
Go buy me some food. Wei Mingxiang, I don't feel well. Call the doctor for me. Chung Wining ordered her naturally, just like before. He never thought that Wei Mingxiang had just had surgery and had lost 60% of her liver. Chung Wining recovered faster because he had more liver tissue inside him. While Wei Mingxiang needed nutrients to recover from such a large loss, Chung Wining kept making her do things. As expected, Wei Mingxiang fainted from exhaustion. After Chung Wining saw Wei Mingxiang off, he had breakfast with Jiang Wan, then hurriedly left. I found out about the midwife.
What?
The midwife from your birth? Or the one who helped with my 2 children? The midwife for our child. After Jiang Wan confided in Chung Wining that day, he became very focused on this matter. Every day after finishing chores at home, Chung Wining would go out to gather information. He kept a close watch on Lejiakan and indeed found some clues. Lu Shirong's family had already moved away from the village, but that didn't mean they completely lost contact with the villagers. As long as they still communicated, Chung Wining didn't believe he couldn't find out anything. Thanks to his efforts, Chung Wining contacted several villagers and finally learned Lu Shirong's new address. He left in a rush earlier and only spoke half of what he wanted to say. But being able to find Lu Shirong's family meant he was close to discovering the midwife from years ago. If Jiang Wan hadn't just finished her confinement, she also wanted to go see for herself. Jiang Wan had been thinking that once she finished her month of rest, she would investigate herself. She didn't expect Chung Wining to take the lead. Now that he was so attentive to the child's matters, Jiang Wan felt relieved. Chung Wining ran all the way to the town, then asked around based on the address, and quickly found Lu Shirong's current residence. Luck was on his side. Lu Shirong's door was wide open. Clearly someone was home. He excitedly approached and gently knocked on the door. "Who is it?" An old voice called out. "Grandma, I'm looking for Lu Shirong, Brother Lu." Chung Wining didn't actually know Lu Shirong, but he needed to confirm he was in the right place. "Oh, you're looking for Shirong? He's out right now, won't be back for a while." The voice grew closer until a gray-haired head peeked out from the door. An elderly person in their 70s or 80s, walking slowly with a cane. "Oh, I'll wait here at the door." Chung Wining stepped back politely and respectfully. The old woman squinted at him for a moment, then beckoned him over. "Don't know how long you'll have to wait. Why don't you come in and sit for a while?" The old lady offered willingly. Chung Wining initially wanted to refuse, but then thought, if she knew about the midwife, he wouldn't have to wait outside in vain. The elderly person is quite old, but their mind seems very clear. Such elders often hold a lot of information. Just talking to the old lady for a few minutes might lead to unexpected gains.
Thank you, Grandma.
Chung Wining smiles slightly and follows the old lady inside. The old lady pours him a glass of plain water and sits on a nearby chair to rest. Chung Wining takes a sip of water, then crosses his hands on his knees and waits quietly. After about 10 minutes, the old lady opens her eyes. "Young man, what's your name? Which village are you from? I don't think I've seen you before." "Grandma, my name is Chung Wining. I'm from Qingjia village. I joined the army when I was 18, and I haven't come back often over the years. It's normal if you don't recognize me. Chung Wining's purpose here isn't a secret, so he doesn't need to hide his identity." "You're in the military? No wonder you look so commanding." Chung Wining didn't expect to be so honest about his identity. The usually serious old lady suddenly smiles. "My old man was also in the army, but he passed away early." The old lady sighs, and then starts talking more openly. She shares many stories about her husband, and Chung Wining listens quietly, occasionally adding a few words. He shows appropriate respect for her late husband. After finishing this topic, Chung Jinyan suddenly brings up the main question. Grandma, among your relatives, is there anyone who works as a midwife? This question catches the old lady off guard for a moment. In Chung Jinyan's expectant gaze, she nods firmly.
Yes.
Chung Jinyan's eyes light up and quickly asks again. Grandma, do you know her address?
Can you tell me?
Most people in the village now give birth in hospitals. Why do you need a midwife? She's far away and rarely comes here. It wouldn't be easy to find her. If your family really has a woman about to give birth, just take her to the hospital.
There's no need to make this trip.
The old lady thought Chung Jinyan was just looking for a midwife, but didn't expect him to be so smart. She wondered why he seemed so confused now. Grandma, my wife has already given birth. I'm not looking for a midwife to help with delivery. I just want to find her because she helped deliver my wife when I first got married. I now want to find her and thank her, so please tell me her address. Chung Jinyan thought that if he said this, the old lady would surely tell him the midwife's address. But unexpectedly, the old lady waved her hand. No need. There's no need to make a special trip. It's her job, and it's what she should do. Since she took money to help you, isn't that just what she's supposed to do? The old lady spoke confidently and firmly, but Chung Jinyan tried hard to persuade her, yet she refused to give in. Despite her age, the old lady has strong principles and clear thinking. Normal methods couldn't make her speak. Chung Jinyan had thought she was easy to fool and could be tricked into revealing information, but now he realized he was the fool. Chung Jinyan had been outside for over 2 hours, worried about his wife and children at home. Continuing like this wasn't a good idea, so he decided to be honest and straightforward. Grandma, I'll tell you the truth. My wife suddenly fainted on the field, and the situation was very urgent. Someone from Lejiakan called the midwife to come help. The 2 children are twins. When they were born, the situation was said to be very bad. I want to find the midwife now to ask about the details of the children's birth. Based on what you said, many years have passed. You didn't ask back then, and now you're asking again. Isn't it a bit late? The old lady asked with a puzzled look. Chung Jinyan sighed with a bitter smile. I was in the army back then. No one at home told me my wife was pregnant. I wasn't even with her when she gave birth. Most importantly, after the children were born, because of their condition, they were taken to the hospital and never brought back.
I only recently found out about this.
Someone said they had died, but I don't believe it. That's why I want to investigate what happened back then. The old lady didn't expect it to be like this. After a moment of surprise, she decided to tell him the midwife's information. Why didn't you say so earlier? You went around in circles and wasted so much time. If that's the case, I think you should check it out. If those children are still alive, it would be great to find them. The old lady said with emotion, and Chung Jinyan nodded in agreement. The midwife's relative is named Lu Hongli. She now lives in the provincial city. Her address is... The old lady gave Chung Jinyan Lu Hongli's specific address. Chung Jinyan nodded repeatedly after achieving his goal.
Thank you, Grandma.
Thank you. I will go to the provincial city to find someone right now. When Chung Jinyan left, he greeted Jiang Wan. He told her he would look into the situation of the midwife, and if he found out anything, he would go out. As for when he would return, it might be today or tomorrow. Before leaving, Chung Jinyan told Jiang Wan that everything at home was fine, and she shouldn't go out these days. She should stay at home and wait for him to come back. Just as Chung Jinyan was about to stand up and leave, he saw a middle-aged man come in from outside. They exchanged glances, but did not recognize each other. Chung Jinyan nodded at the middle-aged man and then walked out. The man frowned and looked at his back with curiosity. After Chung Jinyan had gone far away, Lu Shirong finally spoke. Mom, was that man who just left here looking for you? He said he was looking for you. Do you know him? The old lady spoke slowly. Hearing this, Lu Shirong immediately frowned. I don't know him. He looked very upright, not like a bad person. Mom, did he say anything to you? Lu Shirong became alert. The old lady recounted what she had said to Chung Jinyan. Back then, my cousin told me about this. 1 year, She visited our house during the New Year, and someone asked her to deliver a baby. But that was over 6 or 7 years ago. I didn't expect someone would still ask about it. Lu Shurong didn't expect that this matter involved so many things. At first, I thought my cousin did a good deed, but now those 2 children are missing. This matter is a bit complicated. I hope they return safely. Lu Shurong sighed with some emotion, and the old lady nodded along. It was still morning. Chung Jinyan only had 2 ways to go to the provincial city: take the train or take a bus. The train had a weakness: only 2 trips a day, and at this time, it probably wasn't possible. The last option was to take a bus. If he took the regular bus, because the journey was long, the fare would be several yuan. Chung Jinyan remembered there was a road nearby leading to the provincial city, often used by coal trucks. He might try his luck there. Chung Jinyan was still using the money Jiang Wan gave him, and he didn't want to waste it. Following his memory, he walked to the side of the road and waited. Sure enough, after a while, he saw a coal truck passing by. Chung Jinyan was holding a military green hat and waving it constantly by the roadside. Comrade, comrade, I am a soldier from the army. I need to go to the provincial city for some matters. If it's convenient, could you give me a ride? Chung Jinyan's voice was loud and bright. He spoke quickly, clearly explaining his purpose. The coal truck that was about to pass by him suddenly braked sharply when it heard he was a soldier. The vehicle slowed down, leaving a long scratch on the road. Eventually, the truck stopped smoothly in front of Chung Jinyan. Are you a soldier? Do you have any ID? Yes, I do. Chung Jinyan quickly took out his ID from his pocket, opened it, and held it out. The driver glanced at it briefly, confirmed his identity, nodded, and personally opened the door to invite him in.
Come on in.
I was just about to haul coal to the provincial city. I can give you a ride. Comrade, you're really kind. Thank you so much. Chung Jinyan smiled and got into the car, politely thanking the driver. They had a long way to go to the provincial city. Chung Jinyan had bought some snacks in advance. At noon, which was lunchtime, he took out a package of food he had prepared earlier. Driver, you've been driving for so long. Are you hungry? Want to share some food? The driver turned his head and looked at him. His throat moved slightly, showing he wanted to eat but felt shy to ask. But I still need to drive, so I can't take a break to eat. Let's split it. I'll finish my part first, then you can eat while I drive. That way, we won't waste time. Chung Jinyan's suggestion made the driver very happy. All right, I trust you. The driver was so pleased he couldn't hide his smile. Because of a tight delivery schedule, he planned to endure the hunger and drive straight to the city. Unexpectedly, he could eat breakfast early and also have someone help him drive. After finishing half of his food, the driver suddenly turned back and asked, "Can you drive? Have you driven a big truck like this before?" Chung Jinyan smiled slightly, confident, and said, "Most people in the army learn to drive. When I first joined, I transported supplies. I've driven bigger trucks than this." He briefly shared a bit about his life in the army. The driver nodded happily after hearing this. He parked the truck by the roadside, then swapped seats with Chung Jinyan. After getting into the vehicle, Chung Jinyan practiced briefly and soon started the truck smoothly and steadily. The truck moved forward at the same steady speed as the driver, heading toward the city. He sat quietly on the side, watching his driver drive skillfully. Only then did he feel at ease and start eating. The food Chung Jinyan brought was enough for 2 grown men. He left half for the driver, which was plenty for him. The driver ate until full and suddenly felt a bit sleepy. Chung Jinyan looked back at him with a smile and said, "I slept well last night, so I still feel good. If you're okay, you can close your eyes and rest for a while. Driving while tired is quite dangerous. You might lose both your health and your job. It's better to rest when you're tired." After a few words of advice, the driver nodded in agreement. "Thank you, I'll rest for a bit. When I wake up, I'll drive, and you can take a break." Before he finished speaking, the driver closed his eyes and fell asleep. Chung Jinyan smiled slightly and steadily drove the car forward. The driver slept deeply during the whole trip. Chung Jinyan drove smoothly, with hardly any bumps. They drove all the way to the provincial city. The driver didn't wake up and snored loudly. Chung Jinyan stopped the car gently and patted the driver's shoulder. "Sir, we've arrived. I'll get off here. Take a moment to rest and clear your mind before driving again." The driver, who had been sleeping soundly, slowly opened his eyes in a daze. He nodded numbingly and then stared blankly as Chung Jinyan walked away. After getting out of the car, Chung Jinyan stood still and checked the direction. Once he was sure everything was fine, he walked forward confidently. Chung Jinyan had been in the army all these years, always in the military. This was his first time coming to the provincial city. Strictly speaking, it wasn't his first time, since he had passed through here before when driving, so he was familiar with the route. He was now at the entrance of the provincial city. He still had a bit of a walk to fully reach the city. Chung Jinyan continued along the highway. Besides passing vehicles, the road was quite remote. He had gone far without seeing a single pedestrian and couldn't find anyone to ask about the situation. He kept walking forward. After an hour, he finally arrived at the city. Compared to the quiet outskirts, the city was much livelier. Chung Jinyan was unfamiliar with the city and hadn't been to Lu Shirong's home. But he firmly believed in the old saying that your nose knows the way. He asked around little by little based on the address provided by the old lady and searched for it. Hard work pays off. After 2 hours, Chung Jinyan finally found the place. At this moment, he stands at the door of a strange house. Chung Jinyan looks around carefully, checks the house number several times, and only steps forward to knock on the door once he's sure it's correct. As soon as he knocks, an energetic voice comes from inside the house. "Who's there?" The door opens, revealing an elderly woman leaning on a cane, with white hair. She looks lively and full of energy, with a commanding presence, even though she seems much older than Lu Shirong. "Hello, Grandma. Is this Lu Shirong's house?" "Lu Shirong? I don't know her." The old woman shakes her head and turns to close the door. Seeing this, Chung Jinyan is momentarily stunned. He went through so much effort to get here, and he was sure the address was correct. Why doesn't this old woman know Lu Shirong? What went wrong? "Grandma, Lu Shirong used to be a midwife. She's probably in her early 50s. We have some relatives back home. Have you really never seen her?" Chung Jinyan asks anxiously. The old woman shakes her head again. "I really don't know Lu Shirong. Young man, who gave you this address? Maybe you got the wrong place?" After hearing the old woman's answer again, Chung Jinyan feels confused. She looks very serious, and her mental state seems good. This mistake shouldn't be on her. The only problem must be with him. He must have the wrong address or gone to the wrong place, which caused this big misunderstanding. "Sorry to trouble you. I apologize." Chung Jinyan bows politely. Since he's a stranger who came suddenly, he indeed disturbed her life. He turns to leave, feeling a little empty inside. The old woman watches his back, looking at him again and again. He is dressed neatly and cleanly, and his eyes are clear, unlike a scammer. Most importantly, the way he looks lost and hopeless when leaving is genuine. He really came to find someone, but he was mistaken about the place. Should she offer him some help? Chung Jinyan has already walked quite far away when suddenly the old woman calls out to stop him. "Young man, come back. I have something important to tell you." Hearing her voice, Chung Jinyan is surprised and turns around quickly. "Grandma, have you remembered an important clue?" When Chung Jinyan left, he walked very slowly. When he returned, he almost jogged quickly forward. He suddenly arrived in front of the old lady, looking at her with anticipation, waiting for her reply. "We moved here 5 years ago. Before that, someone named Lu Shirong lived here. But when we bought the house, we didn't talk much with the owner, so I don't know the details. If there's really an important matter involving Lu Shirong in the future, you can ask the neighbors nearby. The previous residents here said they lived here for over 10 years, but I don't know why they moved away. But I believe those old neighbors must know about her. You should ask around. Maybe you'll find useful information." After saying this, the old lady didn't wait for Chung Jinyan to reply and directly closed the door. She had shared all she could, and she felt she had done her best. She could hold her head high and close the door without guilt. "Thank you, Grandma. Thank you for telling me this. It's very helpful to me. Despite the old lady's attitude or whether she could hear him, Chung Jinyan kept thanking her sincerely. Although the old lady closed the door, she could still hear the sounds outside. The young man kept thanking her, making her feel she hadn't helped the wrong person. Anyway, she thought, this young man was much better than those ungrateful people. After turning away, the old lady's lips curved into a slight smile, and she looked very happy. Once Chung Jinyan received this information, he immediately took action. First, he knocked on the door of the house closest to this one. He believed that the house nearest was most familiar with Lu Shirong's family. When the door opened, Chung Jinyan greeted cheerfully and quickly got to the point.
Hello, Mom.
I'd like to ask if you know Lu Shirong, who used to live in that house. I don't know her. We just moved here not long ago, and we're not familiar with the neighbors. You should ask someone else. After saying this, she slammed the door shut. Chung Jinyan then went to another house, but this time no one answered the door. However, he clearly heard children's voices inside, so there should be someone in that house. Since the children are young, even if the door was opened, he probably wouldn't get any useful information. So, Chung Jinyan moved on to another house. This time, a young woman opened the door. As soon as she saw Chung Jinyan, she was momentarily stunned. Chung Jinyan is tall and strong, with sharp features, and has a very good appearance. The woman was so impressed by how handsome he looked that she was momentarily dazed.
Hello, ma'am.
May I ask if you know Lu Shirong, who used to live in that house? Before she could speak, her husband suddenly came out from behind her and started scolding loudly before understanding the situation. Who is this wild man? Why is he here at my door trying to flirt with my wife? Sir, I am here to find someone. I just want to ask a few questions, and then I will leave. Chung Jinyan remained polite, but the man was very impatient with him. We don't know anything. Don't ask here. Go somewhere else. The man waved his hand while speaking, showing clear disgust. It was obvious he was very unhappy with him and wanted him to leave immediately. Sorry to bother you. I will try elsewhere. Chung Jinyan didn't understand why the man was so angry, but he politely turned to leave. As soon as he turned around, there was a loud bang behind him, startling even someone as strong as Chung Jinyan. When Chung Jinyan looked back, the door had already been closed. He calmed himself and felt that today was not going smoothly. At the same time, he was somewhat relieved that he was the one doing this himself. If it had been Jiang Wan, so gentle and fragile, she wouldn't have been able to endure such hardships. Chung Jinyan shook his head and chuckled softly. Coming out was definitely not so easy. But since he was here, he shouldn't leave empty-handed. He composed himself and knocked on the fourth house. This time, a woman in her 30s opened the door. She looked at him with a clear surprise, then asked cautiously, "Who are you?" "I don't think I know you, ma'am. I come from quite far away, from Qingjia village, to find the midwife Lu Shirong. Lu Shirong's family moved out several years ago. Why are you looking for her?" The woman remained cautious, but Chung Jinyan immediately smiled when he heard her words. She meant that Lu Shirong used to live here, but she moved out a few years ago. Hearing this news, Chung Jinyan's tense heart finally relaxed. He had gone through so much trouble to come here, endured many hardships along the way, and finally found some useful information. Jinyan briefly organized his words. Instead of telling the truth, he told a kind lie. Actually, 7 years ago, Lu Shirong went back to her hometown to visit family. My wife was giving birth at the time, and my family asked her to come and help deliver the baby. Without her, her 2 children might not have survived. I am here now to thank her. Please, you must tell me her address. Here is my officer's ID. I am a soldier, and everything I say is true. To make his story more believable, Jinyan quickly showed his officer's ID. The older sister looked at his ID, confirmed his identity, and her expression softened. Lu Shirong was indeed a well-known midwife, and even her youngest son was born with her help. When Jinyan mentioned this, it touched her deeply. She lowered her guard and kindly invited him inside to rest. Your address on the ID looks quite far. It's not easy for you to come all this way. Would you like to come in and rest, have some water? We can talk more slowly. She was very friendly. If not for the gender difference, she might have already gone to hug him. Thank you for your kindness, sister. I'm in a hurry now. Could you please tell me Lu Shirong's new address? You're asking about this, and you've come to the right person. Her family had some trouble, and they sold their house suddenly and moved out quickly. Our area has good locations, and there are elementary and middle schools nearby, so neighbors change often. It's only after living here for over 10 years that I learned about her situation. Others probably wouldn't know. The sister explained the situation in detail. Jiang Wan then understood why he kept hitting dead ends when trying to find her. It was because of the local environment. Houses here are bought and sold frequently. Many people probably don't even know their neighbors, let alone Lu Shirong, who moved out 5 years ago. Could you give me the address? I'll go look for her now. The sister, recalling her memory, quickly wrote down an address for him. Since they moved out, they went back to the mountain village where her husband used to live. But that village isn't far. Head in that direction, and after half an hour, you'll see the mountain trail leading into the woods. She not only gave him the address but also pointed out the way in detail. Thank you, sister. Thank you so much. You're truly a kind person. It's not a big deal. If you have something to do, you can leave first. I should go back to work too. Chung Wining carefully kept the note with the address, thanked the person, and then left. Following his sister's instructions, he walked for half an hour. After half an hour, he finally saw a mountain road leading into the woods. Without hesitation, Chung Wining started climbing the mountain. He walked along the mountain trail for over an hour and finally saw the village. The village wasn't very big, and some elderly people were working by the roadside. Seeing the living conditions, Chung Wining quietly frowned. He didn't expect anyone to willingly give up life in the city and return to such a small mountain village. Although he was now here, he felt a bit nervous inside. Had Lu Shirong lived in the village all these 5 years? Could she have moved somewhere else? The repeated surprises made Chung Wining feel overwhelmed and start doubting himself. He stopped a woman on the roadside and explained his purpose. Hello, ma'am. Is there a midwife named Lu Shirong in your village? Lu Shirong? What do you want with her? When Chung Wining came, he also bought some gifts, so he looked quite sincere. Ma'am, I came to thank her, and specifically to bring her something. Chung Wining waved the gift in front of her. He even looked a little envious, then quickly looked away. She pointed in the west direction. See that thatched hut over there in the west of the village? Lu Shirong and her family live there now. Following her finger, Chung Wining saw a thatched house from afar. The house was old and broken, looking very simple. From a distance, it didn't seem like a house for people, more like a shelter for animals. Chung Wining frowned slightly, thanked her, and then walked toward the house. The closer he got, the more unbelievable it seemed. The house's bricks were cracked, and parts of the roof had been blown away by the wind. Such a house wouldn't even be suitable for animals, yet Lu Shirong had lived in the city for many years. How could she endure this hardship now? He knocked on the door. This time, no one asked questions. The door was simply opened. An elderly person in her 50s or 60s answered. She looked young but had already gone gray. She was leaning on a cane and trembled slightly as she walked. The woman in front of him looked very old and unkempt, completely different from the Lu Shirong Chung Wining remembered. Are you Lu Shirong? Yes, I am. Who are you again? Lu Shirong felt a bit cautious when she saw Chung Wining immediately. Hello, I am Chung Wining from Qingjia village. I've traveled a long way to come here because I have an important matter to ask you. Do you know my name? Are you from Qingjia village too? What is your purpose for coming so far? If you're here to assist with childbirth, I suggest you forget it. My hands are already useless now, and I can't deliver babies anymore. After saying this, Lu Shirong released her cane and spread her hands in front of Chung Wining. Only then did Chung Wining notice her hands were small and delicate, but now they were burned and deformed. How did your hands become like this? Chung Wining thought he might have guessed why Lu Shirong's family left the provincial city to settle in this remote mountain village. Come in first.
This is a long story. Lu Shurong politely invited Qing Jinyan inside and poured a glass of cold water, placing it on a small wooden table nearby. He had been traveling all day and was quite thirsty. He drank the water in one gulp and finally caught his breath. Years ago, I made a mistake during a delivery, which resulted in 2 deaths. The husband of the woman I was helping attacked me with sulfuric acid. At first, he threw the acid at my face, but I blocked it with my hand. My face is fine, but my hands are completely ruined. Lu Shurong sighed heavily, and her few words clearly explained her ordeal. Chung Jinyan remained silent and nodded, unsure of what to say. Fortunately, Lu Shurong asked him questions first, which made him feel a little more comfortable. You said you are from Qingjia village and have an important matter to ask me. It's probably about those twins, right? Lu Shurong had been working as a midwife in the provincial city, only helping with deliveries once when she went back to visit family. Even she didn't know how Wei Mingxiang found out she was a midwife or how she managed to come to her at a critical moment. She had just returned home on the 3rd day and was preparing to leave on the 4th day, not expecting to be called for a delivery. Thinking back on that delivery, she still feels scared. The process was extremely dangerous, and the condition of the mother and the baby was very serious. Even though this happened many years ago, she still feels her heart pounding when she recalls it. Yes, I am Chung Jinyan, the father of those twins. My wife didn't tell me she was pregnant, and I didn't know the children had been born. I traveled a long distance just to ask you about the situation when those 2 children were born. When Chung Jinyan finished speaking, his voice was trembling with nervousness. He was eager to know the answer, but afraid it might not be what he hoped. His heart was hanging in the air, restless and uncertain. I remember that incident clearly, he said. The 2 children were born prematurely because the mother was unconscious during labor and couldn't cooperate with my work. I have a very deep impression of this. During that time, the mother was bleeding heavily and her amniotic fluid had dried up. I tried several methods but couldn't wake her. In the end, I had no choice but to put my hand inside her body and forcibly pull the babies out. Fortunately, the babies' positions were fairly normal and they had a strong will to live. The mother's contractions were intense, and the babies struggled hard to come out, which gave me a chance. I successfully delivered the children. When they first came out, they were all blue and severely lacking oxygen. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't have survived, but I performed emergency rescue. It took a lot of effort, but I managed to save both of them from the brink of death. When they were born, they were small and weak, with faint breathing. The situation was indeed quite serious, but with proper care, they could survive. By the way, how are those 2 children now? They should be around 6 or 7 years old. Are they now of normal height and size? At that time, they might have had some oxygen deficiency, but I checked, and it wasn't a big problem. Their intelligence seems to be normal now, right? Lu Shurong spoke excitedly about the 2 children. Back then, the situation was so critical that most doctors wouldn't have dared to deliver the babies. But she relied on her skills and managed to save both children, also saving the mother's life. As for their recovery afterward, it depended on how the family took care of her. This incident was a very important part of Lu Shurong's life. Even if she forgot other things, she couldn't forget this. She had always been concerned about the children's situation. However, over the years after this incident, she felt very down and her confidence was completely shattered. So she hadn't contacted her hometown or asked about the children's condition. Now, Chung Jinyan suddenly came with a gift, and Lu Shurong naturally thought he was here to thank her. They went missing. No one knows if they are alive or dead now. Chung Jinyan placed the gift on a chair, his face calm but his mood clearly very low. How could this happen? They were weak when they were born, but they were rescued. Normally, they should be healthy and happy now. Why did they suddenly disappear? Lu Shurong's eyes widened in shock, clearly unable to accept this result. The person who delivered the babies was my mother, but maybe not. She told my wife that the babies were in bad shape when they were born, so they had to be taken to a big hospital for treatment. But after the babies were taken away, they never came back. The next time we saw them, they were dead on the road. To avoid worrying my wife, they just buried them on a small hill. As Chung Jinyan spoke, his voice grew quieter. He had already doubted this explanation before. Now, seeing Lu Shurong in person and hearing her describe the situation back then, he knew for sure that those two children were still alive. But if the children were still alive, why did Wei Mingxiang say they had died? It was obvious that something was suspicious here. Wei Mingxiang might have abandoned or sold those two children. As for her reasons, Chung Jinyan dared not think too deeply. Wei Mingxiang personally took care of her brother's children and was willing to spend money on them. When his nephews and nieces were young, Wei Mingxiang almost raised them herself. Later, after his two brothers had accidents, Wei Mingxiang took over the burden of caring for the children. Chung Jinyan had seen her protect these nieces and nephews with his own eyes. This showed that Wei Mingxiang loved her own children very much. But why did his wife and children have to suffer like this? His pregnant wife was forced to work in the fields, and if she refused, she was coaxed, scolded, and beaten. The newborn babies, who were clearly alive, were said to be dead. The midwife they chose was deliberately from out of town, probably to prevent anyone from verifying the truth. If he hadn't come all this way to find out, he might never have heard the real story. If Jiang Wan hadn't first questioned it, Chung Jinyan might have been kept in the dark forever. He always thought his family life was peaceful, but now he realized there were turbulent waters beneath that calm. Wei Mingxiang had done so many terrible things behind his back. She looked down on Jiang Wan, but wasn't she also looking down on him? So, his true identity is in doubt. Wei Mingxiang might not be his biological mother. Chung Jinyan remembered how he believed Wei Mingxiang when she said Jiang Wan didn't like managing money. Every month, he sent his salary to Wei Mingxiang's name. He had worked hard for over 10 years, earning that salary, and gave it all to Wei Mingxiang. Meanwhile, Jiang Wan was at home, unable to eat well or stay warm, and she had to act as the family's mother, doing household chores and farm work every day. After so many years, how could her body handle it? The more Chung Jinyan thought about it, the angrier he became. He silently clenched his fists, his veins bulging with anger. His fingers cracked as he squeezed them tight. Chung Jinyan always thought he was very calm, but at that moment, he realized he was about to break down. Chung Jinyan, are you still listening to me? Lu Shurong kept talking, rambling on, but Chung Jinyan's mind was buzzing. He couldn't focus on what she was saying. Lu Shurong gently nudged his arm twice, and only then did Chung Jinyan snap out of it. He had been lost in his thoughts, letting his anger control him. Now that he had calmed down, his face showed some awkwardness. Chung Jinyan knew it wasn't easy to come here. Though he was angry inside, he suppressed his feelings and asked some more questions. The more details he asked, the more he believed that the two children were still alive and well. It was all Wei Mingxiang's doing. She was afraid he might have biological children, so she refused to raise her brother's children, which led to such cruel thoughts. After finishing all his questions, Chung Jinyan suddenly stood up from his chair. "Auntie, I've finished asking. It's getting late, so I should head back. These fruits are a small token of my appreciation. Please don't refuse, and I also want to thank you for doing everything you could to protect my two children." As he spoke, Chung Jinyan straightened up and respectfully saluted Lu Shurong. Lu Shurong was surprised by his formal gesture. She excitedly waved her hands and kept saying it was not necessary. "Auntie, I'll be leaving now. If I ever find those two children, I'll bring them to see you when I have time." 7 years had passed, but Lu Shurong still remembered everything clearly. She still asked about the children's situation, showing how much she cared for them. Currently, Lu Shurong's hands were severely damaged by sulfuric acid, with her fingers twisted and deformed. She will never be able to deliver children again. The existence of those two kids witnesses her past glory. I believe she really wants to see those children, otherwise, she wouldn't care so much about their current situation. Okay, I hope my wife can live until the day she sees them. I also hope you find those lively and adorable children soon. Lu Shurong didn't expect Chung Jinyan to bring the children to see her after finding them. She was so happy that tears streamed down her face. After saying goodbye to Lu Shurong, Chung Jinyan was about to leave. He had already walked quite a distance when Lu Shurong, leaning on her cane, chased after him. Chung Jinyan, wait a moment. I have something important to tell you. Since her hands had been disabled for many years, she hadn't spoken so loudly in a long time. Worried that Chung Jinyan was walking too fast, she used her loudest voice to call him. Chung Jinyan faintly heard someone calling him from behind. He turned around in confusion and saw Lu Shurong, leaning on her cane, rushing toward him wildly. He took a big step back, and soon they met again. Auntie, why did you suddenly stop me? Is there something important? Yes, I forgot to tell you something important. Each of those children has a birthmark. The older brother has a crescent-shaped birthmark on the inside of his left side, and the younger brother's birthmark is on the left side. Lu Shurong held onto Chung Jinyan's sleeve, speaking earnestly. She didn't expect to forget such an important detail. If she didn't tell Chung Jinyan about these details, he would never know which child was older. Most importantly, he might not even recognize his own biological son right in front of him. How big are those birthmarks? Approximately, where are they located? Chung Jinyan gestured on himself, and Lu Shurong quickly mimicked two actions to show the size and position. After confirming the location and size, Chung Jinyan nodded again. Andy, do you have any other important information to tell me? Worried she might forget something else, Chung Jinyan asked again seriously. Lu Shurong tilted her head, thinking hard for a while, then shook her head. No, the children look similar when they are young. Even if you remember how they looked back then, their appearances change over time. Just remember the size and location of these two birthmarks. Other details are not very useful. Oh, right. Those birthmarks are white, the kind of pale white that just appears on new skin. Lu Shurong excitedly pointed to the skin on the inside of his hand. Remember, it's a little whiter than this color. After a quick glance, Chung Jinyan nodded. Thank you for the reminder, Andy. The sky is getting darker, and I need to head back now. Chung Jinyan looked at the sky outside, feeling a bit dizzy. It wasn't just the darkness of night. It might rain soon. He had more important things to do, and didn't want to stay trapped here. It looks like the weather is changing. If you have nowhere to go, you can stay here for the night. Lu Shurong kindly invited him, but Chung Jinyan shook his head. He knew there was a train back at 9 tonight. If he hurried down the mountain now, without any delay, he could catch it. If he kept wasting time here, he might miss it. Chung Jinyan was eager to get back and tell Jiang Wan the news, so he wouldn't stay on the mountain. Auntie, thank you for your kindness, but I must go now. My wife and child are waiting at home. He said goodbye to Lu Shurong and hurried down the mountain. He almost jogged all the way and quickly left the village. It took him an hour to come up, but now he cut that time in half. After leaving the village, it was already getting dark outside. Chung Jinyan stopped at a small noodle shop by the road and ate a bowl of noodles. After filling his stomach, he continued his journey, still jogging. The sky was darker now, and faint raindrops started to fall. He looked up at the sky, and rain quickly splashed on his face and into his eyes. He wiped the water from his face and ran even faster. He knew that at his current speed, he could reach the train station in about 20 minutes. But during this time, the rain was falling harder. When he left, he was in a hurry and didn't think it would rain, so he didn't bring an umbrella. The sky darkened completely, and the rain grew heavier. The raindrops pounded down, first hitting his head, then his eyes, and finally soaking his clothes. He was soaked all over and looked very messy. Even so, he didn't stop. He knew someone at home was waiting for him to return. The rain was falling harder and harder, soaking Chung Jinyan completely. He was drenched from head to toe. Braving the heavy rain, he kept running to the train station. He stood under the train's eaves, his hair dripping with water. His clothes were soaked all over, making him look like he had just been pulled out of water. Chung Jinyan wiped the water from his face and shook the drops away. He took out a few crumpled bills from his pocket to buy a train ticket. It was 8:20 p.m., and there were 40 minutes before departure. He sat on a bench, completely wet, waiting patiently. Outside, the wind and rain were fierce, and many people had already gotten wet. However,
Most carried umbrellas, wore hats, or covered themselves with plastic sheets, so only a few were soaked like Chung Wining. He seemed to not mind at all, sitting quietly on the cold, wet bench. His seat was right in the wind's path, and cold air kept blowing in, making many people shiver and hug themselves. But Chung Wining appeared unaffected, sitting upright as before. At 8:45 p.m., it was time to board. He stood up, noticing a large wet patch where he had been sitting. He still clutched his ticket tightly. When he checked it, the paper was damp. Someone frowned at him during the ticket check. "Comrade, sorry, I just got soaked in the rain. I'm completely wet, so I couldn't protect my ticket." Chung Wining spoke up, and the ticket inspector looked at him sharply. After confirming the details, the inspector returned the ticket. Chung Wining smiled and entered the train, but soon he put on a serious face again. Despite feeling very uncomfortable, he still forced a smile to get through the station check. Recently, Chung Wining had experienced days when even a penny seemed hard to earn. He followed the crowd onto the train, but since he bought the ticket last minute, he didn't have a seat. After boarding, he found a corner near a connecting carriage and sat quietly to rest. The journey home would take quite a while. Although cold and wet all over, Chung Wining closed his eyes for a moment. The train was faster than a car, but it took more winding routes, so their speeds were roughly the same. After 6 hours, the train arrived in Chung Wining's town. He woke up suddenly, eyes wide open, feeling a bit foggy. Luckily, he had finally returned. After the train arrived, Chung Wining followed the crowd off the train. Their town is neither big nor small, and not many people are getting off at this time. It is now 3 a.m., and the rain outside has stopped. Chung Wining, soaked all over after a long train ride, feels cold all over. He didn't stay at an inn to save money, but traveled overnight and finally returned to the village at 4 a.m. Jiang Wan is alone at home with the children, and she probably locked the door. Chung Wining tried to push the door, but gave up when he couldn't open it. He didn't shout loudly because he didn't want to disturb Jiang Wan's rest. But he is a restless person, and sitting here wasting time isn't an option. He looked back at the dark mountain forest. On such a dark night, the best thing to do is go hunting. He brought a small knife, which is his most useful tool. Chung Wining decided to go and quickly blended into the night. Not long after Chung Wining left, Jiang Wan was awakened by a crying baby. She groggily opened her eyes and skillfully fed and changed the baby's diaper. After settling the two children, half an hour had passed. Jiang Wan was still not fully awake. She leaned her head on the pillow and closed her eyes, falling asleep quickly. Jiang Wan slept deeply, sleeping until 8 a.m. By then, the sun outside was shining in. The room's windows had a few holes, and the curtains were light-colored and not very effective at blocking light. Bright sunlight streamed in, and Jiang Wan, unaccustomed to it, opened her eyes. The two children were still sleeping, but Jiang Wan was already feeling hungry. She jumped out of bed, changed into simple clothes, and tidied her hair. She went to the window, pulled back the curtain, and opened the window. The dazzling sunlight poured in, and the air smelled fresh. After dinner yesterday, it started to rain, and the doors and windows were closed early, making the house a bit stuffy. She unlocked the door and pulled open the big door suddenly. Blinding sunlight shone directly in. Jiang Wan squinted uncomfortably. When she opened her eyes again, she saw Chung Wining, covered in watermarks and looking quite disheveled, standing at the door with a full hand of hunted game, smiling at her. Jiang Wan was startled and took a few steps back. Chung Wining had gone to the mountain last night after returning home. Although he only had a small knife, his hunting skills were very good. In just a few hours, he brought back 3 wild rabbits and 4 wild chickens. Both of his hands were full of things, but his smile was very bright. "Wife, you really know how to sleep." Jiang Wan greeted him with a smile and then stepped forward to come inside. Since Chung Wining went on a long trip, she has been taking care of the children alone. Last night, the kids woke her up several times. She was tired all day and naturally slept longer than usual. Even though she knew Chung Wining was joking, Jiang Wan still felt a bit shy and smiled.
Yes, I slept a bit longer today. When did you come back yesterday? Why did you bring so many wild animals? Jiang Wan's face turned slightly red, but Chung Jinyan didn't tease her. He placed the prey he caught last night in the corner of the wall and started unbuttoning his clothes. I came back around 4 a.m., but I told you to lock the door. I didn't want to wake you, so I went hunting on the mountain. Unexpectedly, after the rain yesterday, there were quite a few animals on the mountain. I gathered all this in just a few hours. Chung Jinyan carried the prey to the kitchen and started preparing breakfast. Last night, even though he was eager to come back, once he arrived in the village, his restless heart calmed down. Chung Jinyan, go take a shower and change your clothes. I'll handle the cooking. Okay, I want to eat noodles today, is that alright? Chung Jinyan casually unbuttoned his shirt and took off his damp coat. The moment he took off his clothes, his strong chest and firm abs were fully visible. Jiang Wan looked for a few moments before quickly looking away. Alright, go wash up. Later, when we eat, tell me about what you caught on your trip. Seeing Chung Jinyan come back so disheveled, Jiang Wan didn't hold much hope in her heart. But she wasn't used to discouraging others, so she didn't say much. Chung Jinyan was soaked from the rain last night and looked very tired. She didn't want to push him too hard. Okay, I'll go wash now. Chung Jinyan thought this was a long story and decided to wait until both of them were calmer to talk properly. He took a bucket of hot water and went to the shower room. Jiang Wan boiled a pot of water and started cooking noodles. Both of them were busy in an orderly way. After half an hour, 2 steaming bowls of egg and vegetable noodles were served on the table. Chung Jinyan finished his shower and also washed his hair. He changed into clean clothes and looked much fresher. Come over and eat the noodles once you're done. Jiang Wan was so hungry that she didn't wait for Chung Jinyan. She took a bite of noodles and quickly ate into her mouth. Chung Jinyan was also very hungry and couldn't stop eating once he sat down. During her postpartum period, Jiang Wan rarely cooked in the kitchen. Suddenly, as she ate the noodles she made, she thought the taste was quite good. After finishing the noodles and drinking all the soup, Chung Jinyan still seemed eager and clicked his tongue in satisfaction. Tell me, why did you come back so quickly this time? Did you not find Lu Shurong? Or was the whole thing not going smoothly? At first, I couldn't find the person based on a location. Later, I asked around nearby and inquired at several places before finally learning Lu Shurong's new address. Chung Jinyan paused here. Jiang Wan kicked away a stool and suddenly stood up. What about my children? Are they still alive? Jiang Wan moved too quickly and urgently, causing the stool to fall to the ground with a loud bang. She was initially startled but quickly regained her composure. Chung Jinyan, speak quickly. Keep going. What exactly happened to the 2 children? Lu Shurong said that when they were born, they were so tightly squeezed that, although their condition wasn't great, she managed to save them. The 2 children were premature, so their height and weight weren't as good as other kids, but with proper care, they could survive. Hearing that the children were still alive, Jiang Wan immediately burst into tears with excitement, her speech becoming a bit incoherent. I knew it! My children are still alive. They must still be alive. Before I went into labor, they were kicking my belly and joking with me. They were so lively and adorable. How could they just be gone? Jiang Wan wiped away tears from the corner of her eyes, crying and then suddenly smiling. Oh, by the way, did Lu Shurong say anything else? Are they boys or girls? Jiang Wan remembered there was an important question she hadn't asked. They are 2 cute little boys. Each has a birthmark on their abdomen. Chung Jinyan lifted his shirt and pointed on his waist. Here and here, they have crescent-shaped birthmarks. The older brother's birthmark is on the left, and the younger brother's is on the right. Chung Jinyan carefully told her everything he knew, and Jiang Wan listened and watched attentively. After Chung Jinyan finished explaining, Jiang Wan thought of a more serious question. Although we now know the children are alive, how can we find them? When they left their parents, they were so small. I wonder if Wei Mingxiang sold them or abandoned them. Did I still cause harm? Among all the possibilities, Jiang Wan hoped most that they had been sold. If such young children were abandoned in the wild, they would probably have been taken away by wild animals long ago and wouldn't have survived until now. If they had been directly harmed, it would be even worse. Being sold might still give them a chance to survive. Rest assured at home with the children. I will investigate this matter carefully. Jiang Wan started to cry again as she spoke. She truly felt sad for these two children. Just thinking about them made her eyes sting with tears. She didn't want to cry and wanted to be strong. She kept telling herself this in her heart, but she found it impossible. In her previous life, she had never met these children. Her biggest wish now was to find them. Although Chung Jinyan took on the task of finding the children, Jiang Wan knew clearly that Chung Jinyan only had 3 days left of his leave. Wei Mingxiang was so stubborn that Chung Jinyan couldn't possibly make her loosen up in just 3 days. And if she guessed correctly, Wei Mingxiang should have already donated her liver to Chung Wining by now, and she was lying in the hospital, weak and close to death. If Chung Jinyan suddenly attacked, would Wei Mingxiang let go at this moment? Wei Mingxiang is in the hospital now. She probably just donated her liver to Chung Wining. She's still very weak. Do you really want to provoke her now? No matter if Chung Jinyan felt guilty or not, Jiang Wan was eager to cause her trouble. The weaker Wei Mingxiang was, the more Jiang Wan wanted to take advantage of her vulnerability. If Chung Jinyan couldn't do anything about this, then Jiang Wan would do it herself. Since you say this is the best chance now, I will go to the hospital immediately to check. Chung Jinyan had just finished eating noodles. The prey he caught last night was still unprocessed. He hadn't slept all night on the train and was full of energy today. Chung Jinyan, are you tired? Do you want to rest at home this afternoon before going? Jiang Wan only called out to him when he was already at the door. No need. I feel very energetic now, and I have something important on my mind. Even if I lie down, I can't sleep. Since I know those two children are still alive, I must find out where they are as soon as possible. If I can bring them back, our family of 6 can be reunited. Chung Jinyan turned around and smiled at Jiang Wan. His smile was bright, but Jiang Wan saw deep exhaustion in his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot, and although his face still looked young, he appeared somewhat worn and aged. He was covered in dust and dirt on the way, and before he could catch his breath at home, he had to set out again to find the children. All right, I'll wait until you find out where the children are and bring them back.